Ralston, makers of Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, Instant Ralston, and Rye Krisp. The Ralston Purina Company of famous Checkerboard Square in St. Louis, Missouri presents the exciting television game, The Name's the Same. And now let's meet our panel of famous names. Lovely radio and television actress Joan Alexander. That man with a grin, Gene Rayburn. Our favorite Miss America, Bess Meyerson. The creator of the comedy art known as Droodles, Roger Price. And now, a name everybody knows, the moderator and MC of The Name's the Same, Dennis James.
Thank you very much, everybody. Hi, once again, we say welcome to you to play Names the Same with us. We hope to have a lot of laughs here tonight, some interesting quizzing by our panel, and we hope perhaps tonight we can stump this panel just a little bit. You all know you're competing against one another, right? Got your checkbooks ready and your pens in hand.
Yes, sir.
Competing against one another. You have 10 questions apiece. The person who correctly guesses that name of the person sitting here keeps his money. The rest of you have to write out the checks. I think it's clear enough. Let's start quick. Here we go. The first guest with a famous name. Here we are. Won't you sit down, please? A pretty one. Now, would you tell us first, not what your name is, honey, but just where you're from, will you?
From Belle Plaine, Iowa.
Do you go to school out there, or?
Yes, it's the University of Iowa.
Okay, swell. Now, that's as far as we're going to go. I'd like to explain that we're sending out $10 to Mrs. Maud Ray of Los Angeles, California, for submitting this name. And we'll show our audience at home now exactly what that famous name is. So let's take a look at it. Tricky, eh? All right, now let's go. We'll start with Roger Price. You have 10 questions, Rog.
Miss X, are you alive?
No.
Were you ever alive?
Yes.
Were you an American?
Yes.
Were you a character that is associated with some famous incident in our history? In the history books we might have read about you, yes.
No.
Now, you're rephrasing that question. In history books, might you have read about
her?
Yes, but you didn't say that. You said one specific incident, Raj. Now, which do you want?
Oh, I see.
I suppose you want the one that gave you the yes answer. Yes, I know.
Are you a female?
No.
Were you a military man?
No.
I pass.
All right, Bess?
Did you hold a government position?
No.
Laugh.
Snicker. Just a snicker.
Were you connected with politics in any way?
No.
Tell me, did you live in the 20th century?
No.
In the last 200 years?
Oh, yes, yes.
In the last 200 years. I passed it.
Oh, wait a minute, that was kind of confusing. Did you say no to the 20th century?
That's right. She said no to the 20th century.
So, but I presume then that she lived, let's say, like 175 years ago.
Presume anything your little heart desires. If it confuses you, that makes us very happy, Gene.
Well, now, I hate to suggest anything to someone as pretty as you, but are you kind of an unsavory character? I mean,
He changed his favorite word tonight, you see. Usually it has some ridiculous-sounding thing like, are you notorious, you know. Is that what you mean tonight, Gene?
Yes.
Okay. Answer his question, hon. Are you notorious?
Yes.
Yeah.
You are notorious. Were you a famous robber of some kind?
Yes.
Now, has it been established that you were an American? Yes, it has. Well, the famous robbers that I know about in history offhand were men associated with the West. Were you somebody like Jesse James?
He sure was.
Good boy.
Hallelujah.
We thought that would be very confusing because it's a very pretty young lady. When I say pretty, I mean pretty because you just won a big contest out there, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
What was the contest?
Miss University of Iowa.
Miss University of Iowa. How's it feel to be on television coast to coast? Strange kind of feeling, is it, or nice kind of feeling?
Kind of nice.
Well, it certainly was a pleasure having you here. I'm sure that you've stolen nothing but the men's hearts in your lifetime. Jesse, thank you ever so much. Pick up your checks from all of the people except Gene. Thank you on behalf of Ralston for playing Names of Same.
Nice to see you.
To coin a phrase, Rayburn, that's one time when that word of yours stayed you in good stead. You've been asking that as long as I've been on the show. Are you notorious? And today it worked.
You know why, Dennis?
Why?
Because all his ancestors were notorious.
You know, I know his whole family practically. Friends, if you'd like to come down here and see the show in person and play the game before we go on the air, have some fun, win yourself some prizes, all you have to do is write to us. Write to Names the Same, ABC TV, New York 23, New York. Now, before we meet our next guest with a famous name, here's a word from my good friend Bob Shepard. He's over there in Checkerboard Square, so here he is.
Thank you very much, Denny. You know, friends, this is one commercial where I'm not going to ask you to buy a package of our sponsor's product. Because I like to think that you probably have a box of Rye Krisp on hand in your kitchen right now. Anyway, I'm just going to take that for granted because it's a fact that Rye Krisp is mighty, mighty popular in lots and lots of homes. So, instead of asking you to buy Rye Krisp, I am going to ask you when you go shopping tomorrow to bring home some cheese. Now, I don't care what brand or type it is. You just get the kind you like best, whether it's American or Swiss or cream cheese or whatever. Now then, when you get it home, here's what I want you to do. You just take some of that cheese, and you put some of that cheese on one of your Rye Krisp crackers like that, see? And then you just try it. Now, if you don't agree that cheese and Rye Krisp honestly are gooder together, well, I will be a monkey's uncle. Yes, friends, that's the offer we make, no strings attached. If you don't agree that cheese and Rye Krisp really are gooder together, well, you just write me a letter. From that time forward, I shall be a monkey's uncle. Now, this is known as our Uncle Back Guarantee. So, how can you lose, Remember now, that's Rye Krisp, the smorgasbord cracker in the checkerboard package.
All right, thank you, Bob, very, very much. Now, panel, we're going to do one of those things again that always confuses Rayburn. We're not going to try to find the name of a person this time. Once again, we have an interesting name of a town, so why don't we meet our next guest from that town right now. Here he is. How are you, sir? Won't you sit down? Nice and close to a microphony here. And this is Mr. William Dillard, ladies and gentlemen of our panel. He comes from a town, and that town is out in the state of Missouri. And it's a kind of a thing. It's the same as a kind of a thing. That's as much as we can tell them, I think, Mr. Dillard, right? Let's show all the folks at home now what the name of that town in Missouri is. I hope I covered that. Mark Goodson just tripped over the set back there, and I hope that we covered it completely. If we're all set now, let's get underway here. We'll start with Bess Myerson. Bess?
Mr. Dilling, this thing your town is named after, are there quite a few of them in the state of Missouri?
I would say so, yes.
Yes? Are they raised or grown in your area?
Sure are.
Sure.
Well, I don't know what grows in Missouri. Do you?
Yeah, I've got some ideas of what goes
Well, tell me, would this be something that I would ever find at the breakfast table?
Well, now, that's a tough question, Bill, I'll tell you. Gosh, I don't know how to answer that, Bess. I'm really at a loss. I would have to say the way you phrased it, yes, you could find
I could.
one on a breakfast
Might
table.
I squeeze half a dozen of these before breakfast?
Well, I know you well enough that I can answer that for her, Bill, and say no, you would not.
No. I was thinking perhaps if it wasn't an orange, would one of these a day keep the doctor away?
No, I don't think so.
No?
Nope. 5 questions, Becky.
Would this perchance be something that would grow on the ground?
Well, yes, I guess they could.
Are they often fried?
Well, I have got that. Slowly, he didn't hear you, Bess. Are they often fried?
Well, I don't believe I ever saw one fried.
Well,
I'll pass to my unsavory
Jane?
friend.
This thing that's raised on a farm, is this a member of the animal kingdom?
Yes. I believe so, yes.
Really? You ever find them in a barn?
Yes?
Are some of them big and sloppy?
I'd say so, yes.
Really? Well, now, can you make them happy with a pail of garbage?
Well, I don't,
it's a weird thought, isn't it?
I don't believe I ever saw one eating garbage.
Oh, well, then it's, I thought it might be a pig.
We know what you thought it might be.
Well, it's not a pig. Is it more attractive than a pig?
Well, I would say so. Some of them are.
Is this, by any chance, a two-legged animal?
Yes, yes. Sir.
Really? Does it ever fly?
Yes, it can fly on an airplane.
Does a good one lay an egg every day?
It's a good thing you didn't hear what he said. I would have never gotten that line from you. Does a good one lay an egg every day?
I don't believe they do. I've never seen an egg.
Well, then it's not a chicken, is
No,
it?
it isn't.
Well, then I'll pass.
Is this by any chance a human being?
Now, watch her, Mr. Dillard. She comes right at you, cutting hard, wide, and handsome. Watch her now.
I guess you could call them human beings.
I think you would have to, yes.
It's a certain type of human being?
Yes.
I see. And is it male, or can it be either? Answer yes or no.
Yes, it has to be a male. I believe.
It would have to be a male. It is the whole human being as opposed to part of the human being. Is that right?
It's the whole human being.
It's the whole human being.
Whole hog.
Does it imply some sort of grossness, as you say, hog?
No, it does not, John. Don't
It does
be
not?
so off. I was just going back to Gene's old gag there.
I see. Is it something funny, Dennis? Is it something? Is an amusing kind of a human being?
Not in itself, no.
Not in itself.
It's been the butt of many jokes and things like that, but
It
it's
has
nothing
been the
amusing
butt.
in itself.
It has been the butt of many
Yeah.
jokes. I see. Well, Roger knows all about that, so I'll pass to him.
All right, Roger.
Is this type of person classified because of his marital state there?
No.
Is it a family type, relationship type name? Like Grandpa?
No. Didn't you hear how vehemently I said no to you, Roger? I don't want to throw you way off the beam. You said, is it because of his marital state?
Does it have in-law in it?
No.
It's nothing
Now
like...
Joni knows and it's too late.
What is it? It's nothing like cousin, brother, uncle, aunt.
No.
Those names. It is,
I'm afraid...
would I be one of these things?
I don't know, Raj, to be honest with you.
Uh-huh.
I never did find out.
What?
What?
Father.
Father, no.
Bachelor.
Bachelor is right, yes. The only reason I kind of took it away from Bill there for a minute is I know we were running very long on that particular one. I thought you were getting close, but you said, does it have to do with your marital state? And I didn't want to say the lack of it, you know. All right, so we want to show everybody now a grown-up enlarged postal stamp to authenticate this town out there in Missouri. So let's let all the folks look at that right now, can we? There it is. Now, we'll talk to Mr. Dillard for just a second and find out what you do out there. So what do you do?
Well, I'm a farmer and a substitute mail carrier.
Mm-hmm. Then what's the population of this town?
About 20.
About 20? How'd it get its name?
Well, there were two old bachelors settled there, I understand, years ago, and that's the way it got his name.
From those two bachelors. Are there any bachelors there now of the 20 that you know
Oh,
of?
yes, they're still bachelors.
Are they?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a question. Are you one of them?
Sure.
How you like that? Dillard, thank you very much. On behalf of the Ralston folks, pick up your check. From everybody. There you are. Good to see you. I don't know quite what to do with you that time, Raj. All right, now let's carry on here. I'd like you to meet our guest star here tonight. I think you're going to get a real kick out of meeting this gentleman. Known around the world in the field of modern art, the celebrated painter, Mr. Salvador Dali. That's down low. Now, Salvador, before we start and play our little game with you, I just want to say that I've been reading some very nice things about you of late. You're now designing jewelry, too, are you not?
Yes, just finished one complete collection of electronic jewels.
Electronic
Yes,
jewels?
the diamonds jumping and romping in every direction.
I see, kind of like your paintings with things suspended all over.
Completely in dynamic form. In motion.
I'm very anxious to see them. They're on display someplace, an exhibit, or are they for sale, or what?
No, it's just complete.
I see.
Sometimes.
I see. All right, now let's play our game. This is something that it's a wish that Mr. Dali has, a desire.
You know.
It's something, yes, I know, yes. In a moment, I'm going to let the people know. You do not know, we know. This is something that Mr. Dali wishes to see. So let's show the home audience right now what it is that Salvador Dali wishes to see. All right, Joan, we're going to start with you now. Remember, this is something Salvador would like to see.
This thing you'd like to see, Mr. Dali, does it involve something artistic?
Almost artistic.
Almost, I would say, definitely.
Definitely
Thank
artistic?
you. Merci.
Does it involve something tangible? Could I hold it in my hand?
Yes, it's possible.
I could. Well, could you describe this as a work of art?
It's almost one work of art. Almost.
Yes?
Yes. Very close.
It's a work of art.
If I got one, would I hang it on my wall?
It's impossible.
It's impossible?
It's impossible. Impossible, no?
I would say impossible, yes, Salvador. But then with you, really, nothing's impossible, you know. Nothing. Joan?
Is this the sort of thing which you would create yourself?
Absolutely.
Well, you have
Complete original.
You've designed some absolutely beautiful jewelry. Is it something that could be worn?
Yes, yes, yes.
It
Sure.
could be worn?
Yes.
Would I cause somewhat of a sensation if I wore it, say, to the opera?
I understand.
She said, would she cause a sensation, Mr. Dali, if she wore it at an opera? I think the roof would fall in, no?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, in that case, I'll pass, because I thought it was something to do with Mr. Dali's jewelry.
No, it is not. Roger?
Is this something to do with something that might cause people to ask you how you fixed for blades?
You understand that, Mr. Dali? Yes.
Is it something to do with that tremendous mustache, about which there's a book out on now, isn't it? The mustache?
Yes.
The mustache?
Yeah, two questions there.
That is something to do with the mustache. You'd like to see something happen to the mustache. You'd like to see it get clear around so you can tie it in the back?
Quite a thought.
You'd like to see more. You'd like to see yourself with a goatee.
Au contraire, no like it. No,
Oh, I'm sorry. You'd like to see the mustache on someone else.
Yes.
Ava Gardner.
Listen, that is not as silly as it sounds, Roger. That is not as silly as it sounds when we come up to a point later. Go ahead.
Someone who would not normally be wearing the mustache. You would like to see the mustache on someone who would not normally wear one.
Who else besides Salvador Dali who normally wears it?
True, yeah. Is somebody in show business?
Is it somebody in show? It could be. It would have to encompass him. Yes, three questions.
Okay, I pass.
Would it be a male that you would like to see this mustache on? I presume, since you said that Joan would tear the roof down. Would it be a male that you'd like to see this mustache on?
Yes.
Yes. Would it be a gentleman right here on this panel?
This is what time you're getting foxed, kid.
Yes, it would have to include, yes.
Please.
Yes.
It's not Gene again? No. Would it be Roger?
Yes, it's Gene and Roger.
Both of them? You would like to see a mustache very similar to yours on both Gene and Roger?
Yeah, but that's not the end of it.
What about Dennis?
And Dennis?
That's not the end of it.
And me?
No, that's the end of it. No, you're so close. I'm going to have to give it to you.
He's going to put
Right,
it on.
right. On all men.
Oh,
On all men.
Ready.
Roger, you happen to mention the book about Salvador Dali's mustache. Here it is, Dali's mustache, Salvador Dali, and Philippe Holzman. And he's got a technique now for putting mustache on women. So it's not so funny what you said. And this is full of some weird pictures. In the back here it says...
Transparent mustache for woman.
not on me.
It says, wait a minute. It says here, warning, this book is preposterous, and what's going to happen now is preposterous. Gentlemen, join me. Come on, Salvador.
Go ahead.
All right.
Mais c'est vous comme vous mettez les moustaches.
Yes, io faccio tutte cose, tutte le mustache, io, qui, stand here. No, Gene, over here. Now, you stand here, and you stand here. No, don't have to face the audience right now. No. Turn your back, that's all right. I know you've had this straight stage training and all, but turn your back just the same.
Am I seeing straight?
Yes. And we make...
Excellent.
Very good, huh? I'd make myself. Good.
Excellent. Improve.
All right, now you may turn around, gentlemen.
Wow. Mine is drooling.
Mr. Dali, no? No?
It's possible improve myself. One moment.
Don't laugh. I forgot to tell you, this is indelible pencil. It'll never come off.
It's all right. I'm going to have him sign it, and then I'm going to charge $5,000 for the face.
The blue tastes delicious. Mephistopheles.
Cut. This is very good. Very excellent.
Deep, bravo.
There's Steve. Boys, you can take them off now and go back and make out your checks.
Boy, you've had it. I'm keeping mine on, man.
Well, look, I got to get mine off. Mr. Dali, I want to thank you very much for coming down here today. I can't. I have to talk about something very important. Mr. Dali, thank you very much. Let's give him a nice hand, everybody. Salvador Dali. Let me just touch it. How you like this kettle of fish? 2 of them. You'll have to just forgive me for a moment. Oh, this business of show business with all the makeup and all. Hey, it comes off all right. You can't bear to look at this much longer, though. I mean the face, Rayburn.
Dennis, you said that they had discovered a way to put mustaches on women.
Yes, he said...
What I want to know is that they discovered a way to take them off.
I have to take these off right now because I am about to read to you a note from our sponsor. And I wouldn't want to do anything silly like have a mustache and stuff on at that time. Let's see if I can find this note quickly. It says here, we of the Ralston folks, Dennis, would like you to tell the folks that all of them may see in some grocery stores large displays of hot Ralston, both instant and regular, with a big dinosaur on top of it. Now, right now, let's show everybody. Can we get a camera over there and show the folks what this display looks like in all those grocery stores? May we? All right, good. May we? Now you're seeing it. I don't want you to get the wrong idea about this Ralston dinosaur. I don't want you to think a bowl full of steaming hot Ralston even slightly resembles a fillet of Brontosaurus or a dinosaur stew or anything like that. Matter of fact, this hot Ralston has a nice, nutty, wheat flavor that, well, it's completely unlike anything else you've ever tasted, dinosaurs included. Furthermore, I can tell you this for sure, for dang sure, that you cannot get a live dinosaur for 25 cents plus a hot Ralston box top. The idea of the dinosaur, and I guess you know this, is simply to attract your attention to the hot Ralston when you enter your favorite neighborhood store. Now, as far as I'm concerned, you can completely ignore Mr. Dinosaur. Pay no attention to him at all, as long as you pay attention to this, the hot Ralston. Okay? And then someday, real soon, some morning, when you want to really enjoy your breakfast, you want to be real nice to yourself, you cook up a steaming bowl full of hot Ralston, and you find out for yourself how really downright good it is, huh? Either way, regular, which has been a favorite for half a century, and instant Ralston, which cooks up in just 10 seconds. Now, either way, you're going to find it is good. You'll find that it's the famous hot cereal from Checkerboard Square. Hot Ralston. All right? I would have loved to have stayed with you fellas, really, with the mustaches.
You look like
but
the cat's meow.
I just didn't want to take away anything from the dinosaur. Let's carry on here with our next guest with a famous name. Here he is. Won't you sit down, sir? I hope you don't mind the greasy hand. That happens to be cold cream, and I think we ought to jump right into the game, sir, and we'll tell all the folks at home what your famous name is. So you folks take a look at it right now, and panel, you figure it out. All right. Now, let's start with Gene Rayburn. Gene, we only got a couple of minutes for this.
Okay, are you living?
Yes.
Are you a male?
Yes.
Are you an American?
Are you an American?
Yes.
He always talks like that when he has a mustache on.
Living American male, are you in the arts?
Yes.
Are you known for your work primarily in motion pictures?
Yes.
Are you a juvenile lead? Are
Good
you
question, huh?
Are you a juvenile delinquent? Are you
No, it's not a juvenile lead, Gene.
Are you a character actor? Are you a character? I pass.
No.
He's not answering my question, so I'm just going to pass.
Apparently you're just a leading man, is that right?
Oh, you catch on so quick there,
Have you
Jody.
been in pictures for a long time?
Yes.
Have you any distinguishing physical characteristics?
To you, Joni, yes.
Yes?
Yes. But not really to anybody else.
Not really to anybody
Nope.
else. Now that's odd, isn't it? Above the neck?
I would have to say it's the whole thing.
What?
The whole thing.
The whole thing is distinguished to me.
Yeah. If you're a girl, you're a girl? Then it is.
You bet I'm a girl.
You can say that again, can't you?
You can.
All right.
I pass.
You pass. All right,
You have a
Roger?
distinctive way of talking, sir. You can be mimicked.
Yes.
Are you Clark Gable?
No.
Jimmy Stewart?
No.
Tyrone Power?
No.
Robert Taylor?
No.
You got 100 to go.
Gary
Go ahead,
Cooper.
man.
Me? Me?
No.
Gary Cooper?
Yes.
Very, very good. How can you answer, Joan, whether or not Gary Cooper has distinguishing characteristics? I think the girls...
All the girls just faint.
Sure.
Look
Look at it when he stands up. Now, pay attention to him. He's very tall. He's just like the real Gary Cooper. You get $60 from the Ralston folks. Thank you for playing the game. Everybody but Roger Price. Mr. Cooper, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
There you are, Gary Cooper.
He's a big man.
All right, now we're going to have an accounting from you people in just a second. But first, I just want to say this. We'd like to know from you folks about famous names of people, places, and things. Now, as a way of getting $10 if you send that name in to us and we use it on the air. If it's a person, make sure that you include the name and address and phone number, will you? Just address it to, names the same, ABC TV, New York 23, New York. And if we use it, we send you $10. All right, quickly now, chillin'. Let's have an accounting, huh?
I lost $80, and the things you have to do to prove you're a girl around here.
Yeah.
Goodbye,
Gene?
everybody.
I lost $60, but I still have enough to have this thing dry cleaned and pressed. Goodbye.
Beth?
Well, I lost $80, but I still have enough to give him money to take it off. Goodbye.
I lost $60. I'm going to wear mine all night.
You're ridiculous.
You know, it's very becoming on all of you. I want to thank you very much for playing the game and thank all of you people for looking in. Right now, I got mine off. Salvador Dali paints with his. This is Dennis James speaking for the Ralston folks, the Ralston Purina Company out in Checkerboard Square in St. Louis, Missouri, saying bye-bye. Talk to you next week. Bye.
Travel arrangements for the names the same are made through United Airlines, the nation's fastest airline, less than 8 hours coast to coast in United's luxurious new DC-7 mainline. The names the same has been a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Executive producer, Peter Arnell. It's Alexander's Gown by Avon. This is Bob Shepard inviting you to tune in each and every week for The Name's the Same, brought to you by the Ralston Purina Company.
See Stop the Music tomorrow night on ABC Television Network.
You and your neighbors across the country buy more food packages carrying this brand than any other in the world. And now, Borden presents TV's newest and liveliest panel show, Make the Connection. panel, the star of Life with Elizabeth, Betty White, disc jockey humorist Gene Clavin, Hollywood actress and singing star Gloria DeHaven, star of the Broadway show The 7-Year Itch, Eddie Bracken, our moderator, the bright young television comedian Gene Rayburn, and Borden's guest tonight, the former school teacher from Brooklyn, Sam Levenson.
These empty plates represent 16 hungry kids waiting for the treat of the party, Borden's ice cream. And I can fill every dish from just one of Borden's half-gallon cartons. Oh, what a lifesaver when a youngster's birthday comes around. Of course, I'm keeping another half-gallon in reserve, because with an ice cream as delicious as Borden's, they're bound to want seconds. But then in this house, somebody always wants Borden's ice cream for a cone or a soda in the middle of the afternoon, or for dessert at dinner time, or a snack later on. And with Borden's half-gallons, there's always enough to keep everybody happy. Yes, my good friend Elsie, her picture's on the package, you know. She's got a mighty good thing in this half-gallon size. It saves you time and money, too, so it pays you to get Borden's ice cream in half-gallons. Just be sure you buy the ice cream with Elsie on the carton.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this session of Make the Connection. I'm really delighted to be here as the moderator of this unique panel show, and it is a unique panel show because as far as I know, it's the only panel show in existence that doesn't have Audrey or Jane Meadows on the panel. Not that we wouldn't like to have them, but it's unusual in that respect. As you know, the panel is going to try to make the connection between two or more contestants, and I guess I needn't remind so witty and bright a group of people as you about the rules, except that it says I have to do it here, and I'm going to do it. You know that you can question our contestants as long as the light in front of you is on. There it is. Now, when the light goes out and things blow up, our contestants get $25. Then, when they've won $150, the game is over. You've had it, you see. That's all there is to it. You understand that?
No.
You don't. Well, then you better explain it to me. No, I guess you do understand that because you've been playing the game most proficiently, and I've been watching you. Now, let's meet our first pair of guests. Sit down, please. All right. Real close to me. Would you tell us your name and where you're from, please?
Mrs. William Miller from Long Beach, Long Island.
All right, and you, sir?
Mr. William Miller.
Oh, you must be Mr. Miller, then. And you two are married, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, now for the benefit of our audience, let's make the connection.
Mr. Miller is a policeman who gave his wife a parking ticket last week.
All right, panel, I'll give you this one little link here in this connection. This is something that Mr. Miller did to Mrs. Miller. Now, let's start the questioning with Betty White.
This is something you did to Mrs. Miller. Is that right, Mr. Miller?
That's right.
Have you ever done it to any other women?
Oh, yes.
Yes, he has.
Since you've been married?
Yes.
Probably especially since he's been married.
Mrs. Miller, do you get jealous?
No.
Did you enjoy this?
No, I didn't.
Did you enjoy it, Mr. Miller?
No.
Well, if nobody enjoyed it, what'd you do it for?
Okay, that's $25 down, $125 to go. And now let's hear from Gene Clavin.
Mr. and Mrs. Miller, first of all, welcome to Bride and Groom. Did this have anything to do with the geographical location of Long Beach, New York, at all?
Yes, it did, in a way.
Could you have four of us out to go swimming tomorrow? Was it something that you would continue to do, Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Was there another person involved?
Yes.
Mrs. Miller.
Strictly speaking, at the time the connection happened, there was no other persons involved. Subsequently, other people became involved, but we're not interested in that at all.
Mr. Miller, were there other people involved?
Your light is growing dim.
Yes. Mrs. Miller, was there an object involved here?
Yes, there was. Yes, there was an object involved.
Was it something that we would use here, any one of us?
No.
No, not here.
No, not here.
We're a pretty motley crew. We wouldn't use it. Would it be used in an average home?
I think the average person has it.
You're faded.
The average person has encountered...
I don't care anymore, Gene. My light's out.
All right. That's $50 down, $100 to go, and now we want to hear from Gloria DeHaven.
I wish mine wasn't on. Mr. Miller, I didn't hear you say this. Does this have anything to do with your profession? I didn't hear you say...
Yes. Yes, it does.
It does.
Yes, indeed. You're on the track.
Oh, and there she goes now. All right.
Coming around the far turn. Go ahead, Gloria.
It has something to do with your profession, and therefore you have done this to Mrs. Miller, and you've done it to other women, too, as part of your profession, right?
Yes.
I see. Are you a doctor?
No.
She's
thinking again.
Oh,
she
there
is,
goes.
and
No,
I know it hurts her.
thank
Well,
you.
that's $75 down,
very
75 to go. Eddie, do you have any ideas?
Well, I don't know whether I have any ideas or not, but I'd like to find out, your job has something to do with, are you in the business world, are you?
No, he's not in the
are
business
you in
world.
a professional field?
It would not be considered a profession, I don't believe.
It would not be considered
In the sense,
a profession.
you know, that lawyers and doctors...
I see. But it is a specialized job that he would do?
Yes, yes. Requires training of some kind.
It does. You train long for this? I mean, do you go to school to learn how to do this?
Yes. You've had it, friends. I don't... you're getting fairly close to it, but I don't think you're going to get it. We're going to give our contestants the full $150, and here's the story. Mr. Miller is a policeman, and he gave his wife a parking ticket last week. Tell me, Mr. Miller, when you wrote out the ticket, did you know that it was a family car you were hanging the ticket on?
Yes, I did.
You did? But you did it anyway.
That's right.
Because the law is the law. And did you pay the fine?
Yes, I did, and he explained to me, after all, it's only fair to other motorists. I was only being fair, and if you want me to be a good cop, I have to be a good cop all the way.
Well, that's pretty laudable, I'd say.
Did she try to talk you out of it or anything?
Did she try and talk you out of it?
No, I was pulling at the time.
Oh, I see.
Could I ask something?
Yes, you may.
Did you take it out of the household money?
No, I get $2 a week to go to the movies. I just didn't go to the movies this week.
Oh, how
Well, we know that the community of Long Beach is very proud to have Patrolman Miller on the staff out there. We thank you. Incidentally, close your eyes as you leave the theater, because the green convertible that's double parked on a pedestrian is mine. But just don't pay any attention to it. Thank you very much for playing Make the Connection with us tonight. Good night. Panel, we're ready to make our second connection. May we have our next guests, please? Good evening. All right, it's nice to have you. I'd like to introduce these people to our panel. On my left here is Miss Renee Pasquette. Where do you live, Miss Pasquette?
New York City.
In New York City. And this is Mr. William Locascio. And where do you live, sir?
New York City.
You live in New York City, too. Now, for the benefit of our audience, let's make the connection.
Mr. Locascio proposed to Miss Pasquette 7 months ago, and Miss Pasquette accepted
What do
him
you
this
think of
afternoon.
that? Here's a little link to start you off on, panel. This is something Mr. Locascio did to Miss Pasquette. Let's start the questioning with Gloria DeHaven.
Mr. Locascio, this thing that you did to Miss Pasquette, was this in the form of, is this the way you make your living?
No.
No. Well, is it a hobby? Some sort of a hobby?
No, no hobby.
Do you do it for other women?
No.
You do it for other men? Well, does it take any particular kind of courage to do this?
Yes. Yes. Not in all cases, but some men consider that it takes a lot of courage.
Oh, well, then did you get some sort of a medal for this?
No, he didn't. That's $25 down, $125 to go. Eddie, what do you? What questions
Well,
do
Miss
you have?
Pasquette, I must ask, did you enjoy this thing that he did for you?
Oh, yes.
Yes, indeed.
In other words, it made you happy.
Yes.
Well, tell me, was there any gain connected with this? Did you make anything from it? In other words, was money involved?
No, money was not involved, but in kind of a strange sense, both of them gained something from this connection.
They both gained
yes,
something.
They did.
Well, would it be anything tangible, something you could hold in your hand?
No, I guess not. No. That's $50 down, $100 to go. Betty, what ideas do you have about this connection?
You know, you're more fun than the question.
Was there an object involved, especially involved, Miss Pasquette?
Not specifically, no. Not at the time the connection was made.
Did anything particularly change hands? If not money, something else?
It will a little bit later, but it did not at the time the connection was made.
Sounds kind of like fun, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy this, Mr. Locascio?
Yes.
It's been established that they've both enjoyed it.
Is it something that I would enjoy?
No doubt.
I guess.
Yes, it would be very flattering to you, Miss White.
Do you know Michael Rennie? Did this take place recently?
The actual connection did, yes. That's $75 down, $75 to go. Gene Clavin, how are you tonight?
Fine, Gene Rayburn.
With the real hard thoughts.
Friends, you are watching the show called The Name's Almost the Same. Mr. Locascio, tonight, we established that you sort of had fun here. And Miss Pasquette, you sort of had fun on this thing. Well, the heck with it. What was it? Was this a service along the lines of your occupation, sir?
No.
No, that's been established. Nothing to do with his occupation.
Miss Pasquette had nothing to do with her occupation either. Is the building where it happened important?
No.
No, that would not help you at all.
And nothing's going to help me. Is the geographical location important?
That would not give you any help at all. That's $100 down, $50 to go. I see that Gloria has some ideas. What
Well, no,
are
it's just a wild chance. But you said some men it would take courage. Does it have anything to do with proposing or?
Yes, it does. As a matter of fact, that's about it. Good for you.
Did it happen just right, very quick? Did it just happen?
Mr. Locascio proposed to Miss Pasquette 7 months ago, and she accepted him this afternoon. And that's the way it works.
Congratulations.
We've known about this situation for some time here, and we've sort of wondered what was going to happen. The thing we'd like to know now, Miss Pasquette, is what the heck took you so long?
Well, a girl can't rush into these things.
That's true. A girl just can't rush into these things now,
Yes,
can
she
she?
can.
She's got to be real careful.
Miss Pasquette, could I ask you something?
Go.
How come you're so confident?
Incidentally, where were you when she accepted you, Bill?
In the automat.
In the automat? Was it before or after you had your dessert? Do you remember? Or that doesn't mean. You just ran out of nickels and they were sitting there talking and you said, well, we might as well get married or something like that.
I think he had too many slugs.
Incidentally, since it happened such a short time ago, I don't imagine you've had time to get a ring, have you?
No, we didn't get anything.
It's a good thing you didn't because we sort of anticipated that and we got one for you and here it is. Isn't that a beauty? I'll tell you what.
Gene, she may marry you now, though.
What's that?
She may marry you.
This is an exquisite $500 bridal lock diamond engagement and wedding ring set with absolutely flawless diamonds. They'll put your eye out if you're not careful here. Bridal lock engagement and wedding rings locked together for a perfect match. Now, we've unlocked them, and I guess you can take the wedding ring and put it in your pocket. No, that's the engagement ring. That's the wedding ring. You put that in your pocket. Am I right about this? Sure I am.
Postcard.
And suppose you put the engagement ring on her finger right now. Would you like to do that? Oh. Now, before you go, since you already have the wedding ring, and we hope you'll use it someday, when you do get married, we want you to have a fabulous honeymoon. And we've arranged for that. You'll be the guests of the El Rancho Vegas, the luxurious home of the movie stars in Las Vegas, Nevada. All expenses, including your round-trip transportation, will be taken care of by the El Rancho Vegas. Thank you for appearing us tonight, and best wishes. Good night. Aren't they sweet?
We have an announcement here. The future Mr. and Mrs. Miller invite everybody out there to the wedding sometime in 1987. Because it took this long to get them engaged, it's going to take that long to get them married.
Except you got the name wrong. The Millers, the first couple, are already married. But anyway, we're all invited, friends. In just a moment, you're going to have a chance to make the connection between our guest star, Sam Levenson, and some other gentlemen. But right now, let's relax a minute and revive our weary brains with a fresh new thought about something that's mighty welcome.
Here comes our old friend Elsie with another wonderful Borden treat for your children. She's bringing Dutch cocoa all the way to America for Borden's real Dutch chocolate-flavored milk. Where else could you get an imported flavored treat that's so easy to serve? No mixing. You just pour it right from the carton. My young neighbors here really go for that good chocolate flavor. And when they ask why it's called Dutch, I always tell them that Borden's Dutch chocolate milk is flavored the real Dutch way, with the finest imported Dutch cocoa. That's why it's so smooth and rich tasting, like no other chocolate milk they ever drank. It gives your youngsters lots of good milk nourishment, too, like vitamins, minerals, and proteins. And you know how important that is. So treat your children to Borden's Dutch chocolate-flavored milk real soon. They'll love it.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is America's favorite family humorist, the man who's lived in everybody's home, Sam Levenson. You're looking pretty sharp there, Sam.
Thank you, Gene.
I understand that you're really setting the television megacycles on fire with your handling of a show called Two for the Money. Really burning up the megacycles.
It's nice.
Having fun doing it?
Oh, I love it.
Good.
I love to make people laugh.
I guess that's about half the battle. If you have fun doing it, it's going to turn out that way.
They don't always laugh. I just love to make
Incidentally, you may not remember this, but there is a connection between Sam and me. You remember the time 7 years ago when I was playing an experimental vaudeville thing someplace in Brooklyn, laying the biggest egg in the history of entertainment?
I was scrambling.
And the audience was about to, no? What happened? The audience was about to come over the footlights and lynch me, and I introduced you, and you came out and saved my life.
I don't
You remember that?
Is that the connection?
No, that has nothing to do. I was just reminiscing a little bit, Sam. Now let's meet the second half of your connection. Will you come in, please, gentlemen? All right. Now, would you tell me your name, please, and where you're from?
Marty Zimmerman.
And what do you do, Marty?
Television and radio repairing.
What's the name of the company?
Momart TV Service.
Give yourself a plug. And where do you do that?
In Brooklyn, New York.
All right, sir. How about you?
Mickey Gold, pleater in the garment industry.
A pleater in the garment industry. Nice to have you.
New York.
From Brooklyn. And you, sir?
George Malden, auditor.
George?
Douglas and Long Island.
Douglas and Long Island. All right, now for the benefit of our audience, let's make the connection.
20 years ago, these men were in a dance band, and Sam Levenson was the band leader.
Hard to believe. You'll never believe this. You'll just never believe this. Well, anyway, I'll give you this one little link before we get to it. This is something these men did with Sam. And we'll start the questioning with Sam Clavin. Gene Clavin.
Let's see. First of all, Mr. Zimmerman, you look a little familiar. You're not Herb Schreiner in an incredible disguise.
No, he's not.
Okay, you fellas aren't students of Sam's?
No.
No, they're not.
Sam, I'm not doing too well here. Can I have some of your old relations? Is this a service that they did for you, Sam?
In a sense.
In a sense, it was a service, yes.
Did it have anything to do with your career as an entertainer?
I don't think so, Sam. Do you?
Very vaguely.
Did it have anything to do with their careers?
Well, it shortened them.
$20 down, 125 to go. Gloria?
Well, Sam, did you ever work with these gentlemen?
Yes, I'd work.
In their particular professions?
Well, I don't know what you mean by that.
In their professions now?
Yes.
No.
Did you,
but he did work with them.
You did work with them. Did you work together in school, perhaps?
No.
Did you, when you worked with them, was it in the entertainment profession?
Yes.
Or was it honest work?
Yes. That's $50 down, 100 to go. Let's hear from you, Eddie.
Is this part of the old vaudeville act?
No.
No, it never was vaudeville act.
It wasn't vaudeville? But did you sing together, perhaps, as a quartet?
No.
Did you play instruments together? Did you work together in that way? Did you play the violin while they played the
I think we'll give them the whole sum of money anyway, but Eddie, you did get it close enough. Here's the story. 20 years ago, these men played in a dance band, and Sam Levenson was the leader of the band. 20 years ago. Have you played in the intervening 20 years? Together?
No, certainly not together.
Not together, huh? What instrument did you play?
I played the violin. The sounds that came out didn't sound like it, but I played the violin.
And how about you, Marty? What'd you play?
Oh, I played the drums.
I see. And you?
I played the saxophone.
And you?
Piano.
Well, now, I knew this all along because we did a little research here earlier, and we got all these instruments here together. And I thought maybe the audience liked to hear this great band play. Would you like to hear them? Sure. Come on, fellas. Would you like to hear them play?
Gene?
Yes?
Could I have the first dance?
Okay. All right, fellas, there are the instruments right over there. Let's go over there and see what we can do. What songs were popular back in those days, Sam? You remember what songs you used to play?
Well, I know a couple of tunes we took off the hit of the week list. Well, I don't know. What's 20 years ago? Dinah.
Dinah was a big tune then.
Margie, you know.
Margie, certainly.
I think we could handle Margie. You boys remember Margie?
Oh, sure. What key would you do it in? All right. Incidentally, before you start, what did you call your group?
Are you ready?
Yes. Go ahead.
I'm ashamed to say that.
Now, don't be ashamed, Sam.
The Varsity Syncopators.
Much as it pains me, much as it gives me a great deal of pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to present the renaissance of that world-famous musical group playing Margie, the Varsity Syncopators. Take it away, Sam.
Let's hear an A there first.
Let's hear an A first.
This is better than my old fiddle, anyway.
Number.
All right, watch these tap books. It's in F, Harry. I knew there was something. You were always on that side. Go over here. Now, all right, watch the foot, boys. Remember? 1, 2.
The panel members had a gleam in their eye, and it was such a bright, bouncy businessman's tempo. Why don't you give us one more fast chorus, and everybody come over here and dance? How about that? Come on over here. The one thing I'd have to say, Sam, is you made the dance too long. Oh, the Varsity Syncopators.
Grossinger's just called. They can have a split week.
Gene,
Yes.
what's a megacycle?
Megacycle is a device on which television programs...
Good night, Gene.
No, not yet. No, wait a minute. No, not yet now. Well, it certainly was wonderful to hear that great dance band that was so popular 20 years ago. I remember it like it was yesterday. Matter of fact, I think it was yesterday. Well, right now, friends, Elsie wants you to make a connection between this product and your shopping list.
You know, Lady Borden Plantation peach ice cream is wonderful. Well, let me describe it this way. Imagine when you were young. You had a big peach tree out back, and every year you take the biggest, juiciest peaches and make peach ice cream. Remember how it looked coming off the dasher? Smooth as satin, with golden bites of peaches all the way through. Well, today, you can get that same real fruit goodness right here in Lady Borden Plantation Peach Ice Cream. Because Lady Borden Plantation Peach is made with the real fruit and with extra cream to make it extra good. Enjoy that homemade goodness real soon. Buy Lady Borden Plantation Peach, where you see this new sign. For Lady Borden is the very finest of fine ice creams.
That certainly carried me back to the good old days, and I noticed there are a few out-of-breath characters over there, too.
Yeah.
Did that carry you back to the good old days?
Oh, they're carrying me back. I'll tell you that.
I may have to carry you out of the theater. I guess it's about time to bid a fond farewell to our panel tonight. I thank you for the assistance you've given me and the fun I've had in playing Make the Connection here tonight. I hope you have a very pleasant trip back to the coast. Betty, you are going back tonight, aren't you?
Thank you. Yes, as a matter of fact, I think Gloria's going back too, and we're all just evacuating the place.
You mean you're all going except old me? You're going to leave me here?
I hate to say this to Betty because it's going to seem so sort of small at this point. Betty, I'm going to Rochester.
Gloria. That's on the West Coast. That's all right.
In Rochester.
Gene, just a word. We're glad to have you back on the air after an extended illness.
Thank you.
There's still 3 empty lines in my dance book.
Gene,
I am touched, indeed.
could I ask one question?
Yes, you may.
You always leave your partners in the center of the floor alone?
I apologize. I really didn't mean to do that, but it was one of those things that my liver began to give out, and I just had to leave. That's all there was to it. I'm sorry. I'll make up for it
That's
next
all right.
week.
I think that's how Betty Hutton got into trouble.
I got great fun.
No, you haven't.
Liver de haven. Your liver to heaven.
Good night,
Good night,
Eddie.
Gene.
Good night, Cologne. Good night.
Thank you so much. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you'll be able to join us again next week for another session of Make the Connection. Good night.
This has been a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Transportation for Make the Connection was arranged by American Airlines, the country's leading airline. American Airlines serves 77 major cities. They'll fly you in luxurious comfort aboard DC-7 flagships. Make the Connection has been brought to you by Borden, who invite you to try some other fine products on Elsie's Good Food line. As Elsie says, if it's Borden's, it's got to be good. Be sure to see Borden's popular daytime show, the dramatic series called Way of the World, now on at a new time. Check your paper for the new time of Way of the World over many of these same stations. And be with us again next week when Borden's presents Make the Connection.
It's the Space Pilots. Against the Bronco Busters. As everyone gets a chance to choose up sides. With the man in the middle, your master of stunts, Gene Rayburn.
There, boys and girls, welcome to Choose Up Sides, a brand new program where it's one team against another team in a try for the top score. We have the 2 teams on stage right now that'll be competing against each other on Choose Up Sides. I think we ought to meet them right now. Over on my left here, that is, the Space Pilots and Captain Roger, and on my right, the Bronco Busters, led by Captain Tom. Now, we want all of you boys and girls at home to choose up sides and become Space Pilots or Bronco Busters. And you do that very easily. Just send us a postcard with your name and address on it and choose Space Pilots or Bronco Busters. Then, if your name is drawn and your team here on the stage wins, you're in line for some wonderful prizes. You do that. I'll give you the address to write to a little bit later. Right now, let's meet our first space pilot. Shall we do that?
Gene, meet space pilot Dino Scopus.
Dino Scopus. Where do you live, Dino?
Sunnyside, Long Island.
In Sunnyside. It's nice to have you with us today. You reach in there and pick out a card of your home teammate. Your space pilot home teammate is Ann Wallman of 320 West 77th Street, New York, New York. Now, she's going to be rooting for you. Okay, let's meet this Bronco Buster.
I'd like you to meet Bronco Buster Mark Barish.
Mark Barish. Hi, where do you live, Mark?
Jamaica, Long Island.
In Jamaica. It's nice to have you with us today. How about you reaching in there, picking out any home teammate Bronco Buster for you? Will be Patty Kennecke of Wildwood Crest, New Jersey. Patty will be there cheering and rooting for you, as all of these people here will be rooting for the Bronco Buster team. And remember, all of you space pilots, you root for your space pilot team here in every contest and every stunt we do. Okay, now you fellas come out here, and let's all get down on our knees right here, shall we? You in front of this one, and Mark, you in front of this Bobo here. Now, let me explain to you that this first contest is the Bobo Butt contest. When I say go, you have to butt the Bobo with your head and get it to move along the floor until you get it around those markers that the captains have set up out there. Around the markers, back here, touch your captain's hand. The one who touches his captain's hand first will be the winner. Now, please remember, you're playing for your team here in the studio and also for your teammates at home, and a chance for all of you to win some wonderful prizes. You understand?
Yes.
Okay, we're all good sports here on Choose Upside. Shake hands first. That's it. Now, you do understand the rules. Ready, set, go. Just put them with your heads as fast as you can. Cheer them on there. Get them go. Let's go. Looks like it's pretty evenly matched here with the Bronco Busters and the Space Pilot. And they're both coming around the turn together. It's going to be a very close race. Very close. There, the winner is the Space Pilot. Good for you. You picked up 100 points for your team, and you also picked up a little dust, too, didn't you? We could play a little game of tic-tac-toe there, couldn't we? All right, congratulations to you, Dino, and you may have your seat now. That means the Bronco Busters have no points so far. The Space Pilots have 100 points. You were in there pitching all the way. This was a very close contest, and it was so close that I thought it was going to be a tie, but it wasn't. The Space Pilot got there just a little bit ahead of you. Now, since you did not win, you are going to meet Mr. Mischief. Nobody has met Mr. Mischief yet, and I'll explain briefly that Mr. Mischief is a friendly old fellow over there, but he's very mischievous. He's got all kinds of crazy stunts and tricks up his sleeve. He's going to ask you to do one. If you do it properly, you can pick up some points for your team. Shall we go over there now? All right. There we are, Mr. Mischief. Here is Mark Barish.
Hello, Gene there, my friend. Well, Mark, my boy, your mischief is going to be quite simple. First of all, I want you to put your hands in your pockets and keep them there.
All right.
That's it. Now, Captain, will you place that bag over Mark's head? Now, Mark, without sitting down or lying down, if you can get that bag off your head before the whistle blows, you will get 50 points for your team. But if you don't, the 50 points will go to the other team. Do you understand?
You understand? He says he does understand. So let's go over here to the center of the stage where everybody can see you. Now, you do understand the rule. You cannot lie down.
Now, there, wait a minute there. Wait a minute, Captain. That's not the right bag. Bring out the other bag for this time.
Oh, the other bag, huh? That's the wrong
that's
bag.
Better.
Oh,
Put it over
there's the
Mark's
bag.
head.
Wow.
Now, Mark, you shake or kick off the bag. And remember, keep your hands in your pockets.
You understand everything there?
Yes.
Cannot lie down or sit down. Keep your hands in your pockets. Do it before the whistle blows, and you'll get 50 points for your team. Ready, set, go. Okay, give it a kick. Give it a big kick. Hurry up. Move around there. Wiggle around there. Give it a big kick. That's it. Kick it. Kick it. Kick, kick, kick. You've almost got it. Pretty close there. And give it another nudge. And boy, good for you. Okay, the Bronco Busters did get the 50 points, and that makes the score now 50 points for the Bronco Busters and 100 points for the Space Pilots over here. Okay, now let's continue here with Choose Upsides, and let's meet our next Space Pilot.
Gene, here is Space Pilot Mary Carol Case.
Mary Carol Case. That's a very pretty name. Where does Mary Carol Case live?
North Plainfield, New Jersey.
North Plainfield, New Jersey, and Mary Carol Case has very pretty red hair. All right, now you reach in there into the rocket ship and pick your space pilot home teammate. Any card in there, just dig in there and oh, you got two. You better drop one of them down there. That's right. Now, your home teammate is, and he'll be rooting for you, is Christopher Welch of RD number 3 in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. That's the man who will be cheering you on. We'll get back to you later. Let's meet this Bronco Buster.
Gene, I'd like you to meet Bronco Buster Carol Lockery.
Hello, Carol Lockery. And where do you live, dear?
Midland Park, New Jersey.
Midland Park, is that right?
Yeah.
New Jersey. All right, now suppose you reach into the Bronco Buster's hat there, pick out the name of one of your home teammates, and that person is Thomas Rooney of 143 Floral Parkway, Floral Park, New York. And that person will be rooting for you, as all of your friends here in back of you will be. All right, come out here now, and let's stand in front of this stack of clothes. As you can see, we have a stack of clothes for each of you here, and this is a very simple contest. All we want you to do is put the clothes on. The one who gets all the clothes on first will be the winner of 100 points for her team, and remember, you'll be piling up points for your teammates at home so that all you can win some wonderful prizes. First, take your slippers off, because it'll be easier to get the pants and the shoes on that way, and you both understand now. When I say go, just pick them up and get them on as fast as you can. Ready, set, go. Okay, hat, there. She's going to put the pants on first. She's almost got the pants on there, the space pilot. Bronco Buster's having a little trouble with the pants. And now she's got them on. There goes the coat. And looks like it's neck and neck. No, the space pilot is ahead here. And it's a win.
What is your name, please?
My name is Vera Christensen.
My name is Vera Christensen.
My name is Vera Christensen.
Only one of these young ladies is the real Vera Christensen. The other two are imposters and will try to fool this panel. Tom Poston, Sheila McRae, Orson Bean, and Kitty Carlisle. On To Tell the Truth. And here, sitting in for Bud Collier, is our host for tonight, Gene Rayburn.
Thank you very much. I thank all of you assembled here, and I greet you and thank you for joining us here on To Tell the Truth. I may pass along a word of greeting to this bright, witty, intelligent group on my right. Good evening, bright, witty, intelligent group on my right there.
How are you, buddy?
I'm fine. How's everybody over there?
Fine.
Sheila, we're especially delighted to have you here because you and I are sharing something. This is a first for you there and a
That's
first
right.
for me here, isn't it?
I'm kind of glad it's first for you, too.
All right.
I thought you meant you had a mink like that.
Sheila, I hope you get as much pleasure in participating here tonight as you give the people who go to the Waldorf Astoria these days to see you and Gordon MacRae.
Well, thank you.
You're going to be there until how long?
Until October 19th, yeah.
We'll
like
call by some night and
Good.
dig you there, as we
All right.
always have.
Good.
All right, panel, would you please open your envelopes now and follow along as I read?
Yes.
Ready?
Yes.
I, Vera Christensen, am an authority on weightlifting for women. As a former weightlifting champion, I write a monthly article on the subject for women in a national magazine. I also run a correspondence course in weightlifting, which teaches the ladies figure control by mail. Almost any woman can profit from using the weights. If she is too fat, she can reduce. If she is too thin, she can put on weight in the proper places. But whatever the specific goal, the result is general physical conditioning. I personally believe in exercising with weights during and after pregnancy. Here I speak with considerable authority since I am the mother of 4 children, signed Vera Christensen. All right, the 3 bodies beautiful are now seated in their places, and all of these young ladies panel claim to be Vera Christensen, who believes in figure building through weightlifting. And let's start the questioning tonight with Kitty Carlisle.
Thank you, Gene. Number one, it says here that you can put on weight in the proper places. Where can you put on weight by weightlifting? In the proper places.
Well, whatever the proper places are for yourself.
What do you consider that?
Well, what a person would need in forming their body. For these areas, we can help you develop.
Thank you. Number two, how heavy a weight do you think it's proper for a woman to finally learn to lift?
She lifts the weight of her weight.
As
the
no
individual
more.
person.
Each
No.
one can lift the weight of her weight and no more.
Gradually, she works up to that, yes.
Number three, how long do you think a pregnant woman should lift weights before delivery?
She can do it all the way up to delivery, if she has been exercising before.
All right, Kitty, your time is up. Tom?
Gene?
Yes?
I'm not going to tell you that I'm familiar with one of these young ladies because I wouldn't want to get that impression created in the minds of the audience, but I think that I recognize one, and I think I'd better not ask the other 2 any questions because that's not the way we play this game.
All right, so you're going to disqualify yourself, Tom, and later on, when we come to the final tally, that will count as an incorrect vote. So let's turn to Sheila MacRae.
Well, number one, what area cannot be changed at all by exercise? There's a certain area of the body.
Well, the bust line for ladies is very difficult to develop. You can develop the back area, which will increase your area through here, but not your cup size.
Number two, what do you think? Which area?
I would say the bust line.
Number three?
The forearms.
The forearms. Number three, who is Bonnie Pruden?
She was an exponent on making exercise known for women.
And number two, what is isometric exercise? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
I don't know.
Number 1, do you know?
It's dynamic tension. It's trying to move an object which cannot be moved. And through this... May I answer?
You may finish, yes.
And through this, you can increase the power of a muscle.
Okay, Sheila, your time is up. And now, Orson?
Well, Miss Christensen, whoever you are, you're bountifully endowed by the Creator, I will say. Miss Christensen, number 3. In other words, if a lady had a small bust and enormous forearms, there's nothing she could do about it, right? I mean, she's had it with your system, is that it?
Next question, Orson.
Oh, all right, I won't pursue. Miss Christensen, number 1. You say you can increase the back of the... wouldn't this tend to lead to Dowager's hump?
Yes, it would.
Number 2, is there anything you can do once you have Dowager's hump to get rid of it?
No, I don't believe so.
All right. We were saved by the bell there. Our time is up and just in the nick of time. And now it's time to vote, and we ask you to do so without consultation. Mark your ballots and select number 1, number 2, or number 3. And the team of challengers will get $250 for every incorrect vote. They already have $250 because Tom disqualified himself. Okay, is everybody ready? Sheila, we will call on you first. Tom puts his X up there, and now it's show and tell time,
Show
Sheila.
and tell? Well, I voted for number 1 because she knew a little bit about isometric exercise.
All right, Sheila votes for number 1. Orson, for whom did you vote?
Yes, she also knew about dynamic tension, which is that good old Charles Atlas stuff from the back of the funny books. But I voted for number 3 because she looks like the kind of a lady that would like, do that kind of stuff.
I see. Okay.
Well, I voted for number 1 on the basis of her answers, but I know you can get rid of Dowager's hump. I'll show you after the show. But number 1 smiled when you said she had 4 children with a kind of pardonable pride. So I think it's number 1.
So number 1, you think so?
Yes.
All right, all the votes are in, and they've all made up their minds. And now let's see which of these 3 young ladies is the real figure builder through weightlifting. So, will the real Vera Christensen please stand up?
The posture.
She does have excellent posture. Tom, you happen to know one of these young ladies, or thought you...
No, I just wanted to, desperately.
Oh, I see. So you just disqualified yourself on that basis.
I think I recognized the young lady in the first chair.
I see.
I think we attended the same dance classes together. She may not know me, but I know her.
I wonder why.
Well, I think you did the correct thing, Tom, in disqualifying yourself. If there was any shadow of doubt, you did well there. Okay, now, number 1, will you tell us who you really are and if you did attend this dance class with Tom Poston?
Well, my name is Lynn Fraga, and I am the lifeguard at the New City Squire Motor Inn here in New York.
I don't swim that much. But does the young lady know Frank Wagner?
Do you know Frank Wagner?
Yes, I know Frank Wagner.
Frank Wagner is a dance teacher here in New York City.
Well, you know Frank.
Yes, I do. I was in his class, too, but I was hoping that wouldn't come up. Okay. Now, number 2, would you tell us who you are?
Yes, I'm Lisa Hall, and I'm a high-fashion shoe model.
Okay, so there were 3 incorrect votes there. That's a total of $750 and from Winston Cigarettes, and we thank you very much. A very best of luck to you. And on your way out, there'll be a carton of Winstons for each one of you. Thank you, ladies, and good night. We'll put the panel back to work in just a moment or so. Meantime, here's something you'll enjoy. All right, now let's have our next team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Fred Cervenka.
My name is Fred Cervenka.
My name is Fred Cervenka.
All right, panel, please listen while I read. I, Fred Cervenka, own a duck and goose farm. I specialize in weeder geese. These birds have a special appetite for weeds, especially those weeds which are the natural enemies of the cotton farmer. 12 geese will do as much weeding as one man with a hoe. They work from dawn to dusk, 7 days a week, and will even do a bit of extra weeding on bright moonlight nights. The use of weeder geese has reduced the cost of growing cotton and increased the yield per acre. I sell 100,000 hungry geese each spring. It's rather a neat arrangement. The fields get weeded and the geese get fed at the same time. Signed, Fred Cervinka. All right, panel, all of these gentlemen claim to be Fred Cervinka, breeder of weeder geese. And let's begin with Sheila McCrae, shall we?
Number one, what are the names of the weeds that are injurious to cotton?
Well, Johnson grass is very injurious to cotton.
Number two?
Johnson grass, as well as several other grasses, crabgrass, nut grass.
Number three, what is Queen Anne's lace?
Beg pardon?
Queen Anne's lace.
That is a weed.
Number one, what exact time of the year do these geese breed?
Usually in the spring of the year.
Number two, how much physical difference is there between a weeder geese and a mallard? Physical attributes.
Well, mallard is a wild duck.
Wild duck, yes. What is the physical coloring, the coloration?
Well, mallard is green and green head and brown body, where...
All right, Sheila, your time is up, and we toss it over to Orson.
Now, if 12 weeder geese will do as much weeding as one man with a hoe, how many... No, I don't want to go... Sounds like back in school, doesn't it? I was going to say Mr. Weeder Goose. Mr. That's a wonderful word, isn't it? Weeder geese. Mr. Cervinka, number three, do you know anything about contact lenses for chickens?
Yes.
Tell me about contact lenses for chickens.
Well, they're used to keep them from picking each other, becoming cannibals.
Sorry, Orson, your time is up. There, you were playing with the word, and now Kitty.
Number one, what do you call a female goose?
A gander.
A gander?
Yes.
What do you call a female goose, number two?
Goose.
Number three, what do you call a baby swan?
A cygnet.
Number one, why do the contact lenses stop them from joining up with the pecking order?
Well, they just know that.
They just know that?
Right, it's instinct.
You think if we wore contact lenses, we'd be kinder to each other?
I wouldn't bet on
it. Okay, Kitty, your time is up. And now, Tom.
Number three, what are the other natural enemies of cotton? I thought it was mostly dirt backwash and weak bleach and things like that.
There are some weeds, and of course there's the boll weevil, boll worm.
You know about that, number three?
There are a few weeds, yes.
Thank you. Number two, what do your ducks do? I mean, are they bums, or do they have jobs, too, like these weeder geese?
No, ducks are mainly raised for meat, some for pets.
Tell me, what eventually happens to the geese? Number two, I'll continue questioning you, if you don't mind. What happens to your geese at the end of their tour of duty?
We purchase the geese from the farmers in the fall of the year, and they are processed for marketing.
All right, hold everything. Our time is up. Once again, it's time to vote, and please do so without consultation. Mark your ballots. And select number one, number two, or number three. Everybody all set? You must hurry, Orson. Okay. All right, Tom. May we see the result of your deliberation?
I voted for number two. I thought it was sort of the perfect arrangement. He sells these geese to cotton farmers in the spring, buys them back from them in the fall, and processes them for marketing and eating. That's great. You can't beat that for a business.
Sheila, may we see your vote?
I voted for number two, not for the same reason. I voted because he looked like a man who had great patience that it must take to find the certain geese that can eat weeds.
All right. Orson, your decision, please.
I agree with Tom. I think it's a short, happy life, providing you like weeds. And number three had a lot of information, but on hunch, I go for number two.
And Kitty?
I voted for number two. Well, number three gave marvelous answers. Number one said a female goose was, I think we got that wrong somehow, but maybe you misunderstood me. Anyway, I voted for number two because he said when we process them and they go to the market, it all sounded as though he knew his onions, his geese.
So they have all made up their minds, and they've all voted for number two.
smiling, Gene. I don't like it.
Well, we'll find out right now which one of these three gentlemen is the real breeder of wheater geese. So, will the real Fred Cervenka please stand up? Panel, you were absolutely superb in that. May I point out that Fred Cervenka raises his wheater geese at the Heart of Missouri Poultry Farm and Hatchery. That's the place where he does this sort of thing. All right, now, number one, will you tell us who you really are?
I'm Jim McDowell, the executive sports editor of the Trenton Times newspaper in Trenton, New Jersey.
And number three, how about you?
I am Clarence Nash, the original and only voice of Donald Duck.
He's been doing this for 30 years, and this is the man who owns the voice that you've been wondering about for 30 years. And Clarence, tell us this, does Donald Duck like weeds?
I'm going to douche.
He what?
I'm going to douche. I don't eat that kind of stuff. I'm going to flush it.
Well, I thank you very much, Clarence, for being with us tonight, and it's a pleasure to meet you at long last. And gentlemen, we thank all three of you. There were no incorrect votes. However, you do get $150, and the carton of Winston cigarettes will be waiting for you on the way out. Thanks very much for being our guest tonight. Good night. And now, friends, 60 seconds designed to your particular taste for your particular pleasure. Now, let's have our third team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Robert Prescott.
My name is Robert Prescott.
My name is Robert Prescott.
All right, panel, you may listen while I read. I, Robert Prescott, was an original member of the Flying Tigers. Our group flew during World War II as volunteer members of the Chinese Air Force under General Claire Chennault. During our campaign, I shot down 6 enemy planes. After the war, 10 former Flying Tigers founded this country's first all-cargo airline. I am the president of what is now known as the Flying Tiger Line. Our fleet of 20 planes transports everything from turkey, eggs, and strawberries to livestock and elephants. Our motto is, we fly anything, anywhere, anytime. Signed, Robert Prescott. All right, gentlemen, get yourself seated comfortably there. All three of these gentlemen claim to be Robert Prescott, a flying tiger in both war and peace. And we'll start this round of questioning with Orson Bean. Orson?
Thank you. Mr. Prescott, number 2, do you know who starred in the picture called The Flying Tigers?
I believe it was Dennis Morgan. I'm not sure of that.
Number 3, do you agree with that?
No, I believe it was John Wayne.
Number 1, who do you think it was?
It was John Wayne.
Number 1 again, describe the planes that you flew in those days in China. The front of it, I'm talking about.
Well, we flew P-40s, Tomahawks.
Were they decorated in any particular way?
Yes, we knew the suspicions of the Japanese. They were afraid of ugly-looking animals, you might say, and we painted on their noses the teeth of the tiger shark.
Now, number 3.
Time is up, Orson. Kitty?
Number 3, does the name Dr. Margaret Chung mean anything to you?
Yes, Mama Chong, right,
Yes.
San Francisco.
Number 1, are you a member of the Kiwis?
No, I'm not.
Are you number 3?
No.
Number 2, how far would you fly anything like a turkey egg?
Well, as far as a man wants to deliver it.
In ice?
Not necessarily.
Oh, just plain. Number 3, what is the largest thing you've ever flown?
A turbine generator, I think it weighed about 40,000 pounds.
And how long did it take you to get it where it was going?
About 8 hours.
All right, Kitty, your time is up, and now we'll talk. Let's have the flyer there. Tom Poston asked some questions.
Number 3, what was General Chenault's position on Chang during the war?
I don't understand the question, his position.
Well, it differed very strongly from Stilwell's. What position was Chenault's?
Well, of course, he was the advisor to Chiang Kai-shek.
Do you know philosophical position?
Political is what I was saying.
Political
He was a backer of him. He worked for him.
Thank you. Number 2, what was Chang's title?
Well, here's a Chinese general, as far as I knew.
Thank you. Number 1, do you know where Thunderbird Field is in America?
It's in Oklahoma.
Thank you.
All right, Tom, your time is up, and now Sheila.
I have to disqualify myself.
Oh, 2 times in one show.
Oh, no.
All right, so that will count as an incorrect vote later. That means our time is up, and we ask you to make up your minds at this time and vote for number 1, number 2, or number 3. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
Okay, Tom, show and tell time again.
I voted for number 3. The reason I chose this as my show and tell for today was because Chang was a generalissimo. I think you probably would know that. And it's true that they had different opinions about Chang, Stilwell and Chenault. And Thunderbird Field, both of them are in Arizona.
Okay, Tom. Now, Sheila's vote will be an incorrect one, and we'll swing over to Orson.
Yes, I voted for number 3 as well. I thought he looked the kind of the John Wayne type, weather-beaten and fierce.
I see. You're weather-beaten, number 3. Kitty, what do you say?
I paid no attention to what Tom said because he's fooled me before. I voted for number 3 because Dr. Margaret Chung had an organization called the Kiwis. She was rather the patron saint of this flying tiger thing, and I happen to be an honorary Kiwi.
Oh, bless you.
Well, we're all happy to know what a Kiwi is now. Well, there you are. Everybody votes for number 3, and it's either going to be a bust or a great success here now. We'll find out in a moment or so which of these 3 gentlemen is the real flying tiger in both war and peace. So, will the real Robert Prescott please stand up?
Well, if it hadn't been for Sheila, we'd all go home broken.
Sheila, do you know Robert Prescott?
Very well.
Oh, really?
We fly together. He flies to the Crosby tournament. He's a very good friend of my husband. He's a great golfer and a sportsman, and I had no idea he was in town until this moment. I saw his face.
Well, since the panel was so smart, I guess it is fortuitous that there was one wrong answer that will be counted for you. Now, number 1, will you tell us who you really are and what you do, please?
My name is Al Peterson, and I represent the International Plaza at the 1964 World's Fair in New York City here.
Nice to have you with us, Al. Beautiful girl. And number 2, how about you?
My name is Dick McIntosh. I'm manager of resort sales for the Hotel Corporation of America.
Yes, Tom?
If I have a second, I think that those guys that were flying in the Flying Tigers were some of the best pilots that we ever turned out of this continent.
That's true.
They weren't all from America, but they were great guys and great flyers. And we're lucky to have Mr. Prescott on. They did a good job over there under very, very trying conditions.
Indeed, you're absolutely right, Tom. It was a great moment in American history. So, thanks to the personal acquaintanceship between Sheila and Mr. Prescott, there was one incorrect vote, $150 for you gentlemen, and a carton of Winstons for each of you. Thank you so much for being with us on To Tell the Truth. Good night. Well, I guess I wouldn't be human if I didn't make one goof, and I did, and I'll tell you about it. I gave this last team of challengers $150 when they were really due $250, but I will assure you that they will get it because we're a very wealthy show. Panel, you were brilliant as usual. As a matter of fact, you were more brilliant than usual, and we thank you very much. And good night to you, panel.
Good night.
And to you, friends, don't forget to join us next week at the same time and tomorrow afternoon on our daytime show of To Tell the Truth. Until then, this is Gene Rayburn saying good night for Winston Cigarettes and reminding you to tell the truth, for heaven's sake.
To Tell the Truth is a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Tell the Truth has been brought to you by Winston Filter Cigarettes. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Johnny Olson speaking for To Tell the Truth. This program was pre-recorded. This is the family crest of Great Britain's 10th senior baronet, Sir Newland d'Arcy Wyville. What is your name, please?
My name is Newland d'Arcy Wyville.
My name is Newland d'Arcy Wyville.
My name is Newland d'Arcy Wyville.
Only one of these gentlemen is the real Sir Newland d'Arcy Wyville. The other two are imposters and will try to fool this panel. Tom Poston, Peggy Cass, sitting in tonight for Orson Bean, Gene Rayburn, and Kitty Carlisle. On To Tell the Truth with your host, Bud Collier.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and welcome once again to Tell the Truth. Good evening, panel.
Good evening, Bud.
Gene, welcome back to you.
Yeah, it's great to be back. I love this
I
show.
understand that on August 10th, I believe it is, you're opening in Highland Park, Illinois, in Gypsy, aren't you?
That's right. The only other musical I've ever done is Bye Bye Birdie, and I'm looking forward to doing this with Margaret Whiting.
That'll be fun for you. We're brought to you this evening by Winston Filter Cigarettes. Now, panel, if you'll open up that envelope, you'll find some stories in there, and you can follow along. Your copy of the first one with me, the one that's marked number 1. I, Newland d'Arcy Wyville, am the only American house painter and paper hanger entitled to a seat in the British House of Lords. Debrett's Peerage, which is the official book on British nobility, lists me as Sir Newland d'Arcy Wyville, 17th Baronet, Constable of Burton-on-Trent. Despite the fact that my family has been in America for some 200 years, I am Britain's 10th senior baronet. The editors of Debrett's Peerage said that finding me ended a search which they began in 1774. Signed, Sir Newland d'Arcy Wyville. Panel, these three gentlemen all claim to be Newland d'Arcy Wyville. We'll start the questioning with Peggy Cass. Peggy?
Thank you, Bud. Number 3, sir, did you ever sit in your seat in the House of Lords?
Never.
No. Number 1, this is a pretty grand name, Newland d'Arcy Wyville. Is that what your mother called you?
My mother always called me brother.
Oh, but I mean...
What is that?
It was more than one.
Number 2, what I mean is, when they christened you, did they christen you Newland d'Arcy?
Yes, well, the d'Arcy isn't used too much.
I see. Number 3, would you please tell me why Debrett's has been looking for you since 1774?
Well, it's a rather complicated lineage, I guess, and they really had difficulty.
Oh, but number 1, you mean that seat's been empty since 1774, up there in the House of Lords?
Beg pardon?
Has that seat in the House of Lords been empty since 1774?
No.
Somebody's been sitting in it. Gene Rayburn.
Number 2, where do you live now?
Asbury Park, New Jersey.
I don't understand that.
Yeah. Listen, I'd like to resign from the whole thing and go back to my own show. Number 3, the constable part of your name, according to what it says here, you're Constable of Burton. Does that mean like you're a sheriff?
In the nature of.
Yes. Have you ever exercised that office? Have you arrested? No. No. Number 1, what do the little scriggly lines on your coat of arms mean?
Number 1?
Number 1.
I really do not know.
You do not know?
No.
Kitty Carlisle.
Number 2, there's a discrepancy here which I don't quite understand. It says your family's been here for 200 years, and yet that you're an American house painter, and they just found you. Were they really looking all this time just for you?
Well, I guess they were. The first one to come over was lost at sea, and the whole family was lost as far as they were concerned.
I see. Number 1, who was the one that finally told you about your title?
There's an Englishman by the name of Peter Reed. He's used it as a hobby.
I see.
Tom Poston.
Thank you. I'd like to ask number 3 where you're from.
Devon, Connecticut.
Devon, Connecticut. You're from New Jersey. Where are you from, number 1?
I'm from Winchester, Virginia.
From Virginia. Tell me, number 1, did you know about this title?
I knew of it all my life, yeah.
Is that so? And you didn't get in touch with them, eh?
No.
Thank you. Number 3, are you going to take it? Are you going to occupy your seat?
No, I'm not. I don't want to renounce my American citizenship.
You would have to do that. Would you, number 2, would you have to renounce your American citizenship?
Yes.
Are you going to take it?
You only get $24 a year for sitting in the House of Lords.
Well, that's all the time we have. It is time for you now to vote. No further questions. Just mark your ballots without consultation and without change, of course, and select number 1, number 2, or number 3. The team of challengers will receive $250 for every incorrect vote. All ballots marked? Well, swiftly. All right. Tom, for whom did you vote?
I voted for number 1, Bud. I had to go by the answers because, although I read something about it, it was my previous understanding that Mr. Sir was from West Virginia, so I couldn't go by anything that they said. But I guess number 1.
Peggy Katz.
Well, I voted for number 3 because he's got a red handkerchief in his pocket, and it looks sort of lord-like and official and everything.
Gene Rayburn, which one do you think it is?
Well, I voted for number 1 because he could wallpaper my bedroom any day.
Kitty.
I voted for number 1 because I believe that some very distinguished Britishers did settle in Virginia, and I think his forebears were among them.
Very well, that breaks it down as 3 for number 1, 1 for number 3. Okay, let's find out now which one of these 3 gentlemen, in truth, is Newland D.R.C. Wyville. Will the real Sir Newland D.R.C. Wyville please stand up? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You're the only one that wasn't asked whether you plan to claim this title, do you or not?
I do not.
You do not. Same way. Number 2, what is your real name and what do you really do?
My name is Maurice Porter. I'm with Lieber, Katz, and Paccioni, and I'm an art director.
And number 3, what is your real name and what do you do, sir?
My name is John Agnew, and I'm in the insurance business with John Van Bale Agency.
Well, in checking the score, we find that there was 1 incorrect vote, and that's worth $250. Gentlemen, we thank you very much for sharing this most entertaining story with us. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Good night, and God bless you. All right, panel, take a minute while we look at this brief film. The next team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Jean Sprain Wilson.
My name is Jean Sprain Wilson.
My name is Gene Sprain Wilson.
Follow along again, if you will, please, panel. I, Gene Sprain Wilson, am the author of a recently published book called All About Tipping. My book tells how much to tip and still get good service, avoid embarrassment, and at the same time not waste money. I cover not only tipping the waiter, the taxi driver, and the porter, but also how to tip in gambling casinos, dude ranches, aboard cruise ships, and even in nudist colonies. I also answer such questions as, should a teenager tip as much as a grown-up? And how can one avoid over-tipping without under-tipping? The book also covers tipping customs in over 100 countries. Signed, Gene Sprain Wilson. Panel, these three ladies all claim to be Gene Sprain Wilson. We'll start the cross-examination with Kitty Carlisle. Kitty?
Thank you, Bud. You do a great service, and that's absolutely wonderful. But I'd like to ask number 3, whom do you tip in a nudist colony, and where do they put it?
That's a good question. I'm sorry, I never did go to one, but you sign at the end with a pencil they give you as you leave. On a check.
Oh, not on somebody's back. Like autographs, you know.
Where do they keep the pencil? Oh, never mind.
Number 2, now that the taxi fare has gone up, what do you consider appropriate for a tip under $1?
Under $1?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on how far under $1, I'd say.
Well, I mean like 90 cents or 85. What do you tip?
You mean your fare?
Your fare is under $1. What do you tip?
Oh, well, if your tip was 90 cents or 85, I'd say 20-cent tip
Thank you.
would be nice.
Number 1, is there any country in the world that doesn't allow tipping?
Yes, there's one paradise, and that's Tahiti.
Tom Poston.
Well, I'll ask number 2. Are there any other countries where it's not customary tipping?
I would say that when you say not customary, no, none that it's not customary. It's not desired in some places,
Where
they
would you
say.
Where?
Well, in the Iron Curtain countries, it is not encouraged, and yet they'd rather like to have it.
I suppose so. Number 3, are there any countries where tipping is absolutely forbidden?
Well, again, it's not forbidden, no. No.
Number 1, what do you do when your tip is, you think it's all right, but the waiter gives it back with a sneer?
I take it, and I'm grateful.
Yeah. Have you ever had anybody refuse your tip, number 1, please?
No, I haven't.
Peggy Cass.
Number 3, if you go out to dinner, say two people go out to dinner and the check is, say, $13, what percentage tip do you think should go on the bill?
If it were for food, 15%.
Say food and maybe a little martini, you know.
Really?
15%.
15%. Well, thank you. But number 2, what do waiters in New York expect on a check like that?
I'd say that would be about what they would like to receive.
Number 1, if you're at a very grand restaurant where they have plenty of captains and you tip the waiter, do you also have to tip all those battalions as you go toward the door on your way out?
No, you can just tip the captain 5%.
5% and 15% to the waiter?
No, 10% to the waiter.
Well, number 3, if you win a lot of money at a gambling casino, are you supposed to tip the croupier? Not that it's ever happened to me.
This is a matter of discretion. You usually give something to the croupier.
Well, say...
Gene Rayburn.
Thank you. Number 1, when you go to a restaurant and you tip a waiter 10% after having a big sumptuous meal, and he looks at the money and then he gives you a belt in the mouth, what do you do? I mean,
Why? I don't give him 10%.
Oh, I thought you said to one of Peggy's questions that you give 10% to the waiter and 5% to the captain.
Well, I give 15% altogether, but 5 of it goes to the captain.
I see. So on a $20 check, 5% of that would be $1 to the captain and $3 to the waiter. Gee, I'm lousy on arithmetic. Yeah. Number 2, if you have...
Yes, you are.
Number 2, if your service is bad in a restaurant...
time we have. I'm sorry to say. It's time for you now to mark your ballot, so please mark them at once, if you will, without change, without any consultation between you. Simply vote for number 1, number 2, or number 3. All ballots marked? Okay. Tom, for whom did you vote this time?
I voted for number 1. If you remember, she did not stumble over her name at all when she spoke up, and she gave good answers, I thought, to the questions.
Peggy.
Well, they all strike me as being 3 pretty frugal girls. In New York, you're supposed to give 20%.
Oh, no.
You are so. And if you gave a cab driver 85 cents, you gave him 15-cent tip. Boy, you might get 15. They said
20, she said, number 2.
No, she did not. Well, anyway, I voted for number one.
Gene Rayburn, your choice.
Well, listen, I have to go along with number one because she does look like a girl with a lot of courage for a low tipper.
Kitty.
Well, I voted for number 2 because I agreed with her answers. I think that 15% of the waiter is customary, and then you have to give the captain something else. And as far as the cab drivers are concerned, I won't say what I think because I like them all very much. But I think that was a good answer.
Very well, there we have it. Only slightly split again. 3 for number 1, 1 for number 2 this time. Let's find out how it stacks up as we learn now which one of these ladies, in truth, is Gene Sprain Wilson. Will the real Gene Sprain Wilson please stand up?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
One thing they do learn is how to milk the suspense, don't they? Down to the last drop. Number 2, what is your real name and what do you really do?
My name is Ronnie Schwartz, and I'm with Patchogue Plymouth Company. We make synthetic carpet backings.
Thank you. And number 3, what is your real name and what do you do?
My name is June Nordahl, and I'm a supper club singer.
Well, in checking the score, we find the same situation as in the first round. There was 1 incorrect vote. That's worth $250. Divvy it up and spend it in your bargain ways. You'll find it goes a long ways. And we thank you, ladies, for being with us. Good night, and God bless you. And now a word about Anison. Now we bring you our third team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Dick Durrance.
My name is Dick Durrance.
My name is Dick Durrance.
Follow along again, will you, panel? I, Dick Durrance, along with some members of my college canoe club, last year paddled the length of Europe's most romantic river, the Danube. Our trip took us through 7 countries, 5 of them behind the Iron Curtain. We traveled the Danube from its source in Germany's Black Forest, eastward through Vienna, Austria, along the border of Czechoslovakia to Budapest, Hungary, then south to Belgrade, Yugoslavia. We followed the river as it forms the boundary between Bulgaria and Romania, and out through the broad delta into the Black Sea. Our trip took us 3 months. We paddled more than 1,600 miles. Our trip is covered in a 46-page story in the current issue of the National Geographic magazine. Signed, Dick Durrance. And so we bring you 3 gentlemen, each of whom claims to be Dick Durrance. But, of course, only one is. We'll start with the only Gene Rayburn. Gene?
Thank you, Bud. Gee, this sounds like it must have been a lot of fun and a great adventure. Number 3, what college club was this?
Dartmouth.
Dartmouth. Number 2, did you encounter any trouble anywhere along the route?
No trouble at all.
And number 1, what was the friendliest people that you encountered on the trip?
Hungary.
Hungary. And did you have a great deal of contact, number 1, with the people in the various countries?
Yes, in most of them.
Mm-hmm. Number 2, did you learn to speak any foreign words or phrases?
As we went along, yes.
Can you say one?
Most of them.
You've forgotten most of them?
Forgotten most of them.
I'm sorry to hear that, number 2. There. Number 3, can you say a
We
foreign
won't
word?
allow you to say that on this, or ask that on this show. It's one of the rules of the game. They may not speak in foreign language.
All right. Don't speak in foreign languages, fellas. I want to hear good old American.
Kitty Carlisle.
Number 3, what port did you debouch in the Black Sea?
St. George.
St. George? Is that what it's called?
Yes, where we entered the Black Sea.
I see. When you came out of the Black Sea. Number 2, how many were you on the trip?
There were 9 of us.
Number 1, did you camp on the shores at night of the various countries?
Most of the time.
And you found the natives very happy and pleasant?
More than that. Yeah.
Really?
They loved to see it.
I see. Number 3, where did you provision your boat?
On the shores.
As you went along?
Yes.
Number 2, how heavy was the boat?
The boat weighs about 400 pounds.
And there were 9 of you as well?
No.
How many were there of you?
We had 4 boats. There were 2 of us in 3 boats and 3 of us in the 3rd boat, in the 4th boat.
Are you from Dartmouth, too?
Yes, I am.
Uh-huh. Number 1, what year were you in when you did this?
I was a junior.
Tom Poston.
I'd like to ask, number 1, what he's going to do this year. What are you going to do this year?
Take pictures.
Where?
I'm working for National Geographic.
What? Oh, that's a good magazine to work for after a trip like that, isn't it? Number 2, what are you going to do this summer?
I'm going to take pictures.
Now, come on, number 2. You're not fooling. This isn't one of those things where the 3 of you were part of the 9. Number 2, what did you eat when you were over there?
Mostly food that we got along the way.
Food when you were hungry, yeah. That you got along the way. Number 3, did you ever stop over, make any long stops of any kind?
Yes, we had a few 5-day stops.
What did you do when you were on those 5-day...
We visited and so on.
Thank you, Cass.
Thank you. Number 1, as you went from country to country, how did you get their currency? Did you start off with their currency?
Yes, we bought coupons before we left this country.
Coupons. Oh, well, heavens. Number 2, did they have little border controls along the river so that you go... I mean, how did you go through customs from one country to the other?
Yes, they have customs right on the river. The patrol boats come out and get you.
Get you? Number 3, did you bring presents for the people?
No, we didn't have that much money.
Oh, number 1, did they give you presents?
Yes, in a couple of cities.
Oh, aren't you sorry you didn't bring them presents? They did. And number 2, how did you know what food to order, say, if you were in Romania? What did you ask for?
Well, one of us parents were born in Romania, came to this country during the Second World War.
And that's all the time we have. Fascinating story. Would like to have more time to pursue it, but we can't. Mark your ballots, if you will, now. That there is time for. Vote without consultation and without change for number 1, or for number 2, or for number 3. All ballots marked, I see. Very well, Tom. For whom did you vote?
Well, Bud, I voted for number 1. I thought that he had a real bright, clear look in his eye. And I'll tell you the truth. If I haven't seen number 3 with a football in his hand, I'll be very much surprised. I'm not sure because I don't know this gentleman, but I'm pretty sure he's a football player.
Peggy Cass.
Well, I voted for number 1. He seemed, when he said that the people over there really like those boys, everything that I've ever read about people behind the Iron Curtain, like if they go to Moscow, the natives are very interested. I mean, that's and he gave me that impression, so I think he's the one.
Gene.
So do I. Number 1, and I'll tell you why, friends. Whoops. I haven't been on the show in a long time. I don't know whether it's funny. Observe closely. Neither number 3 nor number 2 have that leathery look you get from sitting in a canoe and paddling all down the Danube River. But number 1 has. And he's the one, or...
Kitty.
I voted for number 2. I think number 2 had the proper answers, and I like his color.
Oh.
And I like the way he talked about the food that he ate and the people, and so I'm for number 2.
Very well, there it is again. You're following a pattern tonight, panel. 3 for number 1 each time. And this time, again, 1 for number 2, none for number 3. Let's find out how that stacks up as we learn now which one of these gentlemen, in truth, is Dick Durrance. Will the real Dick Durrance please stand up? Well, you're bright tonight, panel. Not perfect, but bright. Thank you very much. Number 2, what is your real name and what do you really do?
My name is Charles Moulton, and I'm a disc jockey in a New York discotheque called Le Club.
And number 3, what is your real name and what do you really do?
My name is Gary Wood, and I'm a quarterback for the New York Giants.
Yes, sir.
I have voted on this show for Erich Barnes when he was a liar. I voted for Andy Robustelli on this show when he was a liar, and I wasn't going to do it again with...
Well, we checked the score to find there was one incorrect vote, and that's worth a solid $250. Thank you, gentlemen, very much for being with us. Good night, and God bless you. Right now, let's take time out for a brief film. Back in a minute. Good night for Winston, and don't forget to tell the truth. Good night, everybody.
To Tell the Truth is a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. To Tell the Truth has been brought to you by Temple Filter Cigarettes. This is Johnny Olson speaking. The program was pre-recorded. What's My Line? Brought to you by Jif, the peanut butter with great peanut smell, great peanut taste, great peanut quality. And now let's all play What's My Line? And now, live from New York, let's meet our What's My Line panel. First, Columbia University's gift to television, the beautiful and talented Miss Sue Oakland.
Television owes a large debt to the imagination and creative energy of the man on my left, the great Mark Goodson.
Thank you. For those of you who have no color television sets, Miss Cott is wearing a beautiful green dress.
Miss Oakland.
Miss Oakland. Believe it or not, we only have 8 more shows to go on What's My Line. After nearly 18 years, it seems incredible, but all good things come to an end. So I have kind of a sentimental reason for being here because it's my last chance to introduce on the air a co-worker of nearly 18 years, a great friend, Arlene Francis.
And now, our Random House publisher, whose amusing column, Try and Stop Me, is read in 600 newspapers around the world, and we have him for our very own for 8 more weeks anyway. Mr. Bennett, sir.
Well, if you notice that John Daly's always mellifluent voice is even more resonant than ever tonight, it's because he's boning up for that prestigious job as head of Voice of America, which will be starting right after Labor Day. So he is silver-tongued John Charles Daly.
Thank you. Miss Sue, it's nice to have you back with us. And Boss, nice to see you there.
Nice to see you, John.
And there was a nice little speech you made about Arlene. And Arlene and Bennett and I have been together now the better part of, 17 and a half years with Mark. And we're all getting nostalgic as the days and the weeks go by. But that does not stop us from getting occupations which will give the 4 of you the nip-ups in the next half hour. We'll also have a mystery guest before our friends, a famous mystery guest, before our friends a little bit later in the program. But right now, let's meet our first contestant. Will you enter and sign in, please?
John, Ann, Frank, McGuire. Right, sir? Well, Mrs. McGuire, may I ask where you're from?
Originally from Glasgow, Scotland. Now residing in Victoria, Canada.
Victoria, Canada, and originally from Glasgow.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, well, it's nice to have you with us. May I present you both to the panel? The Mrs. McGuire, and now if you'll come over here, gentlemen, we'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. All right. Panel, we can tell you that the Messrs. McGuire are self-employed and deal in a product, and we'll begin things with Arlene Francis.
Thank you, John. Is it a useful product?
Yes.
Do you suppose any on the panel might own such a product?
No.
No, I wouldn't think so. 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mrs. McGuire, your backs were turned to us, so I didn't hear where you came from. Did you say Glasgow?
Originally from Glasgow,
Now
presently
operating?
in Victoria in British Columbia in Canada.
In British Columbia. Is the product in which you are dealing, is it or has it ever been alive?
Yes. Yes.
Is it alive while you're dealing with it?
Yes.
Is it an animal?
Yes.
Is it a four-legged animal?
No. 2 down and 8 to go, Sue.
Have we ruled out the possibility of it being a human animal?
Has not been ruled out.
How can I phrase this so that I can get the maximum out of it? Is it a human animal?
You got the maximum.
I got the minimum. Okay.
That's 3 down and 7 to go, Mark.
It's an animal, but it's not four-legged. Is it an animal which is found on land as opposed to water?
No.
That takes care of that thing.
4 down and 6 to go, Arlene.
It is therefore a sea animal,
Yes.
Very large?
Yes. Sometimes.
Grows, does it? Are its parts ever edible?
Yes.
Is it in the mammal family rather than the fish family?
No.
Nope. 5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Sir.
British Columbia, they have some wonderful salmon up there. Might it be the salmon family that you're dealing with?
No.
Nope. 6 down and 4 to go, Sue Oakland.
Now, when we say animal, that's a very large category. That means living. Is that right, John?
Right.
Because a fish is considered animal on this program?
Well, an animal, vegetable,
Yes,
mineral,
I
it
see.
would be,
All right.
yes.
It's a fish of some kind, is it?
Well, we'd say in a very general way it belongs to that species, yes.
I mean, as opposed to crustacean or some other...
No, just in the very general sense. If you want to get specifically to crustaceans and other elements and specific elements of the
Mollusks
fish family,
and things like
why,
that.
we'd be glad to have you ask the question.
But you're now incorporating into the fish category
Well, animals-
all of these things.
The whole mess.
I
I mean,
see.
all these things.
Now, does this have anything on it that's hard?
Yes.
Does it have what might be termed a shell of some kind?
Yes.
It could be in a very general way again, yes.
Yes. But then I gather from your tone that it's not a crustacean or lobster or a clam, something that is obviously a shell kind of fish.
Yeah, I would say it's not as obvious in this case as it is in other cases where
Now-
one can't shell out as often as one would like to.
Does this have scales then? Is that what you would be considering the hard part?
No.
No scales. Actually, it hasn't got a weight problem. That's 7 down and 3 to go, Mr. Goodson.
This fish, or whatever it is it, do they come pretty sizable? Do they ever weigh up to 100 pounds?
Yes.
They do? You both of you fellows work on in the same place?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you train or catch this particular kind of fish?
Yes.
Is it something like a turtle?
No. That's 8 down and 2 to go. Arlene.
I was sure that's what it was.
Yeah, I was right on the back of that turtle.
Yeah.
Remember, we've determined that the shell area has not to do with anything that is usual or crustaceous.
However, you also say it has no scales. I mean, some fish.
Right.
Got no scales, it's got no shell.
Now you're getting closer every minute, Arlene.
Is it ever very small?
Yes.
Hmm?
Would it be considered a soft shell in any way?
Well, to the degree that a shell is there, we'd have to agree that it has a softness
like a
to
soft
it.
shell crab.
Well, it wouldn't. I wouldn't say it would be exactly like a soft shell crab. We're assuming that what structure there may have been at one time hard shell, now has to be generally described as being in the shell area, and we would be very happy, as I think you would be,
if we got over this
got
whole
away
thing.
from the shell.
Does it ever get into the sand?
No.
Rather than stay in the sea?
Doesn't like sand, as a matter of fact.
Both come from Scotland. We can eliminate the Loch Ness monster, I take it.
Minster, too. You can get rid of the minster.
Does this object that you deal with ever croak?
No. A lot of people do croak when they see one, though.
Right.
I'm scared to death of them.
Is it a snake?
No, I think
an
probably...
eel.
An eel?
No.
An eel has no shell.
It's the area that we're talking about that threw you off. Actually, I didn't know it,
Not
but
a
there
snail.
are octopuses up there.
I
Big
was thinking of octopus, but where is the shell on the octopus?
Well, it's an
They're
old...
all so soft.
It's in the beak. It's an old, probably had a big shell at one time, which is why I tried to get you away from shells as much as I could until
that
they
old
weren't
shell
hard.
game again.
The old shell game. But actually, John and Frank go out in scuba gear and go down to the lair of the octopus, which they know and which they will not reveal specifically.
I'm happy to
needlessly.
hear.
And what is it you take, copper sulfate?
Yes.
And they squirt copper sulfate at them, which irritates the daylights out of an octopus, would, I'm sure, any one of you, too. And then the octopus gets out, and preferably you get them in sand where they can't use the suction cups. Then they wrestle them up to the surface. And
Do they squirt back at you?
Yes.
Ink.
Ink?
How big is a big octopus?
Oh.
Oh, they go real big. 150 pounds, 22 feet
I always
across.
think of the nearsighted octopus that fell in love with a Scotch bagpipe. One of the...
You've had that one.
The Messrs. McGuire's have heard that one. They came from Pasco, you know. Well, it's a wonderfully interesting occupation, and thank you both for coming down to see us. Nice to see you. We'll have another contestant for you in just a moment after this word. And now to meet our second challenger, will you sign in after you have entered? Please. Sandy Driggin, right, ma'am? Miss or Mrs. Driggin? Miss Driggin. And where are you from?
Forest Hills, New York.
Forest Hills, New York. And you won't mind if I announce that you're going to enter your senior year at the University of Michigan
No, I'd
come
love it.
September. So we're talking about really a summer occupation. May I now, Miss Driggin, present the panel? And if you come over here, please, we'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. Panel, we can tell you that Miss Driggin is salaried and deals in a product, and we'll begin things with bedded surf.
Well, now that we found out, Mr. Reagan, that an octopus has a shell...
Don't fight City Hall, Bennett. Just go get the
Which I
book.
still doubt very much. Mr. Reagan, the product that you will deal in is one, I take it, that could be used by human beings?
Yes, sir.
Human beings of both sexes?
Yes.
Might it also be used by children?
Yes.
Is it a product that is consumable?
Yes, it is.
Is it taken into the mouth?
Yes, it is sometimes.
It is.
Well, I would just say yes, it is, period.
Is it a solid rather than a liquid?
Hopefully.
It is a solid. Is it sometimes eaten cold and warm, or warm? Can it be eaten both cold and warm?
I think so.
You can?
No, wait a minute. We got to have a small cut. Okay. Miss Driggin wants to be fair, Bill.
Yes, John.
And as the old shell game has it, you just got to know. That's
I bet
one
it's
down
something
and 90
that melts and it's cold.
Well, now, yours,
Melts when
you'll be
it's
back.
warm, then. No?
When it's cold, when it's warm.
Is
Yes,
it-
Sue?
Is it sweet?
Yes, it is.
Is it in the confection or dessert area?
Yes.
It could be considered so.
Is it sold at circuses and, kind of amusement parks and,
Yes, I think so.
It could be.
It could be. We got kind of a rise out of you at the word children. So, is it kind of oriented toward the younger set?
No, I don't think so. I think it can be
I
eaten
could have had
from-
some just before the show started?
Yeah, I would have to give you a no on that, because while children would like it very much, it's not oriented specifically toward children. Adults get it. Yes, you did. Sorry. That's 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Goodson.
Is it served cold, basically?
I think so.
You think so? Is it chilled? Is that kind of cold? Like ice cream is cold?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Well, is it a form of ice cream in some way, or ice?
Yes.
Yes? You're nodding, John. I'm about to leap over the thing. Is it on a stick?
Yes.
Cotton candy? Is that what you're going to ask? No.
You're a popsicle thrower or something like that.
Popsicle thrower? No. That's 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Francis.
Are you a good humor girl?
Actually, I don't know. I have to ask you, are you the only good humor man who is a girl?
No, there are a few of us, but very limited number.
You have your own wagon?
Yes, I
Yeah.
do.
Sandy drives a white good humor truck.
Where do you hang out, Sandy?
Lincolnhurst.
Don't tell him. Don't. Well, in my heavenly days, he's not in the office very much now. We can't have him hanging around Rego Park all the time. But has their own area, and you wear a blue jacket
and slacks and a cap.
and a blue cap.
And I ring the bells.
Any samples?
Not with me right now. It melts.
As we found out. And is entering, what is your course at Michigan?
I'm a pre-med student, and I'm majoring in economics. I hope to go to medical school after I graduate, which is next April.
Oh, wonderful. Congratulations to you and good humor for having such a charming day. We'll meet tonight's mystery guest in just a moment, but first, this message. And now the special feature of our program, the appearance of the mystery challenger, for which the panel is always blindfolded. Blindfolds in place, panel.
Hold your breath. Yes.
Good. Will you enter mystery challenger and sign in, please? As you know, panel, in this case, we go to a different form of questioning, one question at a time, in turn moving clockwise, and we'll begin things with Mark Goodson.
Thank you. Incidentally, John, I've been trying desperately to peek through this mask to see if it's possible. It is impossible. It's very black in here. Is the mystery guest female, feminine?
Nope.
1 down and 9 to go, Miss Francis.
Are you in the motion picture world?
No. 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Sir.
Is there more than one mystery guest?
Sue?
I thought so. Either that or it had the longest name in show business. Now, is this what might be classified as a group, then?
Yep. Mark?
Are there more than 2 of you?
Yep. Arlene?
Are you a musical group?
You lose 2 points on that. That's 4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Serve.
Would you by any chance be a baseball aggregation?
That's 5 down and 5 to go, Sue.
Have we established the show business nature of the work that these people do?
I don't believe so.
Well, can we now establish that? Do you? Are you? Have you?
What?
What?
In show business.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Mark?
I'd like to know how many there are in this group. They're all men. That's been hasn't it? Yes. May I assume that you're all men? That's because I asked if there were. Are you're all men, right?
Yep.
Okay. Are you actors? Would you describe yourself as actors as opposed to singers?
Yep.
Arlene?
Yep. They are actors. That's what we've found out, but they're not in the motion picture world. Are you television performers?
Yep. Dennis?
There's an echo in this place. Have you now or ever had anything to do with this panel in the past?
Yep. Nope.
To go, Sue Open.
What was that answer?
That was a yes, nope. That should be crystal clear, Bennett. A yes, nope. Sue?
Do you then comprise the cast of a specific television show?
Nope.
8 down and 2 to go, Mr. Goodson.
Do you comprise the cast of something?
Yep.
Nope.
Look, there was a nope in there, too.
Yeah. No, I would say the question was, do you comprise the cast of something?
As a unit, the 3 of them, or 4 of them.
Nope. 8 down and 2 to go, Miss Francis.
Is it possible that some do and some don't in that outfit?
Ain't that always true?
What?
Sounds like a kennel
9
of
down
wild
and 1 to
dogs.
go, Mr. Serf.
I don't know what.
Are you all employees or associates of Goodson Todman?
Yep. It's Frank Heller.
It's Frank Heller and all the people backstage in this show.
No, that's 10 down and no more to go. You may unmask and say hello to Bud Collier of To Tell the Truth, Alan Lutton of Password, Ed McMahon of Snap Judgment, and Gene Rayburn of Match Game. I have the honor of presenting you all to Mr. Goodson.
I want to thank all of you men for coming here and disgracing us.
You almost had it.
No, not anywhere near.
Good. I'm glad to
Felt like
see
a
you
bunch
men.
of kennel dogs.
Let's keep those checks coming.
Jeannie and I love to see him every week. We got around the acting thing because when it was asked, you got yep, nope. Actually, Alan does do summer stock, as you know, and I think also
I do too.
Yes,
And
Ed's done it, but you haven't done summer stock yet.
No.
So Jody should have been one up. This picture isn't really complete yet. With everybody's kind permission, Johnny Olson, you come over here. Let me explain. Of course, you've all seen Johnny with us before, but Johnny also is associated with 3 of the 4 programs represented here. Which one do you know?
I couldn't make Allen's because
Not
they
on
were
Password,
conflicting
but
with
on
our
To Tell the
schedule.
Truth, on Snap Judgment, and on Match Game. Johnny's part of that, too. He's
Johnny will warm up
Very
3
much
people on a
apart.
corner. He just sees 3 people. Hello, I'm Johnny Olson, left here.
Yeah, we're going to run him for something sooner or later. Well, thank you, fellas. Good to see you. Nice to meet you. Good to see you, John. Okay, sir. Good to see you. Don't give us a hug. Well, that was fun. We rather thought that would give you some trouble, and I'm very glad that it did. But in spite of that, I must say you did well. You performed well. We can give you some congratulations, and we'll all be back after this word. Well, Miss Sue, again, it was nice to have you with us. Mark, hope you enjoyed
Thank you, John. It was fun.
being at work for a change. Arlene and Bennett, how's that? And good night, Miss Sue.
Good night. Good night, Mark.
Thank you, dear. Good night. Night, Arlene.
Hope you'll be on with us for another 10 or 12 shows,
Yes,
Mark.
thank you.
Good night, Bennett.
Henry Morgan joins me in saying good night, John.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I just wish he'd gone to Tilton School. He'd have been a much better man if he had. That's all I've got to say. And thanks to all of you for being with us on What's My Line?
What's My Line is a CBS television network production in association with Mark Goodson and Bill Todman. Miss Frances Gown from Bonwood Teller, Miss Oakland's from Oscar de la Renta. This is Johnny Olson speaking for What's My Line. What's My Line? Brought to you by Bayer Aspirin. Pure aspirin for pure pain relief. Bayer works wonders. And now let's all play What's My Line? And now let's meet our What's My Line panel. First, the delightful star of stage and television, Miss Arlene Francis.
And now, one of the liveliest men in television, the effervescent moderator of the match game, Mr. Gene Rayburn.
Thank you, dear. I am enormously pleased to present one of my favorite game players, whatever that means. She's going to be seen soon in Bye Bye Braverman in the film, and here she is, Miss Miniskirt of 1967, Phyllis Newman.
Thank you very much. I don't know what to say about the next gentleman that hasn't been said already. He's adorable, Bennett Cerf.
Just
watch it, Bennett. Just take it easy.
You've just come from a discotheque. Our master of ceremonies is a rather diffident young fellow and a little nervous at times, and he loses his voice when he gets nervous, and he can't say a word. So let's give him a big hand. John Charles Daly.
My first duty tonight is to explain that Phyllis's dress has a lot of little plastic discs on it.
Yes.
And therefore, Bennett said it was a discotheque.
Thank you,
Which
John.
is about usual for Bennett, so this is a great way to start the night. And it's nice to see you again, Phyllis. Gene,
Thank
it's
you.
wonderful to have you with us after last Sunday night, which I thought was wonderful good fun.
Thank you, John.
Miss Arlene, all in flowers. She is forever spring. And then there's Bennett. Discotheque. Well, we've got some good occupations. We also have a famous mystery guest to come before the panel a bit later on. But right now, let's meet our first contestant. Will you enter and sign in, please?
Brenda Bertkey. Judy Choate. Right now?
Would you mind telling us where you're from?
Brooklyn, Michigan.
Brooklyn, Michigan?
Yes.
Is there nobody here from Brooklyn, Michigan? No, I did that. It's almost pro forma in television or radio, or if you're walking along the street in Keokuk and you say you're from Brooklyn, there's always somebody from Brooklyn. But I hadn't known about Brooklyn, Michigan. Well, I think it's fair that we should tell the panel, don't you both think so, that this is a summer occupation we're talking about, because you're both entering your sophomore year, is it, in high school?
Yes.
In this coming September? Fine. And then, if I may, I'll present the panel. Brenda Bertkey and Judy Choate. Now, will you come over here, please? Join me, and we'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. Well, panel, we can tell you that Miss Judy Choate and Miss Brenda Bertkey are salaried and that they deal in a product. And we'll begin things with Bennett Cerf.
Well, Brenda and Judy, have these products got anything to do with one of these three things? Food, drink, or animals?
Yes.
Well, animals.
Yes.
Yes? You have something to do with animals.
Yes.
Are they four-legged animals?
No.
One down and 9 to go, Miss Francis.
Are they small animals?
Yes.
Are they in the bug category?
No, I don't think we can call them bugs. That's 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Rayburn.
Are they in the bird family?
No.
3 down and 7 to go, Miss Newman.
Can I ask something? Are worms considered bugs? I'm just asking you, John.
No, we would not consider them bugs.
Oh, is it anything to do with worms, tackle, or anything like that?
Yes.
Oh, you do something with worms?
Yes.
The diet of
You
worms.
talk to them. I don't know. I have to guess what you do to
Right.
with the worms. You sell worms for tackle, and find them and sell them, and dress them up and paint them.
Good. That was 1. You count them, you dress them up as 2. 3 is you paint them, and 4. What was that? I missed the other one there. No, actually, that is none of those things, but it is associated with preparing them for use as bait. But just see if you can figure out what it is.
It's not using them for bait that they're prepared.
Well, they're prepared for use for bait, but what they particularly have to do in the process of preparation. Just see for fun if you can catch what Miss Judy and Miss
You
Brenda do.
don't get them out of the ground yourselves.
No.
You don't put them on hooks.
No.
You don't put them in bottles or cans.
We ran out.
Sell them. You don't sell them.
No, actually, this is kind of fun. I don't think you'd catch it if we spent all night on it. Miss Judy and Miss Brenda count worms. And this counting is very important because they work with, Elliott's?
Yes.
Wholesale bait shop, right? And they're paid on the basis of the number they count. So
How
they
do you
count
count
very
them? You
diligently.
just push them aside as you count
Oh, it's
them?
easy, Bennett. You go 1, 2, 3, 4. How do you
I'm
count
quite
them?
serious. How do you count worms?
You probably with a stick, huh?
Well, no, they're laid out on a table, and you pick them up. You count them and put them into a little cup.
One at a time?
Yes.
Are they all the same color, worms?
Yes, usually.
Are they icky?
No, not really.
No?
Do you love your work?
Did you ever take any home as pets?
No.
You didn't? Well, I think anybody could take either one of you home as a pet member of the household would
Thank
be
you.
lucky. You're wonderful, both of you, to have joined us, and thanks very much, and lots of success counting this summer. We'll have another contestant for you in just a moment after this word. Now to meet another contestant. Will you sign in after you have come through the door and moved up to the board and entered, please?
Hazel Bryan, right now?
All right. Is it Miss or Mrs. Bryan?
Miss.
Miss Bryan. And where are you from?
I'm from Jamaica,
From Jamaica?
in
Are you-
West Indies.
But you're now here in New York,
Yes,
are
I
you?
live
And
in
working
New
in New
York,
York?
yes.
working in New York. All righty. Miss Bryan, may I present the panel? Now, will you join me over here, please? And we'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. All right. Panel, we can tell you that Miss Bryan is salaried and deals in a service. And we'll begin things with Gene Rayburn.
Well, after a worm counter, I'm ready to expect anything. Miss Bryan, is the service you do a useful service?
Oh, yes, very useful.
And is the service done to people?
Yes.
You mean specifically here, an application of...
Two or four people.
2 or 4,
yes.
And that, as long as we understand each other, yeah.
I got that one okay, didn't I? Am I getting the hang of it, Arlene? Yes, sir.
If I hadn't started everything off with a good laugh about the discotheque, you would not have gotten away with that, too, yeah.
Do you do this alone, Miss Bryan?
No.
1 down and 9 to go, Miss Newman.
If I wanted to avail myself, would I at some time possibly avail myself of your service? Could I? Yes?
Yes, you could.
If I wanted to, would I have to come someplace where you are? Would it be possible?
Sometimes. I think if that's fair. You could.
Not necessarily, sometimes.
But you could.
Do you wear something other than a street dress when you perform your service?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Cerf.
Now, Miss Bryan, I understand you to say that you do not do this service single-handed.
No, I
said
think
there's
the
more than
question
one.
was posed on the basis of if you worked alone, and the answer to that is no.
Well, are there more than one other person working with you when you do this service?
Yes, sometimes, yes.
Is there any music involved in the service you perform?
No.
3 down and 7 to go, Miss Francis.
Is your service useful to both men and women?
Yes.
Do you speak to them when you deal with them?
Yes, I speak to them.
Do you have any particular training for your job?
Yes, I have.
Is your training a formal kind of training?
Yes, it is.
Have you a title other than Miss Bryan?
No, I haven't.
4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Rayburn.
Does one have to come to you?
No, that has been asked, and we have agreed that you could sometimes go personally to receive the service, but it would be possible to benefit from the fruits of the service without appearing personally in the same area in which Miss Bryan works.
Are you a teacher of any kind?
No.
5 down and 5 to go, Phyllis.
If I availed myself of your service, would I pay for it? No, not directly or indirectly.
No. Nope. 6 down and 4 to go, Mr.
In other
Sir.
words, then, may I assume, Miss Bryant, that you do not work for a profit-making organization?
No, I don't.
Do you work for some kind of a government service?
Yes.
Is there anything connected with health involved with what you do?
Sometimes.
Would there be anything in getting some kind of a certificate or some kind of getting possibly a vaccination or anything of that sort? Have anything to do with it?
No. 7 down and 3 to go, Miss Francis.
Does your work involve paperwork, Miss Bryan?
Sometimes. Indirectly.
If someone were to use your service, would you give them a piece of paper or something in return?
No.
8 down and 2 to go, Gene Rayburn.
Do you ever direct someone to pay the government additional monies?
No. 9 down and 1 to go, fellas.
Did you learn what you do in the United States? Did you go to some sort of school or have some sort of instruction for what you do here?
Yes, but not only here.
But not only here. Does it involve languages in any way?
Yes, it does.
Is it any kind of interpreting, or are you an interpreter at the United Nations?
Right. And the toughest kind, too. Miss Bryan has been with the UN for 2 years and is a simultaneous interpreter. Does that very tricky.
What
and
language, Miss Bryan?
French. From French or Spanish into English.
How about that Jamaican language? What do they call it? Banjan or something like that? What is the Jamaican language? That they
The
call
Jamaican language?
Yeah, there's a language they speak down there. That...
French, no, there's a Jamaican sort of dialect, which is
They have a name
basically English, but it's...
They have a name for it, haven't they?
No, it's just a
What they
patois.
do?
Do they have a name for it? No. But I
Nothing
don't.
we know. But actually, Miss Bryan took her degree in languages in Jamaica at college, but you also lived in France for
Yes,
some years,
yes,
didn't you?
I did.
Huh? Well, it must be a wonderfully interesting job. And I used to know an old joke that I'm sure Bennett told me, but I can't get it up. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak, and they passed it down through a lot of interpretation, and it came out, the meat is spoiled, but the alcohol is ready, or something like that. Oh, well, sorry about that. Nice to have you on this subject. We'll meet tonight's mystery guest in just a moment, but first, this message. And now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of the mystery challenger, for which, as all of you well know, the panel is always blindfolded. Are the blindfolds all in place, panel?
Yes. Righto.
Good. Will you enter mystery challenger and sign in, please? All right. As you know, panel, only too well, a different form of questioning this trip. One question at a time, in turn, moving clockwise, and we'll begin things with Arlene Francis.
Are you in the theatrical profession?
Yes, I think so.
Mr. Rayburn?
In the execution of your duties, do you ever have occasion to talk funny?
Well, some people think I do that. I don't necessarily have to do it, though. Miss Newman?
Are you currently appearing in a show on Broadway?
No.
One down a night ago, Mr. Cerf.
Is there only one mystery guest tonight?
What?
Yeah, the only one of me, yes. Arlene?
What happened?
Only one.
Only one.
Oh, there is only one, but my, how versatile.
Changing voice.
Yes, we can't tell whether it's a man or a woman. The main thing is that he can, or she can. Would you consider yourself a leading man?
Well,
Yes, Mr. Rayburn.
Are you primarily an actor as opposed to a singing star?
There have been a lot of questions about that. I would think, this is not to deny both skills, but I would say, yes, basically and primarily an actor. Miss Newman?
In a movie or television, would you get the girl at the end? I hope so, for your sake. But what?
I didn't know there was any other way to get her. That's yes.
What?
Well, you got a yes.
Yes.
Mr. Cerf?
I take it that was a yes, was it?
That was a yes. Mm-hmm.
Would you describe yourself as the dashing type, something like Mr. George Hamilton?
No, sir. I'll leave the answer to stay, but agree that there's a dashing type nevertheless. Miss Francis?
Dashing type, but not George Hamilton.
Are you now, or have you recently made a picture in New York?
No. 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Rayburn?
Are you now working?
yes, I'm working very, very hard right now.
Phyllis?
Have you ever made records?
Yes, I made an album.
Mr. Cerf?
Have you ever appeared on the Broadway stage?
Yes, I appeared on the Broadway stage. Miss Francis?
Do you write as well as perform?
I didn't get that. Do you write as well as perform?
No.
3 down and 7 to go. Mr. Rayburn.
Have you ever worked with a wooden dummy?
Yeah, my last leading lady.
What?
That was a joke, son.
What was the
4 down and 6 to go.
What was the answer to that? We didn't hear it.
Yes, my last leading lady. That was like...
Do you have a wife who's in the show business?
No, ma'am. That makes it 5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Sir.
Have you got a wife who isn't in show business?
No.
That
Like
makes
to meet
it
a nice
6... Well, you kind of shook that one all out anyway. All right, Arlene.
I don't know what happened there. He has
Well,
no wife.
I'm not sure myself. He's not married to a wife who is in show business, and he's not married to a wife who is not in show business, and Phyllis feels he ought to meet a nice girl. That's about where we are.
Have you been in the Broadway theater in the last year as a performer?
Yes, I have. Mr. Rayburn.
Did you sing in that production?
Well, yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever gone to Vietnam? I mean, with the troupe?
Yes.
Performing?
Yes.
You have?
Mr. Cerf?
Oh.
Was the play that you appeared in played below 42nd Street?
No.
No?
That's 7 down and 3 to go. Miss Francis?
Are you at the present time playing in summer stock?
No. That's 8... Wait a minute. We're going to have a small conference.
He's still there.
All right, well, this is a little bit tricky. I'll explain it later. That's 8 down and 2 to go, Mr. Rayburn.
Are you about to go out in the national company as the leading man in a play called, I can't think of the play now.
Cactus flower.
Cactus Flower.
Yes, I.
Hero.
Oh, you are...
Hero Bryan.
Wonderful. Only one correction. Hugh is playing in Cactus Flower now. So that, but last time we met, was I think Phyllis raised it, we were talking about you were about to leave for Vietnam again and to play Guys and Dolls.
We just got back. We did Guys and Dolls over there. It was my second time over. It was a very fantastic and rewarding experience and a very humbling one. I saw Gene just before I went over, too.
Yes, we did some interviews together, and those tapes you sent back from Vietnam were marvelous, Hugh. They really were quite good.
Well, the guys are marvelous over there.
Who did that female voice, you or John?
A friend of mine. I got him in a pocket here.
Worked very well. You see, Hugh's an old Marine. Did you get to see some Marine?
I spent a great deal of
Marine
time up in the
buddies
I Corps area where the Marines were. I was over there in December '65, and this time I got up to the DMZ, Camp Carroll, and the Rockpile and Quezon, and it's quite warm up there in more ways than
Yeah, that's the ruggedest spot, I guess, in Vietnam.
But these guys are fantastic, John. They really, the morale is even better than it was when I was there a year and a half ago. And, you know, I don't care what anybody thinks of the war. I just hope to God we all support them because they need it. Please stay.
Well, while you were going that way, I was going the other way and went over to Greece on some business, and I saw your picture, Africa, Texas style.
You did?
Yeah, I saw it on the plane going over and saw it on the plane coming back.
We had a lot of fun making it. It's playing around the country now.
Yeah, it looks like it was good fun. And you got Guys and Dolls, and you're already doing Cactus Flower, so...
We opened in Denver, and then we go to Washington for 2 weeks, and then we'll be in Chicago with Cactus Flower for about 3 or 4 months, beginning in September. I hope you folks in that area can see it.
You got a good memory. Nice to have you with us.
Thank you, John.
Right, you take care. Well, you worked hard, and I think you produced tonight, so I congratulate you. We'll all be back after this word. Well, Phyllis, I'm glad you came with your disc to our discotheque tonight.
Thank you. It was
Gene,
fun.
good to have you back with us on the panel this time. And good night, Miss Arlene Francis.
Good night, John. Gene just said a terribly funny thing. He said, if you have an interesting occupation, don't write to us.
Start your own show. Good night, fellas.
Good night. Good night, Daddy. So
Well, next week's the last, John, and I'm going to miss you. Good night.
No, it's gonna be. Yeah, well, all right. So we'll get together anyway,
An
Bennett.
alumni.
Right. We'll have an alumni association, and thanks to all of you for being with us again on What's My Line.
What's My Line is a CBS television network production in association with Mark Goodson and Bill Todman. It's Francis Gowan from Bonwit Teller. This is Johnny Olson speaking. Tonight's program was pre-recorded. Let's all play What's My Line? And now, let's meet this week's What's My Line panel. First, one of America's favorite comics, the pride of West Virginia, Soupy Sales.
Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce the pride of Petticoat Junction, a beautiful young lady and a fine actress, Meredith McCrae.
Our next guest is someone whom I'm sure you're all familiar with. He has his own match game every morning, Mr. Gene Rayburn.
And I'm very pleased to present a lady that I've been in love with more than either one of us, more years than either one of us cares to admit, Miss Arlene Francis.
You know, the moderator of this show has to have experience and sympathy, and for many years, John Daly brought his formidable knowledge to this program. Well, today we're going to be guided by a young, attractive man who has gone from war correspondent to game player and does them all wonderfully, Mr. Wally Bruner.
Arlene, I've always admired your introduction so very much, and the one today, oh, it's just...
It was just lovely,
just
wasn't
magnificent,
it? Oh,
I'm telling you. But let me say to all of you, welcome to What's My Line, and I'd like to tell you that during the next 30 minutes, you're going to meet lots of interesting people engaged in occupations which we hope are going to baffle our panel. And a bit later on, and in addition to the many interesting people, we're going to have a mystery celebrity that the panel is going to try to guess just exactly who that is. So now, panel, if you're all ready and all set, let's meet our first challenger, and will you come in and sign in, please? Pearl Epstein. Well, Mrs. Epstein, welcome to What's My Line. Where are you from?
New York City.
From right here in good old Manhattan. And do you know how to play the game?
Mm-hmm.
Know all about it? Well, let's refresh our audience and our panel as well. I'd like to tell you that for every no answer that Mrs. Epstein is able to give our panel, she wins $5. And if she gives 10 no answers, that means you've baffled the panel and won the game. So if you're all set to go, let's let the audience know exactly what you do for a living. All right, panel, we'll start it out, and I'll say Mrs. Epstein is salaried and deals in the service, and let's begin the questioning with Arlene Francis.
Mrs. Epstein, do you work for a profit-making organization?
Yes, I do.
Do you work indoors?
Usually.
Do people come to you for your service?
They can.
Is your service available to both men and women?
Yes.
Are your hours regular from 9 to 5 as a rule? I'm not giving the example.
Mine aren't, but they could be.
I don't think that her hours would really have a great deal to do with the service that she may well perform. So, yes, it could be from 9 to 5, just as easily as it could be, you know, from 5 to 8 or something like that.
Do you move around in your job at all?
Yes.
When you are moving around, are you in anything in particular? Are you in any form of vehicle?
In any form of vehicle. We'll give you a no to that, and that's one down, Arlene, and we go on to soupy sales.
Do you wear a uniform in the kind of work you do?
You mean something other than what she is wearing at the present time? Other than street clothes?
Yeah, other than street clothes.
Usually.
Yes.
Is that for decoration, or is it to keep it from getting messed up?
Yes or no? Oh, would you like to rephrase that?
I'd just like to get a right answer. Is it a product in what you deal?
No.
No, this is a service, Soupy. No product, so it's 2 down, and we go on to Meredith McRae.
Right. Now, you do wear a type of uniform, right?
That has been established.
Yeah.
Okay. When you perform your service, if I were to go to you, would I come out with any kind of a degree? Would you instruct me, let's say, in any way?
One question.
All right. Would you instruct me in any way?
Yes.
Yes.
You would. All right. Now I'll ask, would I come out with any kind of a degree?
You mean like a formal degree, a Bachelor
well, no,
of
I'm
Science,
even thinking
Bachelor of Arts?
like, oh, let's say in judo, for instance, you would come out with a degree.
No,
there's
I
no
think
degree.
not. No.
Okay.
So that's 3 down, and let's go to Gene Rayburn.
Is the uniform you wear an all-white uniform?
No.
No. 4 down, Arlene.
Is the instruction that you give a useful instruction?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it in instruction that might be considered in any way athletic?
It might.
In the broad sense, I think we might term it.
Do you touch the person when you are giving them instruction?
One could, I don't know.
No. So I think it isn't necessary, so we're going to give you a no, and that's 5 down and back to Soupy.
I would come to you for this type of service.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You would never come to my house.
I can't tell.
More likely. You're such a handsome, charming man, Soupy, you know, but under normal circumstances, I don't think you'd be coming here. Would you, you say it's a service, and it applies both to men and women.
Right.
Is this something that would make me physically better?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it a type of exercise?
It could be, yes.
Yes.
You could classify it that way.
Would it help my body from the waist up?
The whole body.
Yes. Whoops. But yes. Don't help them too much. We want you to win the game now.
She looked at you as though you needed it, too.
And I don't know what it is, but I need it. Oh, I'm still on.
You're still
on. Now we have to determine what kind of exercise. Is it? We've decided it is an exercise.
Yes, I believe we established that it is an exercise.
The whole body. Would it have something to do if I wanted to like lose weight?
It might.
I pass.
All right.
Meredith.
Yes. In this exercise that we do, would it take place in a gymnasium type place?
Not necessarily.
But it could. It would not
It
rule out.
could.
I think in normal circumstances, this might be one thing that
All
you
right.
would
Do you teach or instruct a physical fitness class?
No.
No. So that's 6 down, and we go to Gene Rayburn.
Could this group of 4 people come to you as a group? Would you do whatever you do, all of us at one time?
Yes.
And do you ever wear a tutu when you're doing this?
No.
Huh? You
No.
don't. You don't.
No.
And that's 7 down, and Arlene, you have a gleam in your eye.
Yes.
You have a
see
gleam.
you in your ballet class.
You've never seen me in a tutu. And you never will.
Do you ever work on or near water?
I don't.
No. So that's 8 down. And Soupy, how are you doing?
Pass, Soupy. Be smart.
I'm going to give you another 30 seconds.
Well, she never works near water, but what she does, you come in contact with the body, right?
Generally, yes.
Yes.
Are you a masseuse?
No.
No, that's 9 down. I'm just going to flip all the cards,
Can I
panel.
make one wild guess?
One wild guess.
Are you a fencing instructor?
No.
No. So that does really flip all the cards, and you've won the game and stumped the panel. And would you like to tell the panel what your occupation is?
A yoga instructor.
And we'll meet our next challenger when What's My Line continues. Behind 1-0, but, we're not going to give up. We have some more interesting people for you to meet. And right now, our next challenger, please enter and sign in. Henry Parcell. Mr. Parcell, welcome to What's My Line.
Thank you.
Where are you from?
Manawan, New Jersey.
Manawan?
Yes.
What part
That's
of...
in central New Jersey, near the shore.
In central New Jersey. Do you understand how to play What's My Line?
Yes, I do.
All right. If you know how to play, our panel, I think, is up to it also right now. So let's let the audience know exactly what it is you do for a living. Panel, I'd like to tell you that Mr. Parcell is salaried and deals in a product. And let's begin the questioning with Soupy Sales.
It's a product, and you're salaried. Would I come to you for this product?
Possibly.
It's possible. It's possible.
I mean, I would come to you rather than you come to me. I mean, say to my house.
No, I wouldn't come to your house.
I would come to you. Is it a...
How did you get 2 questions and 1 no answer and you're still continuing? But go ahead.
Because I'm sneaky. Well, by coming to you, would I feel better?
No.
No. 1 down and we go to Meredith McRae.
Can your product be used by both men and women?
Yes.
All right. Does your product come in contact with the body in any way?
Yes.
It does. Does your product come in contact with the body above the waist?
No.
Above the waist?
No.
And that's 2 down and we go to Gene Rayburn.
Would it increase my physical well-being to you?
No.
No?
Your physical... That's 3 down and we go to Arlene Francis.
Is this product for anything other than the human race?
No.
No.
It's only for the human race?
Only for the human race. 4 down and we go to Soupy Sales.
If it wouldn't help Gene Rayburn, then there's no sense asking would it help me. Is it something that I would use in my house?
Yes.
Uh-huh. In one particular room as better, say would it be on the first floor of my house?
I think we'll have to give you a no, Soupy. I really don't think that this is something that you would use any more so in one room of the house than you would in any other room of the house, although there might be one room of the house where this is kept. But under normal circumstances, I think we're going to give you a no and say it's 5 down and go to Meredith McRae.
You ask him.
It's funny, whatever it is. Is one able to wear this product?
Yes.
Yes. Is the product an undergarment?
Yes.
In the general broad field of undergarments, I would say as well.
Is the product a girdle?
No.
No.
No?
So that's 6 down. Gene?
Well, obviously, it's something that women wear more than men, right?
No.
No. 7 down, Arlene.
Now, we just had it that men don't wear it. Soupy doesn't wear it, and men and women don't wear it. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
Go get him, Arlene.
Well, the only reason I'm posing it that way is that I asked if it was for anything other than the human race,
And you
Keep
said...
thinking.
You said no.
That's
so
right.
I mean, I have
Would you like to
rule
ask
out-
that question again?
All right. Do we rule out the animal kingdom then?
Yes?
I would say
we
yes,
rule out
yes.
the animal kingdom.
It's not used by the human race or the animal kingdom.
Oh, no. No, we did not rule out that it was not, we did not rule out the human race.
It is used by the human race.
It is used by the human race.
And when the human race uses it, they use it from the waist down.
Yes.
Yes.
Is it also used from the waist up?
No.
That has been established, but you ask it again, so you get another no, and that's 8 down, and we go to Soupy Sales.
Well, is this something that would have to do, would it help me to walk or dance better?
No. 9 down, and Meredith.
If the product isn't worn by men and women, is the product worn more by children?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Ooh, now I don't know what to say. Okay, it's a form of undergarment in a way, and it's worn by children, and it's funny. Gosh.
Want any help there?
Yes, I'll pass to Arlene.
I'm next.
Probably a
I
diaper
passed it
sit-
too.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, diapers is the obvious
That's
answer.
right. I want to tell the panel, Mr. Parcell is a diaper salesman. He is really the national account executive, and that's the Chicopee Mills Incorporated. It's a division of Johnson & Johnson, and he makes all kind of diapers, square ones, rectangular ones, and some are even, most of them are white, aren't they?
They're all white.
They're all white. Mr. Parcell,
Wally?
thank you so much.
Wally?
And you've won.
I have a great slogan for Mr. Parnell's company. We never mangle your baby's triangle.
But you did not stump the panel. But you did win $45, and thank you so much for being with us on What's My Line.
Thank you.
And we'll be back to meet our mystery guest as What's My Line continues. Now it's mystery guest time on What's My Line. Panel, are the blindfolds all in place?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Right.
they are.
Yes, sir. You're completely covered and can't see a thing, right? Okay, so mystery guest, will you enter and sign in, please? All right, panel, as you know, when we have our mystery guests, we change the rules just a bit. It's one question at a time, and I'm going to give you 2 minutes to establish the identity of our mystery guest, since he is such a well-known whoops. And we're going to begin the questioning right now with Meredith McRae.
All right, are you in the entertainment field?
Yes.
Gene Rayburn.
Was that yes?
That was a yes.
Oh. Are you currently now playing or seen in New York?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you playing in a Broadway musical?
Yes.
Yes. Soupy.
Is there just one of you? Or is there one or two?
Yes, there is just one of you. Meredith.
Yes, are you primarily known for comedy as opposed to drama?
No.
No. Gene Rayburn.
In your current appearance, do you sing?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Arlene.
Is your wife in the show with you?
No.
No. Soupy Sales.
Is there another male who is like, your co-star in this show?
No.
Are you Joel Grey?
Yes. Oh, very good, Meredith. Very good. Joel, our congratulations. You went from cabaret directly to George M. You have one big hit right to another hit, right?
Well, it's been a good year.
Oh, it's been a marvelous year. This, we can't really say that even cabaret was your beginning. You've been in the business for a long time for your youth.
Yes, 25 years so far.
And you can't be 30 yet.
Oh, I'm 36.
Oh, that's a long
I started
time.
late.
But one hit right after another, you're to be congratulated. I understand the show is marvelous.
Well,
simply marvelous.
I enjoyed doing it.
All right, Joel, thank you so much for being with us. We enjoyed having you play What's My Line? What's My Line will continue right after this word. Meredith, you did so very well. Here, your first time on a game show panel, and you guessed the mystery guest just like that.
It was really exciting. I don't know what made me think of it. I was just trying to run through all the Broadway shows, and I guessed Joel.
Oh, what are you doing now? What is your...
Well, I'm still filming Petticoat Junction. I flew in just to do What's My Line today. And also, the three of us girls on Petticoat just recorded our first record for Imperial, so we're pretty excited about that.
Oh, and you also do some dancing, I understand.
Right. We
Dancing?
also have an act, and I also am recording on my own for Capitol Records, so I've been kept pretty busy lately, but it's fun.
So dancing, singing, and now television panel shows.
Right, which is great.
What did you first start out to be? Anything in...
Well, I was first in My Three Sons. I was on that for 2 years, and then I did a soap opera, and then Petticoat Junction, and this is my 3rd year on Petticoat. It keeps going on and on.
Well, you haven't really been in show business, though, too long yourself as a performer.
No, I've been in 5 years.
Oh,
boy, are you getting old.
Already better. Thank you, Meredith. Goodbye, everybody, and please join us again tomorrow on television's most exciting fun game, What's My Line?
What's My Line is a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Miss Frances Gowns by Bonwit Teller. This is Johnny Olson speaking for What's My Line. Let's all play What's My Line? And now let's meet this week's What's My Line panel. First, that popular host of the match game, Gene Rayburn.
I'd like to present what to many of you will be a new face on the entertainment firmament. Her star is going to shine very brightly. Here is Patty Deutsch.
And on my left is the star of stage, screen, and anything from a World's Fair to a smoker, Mr. Alan Alda.
And on my left, if I'm a paper lion, I'd like to cut it up with a paper doll called Arlene Francis.
And now a gentleman, and you won't believe it, but he used to be Ruffles the Clown on television. Now nothing ruffles him, Mr. Wally Bruner.
Arlene, where did that one come
The
from?
things I have found out about you.
Not only was I Ruffles the Clown, I was the original Ruffles the Clown.
And you had Chips the dog.
Which was a 200-pound St. Bernard. But
And
very
he
interesting.
carried you on.
To carry me on and off and supply refreshments, you know, during the commercial breaks.
Yes.
But welcome to What's My Line. During the next 30 minutes, you're going to meet some interesting people engaged in occupations which we hope will baffle our panel of experts. And then just a bit later on, the panel will face a mystery celebrity guest, which we hope will also stump them. But now, panel, are you all set?
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Oh, here we go.
All right, let's meet our first challenger. Would you enter and sign in, please? James Weenan. And Mr. Weenan, how are you today?
Very well,
All
thank
right,
you.
where are you from, sir?
I'm from New York City.
From New York City. All right, let's let our audience know exactly what your line is. All right, panel, I'd like to tell you that Mr. Weenan is self-employed and deals in a product. And let's begin the questioning with Gene Rayburn.
Self-employed and deals in a product, eh? Is this a product that's used in the home?
Yes.
Can be.
And is it used by both men and women?
Sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Does it have anything to do with making the person who uses it more attractive physically?
Yes.
Yes.
And is there a certain part of the body that it's used on exclusively?
Yes.
And is that above the waist?
Yes, it is.
Is it above the shoulders?
Yes, it is.
Gene Rayburn.
Yes.
Please continue.
All right. Now, wait a minute. We got him above the waist and above the shoulders. Is it above here?
Yes, it is.
All right. That leaves us that much, right? Does it have anything to do with the hair?
Yes, it does.
And does it have, let's see, it's used by both men and women, huh? Is it a dye of any kind, or does it have anything to do with changing the color of the hair?
No, and that's one down, and you were doing so well, Gene. And we go to Patty.
Oh, I blew it, huh?
Is it used by one sex more than the other?
Yes.
Well, dear, I think it's already been established that it's something used, I think, by both men and women. So I do not want to lead you off on the wrong path here. I think that it is used by both men and women, perhaps slightly more by one than the other, but it's used by both.
Does it change the length of the hair?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Oh, I know what he does.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Are you, do you have something to do with the styling of the hair?
No, I don't.
No, that's two down, and we go to Alan.
It's changing the length of the hair. Does it shorten the hair?
It could.
Could shorten the hair. Could it lengthen the hair?
It could.
It could.
How do you want it? Long or short?
I got a haircut last week, and my hair has been getting shorter since then. Lengthen the hair and short. Now, is it something which adds hair, or false hair of some kind, or
it could.
Gives you could add it? Now, what we're talking about is a product which does this.
That's right. Yes.
One product which both lengthens and shortens hair.
Which could lengthen, or which could shorten hair. Or yes.
I pass to Arlene.
Well, it's not hair itself, is it? I mean, that's not the product. Hair. It's not.
Are you
wigs.
asking I beg your pardon?
Pass, Arlene. I know who he is. Pass.
No, please.
It's either hair pieces or scissors. I don't know which it is.
Try one.
All right, I'll try hair pieces. Do you have anything to? Oh, all right. You make hair pieces?
Mister, you're curious. Gene, did you have it?
Well, no, I thought he was a guy that I read about recently who takes hair and matches your own hair coloring and then weaves it and ties knots in your own hair to make your own hair longer. Do you do that?
No, we don't do that.
You don't do that? Well, I was wrong.
There's also, a new
hair transplant.
process. Yeah, where you transplant.
Yeah. You take it from the back of the neck and put it in the bald spot.
Right.
This is no, that's not what we do. But
what he does
is make wigs.
He designs wigs for both men and women, and you work for the Rainbow Hair Products.
Rainbow Hair Products of New York in the Empire State Building.
And,
are you wearing one?
No, I'm not.
You're not.
No, he is not wearing one. But you also make teeny bopper wigs for young men.
That's one of Rainbow's novelty lines.
But one of the things that I was interested, he tells me, because of the GIs in Vietnam get the real close GI haircuts, in case they're injured or wounded or something. It makes it much easier to dress a head wound. So when they go to town, now they're becoming your customers. They're buying wigs when they go to Saigon, or Hong Kong or something.
It's one of the products that makes it gives them back their nonconformity. When the first thing they lose is their individuality, right?
But he has designed a rather unique wig, which is a stretch wig, and you have one.
This is the new stretch wig that we designed for Rainbow. It has a special patented ventilated wefting that last the
So you
lifetime.
can keep a cool head.
Right, for the and it fits all sizes. That's the beauty part, you know.
Pinheads,
Right.
blockheads.
Pinheads, any sort of all. But you know, I've often wondered what Gene and Alan would look like with a little different style of hairdo.
Put it
do you,
on.
do you think could you fix them up over there, and let's see what we can do for them and how we can make them look. So why don't you show us? That looks great.
Well, remember, who was it? Patty asked. I'm not a hairstylist.
You're not a hairstylist.
No, I'm not a hairstylist.
But it'll be interesting to see how this develops. So let's watch.
Blonde or I'd like to be brunette.
You'd like
You are a brunette,
How big is your hair?
aren't you?
They have 7 and 8.
How big is yours?
6 7/8.
You're going to be fine.
So there. Just put it on just for kicks.
Here we go.
It's like a girdle. You can't tell the front from the back.
Got too far forward.
Three
I like
Stooges.
it. I like it.
Alan, do blondes have more fun? Really?
I haven't had any fun yet. Huh? He's pulling my ear off. That's no fun.
Gene!
Listen, are you sure?
Sweetheart!
Contain yourself. Now, you cut me, I'll scream. Listen, Carl, are you sure the Three Stooges started this way?
You know, you look like Daniel Boone, Gene.
Yeah.
Here I am, the poor man's Ed Ames.
I'll tell you something. If Bill Greenblatt finds out about this, I'll be out of a job.
Very, very nice.
Huh?
Okay, well, at least you see how they look. Fellas, leave them on for a little while, won't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wien, for being with us on What's My Line. We'll be back to meet our next challenger when What's My Line continues.
All What's My Line contestants receive these gifts. An enchantress, that's the name of this exquisite set of Sarah Coventry jewelry, shimmering and sparkling with glowing imported Austrian rhinestones designed by Sarah Coventry. And a handsome men's gift set of Burley Cologne Aftershave and Talc, Burley, the rugged new aroma from the makers of Old Spice. And the World Book Encyclopedia 2-volume dictionary containing 2,300 pages, 2,000 illustrations, and more than 190,000 entries.
All right, our panel is wigged, dressed, and ready for the next challenger, I hope. Are you, panel?
Yeah, I just want to say to Alan, though, that his roots are getting a little dark.
Oh, very... Now, if our next challenger is ready, would you enter and sign in, please? Judith Gray. Where are you from, Judith?
Mount Vernon, Illinois.
Mount Vernon, for goodness sakes.
I used to have a girlfriend.
I have been to Mount Vernon, Illinois many times.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Way down in southern Illinois.
That's right.
That's near Lawrenceville and Olney and
That's
all the
right.
little southern Illinois towns.
I was born there.
In Mount Vernon?
Well, nearby, in Christopher, Illinois.
In Christopher?
Yeah, that's where I was born.
Well, it's Old Home Week
They
on
wouldn't
What's My
know me
Line. Well, now that you're from Mount Vernon and we all know so much about the area, maybe her occupation won't stump it, so let's let the audience at home know exactly what your line is. All right, panel, I'd like to tell you that Miss Gray is salaried and deals in the service, and let's begin the questioning with Arlene.
Alan just said she was a female impersonator. A beautiful girl. It's a service, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you work for a profit? Did you say self-employed? I'm sorry, Wally.
Okay, let me repeat that for you. She is salaried and deals in the service.
Do you work for a profit-making organization?
Yes.
Do you work indoors?
Yes.
Is your service one that I might use?
You could.
But I think on what we are talking about, this is a service which you might use. I don't think this would really be what we are trying to play for at this particular time. So I'm going to give you a no on that and make it one down, and we go on to Gene.
Well, if you get a no on that, is it something that, not in my present condition, but would I use it then?
Yes, you would.
Positively, yes.
If I take the wig off and ask the same question, do I get the same answer?
That's right.
You get the same answer.
I do. And does it have anything to do with enhancing one's attractiveness?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Well, here we go again. That is it. And do you come in physical contact with the person you're
Yes.
performing this service on? And does the contact occur above the waist?
Yes.
Above the shoulders? Have you got a feeling you've heard this someplace before? Above the neck?
Yes.
Now I'm going to take a wild guess.
Take a wild guess.
Are you a lady barber?
Yes! That was very good, Gene.
Thank you.
Judith is a lady barber at the Universal Barber Shop here in New York City.
Which barber shop?
The Universal.
Oh. Yes. Okay. Put me down for 4 o'clock Tuesday.
4 o'clock. And you've been cutting, styling men's hair for about 3 years?
That's right.
And you have some rather famous customers.
Yes,
Who are
I
some of
do.
them?
Well,
Of course, other than Gene Rayburn, who has just added himself to your list.
most of the male members of the Harkness Ballet. I have a great many professional people, advertising people. The one name that you would immediately recognize would be Anthony Perkins. He's my
Oh, he
one.
has his haircut.
And set.
Well, it's been a lot of fun having you with us on What's
Thank
My
you.
Line. And you didn't stump the panel, but you did very well. And I think we'll all come down and get a trim the
I'd
next
like to
time.
have this. I'd like to have this back.
Judith is going to
I'll
take
see
care
what
of
I
that
can
as she
do.
leaves. All right. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll be back to meet our mystery guest when What's My Line continues. Now it's time for our mystery guest on What's My Line panel. Are the blindfolds in place?
Yes, right now, yes.
Okay, so mystery challenger, would you enter and sign in, please? All right, panel, as you have no doubt have heard, our mystery challenger has entered and is now seated beside me. And I'd like to remind you it's one question at a time. I'll give you 3 minutes to try and establish the identity of our mystery guest, and we'll begin the questioning with Arlene.
Well, it was a wild reception. Are you a comedian?
Well, I may.
I think that answer would be yes. Gene.
Are you wearing something unusual now?
Yeah, yes, I'm wearing my clothes.
But yes, I think we will give you a yes to that. Patty?
Have you ever been in a show on Broadway?
No, I haven't. Really?
Alan?
You work in the mountains a lot?
No, I don't work in the mountains at all.
Arlene?
Are you a nightclub performer?
Yes, I work in nightclubs sometime, yeah.
Yes. Gene?
Are you, Are you on Broadway now, or has that been established?
Yes, I'm laying off on Broadway.
You're laying off.
Patty?
Are you currently appearing at a nightclub in town?
No, I am not. I'm laying off in the current nightclub.
Nightclubs. Would you have appeared on a television series of any kind?
No, I'm laying off and appearing in a television series.
It's like you're going to somebody famous.
Yes, I am. That's very true.
Did he have a stroke?
No.
You have a stroke?
Hey, you old bag.
Oh, it's an insult comic.
Yeah.
Oh, it's either
He's
John
big and
Rickles or Jackie Leonard.
fat and
That's it.
bald.
I am not Don Rickles. As a matter of fact, Don Rickles and I are very good friends, and he's been doing my act so long now, I may make a citizen's arrest. Well, then, may I compliment you? You're just as pretty now as you were when you first went on the show in 1903.
The reason you remembered is you were a mystery guest.
Yes, I was, darling. I remember that very well, and Benjamin Franklin signed in at that day. I remember that very well.
I'm not going to get in the middle of this one.
Who am
I?
Don't tell me he's the illegitimate son of John Daly. Where did you audition for this thing? Because I've been on the show many years. Where'd you come from? What are you, a newspaper man?
I hope you don't mind.
No, I like it very much. It's a pleasure not to sit next to a clip-on bow tie. You're very nice.
We've given up the black tie thing.
Well, you've done a wonderful job. I haven't seen the show yet. I hope it sells for everybody's sake. And Jane, it's always good to see you and that lovely girl. I had the pleasure of working with her, literally, and Alan, his father's a good friend of mine.
You have something nice to say about it?
Why should I? I'm not changing my image for this show.
Well, I understand, though, that your image was once something else.
Yes, I used to. Yes, I went on a diet. I kept my mouth shut for about 7 months. And I have a wonderful diet for those of you who want to go on a diet. Just eat 12 bowls of Jell-O, lie in bed, and just shake the damn stuff off.
But Jack,
by the way,
everyone is aware of
I'd like to meet you. What is your name?
The name is Brunner.
Well, is it really? Well, I remember your father in the German army many years ago. Yes, thanks, brother.
But, Jack, you do have other talents. You're a great comedian.
I do.
But you used to be, and still do, I assume, dance. Aren't you a dancer?
Well, yes, I do all of that stuff because in my field you have to do everything. You just can't sit down.
Like most of us.
No, I'm only kidding about Arlene. I know you. Incidentally, I just played your hometown of Boston. Paul Revere sends his regards, as usual. Oh. She's adorable. I've been in love with her. She's been my secret love for a long time, but she's married to a very poor Vic Tanny.
Well, she's known as a sweetheart of What's My Line.
Jack, she certainly is a sweetheart, and I like to know her line.
I have to tell you, I hope you find a job soon.
Thank you, and congratulations on me. I hope your audition keeps on it because I hope that your work in the future will be a lot better than it was here this afternoon.
What's My Line will continue right after this word. Gene, you make a great cue downer. You're a great count. Have you ever thought of going to Cape Canaveral? 10.
Well, that's 9, a job I could do, yeah. Push the button before they're ready.
It's been a fun week on What's My Line. We've had a lot of interesting things. The bank robber, I think, was really a
high point, yeah.
A high point.
One of the best spots ever on the show.
And we had the hottest little exotic dancer you've ever seen, that works with the fire. I like that. And the wigs, you both wore wigs and did quite well.
Oh, yeah.
And I think I prefer your appearances as they are, though.
I'm going to wear that wig and learn how to swallow the fire at the same time.
And how about the mini wedding gown? What do you think? You're a new bride, Patty. What did you think of the mini wedding gown?
I thought it was kind of cute.
Patty was crying when the bride came out.
Arlene, you think it's?
I think mini wedding gowns are for short marriages.
Or for short marriages, or at least young ones. Well, it's been a lot of fun having you all here this week on What's My Line. We've had a good time, and I know we'll see you all again real soon. And you be sure and watch next week on What's My Line.
What's My Line? It's a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. It's Francis Gowns by Bonded Teller. This is Johnny Olson speaking.
said,
honey vinegar.
She said,
That's got to be my boy Gene. In our household, there's a saying, you can catch more flies with honey than you can with vinegar.
That was Gene and Helen Rayburn playing the game of marital quotes and misquotes. He said, she said. And now, here's the host of He Said, She Said, Joe Garagiola. Thank you very much, and welcome to He Said, She Said. Now let's meet our players. The husbands are here on stage with us, their wives are backstage, out of sight and sound. Down at the end, there is Mr. Nuke Cole and his wife, Beth. And next to him, Mr. Bob Babelwall and his wife, Jean. And Thor Stratton and his wife, Marnie. And Mr. Gene Rayburn and his wife, Helen. We are gathered here to play He Said, She Said. Now, what I can tell you about this is one of our couples is going to win $250 and an exciting week stay at a Holiday Inn of their choice anywhere. And you, Gene Rayburn, will be playing for a married couple out in the audience whose card has been placed right in front of you. So we've got that out of the way. And ladies, we'll see you just a bit later. Now, you fellas know how it works. All your wives are backstage. They're wearing earphones. They can't hear or see or especially hear anything that we say until I pick up this phone. Now they can hear me. Now, you just watch and I'll prove it to you. Ladies, are you all right?
Right.
You hear them?
Yep.
All right. Now, I'm going to put it down. We'll be back with you ladies in just a couple of seconds. Now, fellas, I'm going to give you a topic, and I want you to make the association so personal that when your wife hears it, she's going to say it had to be you. You were the only one that could have possibly said that. Now, remember, you have to think quickly, make your answer just one or two words. And there are 4 of you seated there. Only 3 of you can play, so I'm taking the first 3 hands. You got to get it up in a hurry. Are you ready?
Right, yeah, let's go.
All right, let's go. Gene is ready. All right. This is a good one. The first topic I have is legs. Gene Rayburn, you were first.
Most beautiful.
Explain that for me.
Well, I am married to a woman who, in my opinion, and I'm very objective about this, has the most beautiful legs of any woman I've ever seen in my life.
What
How
can you
about
say?
that?
That's it.
Yeah.
All right. We have your response, most beautiful. Mr. Stratton, you were next.
Delicious, delicious.
Delicious, delicious. Would you explain that?
Well, delicious.
That's your explanation?
Well,
What do you mean, delicious? Chicken legs, you bite them and they're delicious.
well, just delicious.
Just delicious. All right, that's your response. Delicious, delicious. Mr. Babelwall, you were next.
Fat thighs. It's a little embarrassing, yeah.
Would you explain it? Who hasn't?
Well, we both do, as a matter of fact. But hers stand out a little more.
You tell her this all the time?
Yeah, she tries to diet it away, but you really can't. You have to exercise.
She's going to be all choked up with that answer, too, right?
Oh, she's going to love me for it.
Wait till it comes to show and tell time.
All right, we have the 3 responses. Now, Mr. Cole, you didn't raise your hand, so you can't play. Get it up a little more, just quicker next time, all right?
Right.
Okay, we have the responses. Let's see how the ladies do. Ladies, are you ready?
Ready?
All right. We said legs. L-E-G-S, legs. And he said most beautiful. Well, Mrs. Rayburn, Helen, your light is on.
Well, I know that was my husband because there are a few things he admires about me, but mostly he admires my legs.
That's what he said, and we'll award you 25 points.
Baby!
All right. We said legs, And he said, fat thighs. Oh, look at all those faces. We've got faces all over the place. All right, Mrs. Stratton, you were first.
Well, I think maybe that's my husband because I do have chubby thighs.
Well, your husband didn't say that. We'll have to take 10 points from you. Mrs. Babelwall,
Yeah.
would you like to talk to your husband?
Yeah, that was my husband. He doesn't like my legs.
No, I love your legs.
But not my fat thighs.
Right.
Okay. I knew it was you.
Well, we'll have to take 10 points from you. Points, not pounds. 10 points. All right, we said legs, and he said delicious. Delicious. Time is up. Mrs. Stratton, where were you?
I'm around the corner, but it's unusual because usually he says I've got chubby thighs.
I'm not talking about you.
You get it.
Would you like to ask him a question, Mrs. Stratton? Like who he was talking about?
Oh, I know. He's always looking.
We'll have to take... All right, we'll have to take 10 points from you, and we'll be back. You stand by. We'll be back in just a couple of seconds. Now, we'll give our wives another chance to pick out their husbands, but first, let's pause for this message.
Ah, the fun. Over, drink responsibly.
We've got our 4 married men here on stage with us, and their wives are backstage. Let's check with them. Girls, are you still there?
Yeah.
All right, now, ladies, you know, and gentlemen, too, that we're starting you all off with 100 points. And every time you recognize the response your husband gives, and you come up with pretty much the same story, we give you 25 points. And if you're wrong, well, we have to take 10 points from you. You got all that, right?
Right.
All right, you stand by. We'll be back in just a couple of seconds. All right, gentlemen, remember, now raise your hands quickly. Mr. Cole, you were a bit late. You didn't get to play it. Now, okay, I've got a new topic. The next topic for you is what your wife finds irresistible. What your wife finds irresistible. Okay, Mr. Stratton, you were first.
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
She loves it. Morning, noon, or night.
Morning, noon, or night?
She even makes it and freezes it. Eats it like a popsicle. Really.
There's a joke there, but I'm not saying it. All right, your response is spaghetti. Mr. Babelwall, you were next.
Chocolate cake.
Chocolate cake.
Yes. Wherever she goes, she has to have chocolate cake.
Does she bake it herself?
No, she doesn't normally, because if she does, she'll eat it all herself. I never get any.
All right, your response is chocolate cake. Gene Rayburn, you were next.
Well,
irresistible, 1 or 2?
A department store.
Department store?
Yeah.
All right.
Joe, when you call my house, and I'm at work, and my wife is not at home, you can call Bloomingdale's, and you'll find her there every time spending my money.
At a department store?
She finds that department store irresistible.
All right, we've got the 3 responses. Let's see how the ladies do. Ladies, are you ready?
Ready? Yeah.
All right, we said what your wife finds irresistible. And he said chocolate cake. Couple faces there. All right. Helen Rayburn, you were first.
I think Gene would say that because I make a very devilishly good chocolate cake.
Yeah, you do, honey. Yeah.
But
great.
he didn't say that. I'll have to take points from you, Helen. 10 points I'll have to take from you. Mrs. Babelwall.
Yeah? I think my husband said that. I love chocolate cake.
He said it all right, but you were late. I'll have to take 10 points from you. All right, we said what your wife finds irresistible, and he said spaghetti. All right, Mrs. Stratton.
I just heard my husband say something bad. Well, I think he might say that because I think I can eat spaghetti any time of the day. I love spaghetti.
Even for breakfast?
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Do you really make a popsicle out of it? That's what he said.
It's funny. I can eat it cold or hot. Usually I eat it anyway.
Remember that frozen stuff that time?
Yeah, I'm such a good cook.
All right, that's what your husband said. We'll award you 25 points. We said what your wife finds irresistible, and he said department store. We've got a couple of faces, and Helen Rayburn, you were first again.
That's got to be Gene. Poor fellow. When I'm not at home, I'm in Bloomingdale.
That's exactly what he said. We'll award you 25 points. Good. All right, ladies, we've reached the halfway point in our game, and now turnabout is fair play. You'll agree to that. So we're going to ask you to change places with your husbands. Now, remember now, the couple with the highest score at the end of the game wins $250 plus a week stay at a Holiday Inn of their choice in the USA or anywhere in the world. And as far as you, Gene and Helen Rayburn, if you win the game, you're playing for a married couple in the audience, and so that's the way we will settle it. You got the card right in front of you. Johnny, you want to bring the girls on stage?
A good idea, Joe. Here's Mrs. Helen Rayburn, Gene Rayburn's wife. The Rayburns have 140 points. Next, Mrs. Stratton. The Strattons with 105 points. Babblewall. The Babblewalls have 80 points. Here's Mrs. Cole. The Coles have racked up 100 points, Joe.
Very good. Now, gentlemen, while you get settled backstage, we're going to take a moment here for this message.
So, Bob.
Now, it's time again for He Said, She Said, and now we're going to give the wives a chance to come up with responses for their husbands to recognize. Now, remember, raise your hands as quickly as you can because we take 3 and there are 4 of you, and one of you has to be left out, and get it up quickly, all right? Are you all ready?
We're ready.
Okay, the topic is temper. Temper. All right, Mrs. Stratton, you were first. All of you were up there.
Oh, what could I... Oh, he has some temper.
1 or 2 words. Temper.
Always his.
Always his.
You've never seen a husband that could yell and scream at somebody. And when I yell and scream at him, he takes the paper and goes in the bathroom and locks the door. And he completely blocks me out.
That's not fair, is it?
No.
All right, your response is always his. Mrs. Babblewall, you were next.
Yeah, my husband has a terrible
1 or 2
temper,
words.
so the word is terrible.
Terrible, just terrible.
Terrible. Terrible, terrible, I'll say.
Terrible, terrible.
2 words.
And how about your temper?
My temper's great.
All right. We have your response, terrible, terrible. Helen Rayburn, you were next.
I was, and I think I've got to say for Gene, the best.
The best. Would you explain that?
Gene is absolutely the best-tempered man I've ever known in my life because I'm the worst-tempered woman.
You mean Gene Rayburn never gets upset?
He never gets upset. He's patient. He's loving. And I'm pretty hostile.
Do you ever test him to find out if he can get upset?
Every day, 24 hours a day.
All right, we have the 3 responses. Let's see how the gentlemen do. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay. We said temper. And when we said temper, she said, terrible, terrible. Whoa, Mr. Babblewall.
I have a terrible temper, and especially this morning.
Why this morning?
It was tough getting out of bed.
You just didn't want to come.
Right.
All right, that's pretty much what your wife said, so we'll award you 25 points. We said temper, and she said the best. Gene Rayburn, your light is on.
Well, I think that could be my wife in view of the fact that I'm a pretty easygoing, sweet, lovable,
That's what I said, baby.
honest fellow. She could have said that about me. I'm a pretty even-tempered guy.
She said that, Gene, and we're going to award you 25 points. All right. We said temper, and she said always his. All right, Mr. Stratton.
Yes, that had to be my wife.
Why?
I'm a dominant factor in the house. I have a temper.
What about when your wife gets mad? What do you do?
Get madder.
Go in the bathroom, Sophie.
That's pretty much what your wife said, so we're going to award you 25 points. Stand by. We'll be back in just a minute. All right. Okay. Are you ready? You ready, Mrs. Cole?
I'm ready. I'm
Okay.
not here yet.
The next topic is how your husband shows affection. How? Oh, boy, look at here. Mrs. Stratton, you were first.
Oh, he's not my...
One or two words.
Not affectionate.
Not affectionate.
He'd rather have a book or a paper or his pipe. Anything but me. Really?
And how do you get ahead of the book, the pipe, and the paper?
I try to take him away from me, but he pushes me away and tells me to do something.
All right, we have your response. Not affectionate. Mrs. Babelwall, you were next.
Watches television?
Watches television. That's how he shows affection.
Well, he always has the television on, and I get affectionate, but he just keeps watching television.
And then what do you do?
I watch television. It's a losing battle.
All right, we have your response. Watches television. Helen Rayburn, you were next.
Grabber.
Grabber. All right. Would you like...
Gene shows his affection by taking a feel and a pat and a grab every time I walk past, it seems to me. But I love it. I love it.
You love it, huh? All right. We have the three responses. Let's see how they do. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, we said how your husband shows affection. And she said, grab her.
What was that?
We said how your husband shows affection, and she said, grab her. Grabber. Gene Rayburn, your light is on.
Listen, I'm afraid my wife is not the only one who knows about this. As the staff of my TV know, the ladies and the girls,
right.
not the men.
That's right.
I'm a grabber. I like to grab girls.
But we love it.
Yeah.
We love it.
But I don't mean anything by it.
Oh?
Not with you, honey.
All right. That's what she said, so we're going to award you $25. Okay, we said how your husband shows affection, and she said, not affectionate. Oh, we got a couple of faces here. Mr. Stratton, you were first.
Yes, well, I have a different way of showing affection.
You want to tell us?
Well, well, she thinks I'm not very affectionate, but I think I'm very affectionate. I love dogs and...
You got the wrong person. He has a very friendly dog, Jasper.
Well, that's pretty much what she said, and I'm going to award you $25 and get you out of that corner. We said how your husband shows affection. That's what we said. How your husband shows affection. She said watches television. All right, Mr. Babelwall.
I do a lot of watching of television at night. She goes to bed early. I can't sleep at night. So I watch television.
Is your wife affectionate?
Yeah, she tries to be.
That's pretty much what she said. We'll award you 25 points. All right. I'm only going to take one response. One response this time, so get your hand up in a hurry. Come on, Miss Cole. All right.
I'm trying.
The topic is afraid. Mrs. Babelwall, you were first.
I'm always. Just say always.
Always. All
Always
right.
afraid.
That's the response. Always. Let's see how they do. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to warn you that we only took one response. And we said afraid. And she said always. Mr. Babelwall, your light is on.
I'm afraid now. I'm always afraid.
I'm afraid.
Who's afraid? You want to tell me the story?
I'm just nervous a lot, that's all.
But I'm always afraid. I'm afraid, of all the little health things and everything,
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
What
Hypochondriac.
Right.
What is she most afraid of?
You.
Me, probably, with my temper.
Your temper.
Right.
That's what she pretty well said, so we're going to award you 25 points. All right, fellas, the game is over, so why don't you come out here, join us on stage with your wives, and we'll total up the scores and meet today's big winner right after this message.
It's play now.
Our families are all together on stage, and it's time to check the scores. Johnny, let's hear those scores.
All right, Joe, the Coles have 100 points. The Babawals have 155 points. The Strattons have 155 points. And the winners with 190 points, Gene and Helen Rayburn.
Well, Gene and Helen Rayburn. Now, you were playing for a married couple in our audience. Now, we picked our card at random just before the show started, and there it is on your desk. Turn it over and read the names of the couples.
Joe, it's Mr. and Mrs. James Commercial of Rochester, New York. Yeah.
Stand up.
Is that you?
Mister, would you please stand up? There they are. There they are. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. James Commercial. You've just won $250 and a week's stay at a Holiday Inn. Nice going. I hope you have a marvelous time, a marvelous holiday at the Holiday Inn.
Joe, that's not all, because our guests in the studio audience also have won a passport for fun, food, and lodging at a glamorous Holiday Inn of their choice in the USA or anywhere in the world. An exciting week for two at a Holiday Inn such as romantic Mexico City. So get the Holiday Inn habit and go!
So there you are. Gene, you did an outstanding job.
Thank you very much, Joe.
I'm sure they appreciated the commercials. You understand that you've got your $100 guest certificates from the Holiday Inns. And once again, I want to thank you for playing our game. We've enjoyed it. And thank you for sharing your most intimate secrets with us, like tempers and what have you. And being a grabber, Gene Rayburn. All right, that's it for now. And we hope that you'll join us again on He Said, She Said. My name's Joe Gary Joe. Bye.
He Said, She Said is a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. This is Johnny Olson speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gary Moore.
Thank you. Thank you, Johnny Olson. Got something here for the art lovers amongst you here. I would like to have you guess just what artist did this remarkable piece of work. Would you say it was Picasso or Rembrandt or Leonardo da Vinci? Well, I hate to disappoint you, but it was me. And actually, I didn't really mean to do it on... Oh, come on. No, this is something that I drew while I was talking to somebody on the telephone. You know how you do. It's a doodle. In other words, the words up here, don't forget. I happen to have a little pad next to my phone, and I make notes to myself about stuff I'm not supposed to forget. And I didn't even realize I was drawing it, but that's the way it came out, and it is, of course, a doodle. Now, our first guest today is both an ardent doodler, and he is an expert on that subject, and we'll meet him in a moment as soon as he tries to, well, let's say a whole little panel first here on To Tell the Truth.
Bill Cullen. Maggie Cash. Gene Rayburn. And Kitty Carlisle.
Gene says, wore your nightgown again, huh, Kitty?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Just shows what you know.
That's a galabaya.
It's a jalaba.
That's a what? A jalaba.
A jalaba.
Right? It's a jalaba by you. By me, it's a galabaya in Egypt.
What am I, chopped liver?
Yes. I had one of those last night,
Yeah,
too.
that's good. I know, honey. You dressed...
Oh, it's too late.
I love your dress.
It's too late.
Too late. All right, then, let's forge
French and
ahead.
everything.
Let us meet our doodler.
Number one, What is your name, please?
My name is Norman Uris.
Number 2.
My name is Norman Uris.
Number 3.
My name is Norman Uris.
And only one of these gentlemen, of course, can be the real Norman Uris, and so here is his story. I, Norman Uris, am a doodler. The dictionary defines doodling as drawing pictures, symbols, etc., abstractedly on whatever material comes to hand while the mind is otherwise occupied. As a dedicated doodler myself, I became passionately interested in the subject of doodling and doodlers. I wrote about 1,000 letters to famous people asking them for samples of their doodles. I also researched the history of doodling and discovered that doodling is not exclusively the product of our modern culture. Cavemen doodled on the walls of their caves, and doodles were uncovered when the excavation of Pompeii took place. Even some of the To Tell the Truth panel are doodlers. For instance, now, here is a squiggly-looking doodle by Gene Rayburn.
I did that? Yes, I did.
Is it a sailboat on the sea? Of course it is. And Bill Cullen's doodle takes us underwater rather than on it. Bill Cullen did a fish. Now, here are some non-panel doodles. Here is a man whose doodle denotes drive and direction. Baseball's Ted Williams. And finally, a highly sophisticated creation, a doodle by Paul Newman. I have written what I consider to be the definitive work on the subject of doodling, and I call it, appropriately enough, The Doodle Book. And it is signed Norman Uris. And we'll begin our questioning after a few doodles from our clients. All right, here we go. Now remember that one of these gentlemen only can be Norman Uris, author of the Doodle Book. And we'll begin the questioning with a fellow who doodled a sailboat for us, Gene Rayburn.
Thank you, Gary. All right. Mr. Uris, number 1. How did the cavemen doodle? I thought, you know, those rocks were kind of hard and they needed a chisel and all that. And doodling is something you do kind of unconsciously.
No, not at all. The cavemen doodled with flint or some other hard stone on the walls of the cave, strangely enough, close to the ground. If the artwork was up high, then it was an intentional work of art, whereas the doodles were primarily close to the ground where the caveman was sitting and were doodled primarily with flint or with pieces of charcoal or sticks that were burnt.
And they were doing something like talking on the phone with the other hand and doodling with one hand. Is that it?
They were hardly talking on the phone, but they were dawdling or doing nothing and just spaghetti.
Well, one question. What is that?
But it was a good one.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kitty.
Number 2, what were the doodles in Pompeii? Were they close to the ground as well? How did you know they were doodles rather than designs?
They had an aimless look about it.
And were they close to the ground?
Generally speaking, yes.
Were they done with paint or with chisel?
I would say some sort of charcoal.
I see. Number 3, is it true that a person with a complicated mind will do a complicated doodle and a person with a simple, or doesn't it really make any difference?
Well, it's like handwriting analysis. You can make out what you want to make out of anything that you find.
And number 2, Orson did lots of doodles. I could generally tell what his state of mind was when I sat next to him on the panel by his doodles. Do you believe that's true?
I believe in treating it as an art form, the way you would treat any art form.
Rather than a psychological study.
Thank you, Kitty. Let's go to Bill Cullen.
We'll get number 1's opinion on that. Do you think that doodles, a person doodles, reveal anything, Mr. Uris, number 1?
No, I don't really, although there are many people that do. I don't really believe that it gives any insight into his personality, other than perhaps that an architect might draw drawings resembling a building, or an artist might do things resembling his art.
Thank you. Number 3, if a person doodles nothing but dollar signs and stars, what is the preoccupation that person might have?
Well, I don't think you could really tell from his doodling, but he might have visions of grandeur or something.
Yeah.
Yes, the audience is missing out because during the commercial, Peggy said, I doodle nothing but dollar signs and stars.
Right. Shows I'm ambitious.
Number 2, you deal with it as an art form, so all you've done is collected pictures. You haven't... what does your text of the book consist of, number 2?
It's a story of doodling from caveman to the present time, and it treats it from an art point of view.
From an art point of view, the gentleman says. And Peggy?
Thank you. Number 3, where does the name Doodle come from?
Nobody really knows.
Oh, okay. Number 2, Miro, I don't know whether you think sort of sometimes looks like doodling. Do you consider that sort of high-class doodling?
I mentioned it in the book, and as a matter of fact, I got a very interesting letter from Mr. Miro in which he says when he tries to figure something out of what he's going to do in his next painting, with the fingertips, he would draw subconsciously in the air what he's going to do. I would say it's an oral doodle.
An oral doodle? Oral is mouth. Oral.
I mean, not written.
Oh, I see. Number 1, do you consider, for instance, the French cave drawings or the Spanish cave drawings doodles, or do you consider those a more advanced type of,
well,
like a Lescaut or something?
Yeah, as I stated before, if it resembles art, then it is not a doodle. It's something that's intentionally done as art. A doodle is some aimless type of drawing or scratching while the man is preoccupied with something else.
Okay, and on that basis, we must make up our minds. What do you think? Is it number 1? Or is it number 2? What do you think about number 3? It's going to cost you $50 for each wrong guess, $500 if all of the guesses are wrong. And Gene Rayburn, have you doodled a ballot? Yes, my friend?
Yes, I have. I voted for number 2, Gary, because I think he contributed a little more information than he wanted to. And even though I suspect his charcoal answer on the Pompeii paintings might not be accurate.
Okay, so we got 1 for 2. And what does Kitty think?
Well, I thought it was number 2 when he stood up. And after the questioning was over, I still think it's number 2.
2 for 2, and Bill Cullen's up.
You know, number 2 and number 1 both had very strong opinions on doodling and what it means. And number 3, all the while, sat back there and smiled benignly. And I vote for a benign smile, so I voted for number 3.
That's a kindly way of saying smug.
Smug,
yes.
Yes.
Smug look on
Smug,
it.
benign smile.
Smugly
Yes.
benign smile. All right, and we go to Pig.
Well, I voted for number 2, but you see, the thing is, I don't really think Miros look like doodles. I think they really are a design rather than a doodle. But I voted for you anyway, because you got a lot of high-class thoughts.
We're almost out on a limb, but not quite. So will the real Norman Uris please stand up? Thank you, Mr. Uris. We'll be back to you in a moment. Number 1, sir, what is your real name, please, and what do you do?
My real name is Dave Oltarsh, and I'm an attorney in New York City.
Uh-huh. Number 3, sir, what is your real name, please, and what do you do?
My name is Jack Swaska, and I'm an account executive for ASCAP.
For ASCAP. Let's get this directly from the expert. Mr. Uris, when somebody does doodle dollar signs and stars, what does it mean, or don't you interpret?
I don't interpret it as that. When I spoke before about comparing it with modern art, I wasn't trying to imply that Miro's work was doodles. What I was saying, it has some sort of a look of it. Yes. Just as somebody could draw something that looks like a deliberate piece of art, but it isn't. Right. It depends on the state of mind.
All righty. Now, I know that our audience will be interested in seeing some other famous doodles, and if you'll comment on them as we show them here on the screen. Now, that's what, Bill? What did you say?
That's good.
Yeah. That's
Who
is that,
good.
Mr. Uris?
President Nixon.
That's
fair.
That's
very what would you say about it?
That's very graphic.
What would you say about it?
It's a geometric design, and it reminds me very much of similar geometric designs I've seen by Leonardo da Vinci.
That's right, yeah.
Interesting.
Very similar.
Yeah.
Well, next we have a man who almost made it to Mr. Nixon's job, but not quite. This is Hubert Humphrey.
I think you could read into it whatever you like to read into it. I think that's part of the charm of it. To me, it looks like a locomotive.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it does.
To me, it looks like the DNA, the chain reaction of the molecules.
Okay, if that's what you like. And here's a good friend of all of ours, a fellow from our business.
Benny Goodman.
Bob Hope.
Bob Hope. Bob Hope.
It took me a long time to get one of Bob Hope's. Good friend of mine is a good friend of Bob Hope's, and he's been following me around trying to get it. And Bob Hope would only doodle on linen napkins. We couldn't get it out of the restaurant. Finally,
that's class.
Somewhere over there, I think it says 801%. That's Bob.
That's Bob.
Yeah, let's look at Princess Grace and see what she did here.
That's pretty.
actually only the middle part of the flower is a doodle. The rest of it is a planned piece of art. And it really shows what you can do with something that starts out as a doodle, and then later you can make a planned piece of art with it. And I explain it in my book, The Doodle Book, and I have other illustrations.
Okay, well, thank you. It's been fascinating. Thank you very much, Norman Uris, and thank you, Imposters, for being with us here on To Tell the Truth. Now, this next one is really unusual. Our next guest recently got married under most extraordinary circumstances, and we'll meet her in a moment after a profitable pause. Now let's meet our unique wife.
Number one, what is your name, please?
My name is Christine Kowasevich.
Number two.
My name is Christine Kowasevich.
Number three.
My name is Christine Kowasevich.
And here is Christine Kwasevich's marrying message. Here it goes like this. I, Christine Kwasevich, am a very new bride. I had a most unusual courtship. Here's the story. I read in a newspaper that a young man was going to be deported unless he got married immediately. He wanted to stay in America very badly. Since I was single, I thought I'd look into this. I was not alone, however. 499 other girls wanted to meet Ivo also, and they ranged in age from 18 to 60. Well, I got to see Ivo, and although he hardly spoke English, we knew in a minute it was just meant to be. He has a temporary stay now, while I have a permanent last name. Signed, Christine Kwasevich. And you got to admit, this is a different story. Bill Cullen, you want to start on it?
Number three, this Ivo got to be too much. Now, is he like the handsomest, most romantic fellow you ever saw, or was he when you first saw him, number three?
Well, not at first. About 4 hours later, he was.
4 hours it took him. That's fast, even in Pittsburgh. Number one, with 499 girls who sought his hand, do you think there's ever a possibility that Ivo might mention this to you in an argument and say, well, you're not the only fish in the stream, or, you know, regular Croatian words to that effect, number one?
No, before we were even married, when I first met him, he's from Yugoslavia, and they're very family-orientated, and he's very devoted.
Number two, before this happened, had you had regular boyfriends and suitors, and were you going out on dates and things like that?
Yes, but you see, I met Ivo, and he just had the European charm about him, and...
Thank you, Bill. That takes us to Peggy.
Well, number one, how's it going?
Fine.
Good.
Just great.
Number two, how long does one have to stay married? I mean, if God forbid, but I mean, if anything happened and you got a divorce, will they ship him right back to Yugoslavia?
Well, there's a possibility of it now. See, he has to go to Germany to get a temporary visa.
Why does he have to go to Germany?
He doesn't have a passport now.
Oh.
He's on an extended...
Thank you. Number three, where did this take place? In what city? I mean, where do you and Ivo live? That you read it in the paper?
Oh, we live in San Jose.
San Jose, California.
Yes.
Thank you. Number one, what does Ivo do for a living?
Cement finisher.
A what?
Cement finisher.
Oh, cement finisher. Number three, did you have an interpreter? I mean, 4 hours of looking at one another doesn't really cement the bond. I mean, did somebody tell you what he was saying? And
he does well. He can speak some English, and now I'm helping him.
Thank you. Well, number...
Thank you, Peggy. Let's go to Gene Rayburn.
Number one, do you agree that all Yugoslavs have a certain charm about them and sex appeal?
Uh-oh. Oh, I don't know. I don't know any other... Well, I know all John's friends.
I know one who doesn't have.
How do you feel about me, number one?
I've always liked you.
No, my parents were born in Yugoslavia, and I speak the language. Say a word that he taught you.
Not allowed. I can't do that. Not allowed to demonstrate. Not allowed. All right, listen, no.
Number two, where were you married? What city were you married in?
Reno.
In Reno, Nevada?
Yes.
And number three, you say you live in San Jose now?
Yes.
And when will his status in this country be permanent?
Well, it will be permanent as soon as he gets his passport and goes to Germany and gets his papers. Then he can come back to the United States, and after 5 years, he can be a citizen.
After 5 years, she says if indeed she is the one. So, Kitty?
Number one, how did Ivo get into the country?
He jumped a ship, a Greek ship in New York.
Ah, and made his way to California.
He was here for 4 months.
Speaking no English?
Not here, no.
How extraordinary. Number two, how did you find out that there were 499 other girls waiting in line? Where did you meet him?
Well, I met him at his boarding house, but it was in the San Jose Mercury papers.
Oh, that there were all those girls waiting. And number three, who was the interpreter?
There was no interpreter.
Oh, I see. You managed without an interpreter.
There was only the man he was living with.
Right.
His family.
And number one, how long have you been married?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Oh.
Isn't that revolting? And on that, we must make up our minds. What do you think? Is it number one? Or do you think it's number two? Or have you a preference for number three? In any event, it's $50 down for each wrong vote, $500 if all the votes are wrong, and Bill Cullen starts.
I don't like to vote for ethnic reasons, but Gene, is Yugoslav, is that a Slavic background?
Yes.
Number one has a Slavic look. She looks that way, and she looks like a fella by the name of Ivo would go big with her, like a Bill would die or a Gene, no matter what he is, would fall. But it's number one, I'm sure.
Whatever that meant, we got one vote for number one. Let's go to Peg.
Well, he may be Yugoslavian. I don't think she looks Yugoslavian.
She does.
Number two sounds as though she comes from New York. I don't think it's, I don't know. Number one looks like a very happy new bride, all kind of shy and glowing and blushy, and I voted for her. I'm sure it's you.
Okay, it's 2 for 1. And Gene Rayburn?
Well, she looks more Scandinavian or pure Californian than Slavic, number one. I voted for number one because I think Peggy nails it. She has that rosy glow of a new bride.
Say, there are 3 votes for the rosy glow. And what's Kitty going to do? Are you going to make it unanimous,
Well,
Kitty?
guess what?
What?
It's number one. Number one, when Bill said, you mean in 4 hours you found Ivo too much? And she just beamed all over, as much as to say, more than that.
Keep in mind that we pay $500 if nobody guesses the correct one.
She deserves the Academy Award.
All right? Who better to pick out the real girl than the man who picked her out in the first place? So, Ivo, come out here and pick out your bride. Boy, the rosy glow got it right on the nose. We'll be back to talk to you in a minute or two. Number two, what is your real name, please, and what do you do?
My real name is Becky Kay. I'm a fashion coordinator at Gazebo's Boutique in New York City.
And number three, what is your real name, please, and what do you do?
My name is Leslie Zerla, and I'm a professional clam opener.
Professional clam opener. Where do you open professional clams, number three?
All those that aren't equity. In New Jersey.
I saw you on a show. You were on a show opening clams with adhesive tape on your fingers, no?
No, that was putting sardines.
I want to find out now about Ivo and Christina. Gene, talk some Yugoslavian. You talk Yugoslavian?
Yes. The Serbo-Croatian is kako je braće? Dobro. Kako je žena?
Dobro.
Ona zna dobro kuhat?
Kuharica, dobro.
Ča kuhat?
Italijansku hranu kuha.
He says she cooks in Italian.
Well, Christina, we are grateful to one young particular reporter out on the San Jose, what was it, the San Jose News?
San Jose Mercury, yeah.
He was the one who put this in the paper and told about Ivo's problem, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. We wanted, what was his name?
Rick Carroll.
Rick Carroll, because we wanted to give him a thank you. And thank you, Ivo. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Imposters. Thank you, Gene Rayburn, for being here with us on To Tell the Truth. Oh, hey there. I mean, goodbye there, because we got to leave now. It's like that. No, we'll see you tomorrow.
Transportation and other considerations provided by Chevrolet, featuring the 1971 Impala with sidecar door beams, more wheelbase, more glass, more sound-deadening materials, all at a very Chevrolet price. Hotel accommodation, courtesy Delmonico's Hotel on fashionable Park Avenue, ideal for gracious living. Visit famous Delmonico's restaurant for superb continental cuisine. This is Johnny Olson speaking for To Tell the Truth, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
The truth can be found in black and white with Bud Collyer. Don't miss the original To Tell the Truth, Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific.
My line, episode 0076-0805. This is the Friday show. Recording date 23 April 70. Take one.
Let's all play What's My Line? And now let's meet this week's What's My Line panel. First, a jolly gent whose humor never fails. His showbiz name is Soupy Sale.
Thank you, Johnny Olson. It's a pleasure to welcome back this beautiful day not only a fine actress, but a best-selling authoress of a book called Starting From Scratch, which is about interior decorating, Joanna Barnes.
And on my left, to keep things on the panel rolling merrily along, Mr. Gene Rayburn.
Thank you, dear girl. And now, now here's the mystery lady. She's dressed in black. Arlene Francis.
Well, in honor of Earth Day, we have with us the salt of the earth and a peppery fellow, Wally Bruner.
Thank you, Arlene. I feel about as tired as old Mother Earth. And about as old sometimes. But it's nice to have a big wheel on the panel this week, Gene.
What's that?
I say it's nice to have a big wheel on the panel this week.
Thank you.
You actually ride that thing all around Manhattan?
Yeah, ride it around town, go to work, wherever I'm working, and it works out very well.
Well, as you can see, we're rolling right along to get things started off. So are you all set?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Let's meet our first challenger. Will you enter and sign in, please? Gary Thompson. Gary, where are you from?
Chicago, Illinois.
All right, panel, Gary Thompson deals with a product. Now, the product is actually worth less than $100, but people sometimes spend much, much more to get it. But now let's show the audience just what this product is. It's worth a little less than $100, and people sometimes spend more than that to get it. We'll begin the questioning with Arlene.
With me, did you
Yes,
say?
ma'am.
Oh, excuse me. I was thinking about what I'd pay more than $100 for. Is this something that one might get as a reward?
Yes.
Is it something that might be in the form of either a medal or a statuette?
Yes.
Well, the only thing I can think of is something that you might have as a, perhaps an Oscar or a Tony or...
That's it.
Yes.
Very good.
And you know, Gary, well, first let me say this. Mr. Thompson is the Executive Vice President of Dodge Trophies, who make the Oscars. But for our audience, this was a classic case of how Arlene got this, and I think I know, but I want you to tell them.
No, the only way I know about, or what I think of it, is that an Oscar doesn't cost so much to make, but an actress or an actor or a performer has to spend many years and spend a great deal of money in accomplishing the height of his talents in order to win one. Is that what you meant by that?
Well, and I think also the fact that you yourself would pay more than $100 for one.
Only if I earned it.
No, but I mean, I think, didn't you eliminate
Yes.
many things in your mind, as you said when you first began?
Yes.
I was trying to think of what I would pay more than $100 for. Yes, Joanna?
Well, as a member of the Academy, I don't think too many people know it, but if an actor or an actress who has won an Oscar falls upon hard times, they can sort of redeem it at the Academy for an amount of money. The Academy doesn't want them hawking them in hawk shops or something, so they'll help you out.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I didn't know
I
this.
think you should have Mr. Thompson explain how the trophy got the name of Oscar.
All right. Mr. Thompson?
This was originated by a relative of a woman who now works for the Academy, and they were just thinking of some kind of a name for it, and this man happened to mention it looks like my uncle Oscar, and that's how the name came about.
I was under the impression that it was Betty Davis who had named it.
I don't know.
Well, how long have you been making Oscars?
Since 1929.
Since the very
and
first
that's the
one.
inception of it, correct.
Well, has it changed or remained pretty much the same?
No, the design has remained the same.
I think it's interesting. You know how the original design came about?
It was designed on a tablecloth in 1929, and the tablecloth was taken from the restaurant and given to a sculptor, and he's the one who did the sculpturing on it.
And
right off the tablecloth.
Who was the first winner of the Oscar?
Well, the first female winner of the Oscar was Janet Gaynor. And she won for 3 movies, which the awards were given a little bit differently at that time. Seventh Heaven was one of them, and 2 other movies that were also produced within the same year, which I do not recall. Do you recall, Gary? But she was the first female. I think there were 15 awards given the first year. Yes, Gene?
I believe it was Conrad Nagel whose idea it was originally to start the whole thing.
That's right. Conrad Nagel was one of the founders of the Academy, along with about 10 other gentlemen of the film industry, but perhaps he conceived the idea.
No, it was he and one other.
But you know, very few of us have an opportunity to... Oh, but I want to ask one other thing first. You've made a mistake, I know, on one occasion, on
Just
the Oscars.
one, and I
Would you
wish
tell
you
the
wouldn't have
panel
said
about it?
that.
I think they'll enjoy it.
Spencer Tracy's was engraved Dick Tracy.
But since so few of us ever have an opportunity to see an Oscar close up, we have one here which we're going to take a look at. And, you know, they're really quite heavy. They weigh about 10 pounds.
What are they made of?
And here is the Oscar.
It's a special metal which is very heavily plated. It's Britannia metal.
And it is gold-plated.
Yes, it is. Very
But, you know,
gold-plated.
for those of us who have never really been that close up to one, and perhaps you can see with a close-up on the camera, that the statue is actually standing on a reel of film. And then, of course, it is a stalwart type of person, and he's holding a sword. He's holding the hilt of the sword with his hands, and the point of the sword rests between his toes. And this is supposed to be the Crusader's sword. And the Oscar supposedly represents a crusading film industry that can bring about technological and educational developments through the use of motion pictures. So that's how it was originally conceived, and it is beautiful. Why don't you take this with you, Gary? And I don't think I've earned one yet. I'm sure the panel would like to get a closer-up view of it, and we enjoyed having you on What's My Line.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll be back to meet another challenger as What's My Line continues.
All What Smile On contestants receive Farrah worsted slacks, known throughout the country as America's most distinctive new worsteds, finely tailored and imaginatively styled in the season's best colors and patterns. And lovely dream-spun thermal blankets in 4 different solid colors, all in 100% cotton, the fiber you can trust, from the Cotton Producers Institute. And this beautiful ring in 14-karat gold set with an azalea pink Lindy Star sapphire weighing over 3 carats, one of 6 glowing fashion colors available in Lindy Stars. Wally?
Thank you, Johnny Olson. And in case some of you are wondering why the Oscar that we had did not gleam quite like the ones perhaps you've seen on television before, it's because we were a little sneaky and sprayed it with some kind of gook so it doesn't shine, but so you can at least see it better. But now, are you all set for our next challenger?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, panel, our next guest is a young lady with the name of Linda Jessett. Now, Linda works for an agency called Flight 485. Because all of the girls who work out of that agency are ex-airline stewardesses or hostesses. Now, recently, Linda was called upon to spend a week doing something truly unusual. Now, she is demonstrating that particular occupation right now here on the stage behind the curtains. And before we show you Linda engaged in her occupation, please put on your blindfolds.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Blindfolds in place.
Wait. Okay.
All right, now let's meet Linda and show our audience just what her line is. Hi, Linda. Are you comfortable?
Yes, I'm comfortable.
Okay, now I'll remind you again, panel, that this is something that Linda was called to do for 1 week as part of her job of working for Flight 485. So with that information, let's begin the questioning with Soupy Sales.
Thank you. Is it Linda? Is that who it is?
It is Linda.
Linda, is what you do, what you did for this week, is it in connection with something that would have to do with an airline?
No.
That's 1 down. Joanna Barnes.
Are you wearing... no, wait a minute. May I assume that you are not wearing ordinary street clothes?
Yes.
Are you, in fact, wearing less than street clothes?
Yes, I am.
Let's hear it for Linda.
Spent a week stark naked in Macy's window. Are you perhaps not dry?
Yes.
Are you, in fact, underwater?
Partly.
Did you... Well, she spent a week in the water. Now, what am I supposed to find out? Like, if she was in a bathtub or if she
Well, why don't you find out what she was doing there?
getting paid for it.
Right, but there's another small part.
Well, you're partly in the water. May I assume that the part is below the waist?
No.
You're standing on your head in a mud puddle.
Well, yes, I would say the part below her waist is underwater.
She's not entirely underwater. I mean, I established that, right? She spent the week partly underwater. I'm supposed to find out which part?
No, you're supposed to find out what she was doing there. Why she was in the water to start with.
Well, because somebody hired her to do it. Testing, were you testing something?
Yes, I was testing something.
Were you testing some kind of sporting equipment?
In a sense, it's sporting, yes.
It has to do with some type of sport. I don't know if it's directly connected, but it has to do with it.
In a miniature submarine or something? No, that wasn't
That's
the question.
a no. Gene Rayburn.
Do you mind if I get in with you? Listen, this thing
Put
you
your
Oh,
were
bathing
testing.
suit
Why, I
on.
beg your pardon?
Put your bathing suit on.
All right. Are you wearing a bathing suit?
Yes.
Is the thing you are testing something... Are you wearing what you are testing? Or is
Yes.
Is it something other than a bathing suit?
Yes.
And is it applied to some part of your body?
Yes.
Applied? You mean like a cream or lotion, Gene?
Yeah, or makeup or something like that.
No.
That's 3 down. Arlene.
Is it something to do with scuba diving or some sort of water sport?
No.
No, panel, I'm afraid our time is up. May I suggest to you, please, that you take off your blindfolds and meet Linda and take a look for yourself, because she is demonstrating the Mighty Mac Life Preserver jacket. Is it really nice in there, Linda?
Oh, just like the bathtub. It's very good.
So now, where did you spend a week in the swimming pool?
At Abercrombie's and Fitch. On the
You're
main
floating.
floor.
You keep floating away from me. At Abercrombie's and Fitch.
Yes.
And you spent all day long?
In a 1,000-gallon tank, fish tank.
And it did.
Wrinkled out?
Yeah, didn't you get all shriveled up?
Well, at night my mother would iron me out.
Oh, pretty
Somebody
good.
does a joke.
Well, why don't we see panel, why don't you go back and sit down, Linda? Let's see what you look like on dry land, okay? May I help you out with that? Now, this is simply just a jacket, and I understand there are air pockets in the jacket that keep it afloat, right? Johnny, you get all the nice jobs. Yes. It's a Mighty Mac, and as you can see, just throw it in and it floats, and it'd be a great thing for kids out on boats and other people, wouldn't it, as a life preserver, and also offer protection from the weather.
Yes,
so it's a dual-purpose thing, and very safe. Well, Linda, congratulations to you. You survived it. Any idea what Flight 485 has in store for you next?
I don't have any idea, but I hope it's something like this.
Something as interesting and
Yes.
as much fun. Well, thank you. You stumped the panel, and we enjoyed having you on What's My
I
Line.
enjoyed being here.
Thank you. Did you say hello to me? What's My Line will continue right after this word.
Promotional consideration furnished by Argentine Airlines, and there are flights to fascinating South America leaving from New York, Miami, and Los Angeles via Argentine Airlines. By the way, if you're planning to be in our town, New York, and would like to attend one of our telecasts, write for tickets to What's My Line at 51 West 52nd Street, New York, New York, 10019. Be sure to write the word tickets on the envelope.
And we've reached the fun time again on What's My Line. That's when we meet our mystery guest panel of the blindfolds in place.
Yes, sir, Wally.
All right, mystery challenger, would you enter and sign in, please? Panel, as I'm sure you know, it will be one question at a time. You have 3 minutes, and we'll begin the questioning with Joanna Barnes.
Are you to be found in the newspaper pages containing the news of show business?
Occasionally.
Gene Rayburn.
And when we read that news, would we read the ABCs, that is, the legitimate theater directory?
No, not at the moment.
Arlene?
Well, perhaps would we see your name in advertising a motion picture?
That will come very soon.
Let me say that you might well at various times find this particular name in either one of the columns, advertising theater or motion pictures, but what I think our guest was saying at this particular time, you will not. Soupy.
Have you ever had your own series on television?
No, I've resisted that strenuously.
Joanna?
Are you a fella?
Oh, some question, but I vote yes.
Definitely yes. Gene?
He's a man.
It's a guy. Well, now, sir.
Yes?
What are you doing after the show?
You pay.
Okay. It's a date. That's all. No, are you a leading man type?
I'm more in character now, but I've led.
Arlene?
I think I hear the sound of a voice that I know very well.
I've led you, dear.
We know each other, don't we?
Yeah.
Didn't you do a picture recently with a man I'm closely associated with?
How do you spell it?
Did you do a picture? Have you just returned from Hong Kong?
Yes.
It's Burgess Meredith.
It is.
Can't keep it away.
What were you doing in Hong Kong, Bruce?
I was arranging a picture that I wrote and I directed, and I had a very rich part for myself in it. With James Mason and a lot of people, and we were there for 4 months and loved it. Before that, I was with Marty Gable and Henry Fonda and Kirk Douglas in The Desert, which Martin and I disliked very much.
But he liked you very much, and that made up for it all.
Yes, we had great times.
There was a crooked man.
There was a crooked man. That ought to be out pretty soon. What time is it? You know?
Burgess, are you still riding?
Riding, yes. Riding horses, yes.
Yeah,
I just just got a ribbon yesterday, which you'll be glad to hear. It was only a white one, but it was pretty good at Holiday Farm.
I've known Burgess for a while, and it really, I didn't know how, he is a great horseman. And we were in a sauna bath one time, and he's fantastic. You talk about somebody being black and blue from falling off of jumping horses. It was just fantastic. I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, I like to fall, evidently.
You like it, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have to.
Would you tell me now that you're planning on another trip to Hong Kong? Is this to finish up the?
No, I have to go out to the coast now.
Oh, you're going to finish it here.
Yes, I must say I loved Hong Kong. It was great. And,
well, was this a setting of Hong Kong as a background?
Yes,
or something?
Yes, I wrote this story called The Yin and the Yang of Mr. Go, and James Mason played this Eurasian, and we enjoyed every minute of it with Jack McGowan and a lot of people over there.
What nationality are you in it, Burgess?
I play an Oriental.
Because you have played an Oriental very successfully in the past.
That's right, a couple of times.
In Tea House of the August Moon,
Tea House of August Moon and a couple of others.
Yes.
But I would test myself, by keeping the makeup on, going through the streets, and people come up and talk to me in Chinese, and I'd say I can't, deaf and dumb.
Is that a Hong Kong tie?
That was, by the way, glad you asked, Don Kingman was my art director over there and translator and so forth, and he conceived this tie for me, and I thought I'd astonish you.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It really
It's
is.
beautiful and it's brilliant. And Burgess,
Right to down.
we're delighted you went to Hong Kong to make a movie, but we're also very pleased that you're back with us again.
I'm glad.
We'll look forward to seeing the yin and the yang as well as There Was a Crooked Man.
Thank
you
you
so
very
much.
much.
Burgess Meredith. Each and every week we receive hundreds of letters from people who would like to be a challenger on What's My Line, and you know, really, that is where we do find most of the challengers, from letters which are sent in by our audience and people who watch the show and would like to become a part of it. So may I suggest that if you've ever had sort of an inkling that you'd like to be on What's My Line, simply drop us a note to What's My Line, 375 Park Avenue, New York, 10022. We would like to have a picture of you, a description of your job, your name, address, and of course your phone number. And What's My Line will continue right after this word. Now, panel, the audience would like some honest answers to their questions. From Diane Cook of New York City to Soupy Sales. I can't stand men who wear nail polish. Do you wear it?
No, I have my nails manicured, but I just have them buffed, and I don't like polish either.
All right, from Mrs. Hennessy of Valley Stream, New York to Joanna Barnes. My husband is 43 and can retire soon. I think this is a mistake since he's quite fit. How do you feel about it?
Well, it depends what he's going to do when he retires. He may have a lot of time to fool around home. It might be kind of a second honeymoon. If it isn't, I'll be glad to take him to lunch or something.
And from Judy Kaplan of Boston to Arlene, do you think a college education is a must for a young girl of today?
I do indeed think it's a must for a young girl or a young boy of today, if they have the adaptability for it. Otherwise, learn a trade.
Thank you, panel, for your honest answers. You know, Gene, I'm curious. You rode your bike in today. Have you ever received a ticket in Manhattan for riding your bike?
Never. No, I'm a very law-abiding citizen.
How can you be and ride on the streets of New York City?
He doesn't.
It
He
ain't
rides
easy.
it on a bus. And it's very crowded in the aisles.
But you even take it up elevators, I understand.
Oh, I go everywhere. Offices, everywhere. I have to go. My bike goes because I love my bike.
We'll be back again with Gene Rayburn and his bike, and I hope you can join us, too, for What's My Line?
This is Johnny Olson speaking for What's My Line, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Tell the Truth, episode 0824, take one.
And a couple of tra-la-las. That's how we laughed the day away in the merry old land of Oz. Bzz, 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 choo, 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 and a couple of la-di-das. That's how the grit gets sprinkled in the merry old land of Oz. We get up at 12 and start.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gary Moore!
Thank you very much. And I am happy to report that we have just finished skipping with more or less grace down the long yellow brick road from the land of Oz. We have with us today the fellow who created a place called the Land of Oz, an actual location. And we'll meet him as soon as our panelists said hello to the Tin Woodman, to Dorothy, to the Scarecrow, and to the poor cowardly lion. Let's meet our wizard of a panel here on To Tell the Truth.
Gene Rayburn! Maggie Kraft! And Kitty Carlisle!
Now, don't tell me we don't get you escorted onto this stage in class.
That was delicious.
A delightful group of people. Obviously, we're all off on a trip to the Emerald City to see the Wizard of Oz. Now, Dorothy will be back on our stage to introduce her charming companions, but first, there'll be a small detour on the yellow brick road while we deposit some long green in the Emerald City. Now, let's meet the man who has recreated the Land of Oz. And Dorothy, I think it only proper that you do the honors, my dear.
Number one, what is your name, please?
My name is Jack Pentis.
Number two?
My name is Jack Pentis.
Number three?
My name is Jack Pentis.
Name is Jack Pentis. You're having a little trouble hearing through those. It'll be better when they get over on the mics. So here is the story of Jack Pentis. It says, I, Jack Pentis, have created an actual land of Oz, high on a mountain where visitors can come and become part of this famous children's story. The magic begins when our guests accompany a real-life Dorothy out of her Kansas farmhouse, which has been dropped by a cyclone, into the Land of Oz. And there, Dorothy and her dog start off on the yellow brick road, which leads to her meetings with that famous trio, the Scarecrow, and the Tin Woodman, and the shivery, shakery, cowardly lion. And then the four friends on their travels meet the Wicked Witch, who is brewing some evil mess in a kettle. When she sees Dorothy and her friends, she tries to cast a spell on them, but they run away and find themselves finally at the Emerald City. And after a joyous tour of the city and a meeting with the great wizard, Dorothy waves goodbye and sets off in the wizard's giant balloon to go back home again to Kansas. My Land of Oz, of course, owes a debt both to the famous book and to the movie, The Wizard of Oz. At the entrance to our Land of Oz, there is a statue of Judy Garland, who was, of course, Dorothy in the film. And the first shovelful of dirt was dug at our groundbreaking by the original Scarecrow himself, Ray Bolger. Signed, Jack Pentis. And we'll start the questioning with our fairy queen, Kitty Carlisle.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I want to go there desperately, fellas. Where is it? Number three. Where is it?
It's on Beach Mountain
Where's that?
in North Carolina.
Oh, and number two, does it go all year round?
We have a season of 4 months.
And number one, who wrote the original book?
L. Frank Baum.
Ah, and number three, how much does it cost to get in?
We charge $4 for the adults and $2.50 for children.
And number 2, can you stay all day?
The tour takes about 3 hours.
How, 3 hours? And number 1, are you all actors?
No.
Oh, you're just local townspeople?
Me nodded. I guess that means just local townspeople. We go to Gene.
Yeah. Number 3, are you having a little trouble with your lower jaw there?
Remember, I'm the Cowardly Lion.
Oh, that's right. You're trembling. Your lower jaw is trembling because you're afraid of me, right, number 3? Number 3, who played who was inside that Cowardly Lion costume in the motion picture?
That was Bert Lahr.
Yes. Number 2, who was inside of your costume in the motion picture?
Jack Hale.
Yes. How long has this been going, number 1?
It opened last year for its first season in 1971.
Is it hot inside that coconut shell, number 1?
It's roasting.
It is roasting.
His chestnut is roasted, I can tell you. Let's go to Peggy.
Number 2, how many shows will you do a day?
One set of people, one set of performers do 2 shows each.
And how many sets of performers do you have?
We have 4 Dorothys, and each Dorothy has her own troupe.
Oh, I see. And number 3, what was Dorothy's aunt's name?
Her name was Auntie M.
Thank you. And number 1, who played Glinda in the movie, the Good Witch Glinda?
That was Billy Burt.
Thank you. And number...
There goes your buzzer, which takes us to Tom.
How many acres, number 2?
There's 26 acres.
My word. Number 3, is this a public company?
Oh, it's a private organization.
Is it, number 1, how old is it?
The Land of Oz is 1 season old.
Ronnie and Tony Martini, Mr. and Mrs. Martini, what do they have to do with that place, number 3?
I don't recall having much to do with it.
You don't know Ronnie and Tony Martini, Mr. and Mrs.?
No, I don't.
Okay, number 2, do you know whether this is a public company or not?
It's the Carolina Caribbean Corporation.
Thank you.
And there goes the bell. And no matter what you think you learned, you got to put a number down on the ballot. And of course, it must be a 1 or a 2 or a 3. And it's $50 for a wrong vote. It's $500 for a clean sweep, and Kitty Carlisle starts.
I'm going to vote for number 2. He said the name of a company that sounded very legitimate to me.
Okay.
And I voted for him.
So we have a 2 showing in Gene Rayburn.
Well, it's tough, Gary, because, you know, they're inside there, and we really can't see their
A little
eyes,
muffled.
and the eyes are revealing. In this case, if someone were trying to be an imposter and someone asked the name of the corporation, you just wouldn't ad-lib Carolina Caribbean Corporation. So for that logic, number 2 got my vote.
2 and 2, and Peg.
Well, I never heard of the Martini family, but the Carolina Caribbean company is so exotic that I had to vote for number 2.
It's sweeping down the line. We got 3 2s, and what are you going to do?
I voted for number 2 as well. I happen to know a little tiny bit about this, but I think I may have the name wrong, but I think the Martinis are out in front of the place. There's such lovebirds everybody in Western Carolina knows about.
Well, this is the way it goes now. Everybody is unanimous. We're either terribly right or terribly wrong. Everybody says number 2. So, will the real Jack Pentis please stand up? It's a clean sweep. Great shot, fellas. You won $500. Number 2, will you tell us what your real name is and what do you do?
My name is Nipsey Russell. I made this suit with an acetylene torch. It's neither pleated nor belted. I would have been dressed in the latest style, but the doggone hot pants melted.
Isn't that marvelous? Unanimously, everybody went for Nipsey, and every one of you knows him. Oh, well, that's what we get there for having a celebrity on the thing. Let's go to number 3. Number 3, what is your real name and what do you do?
My name is
I can't.
Johnny Olson.
Oh, that's marvelous. Johnny Olson, our fine announcer and confrere. John, when did you get into the costume?
During the first commercial, Gary, I disappeared.
And that is why we had Dorothy come out and introduce the guests, you see.
You're a very good actor, Johnny.
Thank you very
Good
much.
job.
Prior to
Good
that,
job for everybody, all
Roger
concerned.
Peterson was in prior to that.
And Jack, quite quickly now, where exactly is the Land of Oz located?
It's on the top of Beech Mountain near Banner Elk, North Carolina, which is between Boone and Linville in the Blue Ridge area.
Hope to see you there soon. Nipsey, I see you backstage. Johnny, go back to work.
Yes, I
idiot. Thanks very much, friends, on behalf of Tell the Truth. Have fun. You figure you got a good eye there, Poston, right?
Oh, I'm so glad that we didn't get him. Wasn't that terrific? I love it when we're all wrong. Why is that?
Well, you know, Tom, when he's not working here, I should put it the other way around. He works for Providence Securities down on Wall Street, and we get a day off from him every now and then. Are you as smart about your stocks and bonds and your securities as you are about your voting?
I just missed, Gary.
You better get back to the
You
shop.
got all the heart of a Tin Woodman.
I know it. It's just terrible. Well, let's get back to what we're doing here. You know, when young people go away to college, they are likely to be a bit homesick. And of course, one of the best cures for that is to have a kindly, understanding, and friendly house mother. Well, our next guest on To Tell the Truth is just that and a little bit more. You'll see what I mean after a couple of messages here. Oh, Johnny, are you back at your post now?
Yes, I'm back, ready to introduce the next guest, Gary.
Oh, you remember how it goes now? What is your name and all like that?
My name is... Yeah, I remember.
Okay, you got it? Here we go then. Let us then meet our very special house mother.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Sarah Sue Ritchie.
Number 2.
My name is Sarah Sue Ritchie.
Number 3.
My name is Sarah Sue Ritchie.
And only one of them, of course, is Sarah Sue Ritchie, and this is the story. I, Sarah Sue Ritchie, am a fraternity house mother. I know I don't look like the traditional gray-haired motherly image of a house mother. In fact, the fraternity members thought I was too young for the job and looked in vain for a house mother in the more conventional mold. Finally, they gave up and hired me on a temporary basis, which was quickly made permanent when they discovered that I was able to plan good meals, chaperone their parties, and generally make the house comfortable to live in. In fact, I am such a success as a house mother that all the boys in the house have a special nickname for me. They call me Super Sarah, signed Sarah Sue Ritchie. And we'll start with a guy who appreciates a pretty girl even if she is a house mother, Tom Poston.
Well, number 2, it's obvious that you're a very attractive young lady. What do you do if a young man gets ardent?
They usually don't, out of hand.
Yeah, what about the ones that... Anybody ever? Did anybody ever?
At the SAE house, or ever. Yes, at one time.
What do you do about that?
Just try to handle it with discretion.
Well, I think it's fantastic. If you'd seen our... Number 3, how did you go into the line of work in the first place?
Well, actually, my boyfriend is with another house on the campus, and he heard that they were looking for somebody, and it didn't really originate with me. There are other graduate students doing it on the campus.
Oh, I thought you were a college girl. Number 1, are you a graduate student?
Yes, I am.
And where is the school, may I ask?
In Alabama, Tuscaloosa.
What's the fraternity?
SAE.
Oh, you can trust them. They wouldn't harm a girl. They wouldn't harm a girl. They'd be lucky if they ever... Number 2, are the Sigma News on your... Where are you, number 2?
At the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa.
And from Tom, we go to Kitty, please.
Well, number one, you say you chaperone their parties. I didn't know there was such a thing left as a chaperone.
Well, I'm the official chaperone for the parties.
What does that mean? You're there, but you disappear?
Discreetly.
Number two, why would they even have to have a sort of a figurehead for a chaperone with parietal things they have now?
It's a university rule.
It is. And number three, what are you studying?
Oh, I'm in home ec with foods and nutrition
Oh,
now,
so you
now
can
that I'm
plan
in grad
good meals.
school, right.
Number two, what do you do to make the house livable?
See that there are flowers there on certain occasions and that the meals are on time and this sort of thing.
I see. Number one, I thought fraternities were dying out, maybe not in the South.
No, not in the South at all. They're very strong.
They are. And number two, do you approve of fraternities in general?
Yes.
Why?
I was a sorority girl myself, so I approve.
What was your sorority?
Pi Beta Phi.
And do you approve of sororities and fraternities, number three?
I have various thinkings about them. I think the SAE house is great, and when I was a sorority member, I enjoyed it very much. I have a lot of different ideas about it.
And that takes us on down to Gene.
It's very interesting. They didn't have this when I was a kid.
You'd have never graduated.
That's right. Number two, how many boys are there?
There are about 30 that live in the house, but I feed 80 to 90 at the noon meal.
That's quite a job to feed that many. Number three, is there any, on many campuses around America now, there's co-ed living. Does that happen at your school?
No, it hasn't, not yet.
No? Why are you laughing, number three?
Well, I don't
don't
know.
like the idea?
Maybe I'd move back into the dorm.
I see. Number one, would you tell us, number two told us, now you tell us how you handle it when one of the boys gets ardent, as Tom put it, and makes a pass at you. What do you do?
Sit down and tell them the facts of life.
Yeah, but he knows the facts of life. That's why he's making a pass at you, honey.
That's what he sit down for.
Number three, I guess we have to follow this all the way. How do you handle it?
Well, you mean how do I handle
Yeah,
any
what do you
certain-
do if a kid gets amorous and...
Well, in the SAE house, let me say, when I moved there, we thought that might be a problem, and the fraternity president called a big meeting, you know, and he says that we can have it going on, and the guys are pretty good about it, really.
And Peggy?
Number three, I don't think we established where you are. Which school are you? Which school?
Alabama.
The University of Alabama.
Right.
Okay, now, number two, how do you get all your work done when you have to feed 92 people 3 times a day? I mean, you're a graduate student, right? What are you
Right.
graduating in dishwashing? I mean,
No, foods and nutrition. I have a staff of 4, and they're pretty well organized. If I give them the menu, they can carry on.
well, number one, do you have to figure out, like, for 92 people, how much you can spend? I mean, do you have to make it up out of a budget? Do you have to figure the budget out?
I don't have to figure the budget out, but we do work with the budget.
You would like number one at the end of the month, is it pretty much rice and grits?
No, it isn't.
Well, that's good to know. Number three, what is the fraternity song of SAE?
The fraternity song?
Yeah.
We don't really have a song, or at least none that I can think of.
They did at Harvard.
They had the yell that I couldn't repeat right. But I don't know really of any song. This is my first semester actually at Alabama, and also my first with the house.
Number one, if anybody, oh.
There goes the bell. I hope we've made up our minds. Is it number one, or is it number two? Or what do you think? Is it number three? We pay $50 for each wrong guess. We pay I know. We pay $500 if all the votes are wrong, as they were last time. Tom, you want to try?
Shall I? Yeah. I voted for number two because I think I detected just a fleck of tapioca on her lapel. And it...
Yeah, nasty.
Oh,
We've
don't
got
you
a
remember
2
how
show
much
in there.
tapioca we used
And
to
let's
have
go
at
to
school?
Kitty.
Well, they were all wonderful. It could be any of them, but I voted for number three because I think she's new at it, and she wasn't all that certain of everything.
We got a 2 and a 3, and Gene Rayburn's coming out any minute.
Well, I voted for number two because I'd like to try her cooking.
There you go, Peg.
Well, I think number three should have known that they do have a song. They do, at least the...
Sing it for us, Peg.
No, I voted for number two.
What?
All of us?
We know. We got 3 2s and 1 3 showing, and let's find out about this. If you're an SAE, you ought to know. Well, the real Sarah Sue Ritchie, please stand up.
Come on, Sarah
Ma'am.
Sue.
There. Sarah Sue, be back to you in a minute. Let's find out about your friends. Number one, what is your real name, please, and what do you do?
My name is Carol Potter, and I'm a publicist at the American Broadcasting Company.
Oh. And number three, please, what is your real name? What do you do?
My name is Elena Yates, and I'm a representative for a monocrylic wig company.
Sarah Sue, is there such a song as Peggy says there is?
If there is, I don't know it.
They haven't taught it to you yet.
Well, I thought number three was just trying to fudge out.
I know there is one.
There is a song. Do you know how it goes, Peggy?
No, I forget.
Now, when you're chaperoning, you know, at a party, are you allowed to bring a date yourself?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I'm just like one of the gang, really.
You're just one of the boys.
Not one of the boys. I didn't say that.
You wouldn't fool me for a minute. Thank you, Sarah Sue, and thank you, friends, also for being here with us on To Tell the Truth.
In addition to the cash awards, our first team of challengers will receive exquisite gold and tassel jewelry by Sarah Coventry. A necklace with gold and tone chains converts to a bracelet and matching earrings, all designed by Sarah Coventry. Our second team will receive Carousel's Dolly M wig and Flexicurl, the creative new hair thing, both in 26 exclusive colors from Carousel, America's largest wig manufacturer.
Panel, when you're working on a show, whether it be a Broadway show or a television show, do you ever make little notes in the margin to yourself about some interpretation, and then after you read it 2 days later, you don't know what it means?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, and I'm reading to you, this is the last card for today, and it says here, in my own handwriting, it's possible that Aristotle Onassis has ingrown toenails.
What does that mean?
I haven't the vaguest idea, and I wrote it to myself.
What's it in connection with?
I don't know.
I read the rest
Friends,
of the card.
come see me in the hospital. I'm going to be ill for a while. Meanwhile, I'm going to try again tomorrow.
In addition to the cash awards, our central characters today will receive the Samsonite Classic Attache case, featuring color-coordinated portfolio and exterior strong magnesium frames and chain-resistant cover from Samsonite. Transportation and other considerations provided by Chevrolet, featuring the new Monte Carlo. Still the only personal luxury car you can buy for anything near the price, luxury style, craftsmanship, plus traditional Chevrolet value. Prizes or product mentions are furnished and or paid for by the manufacturers or supplier of the products or services identified on this program. This is Johnny Olson speaking for To Tell the Truth, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Ladies and gentlemen, Gary Moore.
Miss Anderson, will you come in, please? Miss Anderson, will you take a letter, please?
Yes, sir.
That's fine. W.
W?
Yeah, that's all the letter I want you to take because I want you to save your strength. A few minutes here, I'm due to start chasing you around the desk again.
Oh, we'll be working late again.
Oh, you bet your baby. Just a moment while I call my wife and tell her I'm going to be late. You want to start the tape recorder, please? Turn right on. Yeah, hello, honey? Yeah, honey, this is Sugar Bud. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm going to be late again. Yeah, you see, I'm stuck here on the highway. Yes, I'm calling from one of those roadside emergency phone booths. The what? The engine trouble. I think the farm brindle got cut up with the sting dangle. Yeah. When? Oh, I guess I should be home in about 2 hours. Correction, honey, I think I'll be home in about 4 hours. Yes. No, well, I have to hang up now. Another motorist wants to use the phone. Yes, dear, I'm having trouble hearing you. Goodbye now. And now, my little chickadee, down to work. That's the story of my life. I never learned to run fast enough. That atrocious little charade was not to reveal any part of my private life. I hope you understand that. We were merely demonstrating a new invention. Have you ever wanted someone to think that you were someplace that you were not? Well, it's very easily arranged with the use of an alibi tape, just like the one that we demonstrated for you a moment ago. Now, we'll find out about that inventor in just a moment as soon as we say hello to our inventive panel here on To Tell the Truth. Hello there. And look who is back amongst our midst. We got Bill Cullen back with us. Bill, my friends, you're missed. Where have you been?
I was in a contest. I entered the Greater Pittsburgh Hopscotch Contest.
Oh, you were in a hopscotch contest?
Yeah, we'd hop a few times and then we'd stop for a few scotches. And I won half the event.
Well, I'm glad that you're back.
I didn't hop too well, but I scotched up a storm. I have a bit of a gold medal to show for it.
We have Gene Rayburn and Les Girls, and we are ready to go to work. And now let us meet. That's French, you know. Yes. Now let us meet our alibi Ike. What do you say?
Number one, what is your name, please?
My name is Steve Lichtenstein.
Number two.
My name is Steve Lichtenstein.
Number three.
My name is Steve Lichtenstein.
And we have the usual problem. Only one of them really is Steve Lichtenstein, and here is his affidavit. It says, I, Steve Lichtenstein, know full well that an ironclad alibi can save a guy a lot of grief. I'm the president of an outfit that painstakingly prepares alibis for all occasions. Here's how it works. I have recorded on tape all sorts of sound effects that can form various background sounds for phony situations. Say, for example, that you're sitting in a boisterous bar and it's time to call your wife. Well, by holding your portable tape recorder near the phone, you switch on the reassuring sounds of busy office typewriters, or perhaps the more antiseptic areas one hears in a midtown hospital. Depending on the situation, the trusting homebody will be tuned into traffic jams, lobby noises, or airport sounds. My messages are known as alibi tapes. Signed, Steve Lichtenstein. And we'll check into this whole ugly situation in just a moment after a few straightforward messages. Now, remember, all three of these gentlemen claim to be Steve Lichtenstein, president of a company that produces recorded alibi sound effects. Let's start the questioning with the honest-to-goodness Gene Rayburn.
Right, thank you. Number two, how long have you been in business?
About a year and a half.
Yes. Number three, where do you get your sound effects? Do you go to a store and buy sound effects, or do you...
No, it's actual locations.
You take a recording outfit out there and go to a hospital?
No. I use a tape recorder. I use a Sony TC-110.
Number one, when you sell the service, do you sell the cassette recorder and with the tapes and everything?
No, just the tape.
Just the tape?
Yes.
And is it expensive, number one?
It's about $16.95 for 4 tapes.
Number 2, what 4 tapes are included?
Well, you get 4 tapes with 2 effects per tape. You get 8 effects on 4 different tapes.
Yeah, that buzzer takes us to... Peggy, you look angry already.
Well, I want to ask you, number 1, do you think that this is a nice thing to do?
Well, it helps people out of bad situations, saves pain.
But number 3, they get themselves into these rotten situations. Why should they have traffic noises to cover up the fact they're a bunch of bums? I'm perfectly serious.
I'm sorry, but we have women asking us for these tapes now.
Listen, I'm not saying but I mean, I just think it's awfully dishonest. If a guy can't think of his own alibi, good luck to him. He should suffer. Number 2, would you please tell me why a hospital sound? You'd scare the poor girl to death if we called up with people screaming with pain in the background.
No, it just helps accent the old visiting a sick friend excuse.
Oh, he doesn't say he's all wrapped up in the emergency ward.
No, he just says he's visiting a friend in a hospital.
Thank you. Number 1, where are these things for sale? I'm starting to pick it.
Oh, through the mail. There are various ways you can get them.
Nasty through the mail. Does the government know you're selling this stuff through the mail?
Of course.
They do?
Sure. You have to take permits out.
You have a permit to do this? Well, I'm not for this administration anyway, but I must say this is too
Go get him, Tiger! Gracious. You can't blame everything on Agnew, you know, Peggy.
Well,
let's go to Bill Cullen.
Number 3, am I correct in assuming that this is to get a husband out of trouble? I mean, he's somewhere he's not supposed to be. He calls home, and like Gary did when he was dictating that letter, he calls home and he wants his wife to think he's somewhere else.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, usually, but it's not made just for husbands to get out of trouble.
Or wives, or boyfriends, or things like that. Now, number 1, now here's the point. Suppose you want to make your wife jealous. And suppose you are in the office and you are working like a dog, but you want her to think you're having a good time. Do you have tapes available with girls yelling the equivalent of whoopee in the background?
Well, we have barroom sounds.
Barroom sounds? Number 2, do you have sounds of the resultant pinches that sometimes...
Well, we have the sound effects of a wild party, so that if you're alone in your apartment and you want to get a friend over, you can say, "Come on over, Mary, we're having a wild party."
And she gets there, and it's just the 2 of you. And you say, "If you think I'm going out for ice cream at this hour of the night, that's another story."
This plot is getting thicker than I had imagined. Let's go to Kitty.
I think you ought to be arrested, all of you. It's a disgrace. And furthermore, number 3, you're doing a terrible disservice to people who are on the level, because now you've publicized this. A guy is really stuck on the highway, and he calls his wife, and she won't believe him. How do you deal with that?
Wish for the best.
But that's not saving pain. That's causing pain. Now, number 1, you said it's not just for husbands. You have tapes for wives?
Yes, we have some.
Well, like what?
Beauty parlor sounds and
hair dryer.
Shopping. Yes.
Yeah. Shopping.
Supermarkets.
Yeah. And what else?
Well, we're just coming out with a line for women now. There's been so many requests for it.
I think it's absolutely dreadful.
I recorded one in an insane asylum for when I wanted my wife to think I'm at Goodson Todman's office.
Exactly.
And in any event, we must form an opinion and we must vote. So let's take another look at them. Do you think it's number 1? Or do you think it's number 2? Or do you think it's number 3? It pays $50 anyhow for each wrong vote. It pays $500 if nobody guesses right, and Gene Rayburn commences.
Yes, Gary, I shall commence. I voted for number 1, and he appears to me to be only one who could have dreamed up this scheme, because he has shifty eyes.
Yes, he has.
Number 1, you have my permission to poke him in the nose after this is over. Right or wrong? And we go to the even-tempered Peggy Cass.
Well, I hope when Mary gets to that wild party that's non-existent, she gives you a clap in the chops. But I voted for number 2 because my mother said always watch out for those quiet ones.
We have a 1 and a 2 and a Bill Cullen coming out.
I had one of these tape machines once. I made myself, and I wanted my wife to think I was busy working at Goodson Todman, and by mistake, I put on the opening record from the boys in the band. And if you don't think I had... Anyway, I voted for Gene's shifty eyes. Number 1 looks like the type of fellow who would do this sort of thing.
We got 2 1s, and we've got a 2 and a Kitty Carlisle coming out.
Well, I voted for number 1, but I think your mother ought to give you a good spanking. You're too young to be doing that.
Well, we almost had a clean sweep, but not quite. The votes are all in. Will the real Steve Lichtenstein please shamefully stand up. It's number 2. Let's find out about number 1.
It takes one to know one, too.
Peggy, your mom was right, like you said. Number 1, you got 3 wrong votes. What is your real name and what do you do?
My name is Tony Rizzo, and I'm a photographer, writer, singer, impressionist in Hollywood.
Wow.
Makes his own record.
An honest-looking, wholesome number 3. What is your name, please, sir, and what do you do?
My name is Andy Kane. I'm Vice President of Baxter Search Personnel Agency.
Steve, I won't turn you over to this group. I don't trust them. Thank you very much, you and your imposters, for being here with us on To Tell the Truth. And if you think that was fun, we got something nifty coming up. Our next guest is one of those on every airplane, an airline stewardess. But this particular stewardess has a very fine story indeed, and we'll find out about that after a few high-flying commercials.
Number 1. What is your name, please?
My name is Ida Staggers.
Number 2.
Number 2?
My name is Ida Staggers.
Number 3.
My name is Ida Staggers.
All right, and let us listen, please, to Ida Staggers' airborne affidavit. It says, I, Ida Staggers, have been an airline hostess for more than 30 years, longer than any other stewardess now flying. When I first joined TWA, it took 8 hours to fly from Kansas City to Newark. The passengers were served lunch boxes at meal times, and all of us hostesses had to be registered nurses. Over the years, I have flown most of TWA's world routes, fulfilling the ambition I had when I first joined them. That ambition was to get around, see the world, and not stay in one spot all my life. Currently, I am flying the most up-to-the-minute run from California to Vietnam. However, I don't mean to keep flying all the rest of my life. I intend to retire when I am 65. Signed, Ida Staggers. And as usual, we will start with our aerodynamics expert, Bill Cullen.
Number 1, I assume when you became a hostess, you were a registered nurse, were you not? And number 2, is it correct that everybody in those days had to be a registered nurse?
Yes, we all had to be registered.
I'll go back to number 1 and ask, 30 years ago, which would be 1941, what type of equipment did you fly?
DC-3s and DC-2s.
Number 3, how many passengers did they hold? The DC-3s and DC-2s.
25.
How many, number 2, if I may ask, this is an indelicate question, but it is important because they used to get up there and stay up a long time. How many restrooms did you have up there for those people?
We had one.
I see. Number 1, how was it marked? Ladies or gentlemen?
Just lavatory.
Yeah. Take your chances.
It was marked good luck.
Yeah.
And we go to Kitty Carlisle.
Number 3, did you see all the world you wanted to?
Not quite yet.
Where are you going now?
Well,
After
I'm
Vietnam.
going to Vietnam.
Yeah, but after that?
What do you mean?
I mean, what's your ambition?
Oh, I have to see China, Hong Kong,
well, that's
Japan,
enough.
South
That's
America.
Number 2, what did you do for food on those early planes?
We had box lunches, usually cold chicken. Indianapolis had the best cold chicken.
I've had that, yeah. I've been on those planes with those box lunches. Number 1, when I first flew from California, it took 18 hours. How many times did we stop for food? Do you remember?
When you first went?
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. We stopped for food only.
Yeah.
Oh, food 3 times.
Number 3, can you name the stop?
And from Kitty, we're going to go down to Gene Rayburn for the last... No, Gene Rayburn and Peggy. Yeah.
Now, number 3, Indiana, number 2 said that they stopped in Indianapolis for fried chicken because it was very good. What's so distinctive about Indiana fried chicken? Do you happen to know, number 3?
Well, it's straight from the farm, and it has a heavy batter.
Yeah. Number 2, how many passengers did the DC-2 carry?
14 passengers.
Yeah. And number 1, was it DC-2 aluminum or fabric?
Fabric.
Fabric.
What? I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
No, you answered my question.
Very snarky.
No. Number 2, did you ever have an opportunity to use any of the things you studied as a registered nurse?
Well, not really, just my common sense with a professional background.
Number 3, why did they require hostesses to be registered nurses?
Well, they did. They don't anymore.
I mean, why? Why was it number 3?
Well, I think it was because of the feeling of emergency and people up in the air. Of course, anything could happen up there, and you'd better be ready for anything.
Yeah. Number 2.
Thank you, Gene. And we go to Peggy, please.
I don't wish to be indelicate, but nobody's brought this up. Number 3, didn't they try to put an age limit on the ages of stewardesses recently?
Well, they couldn't because the law was passed, you see, 2 years ago, that over 65. Under 65, they can't ask questions anymore, you know?
No? But number 1, now supposing like a bunch of young GIs get on, well, like say when you're 65, number 1, and there's like 2 of you girls of 65, those guys are, I mean, it's motherly and all, but what you really expect a stewardess is to say coffee, tea, or milk, you know. Don't they get disappointed? I don't mean yes.
I don't think so,
no,
and I hope not.
No, I mean when you're 65. Well, can you, number 2, can you get married if you're a stewardess now?
TWA lets hostess be married. I can't speak for the other airlines.
Oh.
And ask not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for all of us. We must mark our ballots for number 1, or for number 2, or for number 3. $50 is the penalty for a wrong vote, $500 if nobody guesses correctly. Bill Cullen?
Well, you know, I was all set to vote for number 2 because when Johnny Olsen asked her name, she didn't hear him, and I figured the engine noise through the years had gotten to her hearing. but the answer about TWA allowing the stewardesses to marry and her not knowing about the others, most airlines do now, by law, have to allow them to marry. So for that reason and no other, I voted for number 3.
We've got a number 3 showing, yep. And Kitty Carlisle.
Well, they're all marvelous, and I don't think either any of them look as though they're anywhere near retirement age. But I voted for number 2. I think she looks like she really has done all of this.
Has a certain professional cachet about her. All right, Gene?
Well, number 3 said the Indiana fried chicken has a heavy batter. Wrong. It's a nice light batter. Indiana fried chicken is characterized by its marvelous crisp taste and the way they do it. So I voted for number 2's Indianapolis-style fried chicken.
Thank you, Colonel. And we've got a pair of 2s and a 3 showing. And Peggy?
No, not me.
No?
I think number 1 looks just like a stewardess. Yeah. So I vote for her.
You think so?
Yes.
All right. Well, now, by a different way of revealing the real Ida Staggers, we have a picture taken of Ida in her stewardess cap taken 35 years ago. So panel and audience, watch your monitor. Will the real 1936 Ida Staggers please appear on screen? There she is, and of course we immediately know it is number 2. Ida Staggers, please stand. Thank you, Ida. Nice job, ladies. Number 1, you got 1 wrong vote. What is your real name, please, and what do you do?
My name is Joan Forrest, and I'm a housewife.
Very good. You're right, she's got that personality. Yeah. Great smile.
And your answer of fabric was absolutely correct.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
I know you're a little surprised, but it was right. Let's go to number 3 with 1 wrong vote. What is your real name and what do you do,
My name is Loretta White, and I'm the author of a good cookbook called The Good Egg.
I know that you're ready for all emergencies, but what do you do when with somebody who is afraid of airplanes?
The best thing to do with a passenger that's afraid of an airplane, if they say they are, is talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
Just talk to them.
I know one fellow who can't sleep all night before he flies, and he gets the shakes, and he's in I keep telling him that he ought to change jobs. He should not be an airline captain. Ida, thank you very much. And imposters for a big... You know that's a lie. Thank you. It is only Monday. We've had fun already. What can happen on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Tune in and see. We'll see you then.
Transportation and other considerations provided by Chevrolet, featuring the new Nova, the not too big, not too small Chevrolet. Easy to park, economical, great on the highway, room for 5 or 6 adults. Nova, a great Chevrolet value. Hotel accommodations, courtesy of the luxurious Fox Sheraton Hotel, home of the famous Mermaid Room, right in the heart of Manhattan and convenient to everything. Prizes or product mentions were furnished and or paid for by the manufacturers or supplier of the products or services identified on this program. This is Johnny Olson speaking for To Tell the Truth, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Let's all play What's My Line? And now let's meet this week's What's My Line panel. First, our guest guesser, Gene Rayburn.
Yes, sir, Chet. All right. Hey, how would you like to meet a tall, good-looking blonde lady? I'll bring her out here, but just keep your hands off her, because she's mine. Here's Sherry Henry.
When that fine actor Robert Alta had a little older boy, he didn't know then that he was going to follow him to the older of success, but he did. Here's the successful Alan Alda.
That was very touching. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
I think I'll cry.
Yeah, okay, in a minute or two I will. I would like to introduce someone who, unlike many people who wear their hearts on their sleeves, wears hers around her neck, and it makes her look lovely. Arlene Francis.
It is not a hearing aid. And now our luck is riding on Larry Blyden.
How do, everybody?
How do.
Well, huh?
We here to help you.
You here to help me?
Yeah.
I sure am glad, because I sure could use a little help today.
Okay.
You take this one here. I sure need help on this. Would our first challenger enter and sign in, please? Don Van Neville. Where are you from, Don?
St. Cloud, Minnesota.
All right, Don Van Neville is a North American champion in competition with about 50 contestants. He won this trophy. There it is. You got a shot of that? There we are. He won this trophy at Pasadena, California. We will now show the audience in what activity he holds his championship. And we'll start the game with Sherry Henry.
Mr. Van Neville, would you do what you do to win that in good weather rather than bad weather?
It doesn't make any difference, no.
1 down and 9 to go, Al.
Do you do this? Indoors?
Yes.
Do you do it all by yourself as opposed to doing it and needing to do it with somebody else?
Yes.
Do it all by yourself. Do you do it? Do you do it without the aid of equipment?
Yes.
Is it a when you do it? Are you racing against time in any way?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Arlene. When you say without equipment, Alan, maybe I should qualify that a little bit so as not to mislead you. There is something else involved, but it's not in the nature of equipment.
Okay.
Arlene?
Does it require distance in the competition, like a broad jump?
No.
No?
3 down and 7 to go, Gene.
From here, that little figurine atop the trophy looks naked. I can assume that has nothing to do with the thing you do, right?
Right.
Yes, okay. Doesn't he? I mean, I don't know. You're much closer to it. Well, now, do you wear anything special when you're doing this? I mean, do you wear something other than what you're wearing now?
No.
4 down and 6 to go, Sherry.
Would you have some, if you don't have equipment exactly in connection with what you do, would it be something alive?
No.
5 down and 5 to go, Alan.
See, that's a puzzler. I know I'm going to get off that because that doesn't inspire me. Is it when you do this, you don't race against time, but you got to be a champion somehow.
Right.
Did you stick it out in some way? That is to say, you endured.
That's better.
That's a little better. Is it? Was it some feat of endurance while doing this that was so wonderful about what you did?
No.
Well, they must have given you a
6
trophy
down
for
and
something.
4 to- They did. It was profession connected. I'll give you that much of a hint.
Okay.
What? Profession connected.
It doesn't make any sense at all.
Oh, yeah.
Well, a profession connected could be boxing and wrestling and things like that.
Keep naming things.
No, but and you do it alone, whatever it is. It's a lonely life, isn't it? Do you...
He's not the world champion shadow boxer.
Do you sit on anything when you do?
No.
7 down and 3 to go, Gene. We're just
Well,
about out of time.
well, when you say it's profession connected, you mean like he's the world. This is not it, like the world's champion hairdresser or something in a profession, something that he does for a living.
Yeah, that's right. He does this for a living. Never mind.
And
I tell you, we have to throw
other
him all
people
over because
involved?
we're out of time.
No.
Do you have any notion at all?
Barber.
No, he is the world champion pizza flipper.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Who cares?
Don recently won the 3rd annual pizza flipping championship, and I would like to know who sponsored the contest.
The North American Pizza Association.
What did you expect?
And you think this is nonsense, hey? Watch this. What else did you get?
I won a $1,400 pizza oven. And
wrong with that?
this other trophy, this is a traveling trophy. It's
That's
in
really
the shape
quite
of a
handsome.
pizza peel.
I see. That's a pizza peeler?
Pizza peel.
A pizza peel.
Right.
What's a pizza peel? That's a pizza peel.
A pizza peel is what you make the pizza on or take it out of the oven with or put it into the oven.
Okay, now Don has generously offered to demonstrate his pizza flipping technique for us. Jennifer, would you wheel in the dough?
How would you like to meet a guy who collects credit cards, John?
How about this? Gives it a little smack? Just to teach it who's boss?
Oh, that hurts. Oh, 2 at a time. Look at that. Oh.
Can you do that with the cheese in it?
No.
Ah! That's super sensational.
I can't do it, Larry. Go ahead, you do it. Go ahead. Flip one,
You
Larry.
fellas watch it?
No, go ahead.
Is
flip
this
one.
spectacular? Would you bring in the other stuff? I really feel inept, but gentlemen, I think you could do it. And Alan, if you would step up first, we're going to have a wonderful contest, and whoever gets it done, and whoever we decide wins a marvelous prize.
Oh.
There we are, Alan. We can do it up here where we got a better shot. Hold it, hold it.
What do I do? What's this?
What is this for?
I'm not not gonna take out its appendix. I'm just gonna twirl it.
And I wouldn't do this. Try another one, Alan. I think that's spectacular.
No, I don't do a lasso. Why does my finger keep going through it? What is that?
I think you're doing something wrong. I think that's absolutely spectacular, Alan, and I salute and respect your effort.
Forget it. Here, you try it. Thanks a lot.
You sure Julia Child started this way? I'm gonna do this.
Man,
feels good. Would you like to feel it? Oh, here we go.
Security blanket.
That can't be done. Now, wait a minute. Two-handed. Like this? Oh, look at that. I'm doing it. Get away from my pizza.
the girl cried to the sailor.
Now what? You want me to make it big, is that it? It's supposed to get bigger as I'm twirling it?
He looks like Groucho Marx, who's crazy.
Here we go. New record.
Why do I keep seeing Sophia Loren?
All right, who wants with cheese and mozzarella?
Who would you say won, Paul?
Well, I would have to say that Gene did, although Alan did really well, too.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, then, Gene, you have won a marvelous prize, and here it comes now.
Thank you. You eat the pizza.
And if you have any class at all, you'll show and tell and share, and we'll be back right after this message. Thank you very much for being here.
Extreme Gong, it's totally live.
Back, and would our next challenger enter and sign in, please? Marie Cardman. Where are you from, Miss Cardman?
Boston, Massachusetts.
All right. Twice each month, Marie Cardman appears on television. Her appearance, we believe, is unique in television programming, and we will show our audience what her line is. And let's start the questioning with Gene Rayburn.
Thank you, Larry. Miss Cardman, you do a unique thing in television, eh?
Very unique.
Really?
Very.
To your best of your knowledge, are you the only lady who does this in television?
To the best of my knowledge, I am.
Yeah. And when you do it, do you appear on camera?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do.
Listen, I got a wild oddball guess here. When I was in the Air Force, I had 100 hours of classroom meteorology. And for a brief time in my life, I was a weatherman on television when I worked with Steve Allen. Are you a weather lady?
No, I'm not.
But
See
it
what
was
a lousy...
fascinating hearing that
Yeah,
history.
thank you.
One down and 9 to go, Sherry.
Miss Cargman, are you not the hostess of this time when you were on?
I am not the
You're
hostess.
not. But when you come on, do you come on with something else? Some
With
piece
something?
of equipment or something
No.
live or...
2 down and 8 to go, Alan.
I just have a feeling that what you do is not in the line of instruction. I still have pizza all over my chin. Is it? You don't instruct people on television. For instance, you don't do a cooking show explaining
No,
cooking.
I don't.
Well,
Yes,
no,
that's
a
right.
yes,
She
yeah.
does not.
Yeah. But you probably convey some kind of information to them, don't you?
Yes, I do.
What is it? And, do you? Let's see. I take it has something to do with the field that one, if one is an ordinary person, doesn't associate it with women.
No, I wouldn't say that was correct.
Okay.
3 down, 7 to go, Arlene.
Oh, in that case, we can rule out sports.
Yes.
But you do give some kind of information when you are on.
I do.
Is your information newsworthy?
No.
4 down and 6 to go, Gene.
Well, now, let's see. I think we ought to try and find out if if people telephone her and she gives them advice of some kind. All right, let's see now. Do they telephone or are they in person? I'll say, do they telephone you?
Sometimes.
And sometimes they're there in person on camera with you while you're giving them this instruction or information?
No.
No?
5 down and 5 to go, Sherry.
Is this some sort of personal advice or help for people?
Yes.
Would it be in the area of psychological helping?
That's a hard question to answer, Sherry. I imagine there's a very strong element of that in it.
Then I'll keep on.
All right.
Would there be, would this be to men and women?
Men and women.
And it would involve their personal lives?
Yes, it would.
Would it involve their interpersonal relationships?
Yes, it would.
Would it have something to do with romance?
Yes.
Let's see. Twice a month, only twice a month.
That's not very romantic.
Would it be some sort of...
Whether you need it or not, twice a month.
Would it be some sort of counseling for couples?
Yes.
Would it be some sort of marriage counseling?
Yes.
Marriage counseling is just what it is. There you go.
The question is starting to write it down.
Advice to the lovelorn is what
I consider.
Marie Cargman appears on the Paul Benzikin Show on Channel 7 in Boston. Tell us about your television career now.
Well, I am, besides being a marriage counselor, I happen to be chairman of the Governor's Advisory Council on Home and Family, and I go on the air and I issue reports, and we do a lot of legislative work, and people found that they liked hearing the things I had to say. So they asked the TV station if it wasn't possible for me to appear more often.
Now, what are some of the things that they write to you about that you have to...
Well, for example, we get very long letters, 8 and 10 pages. It was letters that we get. We work with letters, and then we call the people up who send the letters. And so we have a real interview. It's not an advice-giving show.
What kind of questions do they ask?
Well, for example, I've been happily married for 25 years, and one day my husband says he has a girlfriend. What do I do now?
And has had for 20 years.
We have men who say the same thing. I've been happily married, and my wife all of a sudden says she's got a boyfriend. What do I do now?
What ingredients do you think are necessary for a happy marriage?
Well, I think that's a hard question to answer, but if I was really put to the task, I think it's the ability of people to listen. Now, a lot of people listen, but then they answer what they're thinking and not what the other person was talking about.
That would be a good idea if everybody did that.
What?
Listen.
What? Oh.
Listen, Alan. Thank you very much for being with us on What's My Line. It's very interesting. Good luck. We'll be back with more of What's My Line and the appearance of our mystery guest right after this message. Boy, Alan. What's my line? Gene, will you go sit back in your seat there for Pete's sake and stop playing Rolesies? Put on your masks, everybody. It's time for our mystery guest. Is everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would our mystery guest enter and sign in, please?
Yeah.
Okay, panel.
All right.
As you can imagine, our mystery guest is virtually an anonymous person. You have 2 minutes to discover his identity, and we'll start with Gene Rayburn.
Yes, sir. Let's see now. I take it you're in show business and you work in television. How's that for a start?
Well, sometime I work in television. Last time I was on, I guess you could say I was in television. I haven't been on until the next time around, yeah.
Simple yes or no is all we're looking for.
Yeah, I work in television.
Okay.
Jerry?
Could I assume that you work on special comedy spots rather than on a series?
Yeah, you might say I was on special comedy. And I've been on series, too.
Alan?
Well, when you were on the series, was you on a series that was a dramatic series?
You're very sweet to say that and to even infer that. But, no, it was not on a dramatic series. But I should very like to have one. You asked me.
Arlene?
Well, that performance isn't going to guarantee you one. What about a comedy series?
Yes, it was a comedy series.
Gene? Do you know Beulah Witch personally?
I don't think I've ever heard of Beulah Witch.
Oh, Paul Lynn! Paul Lynn!
Yes.
Alan has still got his mask on. Alan is the only one who still has his mask on. You want to ask a question, Alan?
I even have my eyes closed. I take it he did a terrific impersonation of Paul Lynde, and everybody thought it was him.
That's what happened.
I'll never forgive you for that.
You can play the game.
I'm the only one left, huh?
That's right. You want to have one shot at it?
Well, let's see. It's
Who do
somebody
you know is a great impersonator?
What is it? Are you Rich Little?
No, he is Larry Stork.
Larry Stork! I've never done that before.
Well, I tell you, Larry, that's the first time anybody ever did an impersonation on this show that was so good that everybody was convinced they had it and took off their masks.
Marvelous.
Come back again, then.
That was really dynamite.
Thank you.
Do Paul Lynde again. Just do
Well,
it.
he's an old friend of mine. You know, he sends me telegrams, and he'll say to me things like, when he opens in Warren, Ohio, he said, I hope I do good. If I don't, they'll be dragging the river from my body.
Larry, are we going to see you this year on the show regularly? Boy, we miss you.
Well, I'm going to do about 8 Sonny and Cher spots, and then I'll be working Las Vegas at the Sahara and Caesar's Palace.
Then we're going to get to see you on television for
yeah.
those of us who can't get to Las Vegas.
Yeah, I'll be back
Which
here
is
with
those
you,
of us
hopefully.
here. Don't go away. We'll be back in
All
a
right.
minute. We've got a commercial, then we'll be right back. Don't go away. Don't go away. I've never seen...
In the Blank with Match Game, followed by celebrities airing their secrets on Tattletales and extreme entertainment on Extreme Gong.
Listen, my main man here is so great that we ran out of time. We'll see you around the pool hall. Goodbye, everybody. Have fun.
Ted Gould speaking for What's My Line, a Mark Goodson Bill Todman production. This press is housed by Bonwood Teller. This program was recorded.
Hi, I'm Joanne Worley, and I've got a secret.
From Hollywood, the show that reveals all, I've Got a Secret. And now let's meet the star of I've Got a Secret, Steve Allen.
Nice to see you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. My thanks to the orchestra, too. And welcome to the new I've Got a Secret. Tonight's panel is really glowing and dazzling and marvelous and adorable. We have such terrific panelists over there as lovely Broadway and television actress Anita Gillette and the popular TV host and country squire Gene Rayburn, the beautiful actress and TV personality Stephanie Edwards, and Laugh-In's own Richard Dawson. There's our panel. How's Helen, Gene?
She's very well, thank you.
Good. Helen is Gene's wife.
Hello, Helen, wherever you are.
And hi, Jane, as long as we're going to get that person.
That's right. How
now,
is
let's
it?
get our tonight's first contestant out here and see what happens. Ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at Princess Eustacia, the fire eater from the Circus Bartok. Now, here is her husband, Count Desmond.
My name is Count Desmond. I'm the sword swallower, and I'm going to perform a circus first here this evening and allow my wife to insert a blade. This has never been done before by anyone in the circus world. And if you would, Steve, I'd like to ask you over here and have you pull the sword out.
Well, I don't want to just leave it in there, so...
That's not.
I guess I better pull it out. Wow. Yick. Why don't I just go like that? It'll jump up. Oh, this is icky. This man has a fever. Obviously, panel, that wasn't their secret, or the game would be over already, right?
Right.
Right. But the secret is in 2 parts. I'll enumerate for them. I'll enumerate them for you, part 1 and part 2. You see how I help you out? Princess, I understand that your part of the secret concerns something that happened recently when you were preparing for your act. Is that right?
Right.
Okay, if you'll whisper to me, we'll let the audience know what I'm talking about. Good for you. Well, something that happened while she was, as I say, preparing for her act, and we'll start the questioning with our old friend Gene Rayburn.
All right, thank you, Steve. Now, Princess, this thing that happened while you were preparing for your act, can we assume it had something to do with fire?
Yes.
And with that burning magic wand? Was that involved?
No.
What is that?
Already?
A buzzer
Call
right
fire
in the middle of
department.
Thank you, Gene. 1 down, 3 to go. And it's time to hear from Stephanie.
I really expected him to establish more than this.
Well, talk to him out in the
I did the best I could.
He'll light a fire for you later. You have to talk with him.
Princess, does it have to do with an accident that happened to you and with your fire? Yes.
Could be so described.
Did you did you set fire to yourself in some way?
No. She's apparently going to think that over for
I
some
think
time,
so,
but I can
yeah.
assure you she didn't do that. Now, that's 2 down, 2 to go. Richard Dawson?
Princess, it's nice to see you.
You don't run into very many princesses, do you, in your
No, I
normal
honestly don't.
routine?
I do have some marshmallows, and I wonder if we could get together after the show. Princess, would it be anything to do this accident that happened with the fluid that you use in your act? It would. You haven't run out of gas, have you? No.
Did 3 down and 1 to go. Anita, it's up to you.
Oh, okay. It had something to do with your fluid. I mean, on your thing. Right? The fluid on your thing. Did your... No, I'm getting there. Don't worry. I know it's about your fluid. Your fluid, it caught fire?
Yes.
Did it catch onto your eyelashes or anything like that? Did it catch onto anything in the dressing room?
Yes.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Did it catch onto the curtains or your costume in the dressing room? Did your whole room blow up? And leave your fluid there?
You're very close to the answer, Anita.
Really? It has something to do with the fire in her dressing room?
Yeah, I'll be glad to tell you.
Oh, was it the
beard?
The game being over and all that.
Oh, was it the beard of her hubby?
No. Nor the
Could
nape
it
of your
be?
neck. No, there are any limited number of things that it was not, but I'll be happy to tell you what it was.
No, let us guess, Steve. It was her dress.
I'm sorry, they're just going to go on playing the game, even though they don't know it's over. No, the secret was that she accidentally burned down her trailer. One thing I've never understood about the show is why people applaud for things like that.
Yeah.
And the secret was she ran over a nun with a steamroller. You know, and everybody goes, yay! You shouldn't applaud for terrible things like that. How did it happen, Princess?
I was filling my gas containers, and the gas burner was on in the house, and everything just exploded.
Let there be a lesson to you. Very, very...
Did you get out all right?
Yeah.
You were okay, though.
Your mouth is moving and another voice is coming out, Richard.
Just an act word, but I was wondering, where were you during the Bel Air fire? May I ask?
Anyway, she and Belle were out for air, I guess. Now, the other part of the secret, and I told you indeed there was another part, concerns the fact that the fire was so serious that Count Desmond's swords were literally ruined, consumed in the flames. But the show must go on and all that, so he swallowed something else on that occasion. Count, would you whisper what it was, please? This is real. Mm-hmm. And we'll start the questioning this time with Gene Rayburn.
All right. So you swallowed something else other than a sword, right?
Yes.
And we can assume it was a reasonably long object, can we?
Yes.
And was it flat rather than round?
In this general sense that a sword might be, yes. Very good start, Gene. 1 down, 3 to go. Stephanie.
Count Desmond, when they applauded for you, it seemed almost kind of congratulatory.
Listen, they applaud for everything around. It means nothing what they applaud for. Again.
Was this thing that you swallowed a kitchen utensil?
No, it was not.
Very good start. 2 down, 2 to go. Dickie?
Count, did you swallow your pride? Be careful, honey. You did.
That's not a secret.
Was it made of metal, the object you swallowed?
Yes, it was.
3 down, 1 to go. Anita?
Is this something that you might find outside of the house, like in a garage?
You might.
You might? Would it be considered hardware?
Not in the usual sense. I'll be right out.
Come in.
He's in a hurry, however.
The trailer burned down.
No, the secret. The buzzer burned down. The secret was that Count Desmond swallowed a coat hanger. See?
That was hard.
This happens to be the very coat hanger that he improvised on the moment, and of course he took the coat off, otherwise he would have had a coated tongue. And now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, both of you, for being with us, and watch your step as you go through life.
I've Got a Secret will continue in just 1 minute.
Now we welcome our next contestant, the well-known professional basketball player from the Phoenix Suns, Mr. Dick Van Arsdale. We're very happy to have you here with us, and I've got a secret.
Thank you, Steve. It's my pleasure.
How long have you been playing professionally, Dick?
Next year will be my 8th year.
Mm-hmm. And you play in the same league, as I guess most of our sports fans are aware, same league as the Los Angeles Lakers.
Unfortunately, yes.
And they won 33 in a row in one recent season. Do you think the Suns might do that someday?
It's very unlikely. We did win 9 games in a row last season, but I think
that's very impressive.
Which is very good, really, and it's almost a miracle that the Lakers could win 33 games in a row.
Fair enough. Well, now, panel, that you've had a chance to meet this gentleman, would you please hide your eyes, put your little heads down on the table. Don't peek, please. And we, during the meantime, will show the audience what this gentleman's secret is. And here we go. All right, panel, you may put your heads up now. Panel, wake up. They've fallen asleep.
Coming ready or not.
The secret involves something that this gentleman happens to be in addition to being a basketball player. And let's see, we'll start the game this time with Stephanie.
You are this in addition to being a basketball player. Would we have to know this? Would we be able to know this only if you took off more of your clothes? Well, it's a logical question. No.
That sounds very nice, but that's not.
Yeah. He seems awfully young for having played basketball for 8 years. And I'm sure that the answer to this is no, but does it have to do with your age at all?
No, my age has nothing to do with it.
Is it something that you perform?
No.
Is it something that, does it have to do with something you're hiding in a concealed pocket somewhere?
No.
Oh.
Okay, heads down again, panel. Don't peek-boo because we have something on. All your heads down. Richard, put your 2 heads down, would you please? All right. Now, in just a moment, keep your heads down. Just a moment, we're going to be able to go on with the questioning. And I guess we're now ready for the questions from Anita, and you may all lift your heads.
From me?
Yes, Anita.
Oh, me? Something's happening right now every time we put down our head, isn't it?
No, the secret is not happening right now. The secret is an ongoing situation.
Well, why we keep putting down our heads must be some
None
reason,
of your
right?
beeswax.
I know you have a brother. Does it have anything to do with your brother?
Yes, it does.
It does? Oh, good old Tom?
Good old Tom.
Is Tom here? Is it the thing that you're a twin or something?
Yeah. That's it.
Is it?
Little did we know that we would have an avid sports fan on the panel and knock the game off right away. While your heads were down, Dick was trading places with his brother Tom, who is also, as maybe some of the old men watching don't know, a pro player and a very good one for the Kansas City Kings, Tom Van Arsdale. Now, panel, the twin brother has been on stage all this time. Do you have any idea where he might be? If you want to look around, you can certainly check, see where he might be.
Behind the...
No, he's not behind the... You're not really giving it a very good search, I must say.
Now, wait a minute.
There he is, yes. As you can see, these gentlemen are really identical twins, not in the scientific sense. No two things are identical, strictly speaking. The hair color is just a tiny bit different. Which of you is the better player?
Well, Steve, we always keep the family cohesive. I always say he's better, and he always says that I'm better.
It's a nice arrangement.
When we're together.
When you're together. Which of you is the older?
I'm older. No, I'm not older. You're older. Tom's older by 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Well, as you go through life, listen to your older brother. And thank you both very much, gentlemen. Good luck to you. Nice to see you.
We'll be back with our guest star, Joanne Worley, after this commercial timeout.
Now we welcome tonight's guest star, the shy, soft-spoken Joanne Worley.
It's not definite.
Welcome to I've Got a Secret, Joanne.
Oh, I look funny. Anyway.
I don't think... Well, you are funny, but you look okay. I understand that your secret concerns a singular honor that has been conferred upon you.
Yes, my secret concerned that I had something named after me today. Good luck.
At this point, we always say, well, if you whisper your secret, but Jean, can she whisper, do you think? I'm not too sure. She'll probably scream her secret. Do your best, Joanne. Oh, that's what she had named after. The audience has just been told what she had named after her, and it's up for me to know and you guys to find out. And we'll start the questioning with Dickie Dawson.
Oh, my love, you had something named after you. Was it the Holland Tunnel?
That was named after her mom, which is another name.
That and something else.
Was the honor given to you today here in town?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Was it a food?
Interesting question.
At this particular
Do you have an
point, we would
interesting
have to say
answer?
no, right?
Was it a food?
Let's flip one down. Let's give him a no on that.
Was it a
We'll
beverage?
say-
Was it a beverage?
No.
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 I certainly
Not a
hope
food? Did we get a food or not?
Why do you assume it's food
we'd
or
better say
beverage?
no, because to say yes would mislead you, and that's the last thing I'd want to do.
Well, it certainly has a very interesting possibility. Let me think. Would it be a piece of clothing, an article of clothing, my love?
No!
There's even a sense in which, ultimately, forget it. That's 1 down and 3 to go. Anita?
It wouldn't be a street or a building. A street.
No, Rudy Valley tried that, heaven knows.
And it's not a fruit or anything.
You're racy, aren't you?
Is it related to food in any way?
It is, but that would mislead you.
You'll be misled. Put it out of your mind.
Okay, but it's not a building. Is it a day of the month?
No. Let's give him a clue.
Let's give him a clue. Go ahead. All right.
Just excellent.
They named a species of frog after you.
Yes.
What?
Not a species.
I should have given him a clue. I didn't think they'd never get it. A frog.
It actually isn't. It isn't literally, Gene, an entire species, but Joanne's secret, as the audience knows, that she had a specific one little old frog named after her today. It's a special kind of frog, though, isn't it?
It's a champion! It's a terrific jumper, and it's going to compete in the famous frog jumping contest in Calaveras County, California.
Right.
A big jumper is what
It just
is.
happens that Joanne not only was named after the frog, but she brought her frog along to the studio.
Excuse me, I'll get it.
And what are you going to do with that frog, Joanne?
Well, we're going to have a
If
contest.
you kiss it, it'll turn into Robert Clary.
Only with funny legs. We are all going to do it. They get to do it also. We're all going to have a contest. We're all going to make our frogs jump, okay?
Frog jumping contest.
There'll be teams. The
Good.
boys team, girls team, and my team. Okay?
All righty.
All right.
Where do we go?
Where's Joanne at?
Well, let's
Joanne!
go to your place and let your
Froggy. Hello? Her frog is named Joanne. And,
Where's our start place?
Shall we all...
Oh, this dinner looks marvelous.
what I'm going to do is put our starting pad down here, so to speak, our starting circle. And we have a gentleman who is an official frog trainer. He's also from Calaveras County, Professor William C. Steed, president of Croker College. Here he is. I think the audience would be a serious...
I don't even know my own frog.
It's hard to say. I think the audience would probably be interested to know how the... Professor, good evening. I think there's another program going on here. And now for the news. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll try it again. Professor, how are you? How do you train a frog?
Well, you see, first when we get a frog in there at Croker College, well, we hypnotize it. You know, frogs are a whole lot like people, and they have hang-ups and inhibitions, and so we put them to sleep, and just like then we get rid of their hang-ups and inhibitions, and then we play these positive thinking records. You see, we train people to be positive thinkers, and so it works on frogs.
I would be surprised. What do those letters mean, DFP on your hat?
That's Doctor of Frog Psychology.
A likely story.
The thing is that we play them these records on self-confidence and personality, you know, get a good self-image. In other words, we fill them full of positive thinking instead of buckshot.
Fair enough. Well, let's get down to business now. It's the men against the women. Joanne, since you're our special guest, you're going to go first.
You get to hold it for a while.
Oh, I ain't going to hold that. No. I wouldn't even hold it if it was a wallet. Are you kidding? Where did it go? Now, put your frog, sweetheart, Joanne. Joanne, this is Earth calling, Joanne Worley. Put your frog in the thing. We'll blow the whistle. And it has to reach the finish line before the buzzer sounds. Okay. 1, 2, 3. And you jump. Don't jump so close. There he goes. No fair touching it, Joanne. You'll lose 2 points. And now it's time for the gentlemen. Now it's time for the gentlemen, Richard Dawson and Gene Rayburn. It is rather icky to pick up, so you don't have to. Just dump it out on the pad. That's the idea, Gene. Okay. It's in the starting spot. 1, 2, 3. And it's underway. You can tickle him. Only a tickle. Not too close, Gene.
Go, you're the winner. Go.
Apparently, Gene's frog, yes. And as far as he's concerned, the day is over. No, this was yours here, Dickie. You and Gene are a team. And now it's time for the ladies. Anita and Stephanie, if you'll just put any frog so conceived and so dedicated into that little circle there, and we'll go on with the... She has a lot of nerve. She touched the little son of a gun. 1, 2, 3, go! Don't stand too close to him or you'll break his ding-dong. He's on the move.
No touching.
You must have a lot of laughs up in Calaveras County. That's remarkable. Well, in the opinion of our judges who are over at the side, we have no winner because 2 of the frogs cut out altogether.
Joanne cheated.
And Joanne cheated. So it just goes to show you that at least the races aren't fixed. Well, thank you. Oh. Isn't it scary?
We needed you.
Thank you very much, Joanne. Thank you, Professor. We'll be right back.
No, thank you.
Meet the Frog returns after these words. Maybe.
Well, sir, according to the old clock on the wall, it'd be better to get a new clock on the wall. Hey, Gene Rayburn's wife, Helen, before we say goodnight, just opened a new bookstore.
That's right. She opened a bookshop in Osterville called Sign of the Owl.
Osterville,
Massachusetts. On Cape Cod.
Sign of the Owl.
Thank you. Hey, this show is terrific. I was never on the old one, but this new one is marvelous.
Well, you're going to be on this one a lot if we have our way.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks very much. Dickie, Anita, Stephanie, thank you all. We'll see y'all later, gang. Next week.
Hello, I'm Charles Nelson Riley, and this is the only program I can be on because, you see, God, I'm sacred. Oh.
From Hollywood, the show that reveals all, I've Got a Secret. And now let's meet the star of I've Got a Secret, Steve Allen.
Thank you. Hi, gang. Good evening. Welcome once again to the new I've Got a Secret. Tonight's panelists are really something. Comedy star Pat Carroll, one of our favorites, and the multi-talented television host, Gene Rayburn, as you know him. The very popular actress, comedian, Broadway star Nanette Fabre, and our funny and frequently faithful anchorman, comedian Richard Dawson. There's a panel for you. And since the panel is going to all the trouble to show up and all that kind of stuff, the least we can do is bring out a contestant for them. Here comes one. I have every confidence. Would you tell the panel your name?
I'm Hubert Keel.
Hubert Keel. How old are you, Hubert?
I'm 21.
Young man. I understand you're a college student.
Right.
Panel, our young guest here, young Hubert, helped build a calliope. And his secret concerns something very unusual about the instrument. Hubert, if you'll whisper that secret to me, we'll let the audience know what I'm talking about. Ah, okay. All right, panel, if I ask you not to peek for a minute, you wouldn't peek, would you?
Yes. We wouldn't do that.
Of course not. Okay. Well, then put your heads down, because I don't trust you. Put your heads down. And we'll let you hear the calliope as we open the Great Wall, which will make it possible for our viewers around the country to see the instrument. And then, because we do not trust you, panel, because we do not trust you, Johnny Olson has rolled in a large screen here. Thank you very much, John. You're not trusted, panel. You can look up now, because it won't do you any good. You can't say anything through the screen
ready
here.
or not.
Ready or not. Okay, this is what the calliope sounds like. Would you hold that for a moment?
Sure. That's a calliope.
That's it. That's it.
And so forth. Remember that the secret is something unusual, I'm all right, about Hubert's calliope. Every time I meet a Hubert from Minnesota, I go to pieces like that. We'll start the questioning with Gene Rayburn.
Yes, sir. Hubert, this calliope is the unusual aspect about the way it's motivated?
No.
No.
What does motivated mean in this case?
Well, it's what comes from within you.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay.
Now, calliopes normally run on steam. Does this one run on steam, and is that part of the secret?
No, it isn't.
No, the motive power is kind of electricity.
It has nothing
and
to
air.
do with
Help
it.
you.
Yeah. Is the unusual aspect of your secret the material a calliope is made from? Which?
Yes, it is.
It is. Right. So we got to go for that.
Got off to a good start there, Gene. Nanette?
Hubert, are you related in any way to Howard Keel?
Howard Keel.
He's the great movie actor.
No, I'm not.
You hesitated there for a minute, so I obviously guess that you aren't. This has nothing to do with your calliope, I assume. My questions.
No.
Whee! Can I see through your calliope? Is it like made of glass or something like that?
No, it isn't. No.
Does it have a liquid inside of it?
No.
You like blow it through bubbles like Lawrence Welk with his champagne?
No.
Do you blow it with any physical part of your body, like your mouth or your nose, or like
No, we
Kid Dollar
don't.
did once with it?
The playing part of it is quite normal. There's a keyboard and all that sort of thing. Richard?
The picnic's off. Your calliope, Hubert, is it constructed from material that normally calliope is, different from?
It isn't normal construction, no.
I object. Oh.
Another outburst like that and I'll clear my throat.
Right. I mean, would it be constructed of pipes rather than musical pipes, bathroom pipes?
No, it isn't.
Have you ever thought of that? That's a good idea. Is it in any way something from the household?
Yes, it is.
Then I know what it is.
What?
Elbow macaroni. Am I right?
No.
Well, there's another good argument.
As a matter of fact, he owns all this neighborhood, you know. Elbows Macaroni. He's a personal friend of mine, so watch your step. Pat Carroll.
Well, now we're kind of on the right track. So if it's something that you could use in a household, is it shiny?
It could be, yeah.
Would it be like tin foil?
No.
Would it be something that, say, I would use in cooking?
I don't think so, no.
No,
cooking.
Well, you don't know the way I cook. Any other material, like pots and pans, tin?
It's not pots and pans, no.
You're in the right direction.
Frying pans.
Skillets. If you had all day, you could probably get it because Hubert's secret was that his calliope is made out of tin cans. Thank you very much, Johnny. We'll let the panel see now. And there it is.
Oh, that is marvelous.
As I said, it's a real practical thing. It plays just as any one of them might. How many tin cans are in there, Hubert?
We've got about 1,600 tin cans in there.
Wow. And I understand that you and your friends built this as a college physics project. Is that right? How long did that take?
About 750 hours.
1,900 gallons.
Yes.
Approximately that.
And anyway, the cans are empty for the most part, except for these four right here, panel. We thought you might be a little thirsty at this point, so as we pause here for a commercial word around the country, we'll give you these. And I must say that playing that instrument was not the first time I've listened to trash the last few years, but it was certainly fun. We will be right back. Thank you, Hubert. Thank you, panel.
I've Got a Secret will continue in just 1 minute.
Steve's got a lady in the balcony.
You're probably wondering what I'm doing here in the audience. It's very simple. I was just thrown off the show. But all seriousness aside, I'm out here to meet our next contestants, by whom I'm probably surrounded. And all the gentlemen in the audience sharing this next secret will please stand up now, if you would, gentlemen, just right on your feet. My goodness.
Oh, wow. That's all the men.
Yes. Panel, the secret concerns every single one of these gentlemen. So whenever you ask a question, you're liable to get an answer from all of them. It's sort of like a Greek chorus. Now, I need someone here. I'm going to stand up so perhaps I can be seen in the crowd.
These are the fellas that drank the stuff out of to make that calliope, right?
I'm going to let you meet one of these gentlemen, and he's going to be the one who will whisper the secret. What is your name, sir, before we get into the thing?
James Smith.
Mr. Smith, nice to have you with us. Now, would you whisper the secret to me that all of you have in common, and we'll let the audience at home know what it is? Okay, remarkable, and we'll start the questioning with Nanette.
Well, Mr. Smith, is this something that you did personally?
Yes.
Well, more strictly, it's not something he did, no.
Oh, well, does it have anything to do with something with doing something, the secret?
No.
Now, don't get hostile now. She just asked your question. Be civil.
Does it have anything to do with what your mothers and fathers did? Yes. You're all named Smith.
But there's more.
Oh.
They're also named Jones.
Just for 1 minute.
No, I'm kidding.
They are all named Smith.
They are all named Smith indeed.
And they didn't know it till this very minute. I notice all the kids are standing up too, so that means that their children are named Smith also. That's pretty hard to do, you know.
So far you have established everyone standing up is named
It's
Smith.
a Smith.
Mm-hmm.
So the secret is something that they did?
No, there's just...
Something that they're going to do?
No. But you almost were at the finish line there. Richard, can you get us over?
Gentlemen, were you all refused admittance to a motel in the valley? If so, a good name that I use is Pellegrini. Would it be that you also, apart from all being Smith, are you also all named John? No. Lie a little. Don't make me look bad. No. Are you all? No, you're not related in any way. It has to do with your name?
Yes.
Is it spelled with a Y? No. Just a second. Mr. Allen.
I was just trying to help you, Dickie. Do you remember what the name of this first gentleman was?
Smith.
What was your full name, sir?
James F. Smith.
Right. James Smith was his name.
Well, that's a likely story. Press the buzzer and move on. Case dismissed.
Thank you, Richard.
I feel like I'm looking at the Norman Luboff Choir. Are you all named James F. Smith?
No.
All together again? No. Oh, what a marvelous group they are.
You actually, if I may help you again, Penny, you went right past the secret.
Right past it?
Yes.
They all shared the same room in a motel.
No. That's not the time I meant, no.
Does it? Well, you went back to ask the name. Is it the sharing of the first name? We know it's the last name. Is it the first name?
Yes. And therefore the secret is...
That the first and the last name is
James Smith. We arranged for this gathering of Smiths simply by looking them up in the phone book, and I just noticed this lady here. Could you stand for just a moment? You are expecting, are you?
Yes. Yes.
I see. I don't know what she's expecting.
His name is going to be Jones.
And you are Mrs. Smith, are you?
Right.
I see. If the little fellow is if he's a boy, can everyone else sit down? They tell me they can't see Mrs. Smith at the moment. Thank you. Seriously, what do you expect to name him?
James.
Another James Smith. I rest my case. Thank you very much. We'll be right back.
We'll be back with our guest star, Charles Nelson Riley, right after these messages.
Now, tonight's guest star, actor, comedian, funny fellow, Charlie Nelson Riley. Here he is. Charles wants to make an announcement.
My name really is James Nelson Smith. You see, I was the James Smith that always dressed strangely in the neighborhood. I mean, you don't see this outfit every day.
That's true, and we don't have our panelists seeing it or hearing about it at the moment.
My goodness, because they're very strange, too.
Oh, yes. That's why we have them off in the soundproof room at this very moment.
Does that look all right?
It's you. It is definitely you. However, would you tell the audience why you are thusly attired?
Okay, because it's part of my secret. You see, I am learning to paint by numbers.
Good. Could we step?
Keep it quiet.
I'm sorry. Oh, yes. They can't hear you. They're off stage. Let's step into your studio here for just a moment.
It's a lovely studio, by the way.
I've heard it is, yes. Looks like very interesting work indeed. Charles, would you introduce us to your two friends?
I'd like to introduce. This gentleman is my beloved teacher, and we have worked so very hard late into the night. This gentleman is Mr. Art Trugman.
How do you do?
He is teaching me how to paint by numbers, and of course, he is NBC's expert in the school of expression.
Yes, he does the sort of thing I laugh in, I've been told, yeah. And the young lady is?
Oh, my canvas. Do you know how expensive it is to take this canvas out? I mean, this is no easy date. But anyways, lovely model, Miss Janice Pennington from the New Price is Right. Thank you.
Well, now that we've let the necessary cats out of the bag here, we are going to bring the panel out. Incidentally, we don't want to tip off the panel that there are other people on the stage with Charles, so his teacher is just going to instruct him with hand signals, and the panel now is being let out of the soundproof room. Charles, outside of your wardrobes or anything you'd like to plug, you're opening in Montana next week?
No, everything is all right. I'm just worried if the hat looks all right.
Oh, yes.
As long as it does. Okay. No, no plugs. I'm just a simple person.
That's right.
As, you know.
Certainly.
Notice how much noise they make when they come back.
Yes, roistering and carousing around there behind the curtain. But I think now they're just about set, so we're going to lift the curtain on them and roll them forward and let them have it. Okay, now they're ready. Panel, I think you can already hear me. Yes, you're blindfolded. Our guest, Charles Nelson Riley, is here on stage, as you probably assume. And his secret concerns something that he's doing, and we'll start the questioning with Pat Carroll. Go right ahead, Charles, and do it.
Charles, what you're doing right now, is it something serious?
Well, of course it's serious. I mean, this is a very serious thing.
And you may do it as you come.
Yes, it's very serious.
Does it have to do
with...
You
may actually do the
thing. Do it?
Oh, yes. It'll get pretty quiet out here if you don't, as a matter of...
Are you doing it now, Charles?
I certainly am, thank you.
Is it something physically serious you're doing?
Yes, it's very physically serious. In fact, it's getting more serious with every movement.
Are you dancing?
What is it, dear?
Are you dancing?
I'm very involved in my work. Am I dancing?
Yes.
No, but I could later on. No, no, not
That's
at all.
an invitation I accept. Are you doing yoga exercises?
No, but if that's your bag, good luck to you.
All right, Pat, you alone may take off your blindfold and watch what's happening here. Gene Rayburn?
Charles, is this something I could do?
I'm very, very concentrated. What is it, Gene?
Is this something I could do, Charles?
If you're that lucky.
I take it this is something I'd enjoy doing.
You probably would, Gene.
You like sunshine?
Would it benefit me in any way physically? Would it contribute to my physical well-being?
I certainly hope so.
To your knowledge, Charles, and you've known me a number of years, have I ever done this?
No, but you better get with it.
All right, Gene, you may remove your blindfolds, and now Nanette.
Are you doing this by yourself?
No.
No, I'm not doing it by myself. Thank goodness.
Down, Gene, down.
Is somebody helping you do your thing?
Yes, he is being helped.
He's being helped. Are you helping him?
No, I'd like to, but I'm not.
Is there a girl out there helping him do his thing?
There is a girl here, although she's not specifically helping him.
Would I enjoy doing it with you, Charles?
With me, you would enjoy doing it. I would offer a wider scope.
Are you fully clothed?
What?
Are you fully clothed?
She's a very strange woman. Of course I'm fully clothed.
Yes, he's fully
In fact,
clothed.
I'm overclothed.
You may take off your mask now. Richard Dawson. I'm sorry, Richard, your time is up.
I'll make a deal, Nanette. You lay them and I'll sell them. How about Charles, pardonnez-moi, as they say in the French novels. Is this anything to do with keeping fit, what you're doing?
It helps one particular hand a lot. No, not really. Would you say, Dr. Allen?
No, I wouldn't say
No.
Is this a form of sport?
Not really.
Then is it something after a hard day on the athletic field that one might like a massage?
It could be lovely.
Not the kind of thing you have in mind, no. Well, panel, this was a rather difficult one.
I'm
You
not
may all,
coming out.
Take a gander over here now. Charles' secret is that, as you can now see, he has been taking a lesson in body painting. His instructor is this gentleman, veteran decorator of young ladies on the Laugh-In show, artist Art Trugman. Well, it doesn't matter. And his lovely model here is Miss Janice Pennington, who is one of the nicest paint ladies you'll meet. Incidentally, Art, is there anything special about this paint that you've been giving to Charles?
Yes, it's an untoxic paint, and it does not sink into the skin.
She has a hole in her glass there.
Oh, yeah.
Can I say that for those, you people aren't serious at all. I have been painting a still life, but she gets a little active later.
Well, now you've been seeing Charles expressing himself on the front of the canvas, so to speak, here. Now you're going to see the handiwork of his professional teacher, which is on, shall we say, the flip side. Would you turn around, young lady? And there's a professional job, and we will be right back.
I've Got a Secret returns after these words.
Just time to meet one more contestant. Here he comes.
Just a brief visit.
Make yourself comfortable there, young fellow, and tell us your name, if you would.
James Love.
James Love. And how old are you, Jim?
20.
Panel, as you might assume, James' secret concerns this telephone he's brought out here. If you'll whisper the secret to me, we'll let the audience at home know what it is.
Oh.
Okay. Again, panel, the secret concerns the telephone, as I've told you, and we'll start the questioning with Richard Dawson.
Yes, James, you're not going to charge us anything at all for being here?
No.
Then I can't say you are in favor of free love. May I say that?
Yes.
The Smiths obviously have turned hostile, so I shall move along. Are you a mixed-up, obscene telephone caller? And are you calling yourself? The telephone, is it something to do with...
This summer, vote Kennedy.
Your game show hussy. Grr.
Kennedy working for unity.
Talk it out, hug each other, whatever you have to do. Hey,
Kennedy supporting big spending.
let's review. There's still money to be had, $20,400.
Kennedy, Foxy. Vote Kennedy 5 nights a week at 10:30 Eastern on Friend or Foe.
I don't know what the hell that is, but it sounds impressive.
Only on Game Show Network.
4?
Yes.
You have. And are we going to participate in it in some way?
You could, but that's not part of the secret.
You're not a switchboard operator.
No. Thank you, Gene. Nanette, it's up to you.
Can I take a quick guess? Are you one of the kids that phones free all over the world?
No.
Yeah?
I noticed it's a punch phone. Is that the kind of a phone that you can play musical numbers on?
Yes. This is becoming such a hobby now that Price, Stern, and Sloan have a book out called How to Play Your Telephone or something like that. Jim, how did you happen to get started with this?
Well, I used the knowledge I had in playing the piano one day just to sit down and figure out how to play a song. And I'd call my friend, and I got a music.
Can you play bom, 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 bom?
Somebody told, why don't you start playing there? Somebody told me you can play our theme song. Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Can we hear a couple of bars of that?
Sure.
Someday, panel, we'll see this young man performing in phone booths all over the world. I'll be very proud of him. Thank you, Jim Love. Thank you, panel. Thank you, folks. We'll see y'all later.
All I've Got a Secret contestants receive cash awards plus these gifts. For our first contestant, crafted leather watch bands by Tops. Enjoy making your watch new again with these luxurious bands. Tops watch bands available at variety and discount stores everywhere. For our artist, Domani, the sensational new cologne and aftershave, softly sensual, boldly bracing. Domani, the fragrance of the day for the man of tomorrow. For our celebrity guest, Travel Bar by Everywhere provides total refreshment. The 3-bottle Executive Air includes deluxe chrome bar equipment and tray. Travel Bar entertains at home or away. This is Johnny Olson speaking for I've Got a Secret, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gary Moore.
To tell the truth, like most of us, whether we are housewives, house husbands, or single, our first guest is concerned about the rising cost of meat. And so our first guest came up with an ingenious answer to that problem, and we'll find out more about it as soon as we meet our panel here on To Tell the Truth.
Kitty Carlisle. Bill Collins. Peggy Cass. And Gene Rayburn.
Thank you very much, Gene. Thank you. Seniority. Yes. Oh, we treat you well on this show. Stroganoff. Stroganoff, dig in and enjoy. There are knives and forks and napkins.
Where do I get a little?
Righty now, let's meet the person who specializes in unusual dishes. Here we go.
Number 1. What is your name, please?
My name is Terry Arnell.
Number 2.
My name is Terry Arnell.
Number 3.
My name is Terry Arnell.
And as usual, the panel's job is to find out who truly is Terry Arnell, and this is the way the affidavit says. It says, I, Terry Arnell, maintain that meat prices are much too high. As a college student, I simply can't afford to pay $1 for a pound of hamburger, particularly when it fries away to nothing. Fortunately, I've hit on an ingenious, money-saving, palate-pleasing plan. Every meal, from breakfast through dinner, contains the same basic ingredient. Take, for example, my glorious beef stroganoff, which the panel is eating now. Made with noodles, sour cream, carrots, garlic, and potatoes, it is the thrifty shopper's delight. Not only is the meat in my stroganoff healthy and delicious, but also very reasonable in price.
Get out of here. What is it?
Why?
What?
Because it's dog food. Affidavit.
It was delicious.
The affidavit is signed Terry Arnell. Terry, take your seat. Well, we learned a lot that time. The only one who recognized the taste was Peggy.
I didn't eat it.
Oh, you didn't eat it?
No, I looked at it
said
funny.
it's marvelous.
I said it was delicious, and it still is. I can't help it. It was very good.
I looked at it, and it didn't.
It's a terrible idea, but it's very good.
Well,
It looks
panel,
funny to me.
let
I
me
eat
tell
everything.
you, if you really think that we served you dog food,
Yeah.
you're barking up the wrong tree. That was a joke.
Yeah.
That is a very fine canned stroganoff, and there is no dog meat in it. However, the health department, what is it here? The health director and the hospital dietitians approved of this particular recipe with dog food. Nothing unhealthy about it. We'll be back to find out how and why and all like that. Now, we have with us 3 ingenious friends, all of whom say they are Terry Arnell, who has actually been eating dog food as a protest over high meat prices. And we'll start the questioning with the priceless Peggy Cass.
Well, I'm with you as far as meat prices are concerned. I don't even know where you get hamburger for $1 a pound.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
more than that in my market. Rats to them. Number 3, what's a nice dog food breakfast? That's the one that's very hard for me to grasp.
Gravy train.
And what do you do with it?
You can have it like a cereal.
Oh, with milk?
With milk, yeah, and sugar.
Is it as good as regular cereal?
Well, I like it better, really.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Now, number 1, do you use the moist dried or the dry dried, like Purina dog chow, or do you use the moist kind like Top Choice?
Oh, I've tried quite a few of them.
Like
I did try the gravy train, and of course it makes its own gravy. And then I make a lot of different casseroles and things like that to kind of disguise the effect of it.
Yeah. Well, number two. Do you? What happens to dry? You don't eat dry. Do you eat dry dog food just as a snack?
Yes, ma'am. We eat like milk bone dog biscuits too.
Well, they're not bad, milk bone dog biscuits.
No.
But what about like Purina dog chow?
Yes, just Purina dog chow with water on it.
Yeah. Well,
Gene Rayburn?
I pass. Number 2, let me pursue what Peggy was talking about. What does it taste like?
It has a really bland taste, like cereal or something like that.
Number 3, Gary said there was real beef in the food we had here. Now, when you put dog food in it, what do you use? Is it horse meat?
Well, I made stroganoff with horse meat, and you can kill the taste with like garlic, a lot of garlic.
Number 1, I understand the horse meat is inspected by government inspectors, but they wouldn't be as careful inspecting for dogs as they would for humans. Is it safe to eat that stuff, really,
Yes.
number 1?
Yes, they have to inspect it just as much. I mean, it has to pass. And it has more protein in it than our top quality meat.
Number 2, why does a hamburger fry away. Why is it less than...
I guess it's because of the fat in it.
Yeah. Number 3, do you...
And we go on down to Kitty Carlisle, please.
Well, I'm still confused, ladies and gentlemen. What I just ate with such enjoyment, was it dog food or wasn't it dog food? Number 3.
I think they said it was. I don't know.
No, Kitty.
I'm sorry I asked.
No, it was not dog food.
Oh, okay.
It was cat food.
All right. Now, look, I don't have a dog, so I don't know what you're talking about, gravy train and stuff. We have a dog in our house, but we cook the food at home for him, so I don't know all about that. Number 2, what is really in dog food? Is it really horse meat?
Yes, ma'am.
And number 1, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You can get it with horse meat or beef or whatever's on the label.
And number 1, what does horse meat taste like before you've disguised it with all the garlic and the herbs and things?
Well, it's different. It's different for the different types of dog food that we get. I mean, if you get the dried food, of course, I haven't really taken it just literally as the dog food.
I see.
You know, I try to mix it with things. I did the first time. I tried it in a bowl. And it's hard to describe the taste except just bland.
I'll bet.
Bill Cullen, you have last choice on this delightful subject.
You know, before she began her questioning, Kitty bit me. Makes me...
That proves what it was.
Yeah. You have somebody up for dinner, and I assume you have from time to time. Do you forewarn them?
Well, that's what I use the beef stroganoff.
Oh, in other words...
I had people come over for dinner, and I serve them beef stroganoff.
Made of dog food.
Yeah, but they ate the whole thing before I told them.
Then you tell them.
Wonderful.
Marvelous. Then what did you do, number 3?
Well, I ran out of the room.
Yeah, I can... They bit her. Number 2, is this... I think I heard about this. Is this actually a serious endeavor on your part, or is it sort of a college follow-up to the swallowing goldfish and...
No, this is a
no disrespect.
serious thing. We're really mad about the prices being too high.
I agree.
What school? Where do you go to school, number 2? What is the college or university?
Oklahoma State University.
Is the entire or the majority of the student body doing this?
No, a lot of them are just still laughing at us.
Yeah. Am I correct, number 1? Did I perhaps read about this in the New York Times?
Yes, it's gotten quite a bit of publicity.
And where do you go to school, number 1?
I go to the University of Tennessee.
I'll ask you the same question. Is it...
I'm afraid you won't, Bill, because the bell just rang. Based on what you learned, mark your ballots, and you have to mark them as to whether it's number 1, or number 2, or number 3. As usual, we pay the team $50 for each wrong vote from the panel, and if the panel votes totally wrong, we give them $500. And so, Peggy, commence.
Well, I have a good reason for my vote, because those 2 girls said that if they they'd put so much garlic in it to disguise the taste, just loads and loads of garlic, their social life would be worth nil if they put all that garlic into their systems. Who'd want to kiss them goodnight? So I voted for 2. Boys never care.
We got a 2 going there. And Gene?
I'd like to say I'll kiss 1 and 3 right now. I don't care how much. I won't kiss number 2, though. Let me make that perfectly clear.
2. And we've got a pair of 2s going. And Kitty?
Well, I don't know. I don't think it matters about the garlic. I voted for number 3. I think she made a very good presentation.
All righty. And Bill Cullen, which way are you going to go, friend?
Gee, it's becoming a... If it's not number 2, I will and play dead. I will.
We've got oh no, Kitty again is out by herself.
She was right last time.
Yeah, votes are in.
No, let's
stand up. There's Terry. Number 1, what is your real name? What do you do?
My name's Virginia McCall, and I'm a secretary in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Nice to have you here, Virginia. And Kitty's friend, number 3, what is your real name?
My name is Liz Giosa, and I'm an artist model in New York.
Hey, nice to have you here. And Terry, in all seriousness, that dog food isn't bad, is it?
No, once you lick the taste.
No, I remember quite seriously, a long time ago, it's in live television, back in the 50s, I had a sponsor, Grow Pup, as a matter of fact. We used to bring a dog out and feed it, and one time the dog wasn't feeling well and he wouldn't eat.
Yeah.
So I got down and I ate it, so the sponsor wouldn't be mad, and it was very good. It really was. Terry, thank you very much, and thank you, ladies, as well, for being here. And now let's meet a guy who deliberately drives his car to pieces.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Ken McCain.
Number 2.
My name is Ken McCain.
Number 3.
My name is Ken McCain.
And here is the bashing biography of Ken McCain, as follows. I, Ken McCain, am the winner of the world's richest demolition derby. This rock'em, sock'em, bash'em, crash'em contest features devil-may-care drivers who deliberately smash their cars into each other. The object of this popular pastime is simply to destroy the other fellow's car. The driver of the last functioning automobile is the winner. You may be interested to know that brand new and late model cars are driven and demolished by such major racing car drivers as Bobby Unser and Parnelli Jones. Through my carefree derby years, in which I have incapacitated everything from a Rolls Royce to a Chevrolet, I have amassed more money than any derby driver in the world. Signed, Ken McCain. And we'll start with that wheeler dealer, Mr. Bill Cullen.
Yeah, I think the demolition derby sort of satisfies everybody's destructive instinct. We all have a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Number 3, I don't imagine you had a destructive instinct. How did you get into the demolition derby driving?
Well, I was more interested in stock car driving than anything else, and I couldn't make the grade, so I started driving demolition derbies.
Number 1, what is a stick for?
A stick 4 is for shifting.
No, there's another stick, a white stick on the outside of the car in a demolition derby, in most of them.
Oh, that's a signal. It's an identifying signal they use.
Uh-huh. Number 2, for what purpose do they break the stick off?
This is used in just some of the races, not all of them, and I think it's because you're out.
Number 3, is it better to hit your opponent with the front of your car or with the back of your car, if you had your choice?
It's better to hit him with the back of your car.
Why is that, number 3?
Your front end is, if you get your front end knocked out, you're out of the race.
Number 1, is there a gasoline capacity law or rule in most demolition derbies?
Well, they only give you 5 gallons to start with.
And why is that, number 1?
Bill there went to buzzer, and we're going to Peggy.
What do you, number 3, what do you do? Just get out in a big field and just keep running into one another like dodgems?
No, this is an organized sport. Usually held in an arena or a raceway on a grass or dirt
you try
track.
to beat one another as well as kill one another.
No, it's quite a bit of confusion in that you're not following a standard course. You're in the middle of an area, a defined area. And if you go out of this area, you're disqualified.
Now, number 2, you say you'd rather hit somebody with the back of your car, or somebody said that. But if the engine was in the back, like in a Volkswagen, then you'd rather hit them with the front?
I'd imagine so.
Well, you're the demolition driver, not me. Well, number 1, how much is first prize?
Well, actually, unfortunately, it's very little. In the one derby.
You have to pay for all those cars.
Well, in one derby, I won $7,000, and that amounts to almost 8 years total that I did before that, because prizes are very small, can range anywhere.
Number 3, then, what do you do for a living if you can't make any money at this?
I have a transmission shop.
Oh, you ought to be good at it.
And that takes us, please, to Gene.
Number 2, have you ever been hurt?
Not seriously. I've had scratches and lacerations.
You wear a harness, shoulder and belt, waist and all that?
Seat belt, no.
Helmet?
Yes.
Yeah. Number 3, is there one favorite car that you demolition kooks like over others that's more durable than others?
Oh, yes.
What's that, number 3?
General Motors cars, large General Motors cars.
Yeah. Number 1, what constitutes functioning? The rule says the car, you have to keep functioning. What does that mean?
If it's still in motion, the car that's still in motion at the end of the derby.
So you have to keep moving all the time?
Right. Well, after you've smashed into the last car, you're moving backwards.
Yeah. And number 2, why would the front end go before the rear end? What one vital part is up there that would incapacitate you, number 2?
The radiator, I would say.
Number 3, it says you've made a lot of money at this. What does that constitute? I mean...
by that you mean you?
Yeah.
Well, this past year was my biggest year, and I made almost $11,000.
And are you going to go... And Kitty gets last go.
Thank you. Is there a time, number 1, is there a time limit on this?
Well, the time limit is as long as you still have gas in your car.
I see. And number 2, the 5 gallons is presumably so to avoid explosions
Well,
or fire.
yes.
I see. And number 3, how hard are you allowed to hit? I mean, could you kill somebody if you wanted to?
Not if, well, you could kill someone, yes.
And you're allowed to hit as hard as you can?
Yes, but there are certain rules, like you can't hit somebody in the door, the driver's side of the door. Now, you don't go out there to kill somebody.
I see. And number 2, when you are in the middle of this race, supposing you are aiming for, you're going for the rear end or something, or the front end of somebody's car, and somebody hits you, and you go into the door, have you ever hurt anybody?
I probably have in the length of time I raced, but I've never intentionally hit somebody in the door.
Number 2, again, what do you do aside from demolition car racing?
I own a transmission shop.
And number 1, would you say then that a large car is the safest car for the road as well as for demolition driving? Number 2, when did this start?
Oh, gee, there goes the bell, friends. No more questions. Time to make up your mind. The audience now will try to make up our minds as to whether it's number 1 or number 2 or number 3. And if everybody's got them marked, Bill, you're ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's little difference, actually, between a demolition derby and the normal traffic at 6th Avenue and 42nd Street.
True.
I voted for number 3.
You went for 3.
Yeah, he has
All
to
right.
vote.
We got that show. And Peg looks very sure of herself.
Well, I don't think number 2 knew too much about cars. He wouldn't fix my transmission. But now number 3's from the South. He sounds like everybody that's a good car driver of funny cars is from the South. So I voted for 3.
All right. Got a pair of 3s, and Gene?
Well, like Bill, I go for number 3, too. And I also voted for him.
All righty. So far we got 3 3s going. And Kitty?
Well, that's funny. I'm out on a limb again. I'm obviously wrong. I voted for number 2 because he didn't give us much information.
Working on reverse psychology.
Yeah.
Now, let me see. Last time you were out by yourself and you didn't make
But
it.
the time before I did.
That's right.
Well, we'll have to find out.
I think
Votes are all in. Will the real Ken McCain please stand up?
I'm always a sports fan. I'm the one that knows about sports.
Number 1, I can't explain it. I thought you were great. What is your real name? What do you do?
My name is Ernie Gruenbaum. I'm an advertising copywriter and freelance model.
Oh, hey, good. Number 3, you got almost all the marbles. What's your real name? What do you do?
My name's Mike Hargett. I'm an environmental engineer with Wall Turner Company in Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
I have, I got them over here. I have 2 pictures that I want to show you to show what happens in this demolition derby if you've never seen one before. Here they are. First, let's get a before photograph. Now, this is Ken and a Ford LTD. It's a nice-looking car, right?
Right.
And there's Ken all crouched down there and ready to go. Now, let's take a look at the same car after Ken won the demolition derby. Now, keep in mind that that's the winner. It looks like the loser. Also, Ken, the demolition things, they take the gas tank out of its usual place in the back of the car and move it inside where it won't explode. Isn't that right?
Yes, the gas tank and the battery both are moved inside to prevent a person from having gasoline or battery acid, either one, splattered on them from hitting another car. And as you can see, we use the back end of the car primarily, which does protect the radiator, which I was talking about a little bit before. And when it gets down to the last car or 2, then we'll hit with the front end because we don't care about the radiator because the race isn't going to last that much longer anyway.
Ken, thank you very much. And thank you, gentlemen, also for being with us. Well, I can only say I hope you've enjoyed this as much as we have. We're going to do it again soon. In the words of Buckminster Fuller, I have seen the future and it is there. Take care.
This is Bill Wendell speaking for To Tell the Truth, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Let's all play What's My Line? And now let's meet this week's What's My Line panel. Gene Rayburn, Donna Valeri, Henry Morgan, Arlene Francis, and the host of What's My Line, Larry Blyden.
Well, listen, we all made it. We're all here. It was a dead heat, but we did it. And we have something kind of interesting today on the program, which is at least unusual. We're going to start off with our masks on because our first guest is one of two mystery guests. He would be known to you on sight. And so if you will put your magic, are they in place?
Right.
Okay, would our first guest enter and sign in, please? Okay, let's begin with Donna Valeri.
Mystery guest, you're obviously terribly, terribly famous. Are you famous because we know you from your television appearances?
Uh-huh. Henry?
Are you famous because you have a peculiar voice?
Uh-huh.
Arlene?
Are you a leading man in a television series?
Uh-uh.
Gene?
Are you a talking parrot?
Donna?
I've been confused about sexes this entire week. I can't make up my mind. Is it a lady or a man?
You have to ask.
Are you a lady?
Henry?
Would you call your series a comedy series?
Nobody said it was a series.
I
quite,
just
did they?
said it.
Okay. We reject your entire premise. Arlene?
It's not a comedy series. It's not a leading man. Are you on some kind of a special show, like a game show? What?
He said yes and no is what he said, really, Gene?
Yes, no. So that means that he does appear occasionally on the game show. Have you ever been on my show? Match Game. No?
Yes, he's been on you. Yes, he's been on Gene's show. Donna?
Oh, well, then that narrows it down to 80 guys.
Donna?
Do you also make movies?
Henry?
Gee, I'm in a terrible position because I don't watch Gene's show. I assume you appear on other shows like this one. You don't
Arlene?
know. Okay.
Arlene?
Oh, was that a yes?
That was a yes.
Very hard to know. Then are you a irregular panel member?
Is that a yes?
That was That's a no. Gene?
Are you also a writer? No.
Donna?
Now, is this gentleman making a very strange noise because we would recognize his voice, really recognize it?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes or a no?
That's a yes. Henry?
Have you ever been the master of ceremonies of a panel show?
Arlene?
Wait a minute. If he's been on and off, and he's not an irregular panel member,
Right.
and he's been on several shows, was that already established?
Right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And are you,
Boy, could
just a darn minute, aren't you supposed to be in California?
Gene?
Isn't that,
Are you all? Do you also? I think I've got him. Do you also work in nightclubs?
What? We're going to have to throw it over. Anybody have it?
Johnny Olsen?
Johnny Olsen! Well, I guess Johnny is the long-timest, busiest, best announcer. Chet, no offense.
Nothing. Chet, he's terrific.
Announcer in the business. And how long did you do What's My Line?
Well, you remember Nickel Beer and Nickel Subways?
Yeah.
And no, it's not that long. Actually, about 18 years.
How many shows are you doing now?
Let's see. Concentration 5 days a week. Match Game 74 with Gene Rayburn 5 days a week. Price is Right.
How many that's 15 half hours.
And then nighttime Price is Right. And then, of course, I'm doing the new Goodson Todman show. Now you see it, now you don't. So that makes 21 shows a week. Regular.
May I say something, Larry?
Yeah.
I did a show without Johnny once.
Yeah.
And I never realized how good he was until I tried to do a show without him.
Thank you, Gene. Thank you very, very much. Larry, it's nice to be back in New York for a day, and of course, the California audiences are marvelous, but there's always the nostalgia. Penny and I have that nostalgic feeling for New York. You'll never outlive that.
Well, we miss you here, Johnny.
Right.
Come back and play with us again,
I
will you?
certainly will.
It's
and
good
thanks
to see you.
Mark Goodson, Gil Fates, all of our wonderful people on the show.
And we're all of us here in New York so sorry it's not working out for you out there.
Come on down!
We'll be back with more of What's My Line after this message. Chet, it was really good to see Johnny.
Yes,
always. He's a regular on your show, isn't he, Gene?
Well, he does the announcing. And
he does it all the
lead-ins and
time.
leads out, and then they warm up.
How's that show doing, Gene?
It's only #1.
I'm sorry I asked. With our next challenger, enter and sign in, please. Randall Bailey. Where are you from, sir?
I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, panel, the thing that Randall Bailey operates is the largest of its kind in the world. We will now show the audience what it is he operates. And let's start with Arlene Francis.
Is the largest thing in the world that you operate in Atlanta?
Yes.
It's the largest of its kind in the world that he operates.
Largest of its kind in the world. Does it move around?
Yes.
Does it go up and down?
Yes.
It can't be an elevator, can it?
No.
No.
Well,
Yes,
I
that's
said-
right, it cannot.
It cannot be an elevator. Is it, does it carry people?
Yes.
Does it go into the air?
No. 1 down and 9 to go, Gene.
It carries people, and it moves. And it doesn't go into the air. I can't believe that the largest carousel in the world could be in Atlanta, but is it a carousel?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Donna.
Could it be some kind of... It's transportation of some kind.
Yes.
Does it have wheels?
Yes.
Does it have rubber wheels?
No.
3 down and 7 to go, Henry.
Does it have any connection with the construction business?
No.
Oh, I see, no. 4 down and 6 to go, Arlene.
I can rule out an escalator as well, can I?
Yes?
Yes. Is it waterborne instead of landborne?
No.
5 down and 5 to go, Gene.
They made some enormous vehicles to carry some of our rockets from the place they built them to the place where they're going to be launched. Can I rule that vehicle out, which is a large thing? Can I rule that out?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, then can I rule out public transportation?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
In the sense of, you mean...
A bus or trolley or any of that.
Mm-hmm.
It has, now, if it doesn't have rubber wheels, it must be, like, if it, transportation would rule out trains, too, wouldn't
We're going to throw them all over because we're out of time. Does anybody have a guess?
Can't be a train?
No, I thought Arlene had it for a minute, and then I thought Gene had set it off on the right route. It is a roller coaster.
A roller coaster?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he operates the Great American Scream Machine, which is at the Six Flags Over Georgia amusement park in Atlanta. What is Six Flags Over Georgia? I didn't know there had been.
It's a large historical themed amusement park on the outside of Atlanta.
Have there been Six Flags Over Georgia?
Yes, there have. And
What
each
were
one
they?
of them stands. There were the French. There was the French, Spanish, Confederate, United States, British, and Confederate.
Saints preserve us. One other in there, anyway. Listen, How big is this roller coaster, and how long does it last?
It's 100. The first lift is 105 feet, which out is taller, 10 feet taller than any other in the world, and it's 3,800 feet long.
How long does it take to do it?
Approximately 2 minutes.
We have some film here that shows the ride from the person sitting in the front of its point of view. So if you would like to hang on to your seat belts, we'll roll it and you'll see kind of what it's like.
What I call a baby carriage ride. Sit in the seat, relax, be comfortable, and nothing will happen to you. You'll come back, you'll enjoy the ride. But if you tense up, then you won't enjoy it. Ride it as though you're reading your morning paper over a cup of coffee. That's the way to ride a roller coaster. That's the way to enjoy it.
Okay, you just dropped 105 feet. You've experienced a force of 2 Gs, which is the same thing as astronauts receive.
I'll ask you again, man. Randall, thank you for being with us on What's My Line. We're doing it very We'll be back with more of What's My Line right after this message. Okay, it's time now for our second mystery guest of the day. Are your blindfolds all in place, panel?
Yes.
Ready? Then would our mystery guest enter and sign in, please? Okay, panel, we go one question at a time. Fate's law prevails. You have about 2 minutes. And let's begin with... whom will we begin? Let's begin with Henry Morgan.
Oh, thank you. Are you a very attractive lady?
Yes.
Well, Henry, I certainly hope so. I've always loved your looks.
Can I take a guess now?
You mean
Fate's
there's
law
only one
prevails.
person that loved your looks, Henry?
Only one person that sounds like that.
Are you playing in the New York Theater?
Well, no, Arlene. Not right now, darling. No.
Gene?
It's a pretty good imitation of Lorelei. We can rule her out, I take it. What? Well,
That means yes. Donna?
Okay.
Mystery guest, do you have a television series of your own?
No, darling Don. I wish I did. It would be heaven. It would be wonderful, wouldn't it?
Henry?
If you aren't Carol Channing, I'll have to kill myself.
Repeat after me. The Lord is my shepherd.
What comes after our father?
Carol Channing? Gee, that's a marvelous image. Yes. You don't have a show. No. Have you been on Broadway recently?
Oh, no, Henry, darling. Not for years. Not for years.
That really sounds like Carol Channing to me. Are you singing in a club?
Well, Arlene, I could, I guess, but not right now.
No.
Gene?
No.
Well, now, can we...
Why are you trying to impersonate me, Gene? That hurts.
Listen, darling. Can we rule out Sheila McRae?
Yes.
Well, if you want to.
Okay. We've ruled out Sheila McRae.
She's not singing in a club.
Are you a straight actress?
Well, I have been sometimes, Donna, but you're too young, sweetheart. You wouldn't have remembered. I go back to Ibsen.
We have
and
about
Ibsen
5
goes
seconds.
back to me.
Oh, listen, I'm going to throw them all over. It's Pat Carroll, for Pete's sake.
I didn't know she could do it. You weren't there, Henry. Did she ever do that when you were? No.
I don't do those things. You know, I don't do impersonations, Larry. I really don't.
No,
do
you know the thing, Larry, both
one.
Henry and I have worked with Pat a lot, and she has never, ever done that for me or for him.
I don't do impersonations. I just do it on this show because I know all of you, except Dana. I'm sorry. This is the first time we've met, but I had to do something to fool you.
Listen, why is it that I hear that you're going back to college?
Well, what do you hear?
I hear you're going back to college.
Yes, I'm going back to college. I'm finishing a year in dinner theater. And I have toured far too long for my family's sake, and I've wanted to finish up my degree for a number of years. And so I'm going back to college in September, and I'm finishing up my degree in English in a year's time at a special program at Immaculate Heart College.
Was that
And
in
it's-
California?
In California, yes. And it's pretty exciting because I think that I hope I'm an example to a lot of people, both women and men, that it's never too late to smart up. And I don't mean that school is the answer to smarting up, but I think it indicates this. We have one lady in this group that is 70 years old and just finished high school, and she passed her college equivalency test higher than anyone.
That's sensible.
And that's marvelous that someone at 70 says, I want to go back to college. And whenever it is, I think it's a great indication for both kids who are dropping out today and those of us in the middle years who dropped out a long time ago.
That's very much. Thank you for being with us, darling. Come back. Have a good time in school. We'll be back with more of What's My Line after this message. Did you just see Pat Carroll when she's back in college going out the door one day and the kid says, "Where you going, Mommy?" And she says, I'm going to do Match Game 74. And she says, "You're not going to do one more television show till you've finished your homework." But our next challenger, enter and sign in, please. Josephine Eberhardt. Where are you from?
Elkhorn, Wisconsin.
Okay, panel. Josephine Eberhardt deals with the product and will show the audience what her line is. And let's begin with Gene Rayburn.
Why not? Thank you, Larry. Josephine, this product, is it something that's used by both men and women?
Yes.
And is it bigger than a bread box?
It can be, yes.
In fact, we usually think of it as being.
Really? And does it have moving parts?
Yes.
Watch yourselves. Big brother's watching. And when you use it, does it come in contact with the body?
It can,
yes.
but it doesn't need to in order for you to use it. So we'll call that 1 down and 9 to go Donna.
Would this product be described as a machine of some kind?
No.
2 down and 8 to go Henry.
You say you can use it without you're doing anything. You can start it and it'll go and do it.
Yes.
That's fair, right?
That's fair.
Or unfair. Has a motor in it.
No.
3 down, 7 to go Arlene.
Oh, but it has moving parts without a motor, huh? Like
Yes.
a windmill would move around.
No, not like that. 4 down and 6
Well, I mean,
to go
doesn't that
Gene.
move without a motor?
Yes, it does.
That's all I meant.
Yes, it does, but not like this does.
All right.
4 down
All
and
right.
6 to go Gene. There's another area that maybe you need to investigate.
Yeah. All right. No electric motor. And, well, if the person doesn't touch it, then he does not motivate it. Is that correct?
Yeah, partly, yes.
Yes.
Well, it does. Is it pneumatically powered, compressed air, or something like that?
No.
5 down and 5 to go Donna.
Is
All
this-
kinds of things have moving parts, fellas.
Is this product a living thing?
Yes, it is.
Such as it's bigger than the bread box, so does it have 4 limbs?
Yes.
Are 2 of them feet?
Yes.
Yes.
How do you like that one?
You either got wings or 2 more feet.
Does this thing have hair?
Usually, yes.
Rather than feathers or things like that?
Yes.
Okay, hair.
A hairy bird?
Can one sit on it?
Well, I suppose there are occasions when one could, but one really wouldn't think of it in that way. I mean, we're going to have to throw them all over. Does anybody have an idea?
An ostrich?
Hippopotamus.
No. She raises goats.
Oh, it's close?
Yeah.
Well, that's with the 2 feet.
That's 2 feet. She said our 2 of them feet. 2 of them are feet. 4 of them are feet. But certainly 2 of them are feet.
She said 2 of them feet, yes.
That's right. 2 of them are
So we're
feet.
3 feet.
3 of them are feet and 4 of them are feet.
No wonder she moved to Elkhorn, Indiana.
She does that on the Danjo Farms in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. But why do you raise goats?
For cheese.
Well, I raise them for the milk, and I also raise them for show.
For show?
Yes.
Where do you show goats?
There are about 150 goat shows around the world.
Really?
Around the United States.
What can you train them to do?
Well, you can train a goat to do anything that you can train a dog to do. They're very intelligent.
Are they really?
Yes, they are.
I thought they were just sort of scavengers, like ate garbage and things.
Oh, no, they're just the most cleanest animal you could have.
Goats are?
Yes, they are.
You
They're
see?
very meticulous.
I hear that goat milk is low in cholesterol. Is that true?
Yes, it is, and it's the most digestible milk that you can find.
Well, they give it to... Listen, we're late. Tell us more about it. We'll go up there and we'll all talk about goats. In the meantime, goodbye, everybody, and we'll see you before you know it.
Red Gould speaking for What's My Line? A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Miss Frances Gowns by Bonner Teller. This program was recorded.
Everyone in this arena has a money stake in one of our famous couples as we play the game of celebrity gossip, Tattletales. And here's the star of Tattletales and a friend, Bert Convy.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome to Tattletales. Nice to have you with us. As you know, our studio audience is divided into 3 sections, and this idiot looking over my left shoulder is, as you may have guessed by now, the star of Match Game 74, Mr. Gene Rayburn.
Where? What is that dummy doing there? What is he doing there?
I'll tell you what he's doing.
Down your neck like that.
Today, please, that's not bad, you know?
Get out of here.
Today we have kind of a crazy day, and Gene has been kind enough to come over and help us out. They're going to pay me back for all these weeks. My wife, Ann, is here today, and we're going to play the game. And, Gene, it's all in your hands now.
Thank you very much, Bert.
Please.
Indeed, I will. Let's see now. Did he say the studio audience is divided into 3 rooting sections?
Yes, I said that
You said
already.
all that, said. And the people over here in the blue section will be rooting for the former host of Tattletales, Bert Convy, and his pretty wife, Ann. Hello, Ann.
Hello.
How is pretty Ann Convy?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. Pleasure to do business with you.
Thank you. It's fun
All
to be
right.
here.
Now, the people here in this center yellow section will be rooting for Roger Perry, actor Roger Perry, and Joanne Worley. Joanne. Hello, Joanne.
How are you, sweetheart?
I am well, darling.
Good.
Joanne and I do a number together on the Match Game, and she's terrific there, and she's going to be terrific here. And Roger Perry's going to be terrific. Aren't you,
God
Roger?
willing.
We'll see. I'll talk to you afterwards.
Is the jury's still out?
Yes.
Yeah.
Darling, I think it's just incredible that Bert will go to any length to get his wife on television. Devil.
Okay. And the people in the red section there will be rooting for Harvey Korman and his... with Harvey before on a number of occasions, and he's a terrific fella, and we all know he won an Emmy, of course. But I've never worked with that pretty lady named Donna. Hello, Donna.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine.
You ready to have a go at this?
Yes.
Okay, let's have a go at this. Now, one word about the scoring. We start out with $150. Where am I? It says that's scoring. Camera 3 there. A little late there. Let's get... What is that?
You're doing very well, Gene.
Thank you, Silva. I'll ask questions all through the show. we start with $150 in the pot. If all 3 celebrities come up with the right answer, they all share. If only one celebrity couple comes up with the right answer, then that celebrity couple will get the $150. Here is question number 1.
Oh.
Is number 2 in there too? Oh, well, I don't know. We'll find out right now. Now, ladies, are you ready?
Yes, ready.
Now, for some reason, listen to this now. For some reason, you get mad at your guy. Which of the following is your reaction? 1, you blow your stack. 2, you choke it up inside. 3, you sit down and try and talk it over reasonably. You got it, the idea? For some reason, you get mad at your guy. Which is your reaction? You blow your stack, you choke it up inside, you sit down and try to talk it over reasonably. You think about that. Do not respond now. We'll call on you later. Goodbye, ladies. And now we'll turn to the gentleman, beginning with this man here. Bert, what do you say? She's going to say.
It feels a lot different sitting here than it does out there.
We ask hard questions.
Boy, you really...
You blow your stack, you choke it up inside, you sit down and try and talk it over reasonably. Which will Ann say?
Well, she reacts differently according to the crime I commit. I mean, if I do something really terrible, it can be instant explosion.
Yep.
It can be a simmer. It depends, really. But I would say... that I think I'll say that she blows her stack. It is a tough question.
Yeah.
They're all this way, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
I've been putting people through this for a long time. Okay,
You're going to say she blows her stack?
I'm going to say she blows her stack.
All right, let's all cool it and get Ann out here. Ann. Now, Ann.
Yes?
Have you thought about this?
Yes.
And now tell us, do you blow your stack? Do you choke it up inside? Do you sit down and try and talk it over reasonably?
Well, not only do I blow my stack, but I poke him in the eye and bite him in the ankle.
She said she bites him in the ankle.
That's wonderful, too. Oh.
It is. I must try that sometime.
Yes, he's starting to like it.
Okay, Ann and Bert will share in that pot, and now let's go to Joanne and Roger and talk to Roger. How do you think Joanne is going to respond to this?
Now, let's see.
I'll give it to you again. You blow your stack, you choke it up inside, you sit down and try and talk it over reasonably. What will she say?
Actually, no, the above. She wouldn't choke. She wouldn't. What? I'm sorry. She blows her stack. She chokes it up and.
Well, yeah, just swallows it and says nothing about it. You know, and
she
keeps
probably
it within.
choke me.
Choke you?
Yeah.
That would mean she'd blow her stack.
No.
No?
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh.
What are you saying, Ryan?
What I'm saying is no. She really will say that she tries to sit down and talk it over.
If she gets mad at you, instead of blowing up, she'll sit down.
Yeah, it never works out that way, but that's what she would want to do. Right.
She's going to say that now.
Yes.
Right in front of everybody. Okay, we're going to find out what she's going to say.
So.
Let's bring Joanne out here. Joanne.
Yes.
When you get mad at your guy, how do you react? Do you blow your stack? Do you choke it up inside? Do you sit down and try and talk it over reasonably?
Well, darling, Roger is so perfect.
He's
He
the
would
perfect-
never give me cause to get angry with him. But if he did, I would blow up immediately.
You would blow up immediately?
Roger didn't say that.
He didn't say
said
that,
I would discuss it.
He said, you're a sweet, lovely, reasonable person, and you'd talk it over.
Oh, darling.
You're always saying, let's sit down and talk this over, and I'm always saying, no.
Yeah, but I say it so angry.
I blow my stack.
Oh,
Yeah.
darling. Well, we'll talk about it later.
Talk about it later. Thank you, Joanne. Okay, now we come to Donna and Harvey. How do you think Donna's going to respond to this, Harvey?
Well, Donna and I have, it's taken us a long time to evolve into a really mature relationship.
Really?
It's interesting.
Have you been married long?
About 14 years.
Well, then you must know that lady well, and you must know how she's going to respond.
Yes, she would, the way the relationship started out, she would choke it up. And then she went through a phase where she blew her stack. But now, we're talking about the now.
The now.
We're talking about the now. She would sit down and talk it over with me reasonably. I have no doubt at all about that.
14
red
years
section,
of marriage.
Never fear, red section. We're in.
Okay. All right, red section. Cool it. No clues here. Everybody quiet. Here comes Donna. Hello, Donna.
Hello.
We've been waiting for you because we need an answer from you right now. If you get mad at the man in your life, do you blow your stack? Do you choke it up inside? Do you sit down and try and talk it over reasonably?
First, I blow my stack. Oh.
That's your answer, Donna.
Yeah.
That's not what Harvey said. Harvey said you sit down and you try and talk it over reasonably because you have undergone such a maturation process. You have an emotional maturity of 112. That's what he said.
But that's this week.
That's this week.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means, thank you, Donna.
Yeah,
that
thank
means
you,
Donna
Donna.
and Harvey do not share in this pot. Joanne and Roger do not. Ann and Bert won the pot. $150 for them. No score over there. All right, we're going to carry on here with Tattletales, but first we've got this message of interest for one and all gathered here today. Here we go. Are you ready?
Ready
All right.
again.
Ready for number 2. All right, ladies, this is it. Would you say, ladies, would you say you know all you care to know about sex? Would you say you know all you care to know about sex? Don't bite your finger, just think about that.
It's a daytime show, huh?
That's right. Do not respond now. Think, and goodbye for a few moments, ladies. And now, gentlemen.
This is a yes or no answer. Or something in between.
Would you say, how do you think Ann is going to respond to this, Bert?
Oh, you dirty.
Would you say you know all you care to know about sex?
Well, you're asking her.
Now,
if
she's-
she
yeah,
knows all she cares to know about sex.
That's the question.
Now, you see, no matter how I answer this, I'm in big trouble. If I say she knows all she cares to know, it means she's had enough of it, and she doesn't want to know about it anymore.
Don't speculate. A simple yes or no is all they're after there.
But
get your own show, would you?
I used to have my own show. Wow. Well, I think. What do you think? I think
Wait,
I'll.
now, you're married to this girl a long time. I don't know. You know her better than I do.
Well,
Would
I
you
think
say?
I think she knows all she cares to know, unless she can think of something else, and I can't.
I think we got the idea.
Yeah.
She's going to say she knows all she cares to know about sex.
I think so. I
All
hope
right.
so.
No help from any of you out there. Shall we get Ann back out here on camera? There she is. Now, Ann, we need this answer from you. Would you say you know all you care to know about sex?
No, I'm always ready for any suggestions.
I'd like to make a few suggestions
Was that
here,
the
but not
wrong
right
answer?
now.
That's not the right answer?
No, he did
said
not
I knew-
say that. He said you know all you care to know about sex, and
Oh,
I would say
thank you,
offhand,
dear. Thank
it's going to be a pretty quiet night in the Convey household tonight. And thank you, Ann.
Sorry, dear.
Okay, whoops.
Oops,
Excuse me, sir.
I didn't know you were a dancer, Gene. It's that was a cute stuff.
May I have this dance, Roger? No. How is Joanne going to respond to this? Would you say you know all you care to know about sex?
You know, she's from Indiana.
Yep.
So you would think
Midwest.
she would want to know more about sex, but on second thought, she's lived in New York and Los Angeles. So I would say she knows all she needs to know. Now,
Is that what
just
she's-
wait.
You're saying she knows all she cares to know about it. All right, we'll find out. Leave him alone. It's your money
We'll get
he's
him the next
losing.
time.
Leave him alone. All right, now, hold it. Let's cool it for a second while
Trust
we
me.
get Joanne out here on camera. Now, Joanne, are you ready to respond? Would you say you know all you care to know about sex? How do you say?
I say I'm afraid to answer this question. But I will say, goodness sakes, kids, I just hope there's a great deal more to learn always about everything. I would say there would be more, yes. More to learn.
He didn't say that.
Roger!
He did not say that. He's holding his head in his hand.
Well, I've never been so embarrassed in my life.
Well,
That makes two of us.
He's walking into the sunset slowly.
You can always read a book or something. You know, there's always a book you haven't read.
That'll be enough of that now. Thank you, Joanne. And now, Harvey.
I'm shocked and appalled that you guys don't know anything about the women you're living with.
That's right.
Oh, really?
Shocking. Isn't it?
How much money you got so far?
Just a minute.
Hold everything now. Wait a minute.
Right?
We may
Hang
have
in,
some...
red section.
Now hear this.
Now hear this. Now, my wife, having been married to me for 14 years, doesn't know too much about sex. So, wait a minute. And she also has a very vivid imagination. She wants to learn. Absolutely. No, she does not know nearly enough about sex as she wants to know. She wants to know more. Trust me, red section.
All right. Okay, so Harvey says that Donna says she wants to know more about sex. We're going to find out right now. Let's bring Donna out here. Now, Donna, how do you respond to this? Would you say you know all you care to know about sex?
No way.
All by themselves there, and they've got $150. Joanne and Roger have $0, and Ann and Bert have $150. Now, what do we got? We've got a turnabout here. We're going to ask you gentlemen to go backstage and bring these pretty ladies out here. And we'll continue with Tattletales right after this. When I say our studio audience shares in the winnings of our celebrity couples, I mean exactly that. And now, you see, we've got this check writing machine, and then the winning people collect on the way out. Then the top winning couple, that rooting section, we add $1,000 to their winnings. So that adds up to a lot of loot. Now, let's carry on here. Gentlemen, if you're ready. Now, on my own program on the Match Game, we have questions with blanks in them. I guess you all know that, don't you?
Yes.
You have to fill in the blanks. We've got one of those, and we've adapted it a little bit for Tattletales, and it goes like this. The question's for the men, and you girls will have to match what they say, and here it is. As much as I love her, you see, I'm putting this thought in your heads, fellas. As much as I love her, I just wish she wouldn't blank so much. As much as I love her, I just wish she wouldn't blank so much. Think about that. Goodbye, fellas. Now, ladies... The thought in his head is as follows. As much as I love her, I just wish she wouldn't blank so much. And what will Bert put in the blank?
Well, he always says that there is a direct line from the light switch to my mouth.
Talk so much.
Always, whenever he turns out the light, I go. So
Okay.
he will say talk.
All right, we'll find out if he says talk or not in a moment or so. May we have Bert, please? There is Bert. Now, how do you think Ann responded to this? As much as I love her, I just wish she wouldn't... I mean, what is your response to this? As much as I love her, I just wish she wouldn't blank so much.
Well, you know, she's a terrific lady.
She's a great lady.
And she doesn't do the things that a lot of... She doesn't nag. I nag. I'm the nag. She doesn't nag. And I'm trying to fit it into a blank here.
As much as I love her, I just wish she wouldn't blank so much.
Okay, as much as I love her, I wish she wouldn't make such a mess of everything so much.
She said talk so much, Bert.
What?
Talk so much. That's what she said you would say.
Talk so much.
You know, at night when you turn the light out and my mouth starts going at 3 in the morning.
That's enough about your nightlife,
right,
folks.
Did she tell you that? I used to tell her that the light switch was connected to her mouth.
Thank you, Bert. Now we go to Joanne here and ask her how Roger would respond to this.
Well, I know we're going to win at this because we watch Match Game all the time.
Yes.
And he'll know how to fill in that blank correctly. And it's eat.
Eat.
Eat so much.
All right.
Trust me.
Hold everything, everybody. Here comes Roger. Roger?
Yes.
As much as I love her, I just wish she wouldn't blank so much. What do you put in that blank?
Is this just one word, or can I do a whole sentence or a couple of sentences?
Whatever you think.
No, she's a Virgo, I'm a Taurus. She's very neat and clean and so forth. I could care less. I wish you wouldn't nag me.
Expose myself and said eat?
She said eat.
Oh, Roger.
That's what she said.
That was my second choice.
All right. Okay, so they do not share in the pot. Thank you, Roger. Let's go to Donna and Harvey. Donna, how will Harvey respond to this? What will he put in that blank?
It's short and sweet. Spend so much.
Spend so much. Okay, here we go. Here comes Harvey. Harvey.
Yeah.
As much as I love her, I just wish she wouldn't blank so much.
Yeah. It's either shop or holler. I'll go for shop.
Shop. And that means the score now. Joanne and Roger have no score. Ann and Bert have 150. And Donna and Harvey have 300. A whole pot. I got the whole thing. Well done. Okay. We'll be back in a moment or so with more secrets here on Tattletales. Here we go. Are you ready? All right. We're all set. Gentlemen, are you set?
Yes, we're set.
Men, when you're sick, are you a good patient? When you're sick, oh, listen, this is doubling time. We're playing for $300 instead of $150. The question is, men, when you're sick, are you a good patient? Goodbye, men, for a moment or so. We'll talk to the ladies right now. Ann, how is Bert going to respond to this?
Oh, this is the piece of cake. We got this one. He is such a baby, whining, crying, complaining. He's
terrible.
He's not a terrible patient.
He's not a good patient.
No.
Okay, that's what she says. And let's bring Bert back. There you are, Bert.
Yes.
And the question.
Here
when
I
you're
am.
sick, are you a good patient?
I'm the worst crybaby, rotten patient in the world.
And Bert will share in the pot. Thank you, Bert. Now to go to Joanne and Roger. Joanne, how will Roger respond to this?
Roger never complains, even when he's ill, so he is a good patient.
He is a good patient.
Martyr.
We're going to find out right now, folks. Come here, Roger. Hello, Roger. Yeah. When you're sick, are you a good patient?
That's a tough one, really is. She probably thinks differently. I would say yes.
You're a good patient. Share in the doubling pot there. Okay, thank you, Roger. Now, Donna, what will Harvey say to this?
Harvey's a baby. He's not a very good patient.
He's not a good patient.
No.
And he'll admit this in front of
Yeah.
all of these folks here. Okay, bring Harvey out. Hello, Harv.
Hi.
When you're sick, are you a good patient?
No.
No. We got 3 winners here in this round in the doubling pot. Everybody shares in it. And we end up with Donna and Harvey and the Red Sixer as the winners. Congratulations. We'll get back in a moment or so and give you the final tally, but first we've got this message for you. Now here's what happened. The winners are Don and Harvey. They won $400 for their rooting section. And you people are not in the red. You're deep in the black because $1,000 is added to that, and that's all going to be divided among you. You're going to win some money. You're going to win some money. You were just terrific.
So were you, Gene.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure doing business with you, and we hope you'll be able to join us next time on Tattletales. Gene Rayburn here. Goodbye.
We must talk.
This is Jack Clark speaking for Tattletales, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Everyone in this arena has a money stake in one of our famous couples as we play the game of celebrity gossip, Tattletales. And here's this week's star of Tattletales, Gene Rayburn.
This is my ballet walk. Briskly. Hello there. I guess you know the story here. I am here through the good offices of Bert Convy.
Yes.
And you know, he's a terrific host on this show. This is his show, and he does a great job. But I must say...
But not much of a player, unfortunately.
No. I have really enjoyed his participation as a panel member because he's contributed a great deal of wit and fun and everything. And his pretty wife, Ann, has been marvelous, too. She's not only good-looking, but she's funny, too.
Yes,
so.
got to watch out for her. Thank you, Gene.
That's right.
Nice of you.
But I just want to say that we've got the audience divided into 3 rooting sections, each section backing one celebrity couple. The people here with blue all over their faces, they're backing Roger Perry, who has blue trousers on, and comedian Joanne Worley. Hello, Joanne.
Hi, Raj. You're gonna get him this time.
You hanging in there?
Well, yeah, blue eyes, blue pants. I mean, it's good.
Okay.
He's a very blue person.
Oh, what? Are you wearing anything blue?
Oh, wait a minute.
Joanne or Roger?
Joanne.
In the middle of my little cornflowers is blue.
Okay.
We're covered for blue. We'll
All
get
right.
you, kids. Don't worry.
Terrific. All right. You folks here in the middle in the yellow section, you'll be rooting for beautiful Harvey Korman and his wife, Donna.
I'm wearing something yellow too, but I didn't really want to go into it, okay?
You don't want to tell us about it?
Yellow happens to be my daughter Maria's favorite colors, and this is the first time all week that we've been in yellow, so I have great good wishes, guys.
All right. Are you wearing anything yellow, Donna?
No, we're in gold. We're not in yellow.
Gold, well, that's close enough. We'll call it yellow. And good luck to them. And the people here in the red section will be rooting for Bert What's-His-Name and Ann Convey.
This is it.
Hello, Ann.
This is it. Hello, Gene.
Are you ready, darling?
Oh, I'm ready.
I said you were very witty and good on this show a little while ago when you couldn't hear me, and I want you to hear it.
Oh, you said that?
No, you
Thank
and Bert, I think, have been terrific panel members all week long.
Oh, aren't you sweet? Thank you.
It's been very helpful
We've
for
had
me as a host.
Oh, we've had fun.
Okay. Now, a word about the scoring. We have $150 in the pot, and every celebrity couple who scores will share in that pot. If only one couple scores, they get the whole 150. Ready? All right, here we go. Here's the question. Oops, something fell out of there. There's a paper clip. We don't need that. Now, you know, on the
You
match
got your
game.
job back.
That's
Bert.
right. On the match game, which is a show that precedes mine here.
Yes.
And which happens to be #1 in daytime. We have these questions with blanks. And you fill in, you know. And we've adapted one here for Tattletales. The question's for the girls, and you guys have to match what they say. Fill in the blank, ladies, when we ask you to. In general, men think about blank more than women do. In general, men think about blank more than women do. Think about that. Hold it. Quiet. We say goodbye to the ladies, but only for a short while. And we say hello to the men. And ask Roger how he thinks Joanne will respond to this. In general, men think about blank more than women do.
Yeah, you really should go with the obvious. You know, Joanne's done your show, and I think and I've seen her on it, and she usually goes with the obvious. I will go with the obvious, which is sex.
Sex. Bunch of fiends out here just gave you a big round of applause there. Okay.
Well, we're a good combination. Okay.
So, Roger says the word is sex, and Joanne will say, let's bring her out here. And we'll find out right now from Joanne how she responds to this. In general, men think about blank more than women do.
I think sweet, adorable Roger would say the chauvinistic answer by saying sex.
What's so chauvinistic about that?
Well, it's in all the comic books and the movies. They always say men think about sex more than women, but we know now that's not true, don't we, girls?
Okay.
Well, who cares?
We've got the little number there. Okay, that's what he said, Joanne. And so
Good.
you will share in the pot. Now we'll move over to Harvey, who's deep in thought.
Yes. I am going to say very unchauvinistically that it's money, probably, that my wife's going to say that... You don't like it, ladies? What do you want me to say? Oh, wait a minute, I see a guy going like this.
Now, wait a minute. What is it? You think money?
There isn't a plurality there by any means.
No,
So
wait. Harvey is the star, and he's his own man, so let him say what he wants to say.
Trust me, people, money is going to be closer.
Money's going to be close.
Closer than
All right.
sex.
All right, let's all be quiet now as we bring on Donna. Hello, Donna, darling. I've missed you.
I missed you, Gene.
In general, men think about blank more than women do. What say you to that?
I think men think more about money.
Donna?
Is that wild? Oh, baby.
Donna?
There's going to be lots of money in this for you, dear.
Harvey was saying money, and his rooting section tried to tout him out of it.
That's why they're losers this week, that middle section.
Okay, so Donna and Harvey will share in the pot, and we'll get over to Bert.
Boy, I'm not going to pick on a red section, I'll tell you. You know, I won't say sex because I don't believe it for a moment. I think women think about sex as much as men, perhaps a great deal more. And I don't think that Anne will feel that way. The only thing that comes to my mind is something silly, and it's not silly, but because it's true, and I would say sports, because it's an obvious thing. Do you think sex, sir? What are you trying to tell me? You really think sex, gang?
Is it all right if I get in on this conversation,
what do you think,
too?
What do you think Anne will say?
I don't know what she's going to say. I don't know Anne that well.
I think it would be something obvious that men think more about than women do. And I was going to say sports. I don't know.
You think Anne will say sports?
Well, let's go with that, because I don't think she'll say sex.
Okay. Hold on now. He's given his answer. He knows his wife. He's been married to her longer than you have. So let's get Anne on screen and get a response from you, Anne. Now, in general, men think about blank more than women do.
Well, I think I know what he said, but I can't think about that all the time. I have to make meatloaf and push the dust under the rug and think. Sex. No?
Well, the audience tried to talk him into saying sex, but he thought you would say sports.
You know, Anne?
Sports.
And you see, I figured I was giving women credit, Anne, for thinking about sex as much as men do.
I don't think about sports at all.
That's why I thought that maybe men would think more about sports.
Sex comes under that category, doesn't it?
Yes, no, it's an indoor sport.
Maybe in your household it does.
Could we have $5?
And you got a weirdo in the family. That's all I got to say to you. Okay, so Anne and Bert will not share in that pot. Who does? Joanne and Roger, Donna and Harvey share in that pot. $75 each. Anne and Bert have not scored yet. And we'll see how this ends up in a moment or so. But first, we've got this. All right, everybody's rooting here. At this moment, it's 75-75-0. And these two sections know they can't walk out of here empty-handed because their celebrity couples have scored so far. Now, let's go on to the next.
Something altogether different with me, on the other hand.
Well, the night is young.
Yes, as they say.
You may score before the night's over. Who knows? Here we go with our next question. Girls, which of you tends to look in the mirror more often?
Which of these three girls?
No.
Oh.
Which of you tends, you or the man in your life, which of you tends to look in the mirror more often is the question. Think about that. Okay, goodbye, ladies. Now.
It's in the bag,
Okay, Raj. Who looks in the mirror more often, you or Joanne?
Oh, well.
What will she say?
What she will say?
What will
she
she
has
say?
to. She really has to say. It's her, of course.
She will say she does.
Of course, yes.
You think he's right? All right. Hold it,
In
we'll
windows,
find out.
you know, the
right
reflection
now.
on windows anywhere, you know, in the car.
Oh,
when it's
okay.
washed.
All right, let's get Joanne out here. Joanne, which of you tends to look in the mirror more often?
Well, I think this whole question is set up to get Bert. Is that correct? You devils! Well, think about it, honey. You'll get it. It's because you're so gorgeous.
Oh, thank you.
Anyway, Roger is, and I don't look in the mirror that much as evidence, but since I'm a lady and I put on eyelashes and all that, I would say I do.
That's what he said. You will share in that pot?
They're going to get you, Bert.
Now let's see if Donna and Harvey continue their winning ways. Which of you tends to look in the mirror more often, Harv?
Well, she claims that I take much longer to dress and to get ready to go out.
Really?
She claims that. And I do kind of look at myself a lot.
A little implication of vanity there?
Checking the hair, see how the hairline's doing.
Yeah, doing very well.
But I think she's going to say that I think that she does, so I'm going to go with her, guys. It's a little gamble.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. That's his...
It's a gamble.
He didn't lead you down the rosy path before, and he may not be doing it now. On the other hand, he may be blowing it there.
I'm going to say she.
She. Okay. let's bring Donna back. Donna, which of you tends to look in the mirror more often?
By a tenth of a second. I do.
That's what he said. Now that's twice you've doubted him. Stop picking on Harvey. That's what he said. Okay, no, I'm talking to the audience, Donna. Yeah. All right, thank you, Donna. And now we'll move over here to Bert.
Oh, boy. Are you putting the pressure on me? These two guys keep scoring. It comes down to old Dumbo here. All right, gang, but I'm reasonably sure of this one. We'll get on the boards with this one. It's me, hands down.
You look in the mirror more often.
No, he looks in the mirror hands down.
I mean, I think that's what she's going to say. We know that that's not so. I mean, we know that.
Okay.
But I think that she's going to say it's me. I don't know why she'll say that.
All right, let's all cool it and bring Ann back on camera. And there she is. Ann, which of you tends to look in the mirror more often?
Oh, Jeff, sorry, honey, we are playing for money. If I want to really get a message across to him, I have to write it on the mirror.
So you say it is Bert. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, of course.
He looks, that's what he said. So everybody scored. All three couples share in this pot. And at this moment, the score is 50 to 125 to 125. It's turnaround time. Bring the pretty ladies out and send the men back there backstage there. And while we're turning around, we can have a look at this message of interest. The turnabout has been completed. We've got pretty ladies out here. The gentlemen are backstage. And just to touch all bases, all the money you see up here, 125, 125, and 50, all of that will go to all of these people in the rooting sections, by sections. And we'll see how it ends up a little bit later. Okay. Now, gentlemen, if you're ready, we've got this for you. Instead of burning her bra, your gal has it bronzed and uses it as a and uses it as a Jell-O mold. Now, when it's taken out of the mold, would you recognize the Jell-O? You understand the question? I'll give it to you once without trying to break. Instead of burning her bra, your gal has it bronzed and uses it as a Jell-O mold. And what's taken out of the mold, would you recognize the Jell-O, is the question. You know, the way you take Jell-O out of a mold and you turn it over and you put it on a flat dish, and what we want to know is, all right, goodbye, men. All right. Joanne, how is Roger going to respond to this?
Well, I would only serve in the privacy of our own home. But I think Roger, bless his heart, close your ears, everybody. I think he might.
He would recognize it. Okay. All right. Let's call Roger back here. Hello, Roger.
Yes. I don't understand the question.
You don't understand the question? All right. Instead of burning the bra, had it bronzed and used it as a Jell-O mold.
Right.
And filled it full of Jell-O.
Right.
Put it in the refrigerator.
Yeah.
And let it get hard. And took it out and turned it over on a dessert dish, a flat dish, and took the bronzed bra off, you see. The question is, would you recognize...
The nipple or what? I don't understand.
The question is... Now, Roger, listen to me now. Roger.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Would I recognize...
Yeah, now wait a minute. You see, then the bronze thing is turned over on a dessert dish, a flat dish, and there is a shape there. The question is, would you recognize that shape or that mound of Jell-O? Huh?
Well, I would have to say yes.
That's what she said.
What a hard way to make a little money for you guys.
Thank you, Roger. Let's go over here to Donna. Donna, would you like to talk to me? Do you understand the question?
Yes.
And what is he going to say?
And after 15 years, if it was chopped liver, he better recognize what it is.
Okay. You're a gal after my own heart, and anytime you've captured me there. Now, shall we bring Harvey back out here or let him stay? Yeah, Harvey, you can come back. You're allowed.
Yeah.
Do you understand the question?
Oh, yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
All right. Now, after, it comes out of the refrigerator and this bronze mold is turned over onto a dessert dish, would you recognize this mass of Jell-O?
I couldn't miss it anywhere.
Okay, that's what she said, Harvey. She said you'd recognize it if it were chopped liver.
Right. It's not quite congealed. I recognize.
Okay, thank you, Harvey. And now we come to Anne.
Oh, yes.
How say you?
Well, Bert has said to me so many times, honey, I would know your Jell-O molds any place. He said that to me just a while ago.
He has said that to you. So you say yes, he will say yes.
Yes, he will say yes.
All right, here comes Bert Convey. Hello, tall, good-looking, handsome fellow who looks in the mirror all the time.
All right.
How do you respond to this? Would you recognize that mound of Jell-O after it comes out of the mold?
And
it's put on a dessert dish?
Yeah, I'm trying to picture it. Does the word gumdrop mean anything to you?
All you want is a simple yes or no?
Yes, yes, I would, sure.
So they share in the pot. So let's see. Everybody shares in this pot, and everybody's added to the score. 100, 175, 175. You're all winning money, folks. And we'll see how much more money we're going to give out to our audience. Remember this moment. Hello there.
Hello.
How are you? We're ready to carry on with Tattletales, and it is doubling time now. And that means the pot is worth $300 instead of $150. And the gentlemen are all there ready. And men in general, do you believe that women are more loving and tender than men are? Do you believe that women are more loving and tender than men are? It's a general type of question, a thought-provoking one. A little heavy, but think about it, and we'll get back to you in a moment or so. And we ask the ladies how the men are going to respond to this. Joanne? In general, do you believe that women are more loving and tender than men are? How will Roger respond to that?
Well, Roger is very loving and tender.
Good.
But being the female chauvinist pig that I am...
You say that women are.
I will say that the women are.
He'll say that women are.
He will then say that women are.
Okay, let's get Roger back out here. Roger, how do you respond to this? In general, do you believe that women are more loving and tender than men are?
I think so, yes.
That's what she said. Okay, Joanne and Rogers. Rooters share in that pot. And now we come to Donna. What do you think Harvey's going to say?
I hope for the whole world that we're all the same, and I think that women are not more loving than men. I think that men are not, I don't mean to say men are more loving.
You think we're all equal?
Yeah.
But you got to make a choice here.
In
general, do you believe that women are more loving and tender than men are?
No, that doesn't mean that men are more, but I don't think women are more.
What will he say?
He will say that women are not more.
Clever of you to
hold
figure
everything
out
now.
that way.
Let's get
Very
Harvey
good.
back here. How do you respond to this, Harv? In general, do you believe that women are more loving and tender than men are?
Absolutely not. No.
That's what she said. Okay. You've got such a quick mind. It took me a long time to understand what Donna was saying, but I finally got it, and I thank you, Harvey. And now we come to Anne.
Yeah?
What is Bert going to say?
Well, it shouldn't be that way, but I'm afraid there are too many men who haven't loosened up yet, and I'm afraid he will say that, yes, women are. Is that right?
In general, you believe that women are more loving and tender, and he'll say, yes, women are more loving and tender.
In general, yes. Although
Okay,
it
let's
shouldn't
find
be
out
that
what
way.
he does say. Come back, Bert, wherever you are. There you are, Bert.
Here I am.
Now, how do you respond to this? In general, do you believe that women are more loving and tender than men are?
In general.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what she said, Bert. Good. And that team shares in the double pot there. Now, so we divide that pot among the three celebrity couples there. And what have we got here? We've got 200, 275, and 275. And we've got a tie in the blue and the yellow section. We'll give you the final score in a moment or so. But right now, we want to give you this message. All right, the blues and the yellows are very, very happy because they got two winning celebrity couples up here, $275 each. They split the $1,000, means you are going to divide among you $1,550. Congratulations to you. And congratulations to all of you. Thank you, Bert Convey, for letting me do this. I've had the time of my life. Gene Rayburn here. Goodbye. Join us next time for Tattletales.
This program was edited for broadcast. This is Jack Clark speaking for Tattletales, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Katie Garner is the first lady sailor in the U.S. Navy to hold down a job like hers. Watch her try to stump the panel on What's My Line? And now let's meet this week's panel. Soupy Sal, Dr. Joyce Brothers, Gene Rayburn, Arlene Francis, and the host of What's My Line, Larry Blank.
Hello, all persons.
Hello there, Larry.
My goodness, you all look elegant today.
Yes, sir. We're a
Goodness
dandy bunch, aren't we?
Gracious sakes
Bunch of
alive.
dandies.
Well, it looks summery and light and
wintry and everything.
It really does. Holy bananas. It looks so terrific that would our first challenger enter and sign in, please? Mike Bisman. Where are you from?
Placerville, California.
Placerville? That's up north, isn't it?
Up next to Lake Tahoe.
Yeah. Okay, panel, Mike Bisman recently became a world's champion by winning a race that involved a vehicle. And we'll show the audience what his title is. And let's begin the questioning with Arlene Francis.
A vehicle. Has to be something big for you to get into. I can rule out that it was a submarine, can't I?
Yes.
Is it a vehicle that travels on or beneath water?
No.
1 down, 9 to go, Soupy.
Does it have wheels?
Yes, it does.
Does it have 4 wheels?
No, it doesn't.
2 down, 8 to go, Joyce.
Does it travel on land?
Yes.
Can I assume that it does not go into the air at any time?
No.
Yes, you can assume that.
I can assume that.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, it doesn't go into the air. Yes, you can assume that.
Is it drawn by anything?
Yes.
Drawn. Is it drawn by anything? We're going to have to say no in this case, Jace. Joyce. 3 down, 7 to go.
Jace.
Gee.
You got to know on that. He doesn't even know your name.
Boy, is that a no.
Larry, this is Joyce Brothers.
How are you, Joyce? Okay, Jane, you want to go ahead?
Now, what have we established so far? This thing has 4 wheels.
No, you've established that it has wheels.
Oh, it has wheels.
And that it does
Okay.
not have 4 wheels. And that it is not drawn.
It is not drawn. But I gather from the previous questioning that there is some means of locomotion other than the human body.
No.
4 down, 6 to go, Arlene.
Does it have 1 wheel?
Yes, it does.
Does it have no more than 1 wheel?
That's correct.
Do you do one of those 1-wheel?
Unicycle?
Unicycle?
No.
5 down and 5 to go, Soupy.
What else do you do on 1 wheel?
It has 1 wheel. A sidecar has 1 wheel. Also has some
Only if
booze
you
in it.
drink.
It has 1 wheel. What
Maybe
has...
a sidecar.
No, it isn't a sidecar, because otherwise the audience would have went, ooh, la, la.
We're having a conference and they don't even know it.
1 wheel.
Have you met Joyce Brothers?
Yeah.
I pass.
Joyce?
Do you touch this wheel?
No.
6 down and 4 to go, Gene.
All right. Now, are you, is the wheel smaller than the wheel on that camera down there?
No.
7 down, 3 to go, Arlene.
Is the wheel attached to something else?
Yes.
You mean other than the vehicle?
No, to the vehicle.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, as opposed to just a unicycle which only has a seat on top. Right. Is it, you won something for doing this, did you say?
Yeah.
Yes.
Championship.
Yes. A championship? Yeah. A championship
And
with a wheel?
considering his size, only a fool would try to take it away from him.
Quite right. Now, is there, and this is always on the ground, right? You never leave the ground.
No, you do leave the ground.
You do leave the ground. Well, when you leave the ground, though, it's more or less accidental. It isn't intentional.
Did you say the wheel is larger than that?
It is larger, yes.
Is it quite a lot larger?
No.
8 down and 2 to go, Soupy.
Pass. I got it. Pass. Do what I tell you.
Okay, Gene's got it, so I'm gonna pass.
Joyce?
I passed too. You better have
Gene?
It's a wheelbarrow race.
It is a wheelbarrow race. Yeah. Beautiful. Yay. That's good. Mike just won the John M. Studebaker International Wheelbarrow Race, which is the highlight of the annual Gold Discovery Fair in El Dorado County. What's the purpose of the race? Why do they have it?
Larry and panel, it's a race to commemorate John M. Studebaker. He came to the gold discovery area in our town in the mid-50s and started...
Not of this century, surely.
No, 1850s when the gold rush was on. Wagons, he started producing wagons and wheelbarrows for the miners, and these wheelbarrows weigh about 80 pounds, and they're about by so. And this race is run over a course of obstacles, and the contestants start at a designated area. They discharge a shotgun, you take off, you sprint to an ore pile, fill what you think is 50 pounds of ore in the wheelbarrow, and go over obstacles, rocks, over 4-foot logs, through water holes 3 feet deep, and go sprint up hills and go over a little bridge to finish it.
How far do you run?
It's about a half a mile, Larry.
How fast did you do it?
If it turns over, pardon me, can you go back again?
Well, part of the rules are there's boundaries. You have to stay within the boundaries, and you have to finish with at least 50 pounds of ore to win.
How much did you have in your wheelbarrow when you finised? Was it over the 50?
64 this year. I came in once before first place, and I was 2 pounds short.
Now, how long did it take? How far do you go first?
About a half a mile.
And how long does it take you to do that?
It took 4 minutes and 32 seconds.
That's incredible.
Was it the same John Studebaker who invented the car?
Yes.
The same one?
Mm-hmm.
Start out with the wheelbarrow.
Next time, get in the car and drive.
Right.
It's a lot easier.
It's a lot easier. Listen, what do you do when you're not racing wheelbarrows?
Well, my brother and I and my family, my parents have a pear and apple ranch in Placerville. And when I'm not doing that, I'm presently going to Europe, leaving on a plane this evening to play basketball in Brussels for
Hey, he could come back as an apple picker.
He certainly could. He could also come back as a basketball player.
Or a
and in view of the
picker.
fact that he has to make a plane, he could also leave as an apple picker and plane rider. And thank you very much for being with us. We'll be back with more of What's My Line after this message. We're back, and with our next challenger, enter and sign in, please. Such good news. Katie Garner. How are you, Katie? How's that, you know? Katie, you're adorable. Did you know that?
Thank you.
All right. Now then, panel, Katie Garner is a first lady sailor in the history of the United States Navy to hold down her job. And we'll show the audience what her line is. And we'll start the questioning with Gene Rayburn.
Sure, why not, Larry? Thank you. I guess we assume you are not a nurse. Is that correct?
That is true.
And everyone in the history of the U.S. Navy who has done this has been a man, right?
That's correct.
All right. And how is it in the locker room with that?
A lot of fun.
A lot of fun? Okay. Do you use any implements when you do this job?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And do you get dirty when you do it? As a welder might get dirty.
A lot of times. That's the most fun part of it.
Really? Yeah. Do you do it way down in the deep part of the ship in the hold?
No.
No?
1 down and 9 to go on.
How come you never go down the hold anymore?
Can I
the
rule
locker
out?
room is down there.
Oh, I see.
Can I rule out that you swab decks?
No.
I mean, yes, you can rule out that she can.
That's not
No,
her
she
job.
doesn't swab decks. You can rule out. It's not as part of this
That's
job.
not
Anyway.
all right. Do you do what you do aboard ship?
No.
2 down, 8 to go, Soupy.
Could you do it aboard ship?
Yes, I could.
That's a tough one, Soupy. Actually, part of what she does in connection with her job could be done aboard ship, but in fact, she could not actually do her job aboard ship. So I got to give you 3 down and 7 to go. Joyce? 7 to do. Well, some days are like that, folks.
You'll be better tomorrow.
Thank you, Larry. Katie, what you do have anything to do with a disciplinary action?
No.
4 down and 6 to go, Gene.
Well, then, based on the answer she got, can we rule out the naval police? I mean, yeah, we can
Yes, you
rule out
can.
the naval police.
Yes.
But now you told me there are implements used in doing this thing. It's a skilled thing, we assume, right?
Yes.
And does it have anything to do with repairs of any kind?
Yes.
Sometimes.
At times.
At times?
Yes.
Does it have anything to do with electronic gear?
No.
5 down and 5 to go, Arlene.
I can rule out that you do whatever it is on the Navy itself. I mean, you don't touch the men in any way.
Would you like to explain that, Arlene, real way?
She would have to touch the sailors, wouldn't she?
Yes, she would.
So I can rule all that sort of thing out.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's good. Not good for them, but but you do something to something else.
Right.
That's right. Do you?
Sometimes she does something to something else.
Sometimes.
Sometimes when she's resting, she doesn't. And you do it usually. You have nothing. May I rule out recruiting?
Yes.
Do you touch any equipment of any kind in your job? I mean, do you work on any equipment?
At times.
And you do? May I assume you do not instruct?
At times.
At times she probably does, but generally speaking, you can assume that because it isn't what we would consider to be a general part of that function.
But you do you use any ammunition in your job?
No, I don't.
6 down and 4 to go, Soupy.
When you do this job, Katie, do you move around?
Yes.
Are you ever in an automobile of any kind?
No.
7 down, 3 to go, Joyce.
Do you fix equipment of any kind?
We
Sometimes.
said sometimes she gets into that, but not really. I tell you, our time is up, and I
do you
think you've
shoot
stumped him.
No, she doesn't.
Does anybody got any idea?
Wouldn't that has something to do with helicopters in the Navy?
No, you're going the wrong direction, folks.
Submarines?
She's a diver.
Oh, a diver.
And she's the first lady diving in the Navy. What kind of diving do you do?
Scuba diving.
Not hard hat.
Not hard hat, just scuba.
Now, how did you get to be qualified as a scuba diver?
Well, I went through 4 weeks of training.
Is that it?
This is my scuba diving insignia.
Mm-hmm.
I went through 4 weeks of training out at San Diego with a bunch of Marines and Air Force men and a few Navy men.
Now, what kind of work are you doing now, really?
I'm working in the scuba diving billet, and I'm also instructing a little bit.
You are?
A little bit, yeah.
Well, how'd the men react when you showed up?
They kind of looked at me like, what does she think she's doing here, you know? But I hold my load, and they accept me now.
Congratulations. We're
Thank
proud
you.
of you. Good luck.
Oh, I've got to stand working for the recruiting software.
We'll be back to meet our mystery guest as What's My Line continues. But before she went away, Katie Garner whispered in my ear that she was also doing recruiting and wanted to mention that, and so I wanted to be sure that it was mentioned for her before she left. Okay, we're back now, and it's time for the special feature of What's My Line, and that, of course, is the appearance of our mystery guest. So it's blindfold time, panel. Are they all in place?
All in place.
In that case, would our mystery guest enter and sign in, please? Okay, panel, we'll go one question at a time. Fate's law prevails. You have about 2.5 minutes, and let's begin with Dr. Joyce Brothers.
It's getting so now you can't tell whether it's a sexy woman or a sexy man from the applause. Are you in show business?
Yes, darling, I guess you could say that I am in show business.
Gene?
I tell you, I recognize a vocal quality there, so I think I'm going to rule myself out so we can play this game a little bit.
Hamburger.
Arlene?
You
Thank you,
recognize the quality. Are you in television, primarily?
Darling, yeah, I am in television, primarily.
Soupy?
Well, Miss, are you seeing?
You smile when you say that, boy.
Are you seen on a regular television series?
Yes, I am.
Joyce?
Is it a regular comedy series?
Well, that's under the discussion at the moment, darling. We hope that it's a comedy, yeah.
Arlene?
Well, if it's who I think it is comedy because he makes it so. Is it Richard Dawson?
Yeah, it is Richard Dawson.
How are you?
I did it yesterday.
You knew, huh?
Yeah. I knew right away.
I should have done a different voice. I never thought you would know
Listen,
that.
Larry, just in case the jury is out, it is a comedy series, and Richard Dawson is largely responsible for it because he's one of the funniest guys in the world. And
You'll never get promoted from there.
Can I tell you?
Yeah.
And somebody better mention the name of the show.
Match game.
Match game. There's another name that we can also name, and that's Masquerade Party.
Yeah, that's a new show that I'm hosting, and that's on Friday nights here in New York, and it's on all over the country.
Is it the
Once a
first
week.
time you've ever done that?
Yeah.
Host a show?
Yeah. Well, no, I did one in Los Angeles, and it was doing very well. And then one day, the engineer threw the switch that let it go out on the air, and
I killed it.
And it ruined it.
Oh, canceled immediately.
Oh,
But this is a fun show.
You've done all kinds of things. You've hosted these things now. You've been a regular panelist on them, and what else? You've done specials. You've written them. You've produced them. You've directed.
I also did Arlene's radio show yesterday.
And he told me he was going back this
And
morning.
went to great lengths saying, I have to go now because I got to get to the airport, and I'll see you when you come to the West Coast. And she gave me a big kiss.
I'll do it again.
I thought I'd done it so well.
Yeah.
First thing is Huckleberry Dillinger there. Gene says I'm going to rule myself out. But you didn't guess me right away, did you, Arlene?
Took me a minute.
One more time around.
And darling Soupy, I had the pleasure of working with when we used to do Can You Top This?
Yeah, the greatest storyteller in the
I
world.
had a good time, and the doctor sat next to me a few weeks ago on Match Game.
And we held hands under the table.
So here we have him, one of the greatest storytellers in the world and one of the greatest dirty storytellers in the world.
Well, 2 out of 3.
I didn't mean to.
I thought you were talking about Joyce. I was going to tell me about.
Listen, Dick, thanks for being with us, and come back and play again.
Thank you. I had a good time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll be back with more of What's My Line after this message. Just before we went on the air, we picked 4 folks from our studio audience, and with that team, please come down now and play around the Who's Who with us. We have all ladies. How about that? Okay, now, those are their occupations. One of these ladies is a governess, one a teacher, one an oyster opener, and one a TV coordinator. All you have to do is pass out the cards so that each person is holding the one which correctly states her occupation. You have 20 seconds. We'll start with Gene Rayburn. On your mark, get set, go. not correct. Right, and here comes Soupy Sales. And that is also not correct. And here comes Dr. Joyce Brothers. And that is also not correct, and you have beat the panel. Congratulations. And now would you tell us who you are, please? Would you tell us who you are, please? First of all, hand them around so that you have the right one, so we know where we are. There we are. Now then.
I'm Gloria Covins. I'm a teacher from Brooklyn.
Okay.
I'm Mickey Stratton Bodie. I'm a governess from Skokie, Illinois.
Okay.
I am Lana Love, an oyster opener from Honolulu, Hawaii.
I am Jan Sneed. I'm a TV coordinator from New York City.
Okay, thank you very much for being with us. You've won $100, and we have a special gift for each of you, and thank you for playing Who's Who on What's My Line. Thank you.
Yes, we have the Samsonite Classic 3-attaché with the exclusive safe flash designed to eliminate accidental spilling of the case's contents. The Classic 3-attaché from Samsonite.
Bye, everybody. We'll see you around. Have fun. Don't go away. We'll see you.
Would tell her this program was recorded.
Everyone in this arena has a money stake in one of our famous couples as we play the game of celebrity gossip, Tattletales. And here's today's MC on Tattletales MC Week, the star of Match Game 75, Gene Rayburn.
Stand on the tape. Okay, hello there. I thank you for the kindness and the warmth of your welcome. Now, as Bert told you yesterday, each of us is going to have a shot at emceeing this show one day. Tomorrow it'll be Bob Barker, and today is my day. And the reason I'm going first is because I'm the best.
Oh, really? What's great about that?
Now that you agree with me, I would like to introduce you to this assorted cast of characters. First, the star of The Price is Right. With his lovely wife, Dorothy Jo, here's Mr. Bob Barker.
Thank you. Thank you.
They will be making a valiant attempt for the blue section.
So far, you're doing a beautiful job.
Thanks, awfully.
You know, yesterday we mentioned my broken toe.
Yes, we did.
After the show, a lady asked me, is your toe really broken? I said, it was. She said, how'd you break it? I said, Gene Rayburn dropped his blank on it.
Okay. That's one. That's one. Dorothy Jo, are you ready to have a go at this?
You betcha.
Okay, my dear. You're very good at this. Now, let's introduce the banana section captains over here.
You got the right group for the banana section.
The star of show-offs and my partner, and we're a winning combination on show-offs, Elaine and I.
Yeah.
Let's welcome Bobby Van and Elaine Joyce.
All right.
Okay.
The banana section is right. He's got a banana show.
That's right.
And your wife and I make a marvelous team on that show.
Really?
We, yes, we work.
We were wonderful, weren't we, Gene?
We are wonderful. You are wonderful, my dear.
All right,
Kiss
cut
me.
it out, Gene.
Terrific. Your wife's a good kisser. Now, last and least, the star of this here now show when we let him run it, lovely Bert Convey and his wife Ann. Come on, right section. I must say in all candor, Ann, you are lovelier than he is.
Oh, thank you.
You really are a lovely lady.
Thank You're going to
be that way, Gene.
Ladies, all of our questions today are match game type questions.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Now, here, all you have to do is, fill in the blanks. Here it is. When my husband proposed to me, we were in the blank. When my husband proposed to me, we were in the blank. You got that? All right, ladies, goodbye. Now, we'll start with you, Bob.
Well, now, this is a difficult question because I didn't really propose to her. I mean by that, we started going together in high school, and it was just agreed that we would be married.
But there must have been some instant when you knew, when you looked into her eyes.
You make it sound so nice. No, when I proposed to her, we were in the blank. All right, someone in the yellow section said high school, maybe... she's going to go through the same sort of agony, which I know is dull, and CBS would like to have me hurry along.
Yes.
I'll just say we were in high school.
We were in high school.
Yes.
That's your answer.
That's about as good
Good
as I
luck
can
to the
get.
blue section. Okay. All right, cool it, everybody. Here she comes. Bing, Dorothy Joe. When my husband proposed to me, we were in the blank.
Do I just give you the answer right now, or say we were just teeny boppers at the time, and well, I guess I just have to say in high school.
I tell you that, for the Barkers, that was an extremely difficult question because there was not one moment when you did indeed propose.
No, there was not. And
no, he didn't
Dorothy
propose.
Joe, I can't. This is incredible. We are in the presence of a miracle.
Well, I should have said we were in the car, because that's about the only place we ever
They
were.
don't ask for details.
I hear you. Why don't you tell us more about it, Dorothy? They're in the back seat of the car. What kind? Was it a Hupmobile?
Okay.
It was that Mary Chevrolet.
A really good MC knows when to move along. Move along now.
Okay. Hello, Bobby.
Hello, Gene.
What is that lady going to say?
Well, I don't know how he nailed that right on.
I don't
know
a hard
if
one.
I think I proposed to her. I guess I did in a way, and the only thing I can remember is we were in my apartment. She might say our apartment, but according to how much she wants to clean it up, you know. That's the only thing I can remember. But I remember what happened afterwards, which was terrible. But I would say, I won't tell you about it. What happened?
I don't know. I don't know what
I'm not
happened.
gonna
I don't
get
want to
into
hear
it.
about it.
I don't want to hear about it either.
In your apartment?
I would say in my apartment, or
That's what
our
she would
apartment,
say.
or whatever
Okay.
she said. That's the only thing I can remember.
What you're saying is you were fooling around before you're married, right? All right. Let's get Elaine Joyce out here. There she is, that sweet lady. When my husband proposed to me, we were in the blank.
As I remember, I think we were in the car.
No, I'm sorry. He said you were in the apartment, Elaine.
Where were we?
In the apartment is what he said. In the apartment.
Yeah?
Does that ring a bell?
No. I don't
Give me an
remember it
idea
all.
how thrilled she was when I said, well, you're married.
It's
I should have married the manager of the building. I picked the wrong person out.
It's
Thank you.
true. I tried to run away.
You don't understand. They kept the car in the apartment.
That's right.
Okay, Elaine. Win some, lose some. Now, let's go on down to Bert Convey.
Yes, I was afraid you'd do that. You see, we were not in my apartment, and we weren't in Ann's apartment. I know exactly where we were.
Where?
My apartment.
No. We were at the beach, and we were at a friend's house.
Okay.
I mean,
That's his answer.
No,
We were
well,
in
let
the
me tell
South.
you.
I don't want to hear any more about
Well,
it.
let me explain.
Quiet. Hello, Ann. There you are, Ann.
Yes?
When my husband proposed to me, we were in the blank.
Well,
Yeah.
Is there an alternate question? Or
Speak up, my
we
dear,
were
I
in
can't hear you.
You're talking about location, right?
Whatever you think he said.
Well, let's put it this way. I didn't win him with my cooking. It was at a friend's beach house.
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, is that it? Dorothy, Joe, and Bob take a share of this pot, and Ann and Bert take a share of this
Put it in
pot.
a specific place.
Go on to the next place, then right after we present these messages for you. Okay, the blue section and the red section have a share of the pot so far. That means Elaine and Bob. What?
That was a popular one, Gene.
Yes, indeed it was. Now, ladies, listen to this.
Keep it up, Gene.
Here it is. I got good news and bad news. The bad news is your house is on fire. The good news is your husband's blank is inside. That's all I have to say to you, ladies. You may vanish.
I don't think so. Thank you.
Someone said sense of humor.
Yes.
There is a disgruntled member.
All right, I'll say
of
it.
the audience.
My cigars.
Your cigars?
Yeah, why not?
I didn't mean to
She
suggest
hates
an
my
answer to that.
cigars. No, she hates my cigars.
Well, all right. All right.
That's what she hates.
That's the answer. All right. Now, Kula, let's find out now. Let's bring Elaine on. Elaine, darling.
I give up. I really have nothing that I have no idea. I like everything he's got. There's
Well.
nothing I don't like. His mouth, maybe.
Time is up. Oh.
Listen, people, don't boo, because mouth was just about as good as I could come up with.
All right.
I'm not kidding.
He said his cigars, that they're kind of smelly and that you object to those.
Oh, they're not that bad. They're cute.
Cute. All right.
Cute is not good enough. We lost.
No score there.
We lost.
Go on to Bert.
I'm glad I'm not out there.
We will be in a minute.
Mr. Conklin.
I have a problem because there are so many things. She hates the get-ups I wear on. I have an old brown sweater that I've had for 15 years, and I love that sweater.
And she hates it.
She hates that sweater.
And she
also
wishes it would burn up in the fire.
Yeah, but there's also my book, my date book, which is hooked onto my
We
hand.
heard you the first time the sweater. That's it. That's it. The sweater.
You get so bossy when
Yes.
you're...
I can only get bossy when I'm getting the speed up
How about my
signal.
old car? She hates that.
Hates that worse than the sweater?
Yeah, I think so.
How the heck the car get in the house in the fire?
Turn to the kitchen.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say my sweater.
Your sweater.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope she remembers that.
All right, quiet, red section. Here we
I
come
don't
with
think
Ann.
she will.
She'll remember.
Ann, darling. There you are, my sweet.
Hello.
Bad news is your house is on fire. The good news is your husband's blank is inside burning.
Aha.
But wasn't that funny?
This is just for laughs, right? Just
Yes,
for fun?
right.
His mother, wonderful woman. He didn't say that. No hate mail. It's only for loving.
Oh, that's the greatest answer.
Well, I've heard of mother-in-law jokes, but this is it, huh? Yeah. Okay, Ann.
May I make
That wasn't the answer.
Yes, Bob Barker's going to make a prediction.
I predict that this is the last time Bert Convy sits up here. This is it.
Do you realize the first two answers we've had on the show today?
That's right. Well, that is the winningest, losingest answer I've ever heard on this program. Okay, so far we haven't given away any money.
What did he say?
Oh, he didn't say that. He said his old sweater.
Remember my old brown
That was my second choice.
Yeah.
His mother wearing the old sweater would be perfect. We'll make it clean sweep. That's right.
You're funnier than my wife, and this has got to stop. Do you hear that? All right, here we go with Bob Barker. Have you got an answer? Have you thought about
Yes,
this?
well, as a matter of fact, Anne has rather inspired me. I was trying to think of things like sweaters and so on, but I think Barker's family was inside.
Barker's family
Her
was inside.
in-laws in general.
Okay. Not too fond of her in-laws, right?
Well, she doesn't even like me a lot. I mean, it's the whole family. She's...
All right, no, that's his answer, and he knows his wife better than you do, so shut up. All right. Let's bring on Dorothy Joe. Hello, Dorothy Joe.
Hello, Gene.
We're having such a good time out here. I'm glad you're able to join us.
Thank you.
The bad news is your house is on fire, Dorothy Joe. The good news is your husband's blank is inside.
Agent.
Agent. Now, Dorothy Joe.
Yeah.
In order to get Bob out of show business completely, would you like to give us his name?
No.
All right. So his agent. So that we gave no money. Nobody gets anything. So that means it holds over to the next one, and it's going to pile up like crazy. They'll be playing for $300. Now, let's get the ladies out here. Come on out here, ladies. Okay. While we switch sides here, you pay attention to these messages. Now, men, we've got a match game type question for you two. Yeah, we're rolling. It's on.
Talk a little slower, Gene.
Now you're going to fill in the blank.
Okay.
Listen to this, gentlemen. I've signed a lot of autographs in my career, but the strangest thing I ever autographed was a blank. Think about that. Do not look so stunned. Disappear. They do. Anne. We begin with Dorothy Joe, right? No, with Ann and Bert.
Good.
All right. Hello, Ann and Bert. Ann, what is he going to say? I've signed a lot of autographs in my career, but the strangest thing I ever autographed was a...
Gee, we're doing so well, too.
Yes.
This is the magic question. Yeah. Better be, because I have the slightest idea what he's going to say. He autographed a T-shirt once.
A T-shirt.
That's the only thing I can think of. T-shirt.
T-shirt. Okay, that's her answer. T-shirt. Okay, let's get Bert out here. Bert, you're thinking, your brow is furrowed, you're thinking very hard.
Yes.
Signed a lot of autographs in my career, but the strangest thing I ever autographed was a... This is you speaking, Bert.
No, this is you speaking. This is me speaking.
Oh, I see. That's you speaking. Yeah. This is me. Is you to speak-y or to speak-or?
Strangest thing I ever signed.
Yeah.
It probably had a cast on it, whatever it was. Because that's usually the strangest thing you get is something.
A cast? Is that what you're saying?
No, I said whatever it was, it probably, but I've signed so many different parts of the body, you know, like arms and legs and things. Oh, yeah, I shouldn't do that, I'm confusing. Don't say anything, red section. Am I in the red section? Yes.
Yes. Give a short answer, Bert.
I'll say somebody's arm.
Sorry. We must admit it was a difficult question. Anne said a T-shirt. Do you ever remember autographing a T-shirt?
Sure, many times.
A girl's?
Yes, I
While she was wearing it.
T-shirt.
That's all.
Yes, but in the back, Anne. Only in the back.
Okay.
I signed the back of it, Anne.
All right. So, now let's come down here to Dorothy Joe.
Well, he said it, thank heaven. He gave me an out. Barker, I know, is signed casts. I won't say on what member of the body.
Say
just
a cast. A cast.
Yes.
All right. All right. Cool it now. Here we go. Bob? Mr. Barker.
Yes.
This is you speaking. We are quoting you directly. I've signed a lot of autographs in my career, but the strangest thing I ever autographed was a...
Well, I'm not sure that Dorothy Joe even knows about this. A girl's tummy.
A girl's tummy.
Dorothy Joe didn't know about the tummy.
No. She'd like to hear about it right now, Bob.
What did she say?
She said you autographed a cast.
Well, I've autographed casts, too.
Yes.
But if you're going to autograph, believe me, from experience, I'm speaking from experience, a cast can't compare with a tummy.
That's right. All right, so far, no one has a share in this pot. Now we come to you, my dear.
You know what? I have an answer for this, but
You do?
I don't know if he's going to remember this. But in a Broadway show, every time you're in a Broadway show, they get like the oldest gypsy. This is a wonderful, interesting story. They dress them up and they put on different things from the cast. Think like a handbag from this show or a medal from that show or whatever. So when he was in Nona and Annette, he had to, I can't remember what they autographed though. It was the dress, the gypsy's dress, and I think that's, if he remembers, it would be that. It would be the dress that a gypsy wears in a Broadway show. I want to make it as clear as possible. That in every show you sign this, or you sign the program that's stuck on the dress.
I think we got the point, don't you? Yes.
I want it clear.
A gypsy's dress. A Broadway gypsy's dress.
Yeah, gee, I
All right, now no hints or clues or anything. No oohs or ahs or any of that.
Make him think, Gene. Tell him to think.
Okay.
It's impossible.
Here we go. Bring him out. All right, Bobby Van.
Yes.
We are quoting you directly. I've signed a lot of autographs in my career, but the strangest thing I ever autographed was a blank. Now, think about this.
Well, I've signed some strange things in my life.
Yes.
But nothing that's really... They're all peculiar. I signed a girl's pair of panties once.
Listen, that was close to the answer that Elaine gave.
Yeah, and she was in him at the time, which was even more...
She mentioned an item of clothing. She mentioned a gypsy's dress in no Nanette.
Oh, yes. That's the word.
In the show business parlance, a gypsy is a dancer who goes from show to show.
I know what that is.
I know you that, but
they're made out of old panties. You know that,
That's right. So we gave, that's for the, now what happens? Now we're up to $600.
What?
Hey, this is very exciting.
Nobody got it?
Tune in a moment or so.
Come on,
Who is going to win this game? Anybody could.
There's a new newlywed couple coming to Buzzer. Bob Eubanks and now Gary Kroger. All week starting at 3 and 8 on Buzzer. Let's play.
All right, let's press on now. $600 is what this is worth. All right, and we have to move along briskly, gentlemen.
Okay, I'm ready.
Here it is.
Right.
A man comes over to you at a party and asks you, which one is your wife? Your answer would most likely be, that's her over there, the one with the beautiful blanks. That's her over there, the one with the beautiful blanks. Goodbye. All right, who goes first? Elaine goes first.
Okay. The one with the beautiful legs.
Legs is what he's going to say. Quiet now. Let's get Bobby Van here. Bobby.
Yeah.
Man comes over to you at a party and asks you,
right,
which one is your wife? And your answer would most likely be,
Oh.
that's her over there, the one with the beautiful blanks.
Well, everything about my wife is beautiful, I think. So that'll get me in good with her. That's number one. If I had to single something out, I would have to say beautiful legs.
That's what she said, Bobby.
I know she said that.
Okay.
I know where she went after that, too.
All
But
right.
I won't get to that.
Now, Ann, what do you think Bert's going to say?
This is easy. We've got this one. He likes my eyes. After they're drawn on, he thinks my eyes are terrific.
Eyes is what she says.
He will say eyes.
Well, all right, we're going to get him out here now and find out. Let's bring Bert out. Hello, Bert.
Hello.
Did you understand the question?
Yes, I did, sir.
Man comes to you at a party and asks you which one is your wife. Your answer most likely be, that's her over there, the one with the beautiful blanks.
The one with the beautiful eyes.
That's exactly what she said.
You better believe it. Just so.
Oh, everybody's perking along on all six here now. So that means both of those teams have a share in the pot. Now let's come to Dorothy Joe. What's Bob going to say?
Well, he's not going to think it's any part of me. Okay, no. He'll
one with
say
the
the
beautiful
one with the
blanks.
beautiful cats and dogs.
The one with the beautiful cats and dogs? Is that what he's going to say?
Right.
He knows her
Loves
husband.
them.
Let's find out. Quiet.
Shut up, Bert. He might just say.
Yes. Let's get Bob Barker out here. All right, Bob, did you understand the question? Man comes over and asks which one is your wife. Your answer most likely be, that's her over there, the one with the beautiful blanks.
Blanks with an S on it.
Yes.
Eyes.
Eyes. That's not what Dorothy Joe said.
What did
She
Dorothy-
said
But
you
you
would
were
not mention any
close.
part of her anatomy, that you would say the one with the beautiful cats and dogs. So that means Elaine and Bobby have a share in the pot, and Ann and Bert have a share in the pot.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
But right now, these messages.
First time.
Well, we've got to announce a winner now. Ann and Bert are the winners with $375. We add $1,000 to that. The red section splits $1,375. Tune in next time. Well, that's tomorrow, isn't it? Bob Barker will be your host here on Tattletales. Gene Rayburn, goodbye.
This is Gene Wood speaking for Tattletales. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. This program has been edited for broadcast.
Ladies and gentlemen, from New York City, Gary Moore.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Hello, William Wendell. Over there. Hi, you. Nice to see you. Topic number one for today is survival. And I'm not talking about just the survival of our daily slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, but in this case, surviving an airplane crash in sub-freezing temperatures in the wilds of the Rocky Mountains. We'll find out about that as soon as we say hello to our panel here on To Tell the Truth. And here, Bill Cullen. Kitty Carlisle. Gene Rayburn. And Peggy Cass. Gene comes out here with his hand tied. I can only say all the safer, Miss Carlisle and Miss Cass. Dr. Linus Pauling. Dr. Linus Pauling states that nothing, but nothing, is quite as good for you as vitamin C.
Right.
I agree. Here,
I have with me 3 very vital C's: Carlisle, Cass, and Cullen.
Oh,
Which is fortunate, because if what I needed was vitamin G, I would have Carlisle, Gullen, and Gas. Or if you don't like that, if there's such a thing as vitamin S, I would... Oh, no.
We're a little late, folks. Good night.
If I had vitamin S, then what I would have is Carlisle, Sullen, and Sass.
Yeah.
So, I bless my C's. Meanwhile, we have a gentleman who is a tonic for any show. Mr. Gene Rayburn, or whatever his name is.
That's it. Sayburn.
Come on now, Gary, get it together.
Yes,
come on, Gary. Let's stop fooling. It's a serious show.
I'm just enjoying myself, that's all. Right now, let us meet ourselves an extremely lucky lady.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Sue Booker.
Number 2.
My name is Sue Booker.
Number 3.
My name is Sue Booker.
And here is the story of survival of Sue Booker. She says, I, Sue Booker, have a story of survival to tell. And here it is. My husband and I were in a private plane when we lost visibility during a snowstorm. We crashed into a mountainside and hit a tree stump, which flipped the plane onto its back. Huddled inside the crashed plane, we were cold, hungry, and extremely frustrated. We could see the search planes, but they couldn't see us. Finally, on makeshift snowshoes, we started down the mountain. Luckily, we ran into 2 men who led us to safety, and our ordeal was over. We had survived a plane crash, 5 days in the sub-freezing temperature of the Rocky Mountains, and miraculously, neither of us had a scratch. Signed, Sue Booker. And there will be questions and answers from the panel and contestants as soon as we survive this, like so. Now, none of you will have forgotten, I'm sure, that across from us are 3 lucky ladies, all of whom claim to be Sue Booker, who survived for 5 days in sub-freezing temperatures after her plane crashed in the Rocky Mountains. And Bill Cullen, why don't you lead the search party for the right one?
Number 2, where was the mountain?
It was in the Canadian Rockies.
Number 1, who was flying the airplane?
My husband.
Well, now, staying with you on that answer, he did a pretty good job, and I mean that seriously, because you lose visibility and you go into the mountainside. So, in his estimation and yours and everyone else's, I suppose, he did pretty good in getting it down at all. Is that right?
I think so.
Did you have one of those automatic rescue devices aboard the airplane, number 3?
Yes, we did, but he tested it when we started to lose visibility, and it was not functioning.
Number 2, does that same story go with you?
Yes, it does.
What is that automatic rescue device, number 2?
I don't know. I'm not the pilot.
Oh, number 1, do you know what that automatic rescue thing was that he tested and didn't work?
What it's called?
Yeah.
Emergency transmitter.
Thank you, number 1.
And we've got ourselves a buzzer. We're going to Kitty Carlisle.
Thank you. Well, number 3, that's very ingenious. What did you make the makeshift snowshoes out of?
Well, we took the seats apart and used the seat belts to strap them onto our feet and part of the seating. The wire part.
Thank you. And what did you have on in the way of clothes to paddle down this mountainside in a blizzard? Number 2.
Very little. We just come from Calgary, and it was quite warm when we left there.
And number one, how long was it before you found the other people who helped you to civilization?
We were 5 days total.
No, I mean, how long after you got out of the plane?
2 days.
2 days with no warm clothes?
Right.
Number two, no frostbitten feet, no frostbitten fingers?
Nothing, no.
Nose? Well, number three, did you pray a lot?
There we go, friends. We have got a buzzer, and we're going to Gene Rayburn.
Thank you. Number one, what month of the year did this occur?
September.
In September?
The end of
Yes.
September.
What now? And did your husband own the plane? Number one.
No.
Number two, who owned the plane?
It was belonged to a friend of ours.
Yes. And number three, I take it your husband has got many hours as a pilot?
He's been flying about a year.
And have you been flying with him a lot?
Not too much.
Yeah. Number two, who pre-flighted the aircraft? Who examined it? You know, that's a procedure you have to do by law before you take off. Somebody's got to inspect it.
Well, from the airport we took off from, there was just one mechanic.
And number one, what was the depth of the snow?
About 2 feet.
And do you agree with number two?
Oh, tough. I'm sorry about that. We're going to Peggy.
Number three, was your friend that owned the plane upset?
Yes, they were glad that we were safe, but it's a lot of money involved. The plane
Well,
was
was it
totaled.
insured?
No.
Oh, my. Are you going to have to buy them a new plane?
It's under litigation right now.
Oh, then you're not best friends anymore, I'll bet you. Okay. Number two, was it an instrument failure or just the fact that you couldn't see?
It was the fact that we couldn't see. It was a blinding snowstorm.
Thank you. Now, number one, I understand that you could tie the snowshoes on with the seat belts, but what did you use for the webbing and the frames?
The seats themselves, the material that were on the seats.
You mean you went clonking around in two airplane seats on your feet? I just think you would have been better off with just your shoes. No?
Answer apparently is no. In any event, we got ourselves a bell, and when we get the bell, you know what that means? That means no more questions, but time for balloting. And so ballot we must, friends. Is it a number one? Or is it survivor number two? Or is it survivor number three? In any event, what we do is we pay $50 to the group for each wrong vote. They get $500 in case nobody comes up with the right survivor. Bill Cullen starts.
You know, I voted for number three on the basis of what I think is a terribly true answer or a gross lie. When Gene asked if he was an experienced pilot, she said, oh, yeah, he's been flying about a year now. I like that answer so much. Number three, you have my vote no matter what.
There you go. You've got a three showing, and we go on, please, to Kitty.
Well, I like number one because she seemed to know what that device was called, and that's a special kind of thing, so I thought she was the real one.
All right, we got him on both ends. Here comes Flyer Gene Rayburn.
Well, I'm hoping it's going to be number one. I voted for her, and I am hoping that if she is the one, she's going to give us a demonstration of walking around here with her big floppy snowshoes there.
All right, so we got a pair of ones and a three, and here comes Peggy.
Well, I didn't vote for those two.
You did?
I voted for the number two because she said it was. It sort of reprimanded me. It was a blinding snowstorm, and it could have happened to anyone.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
She was defensive.
attitude. There we go. Votes are all in, friends. Will the real Sue Booker please stand up? Hello, Sue. Anytime we get the votes spread around, we've got a good team over there. Number two, tell me about yourself. What is your real name? What do you do?
My name is Josette Belcourt, and I'm an executive secretary with the foreign government here in New York City.
Nice to have you. And number three, can you tell me about you, please?
My name is Lucy Dane, and I'm a paralegal with Lamp, Pleva, Lipkind, and Prupus.
Well, Sue Booker, in more ways than one, it's a delight to have met you and have you with us today.
Thank you.
And say hello to your husband. Glad about him, too.
I will.
And don't worry about your friends. You'll make up. Take care now, and thank you all.
Boo! Those commercials haunt you no longer. Rest assured, we now return.
Now keep your eyes glued to the screen as we introduce three losers in the Mr. America contest.
Number one, what is your name, please?
My name
is Cortland Hull.
Number 2.
My name is Cortland Hull.
Number 3.
My name is Cortland Hull.
And hang on to every word of Cortland Hull's monstrous message. I, Cortland Hull, am a monster buff. I have created the Witch's Dungeon, a private museum of moviedom's meanest and maddest monsters. In it, you can see realistic life-size figures of such notorious nasties as Dr. Frankenstein's monster, as originally portrayed by the inimitable Boris Karloff. This is a representation of Lon Chaney Sr. in one of his unforgettable characterizations, the Phantom of the Opera. And here's the patron saint of my museum, an original character I call Zenobia the Witch, stirring up your basic witch's brew.
Oh, it's so nasty.
And I know you'll all recognize the creature from the Black Lagoon, one of the first memorable science fiction horror movies. And here is the mummy Karas from the movie The Mummy's Tomb. He was played by Lon Chaney Jr. And another classic Lon Chaney Jr. characterization was the Wolfman.
Quiet, Peg.
And here is the Mole Man, a brilliant creation by makeup artist Bud Westmore for the movie The Mole People. One of my featured creatures is Bela Lugosi as Count Dracula, with his shiny plastered hair and his fresh blood-red lips. In addition to creating monsters, I give lectures at various colleges. My subject, what else? Dracula, werewolves, and children of the night. Signed, Cortland Hull. And before we start the questioning, I just want you to know that this ring that I'm wearing here is a real collector's item. It was once worn by Bela Lugosi in one of his celebrated portrayals of Count Dracula. Now, Peggy Cass, are you a monster buff?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do love monsters. Number 2, what are you made up as?
This is a character that Lon Chaney Sr. did in The Phantom of the Opera, The Red Death.
Now, number 3, who played the lead in I Was a Teenage Werewolf?
It was Lon Chaney Jr.
Thank you. And number 1, do you know where Dracula came from?
Transylvania.
Thank you. And number 3, not bad. Number 3, what was Boris Karloff's real name?
Parker.
Thank you. And number 2, how long did it take? Lon Chaney didn't wear a mask like that, did he?
In one part of the movie, he came down the staircase to spy
Paris
on the opera
right.
singer. Yeah.
Oh, well, now, number 1, how long would it take Lon Chaney to do his makeup for the Hunchback of Notre Dame?
Approximately 3 hours.
And did he do his own makeup?
Yes, he did.
Thank you.
And that takes us on down to Bill Cullen, please.
You know what I like best?
What?
It was a very nice gesture on the producer's part. During the time you were reading that statement, they panned shots and took pictures of people in the audience. I thought that was really... Not one ghoul waved, you know. Number 3, where is this collection gathered?
Kensington, California.
Now, number 1, does one pay admission in order to see this?
Yes.
And where is yours, number 1?
In Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Number 2, how many things are there in all? How many people are there in all in this museum?
There are 13 characters.
And that's the whole bit?
Well, as you go through, there's soundtracks from each character's motion picture.
Uh-huh. Number 2, you talk without moving your mouth.
I'm really smiling.
He does that better than Edgar Bergen ever did, Gary. Number...
We got the buzzer, and then let's go to Kitty Carlisle.
Thank you. Number 1, what are you made up as?
Count Dracula.
And did you do your own makeup?
Yes, I did.
Number 2, did we find out where your museum is?
No, it's in Bristol, Connecticut.
In Bristol?
Bristol.
And
sorry,
it's a little hard. Yes, in Bristol, I say. Number 3, did you...
see my dentist.
Yeah, your dentures don't fit.
Yeah,
I can see that. Number 3, did you learn how to do this from Madame Tussaud, or do you make these models yourself?
I make
Oh.
Number 3, excuse me.
Design the costumes, I don't make them.
Oh, you design them. Yes. And number 2, do you make the models? I mean, do you do the heads so they look like what they're supposed to?
Most all of them. A few of them I have been able to obtain the original life masks of the characters that were the actors that played the parts.
I see. Number 1, do you charge admission to this museum?
Yes, merely 50 cents.
And lots of people come?
Yes, averaging 2,000 a year.
That's not bad.
And that takes us to Mr. Gene Rayburn.
Number 1, tell us, what is it like to be dead, to be really dead? What is it like? Tell us.
It's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Number 1, how come your hair is, on the real Count Dracula, his hair is dark? Yours is, you touch up your hair a little bit?
Yeah, this is my own creation.
Oh,
I decided I would do
your
something
interpretation,
different.
yeah.
Yes.
Number 3.
I should like to ask you to say the word antipasto. But the rules do not permit, so I shall say it for you. Antipasto.
What's that from? Number 3. How many pictures did Frankenstein do?
I'm sorry, Gene.
Too many for you.
We learned a lot, but the bells rang, and when the bell rings, it rings for us all, and you must ballot. And who do you think? Is it ghoul number 1, ghoul number 2, or ghoul number 3? Has an opinion. What?
Well, I ruled out number 3 because Michael Landon was the teenage werewolf, I think, and also I think Frankenstein's name was his name was Harry Platt. Harry Pratt. That was the name of Boris Karloff.
You asked about Lon Chaney.
No, but the thing is, I did see that number 2's costume is absolutely accurate. And number 1, if you only have 2,000 people and it's only it's 50 cents a head, you only get by on $1,000 a year. I don't think you can make it, so I voted for 2.
All right, so we have a 2 showing, and we're going down to Bill Cullen.
This group looks like Goodson, Todman, and their lawyer, doesn't it? Beyond that, I will not identify. You know, Peggy is absolutely right about the mistakes number 3 made, and I wish you had said something a little sooner because I already voted for it. But use it in good health, number 3. It's not my day.
So there you go. You don't believe in it, but you voted for him, and he's got a 2 and a 3 and a kitty.
Well, I voted for number 1. It's quite true that he doesn't make much money in his museum, but I figured he was independently wealthy. He looks terribly rich.
You would think that.
And so, great sight. Everybody has got one. Gene Rayburn, where are you going?
I will break the tie.
Oh, you did that good.
I am voting for number 1 because...
Because?
His monsters steal for him. And that's how he can live on $1,000 a year.
Well, in any event, the votes are all in, so at this juncture, will the real Cortlandt Hull please levitate? And beneath the mask, a nice-looking man. Very good. Thank you, Cortlandt. And before we leave you, Cortlandt, you do design these costumes yourself.
Yes, all 3 are my costumes, and I did the makeup on the other 2 fellas.
You did the makeup on them as well. Magnificent job. Let's find out who we all are. Number 1, you should be an actor. I don't know tell us what your real name is and what you do.
My name is Greg Breland, and I'm a professional hot dog skier.
Well, you're great. Really great. And Fu Manchu's cousin down on the end there, number 3. What is your real name and what do you do?
My name is Steve Gould, and I'm a graduate student in advertising at Baruch College.
Good to have you with. Cortlandt, I believe we did establish that your museum is in Bristol, Connecticut, is it not?
Yeah.
Not too far from where I live. I'll drop by and scare myself to death.
You certainly should.
Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you, gentlemen, as well. You know, I found it fascinating to meet those folks who survived the crash of a private plane, which never happened to me, but I was in a crash on a commercial plane one time, and I must say the crew was simply magnificent. I was pinned there, absolutely motionless, under my seat, couldn't move at all, and the stewardess rushed right over to me immediately, and she asked me if I wanted Time, Newsweek, or Reader's Digest.
Very good.
Yeah. And, of course, they did have first aid. It was free to the people in first class. It was a minor charge for people in economy. But it was a splendid experience, and I was proud. And we'll see you next time around.
In addition to the cash awards, our first table challenges will receive Sarah Coventry, the exclusive package jewelry that you can buy from a friend. Sarah Coventry, the jewelry with know-how. Our second team will receive Turtle Wax, the world's largest selling liquid car wax. Cleans, polishes, protects in one easy operation. Turtle Wax with a hard shell finish. Monster film furnished by WTNH-TV, New Haven, Connecticut. This is Bill Wendell speaking for To Tell the Truth, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
From New York City, Joe Garagiola. Thank you. Ah, you're great. You're simply great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alan, and welcome to another edition of To Tell the Truth. And our first guest is an extraordinary man of the theater. He has made Italian mosaics from the 4th century, made them come alive right before your very eyes. You're going to see what I'm talking about right after we meet our panel, okay? Here is Gene Rayburn. Lynn, you've been watching too many guys hit home runs the way that hand slap
I
and
like
all
the way
that.
they do that, so I just want to keep into the gang and do the same as they do.
Okay, all right.
Peggy said she'd hit me if I didn't.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've got a real treat for you, and we're going to meet him right now. He's an exceptional theater man. Number one, what is your name, please?
My name is Orland Corey.
Number two.
My name is Orland Corey.
And number three.
My name is Orland Corey.
Here is Orland Corey's theatrical tale. I, Orland Corey, am the director, adapter, and producer of a religious drama based on the book of Job. My dramatization draws its inspiration from the early mosaics of the Byzantine churches. 3 pictures will help you better understand my concept. This is an actual mosaic of a church window in Ravenna, Italy. The next picture is of the actor who plays Job. A mosaic pattern has been painted on his face, transforming him into a living image. Now, a full view of Job in his gleaming mosaic costume. All the players are similarly made up and costumed. For instance, here is Mary Lee Hebert Slater in the role of Job's wife. As you can see, the inherent static quality of mosaics comes to life as Mary Lee moves across our stage. The book of Job, with its timeless questions of divine purpose and human action, is as significant and contemporary today as it was in biblical times. Signed, Orland Corey. I looked at Mary Lee the way they painted her. If they'd ever painted my head, boy, they'd have had to use a roller, I'll tell you that. We're going to be back after these messages. Okay, panel, remember now that these three gentlemen all claim to be Orland Corey, director and producer of a theatrical presentation based on the Book of Job, which all performers are made up in the manner of church mosaics. And Peggy Cass, we're going to start with you.
Thank you. In Ravenna, with the mosaics and everything, what kind of art is that? What kind of, number 3, I'm sorry, what kind of art is that called?
That's mosaic.
Well, I know, but and what's the style of what art? It's more than just mosaic. There's a sort of a genre name to that.
The word is Byzantine.
Thank you. And number 1, where do you present these shows?
We're currently running in Pineville, Kentucky.
Is it like a morality play?
I would call it a morality or a mystery play, yes.
Thank you. And how many acts does it, number 2, how many acts does it come?
3.
And number 1, give me 3 of the troubles that hit poor Job.
Well, he lost his wealth. He lost his wife, he lost his friends, and there are even more.
Oh, I know, but what kind of a skin affliction did he have?
Well, some people call it boils. It's probably boils.
Poor Job. No wonder the poor thing was always sad. Now, number 2, has anyone ever approached the stage from your angle, from the angle of doing it with those wonderful makeup and the Byzantine approach?
I'm sorry?
Oh, all that again. Well, number 2, has anyone ever approached, done a play using your visual, the way you do it visually?
No, this is quite unique.
Thank you. Now, number 3, since Byzantine art is very short on perspective, do you use, just, I guess, a flat drop, or do you use sets that have perspective?
Well, when we're playing in a church or temple, we play against the altar itself. But outdoors, we...
Well, that means that we move on. Got a half answer, and we go to Bill Cullen.
Number 2, judging by the way that lady was made up and dressed, that is part of the unusual part of this play. Now, what else is unusual? Is it pantomime, for instance, or do they speak?
No, of course they speak, and there is a great deal of chanting.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing is integral with the whole conflict of Job.
All right, number 3, thank you very kindly. Back to you, number 1. You likened mystery to morality in describing the play. I have seen in the listings a mystery, and I tune in to see a mystery, and I see a morality play. What is the similarity? Why are moralities sometimes called mystery plays and vice versa?
Well, mystery plays are biblical. That's why I say mystery. Morality plays may be a myth, not necessarily from the Bible.
Now, number 1, when you...
That means it's your turn, Lynn.
Is it indeed? Number 2, are you English?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Number 3, could you give us the opening lines that Job's wife speaks in the play?
Dost thou still retain thine integrity?
Thank you. Number 1, could you give us the first line that Job speaks in the play?
I haven't seen it lately, but I would think he speaks to his wife. I don't know the line. I've never played the part.
Number 3, how long did it take you to write and adapt this play?
About a year.
Number 2, who does the makeup for the artists? Do they do it themselves?
Those that have been with the company a long time, they do it themselves. It can take up to about 3 hours, but the ones who are very experienced can do it in 30 minutes if they have to.
And number 1, who made the costume?
Buzzer. That's great when Lynn talks to number 2. It makes you want to go out and get the coffee, right? That's great. I enjoyed that. Gene?
Thank you. Number 3, I take it this is not an equity company, is it?
It has been in London and in New York. It is not when it's played out in Kentucky.
Well, now, did it originate, number 3, did it originate in Kentucky?
Yes, it did.
And number 2, where did yours originate?
Well, the first, in point of fact, the Religious Society of London for Drama commissioned me to do this.
Thank you. Number 1 is, I gather there is a difference in the mosaic story versus the biblical story. Is that true, or at least that was implied here?
Well, the mosaic we saw was Justinian from San Vitale, which is a Roman emperor, actually.
So it does
Well, that means that our game is over, and now they must mark their ballots. They must vote. No changes, no consultation. Do you think it's number 1? Or do you think it's number 2? Or do you think it's number 3? $50 for each incorrect vote, and $500 if all the votes are wrong. And Peggy, you started off. How did you vote?
Well, I think 1 and 2, it's just wonderful to have English people who are always scared that if it's something cultural, they've got to be English. But number 3 didn't want to tell me Byzantine, and then he had to tell me Byzantine. So I bet on him because he was a bacon.
For 3, all right. Bill Cullen.
Yeah, number 3 also, whether he was right or not, at least ventured to tell us Job's wife's opening words in the play. And number 1 did not remember Job's opening line, which was, I am beginning to run out of patience. Anyway, based on that, I voted for number 3. White.
You're really bad, Cullen. Lynn.
Well, I didn't vote for number 1 for the same reason as Bill Cullen, because he seems to have forgotten the lines of the play. And I voted for number 2 because I thought it was just the sort of thing an Englishman might end up doing in Kentucky or elsewhere.
Boy, you English really stick together. Gene.
You're wrong, Bill. It was, get the peroxide for these boils. They're killing me.
No, yes. The number 3 really, to me, looks like an entrepreneur and a theatrical impresario, so I voted for him.
Okay, now keep in mind, panel, if all the votes are wrong,
cool it now,
it's
Joe.
$500, okay?
Don't give us that,
Stop
Joe.
smiling, one.
All right, let's ask that great question. Will the real Orland Corey please stand up?
Eating.
Orland Corey.
Got it. Up.
Okay, let's find out who the imposters are now. Number 1, what is your name and what do you do?
My name is Robert Diffenderfer. I'm the manager for Pierre de Antiques in New York.
Now, number 2, what is your name and what do you do, sir?
My name is Peter Anderson, and I work, I'm a photographer and teacher at the International Center of Photography.
Well, now, earlier you recall we had a glimpse of Mary Lee Hebert Slater, an actress who is the director of the Job Chorus. Now, accompanied by music composed by Johann Franco, she will now perform a number called The Hope of Tree from the Book of Job. Here is Mary Lee Hebert Slater.
There is hope of a tree if it be cut down, that it will sprout again, and that the tender branch thereof will not cease, though the root thereof wax old in the earth, and the stock thereof die in the ground. Yet through the scent of water it will bud, and bring forth boughs like a plant. If a man die, shall he live again? Shall he live? All the days of my appointed time I will wait, till my change comes. Thou shalt call, and I will answer thee.
Congratulations. Thank you very much, Mary Lee. Thank you. And thank you and our 2 imposters for playing our game. Thank you very much. Okay. Hey, Carol Burnett, Lawrence Welk, Melvin Belli, and Barbara Walters all share a common personality trait. No, it isn't. They don't know where the next buck's coming from. They know that.
They're all left-handed.
They're not all left-handed. I tell you, you want to find out? You think you know.
I bet I do.
2 minutes, we'll all know. Okay, we'll be back. Well, have you figured out what Carol Burnett and Lawrence Welk and Melvin Belli and Barbara Walters have in common?
Yes.
Have you guessed? What do you think, Lynn?
Well, I guess, because she said it first, so I'll let her answer. That's Peggy.
What do you think, Peg?
They're all shy.
Gene, what do you think?
They're all
Oh, really?
Insecure.
Insecure. I see. Wonderful. Bill.
They're all right-handed.
All right. No, that was very bad. Okay. I tell you what, our next guest can tell us, and he'll tell us how they learned to cope. Let's meet him right now.
Number 1. What is your name, please?
My name is Philip G. Zimbardo.
Number 2.
My name is Philip G. Zimbardo.
And number 3.
My name is Philip G. Zimbardo.
Here's what Dr. Zimbardo has to say about shyness. I, Philip G. Zimbardo, can tell you how to cope with shyness. At some point in our lives, all of us have experienced periods of shyness. Surprisingly, many public figures, such as Johnny Carson, Carol Burnett, Lawrence Welk, lawyer Melvin Belli, and Barbara Walters, admit to this common problem. Fortunately, each has found a way of coping. My research indicates that not only are certain individuals more shy than others, certain cultures are shyer than others as well. It took me 5 years of research on over 5,000 people to write a book entitled Shyness, What It Is, What to Do About It. Signed, Philip G. Zimbardo. And we'll begin our questioning with shy little Billy Cullen.
Okay, I'll start with number 2 because you're in the middle. I know all of those people there, and several of them I know quite well. I ask you this question, number 2. You say they all admit, they and many others admit to being shy. Don't you think sometimes an admission of shyness by a performer or a politician is not necessarily always true? That they prefer you to think they're shy and they're merely overcoming this shyness as opposed to being outgoing as they are?
Well, that may be the case, but my interviews with these people didn't at all give me that impression, no.
Okay, number 3, some people who admit to being shy, do you think they are really shy or really not shy?
They really are shy. If they admitted to it, there is some inward shyness.
Number 1, is being shy all that...
Too bad, Bill. Let's go to Lynn Redgrave.
Thank you. Number 1, you say that certain cultures are shyer than others. What cultures, for example?
Well, for example, in Israel, shyness is low, and in Oriental cultures like Japan and Taiwan, shyness is very high.
Thank you. Number 3, are there any physical manifestations to extreme shyness?
What do you mean by physical manifestations specifically?
Well, all right, I was hoping you'd give me them, but how about blushing? Is a natural blusher necessarily a shy person?
It's part of the qualities: blushing, butterflies in the stomach, nervousness, queasiness.
Number 2, how best can you overcome shyness?
Well, there are many ways you can overcome it. One is by training yourself to handle the outward manifestations of your shyness by recognizing what they are and dealing with them. Another method is to seek help from people that you have confidence in.
Thank you. Number 1.
Buzzer, and let's go to Gene Rayburn.
Yes, thank you, Joe. Number 3, what are you a doctor of?
I'm a doctor of psychology.
And number 2, I take it you are the same type of doctor?
Absolutely.
Where did you do your research, number 2?
Stanford University.
And number 1, you too are a doctor of psychology?
Yes, that's right.
And clinically, do shy people have something in common? Is it does it come in the neurosis family, number 1?
No, it doesn't. Nobody's ever taken the subject seriously before this research.
And number 3, what kind of questions in the questionnaire? I take it you interviewed all of these people, the 5,000 people.
Not personally.
No. I mean, did you have researchers who did the interviews?
Yes, we did.
And let's move to Peggy Kaz.
Thank you. Number 1, what causes shyness?
Oh, there are a great many causes of shyness, and there are a great many types of shyness.
Well, number 2, do you agree that blushing is a sign of shyness? Because I'm a notorious blusher.
Absolutely.
Oh, I never knew I was shy. Now, number 3, isn't it true that the really shy person wouldn't stand still for an interview? A really shy person would retreat from being interviewed.
Not so. Some of the answers given in the questionnaires were done by a fill-in questionnaire, not necessarily done by interview. Sometimes a shy person does wish to be interviewed. when he feels it is to help himself.
Well, number 2, is a stuttering a sign?
Well, Peggy, right in the middle of the sentence. That means that our game is over. Now it's time to vote. They must mark their ballot. Do you think it's number 1? Or do you think it's number 2? Or do you think it is number 3? $50 for each incorrect vote, $500 if all the votes are wrong. And Bill Cullen, you got us started. How did you vote?
Yeah, well, I never got one thing to say. A lot of people I know and know about who claim to be or admit to being shy, claim or admit that merely to cover up the fact that they aren't too shy. Anyway, that was my point. And I voted, and I just, I'm too shy to give you my number, but I will anyway. It's number 1.
You voted for number 1. How about you, Lynn?
Well, number 1 hedged the answers a little bit. Number 3 seemed a little shy, so I voted for number 2.
I tell you, the logic always gets me on these shows. Gino, how'd you vote?
Well, the fact is, I am a truly shy, retiring, modest individual. And since I am shy, it takes one to know one, so I know it's got to be number 3.
All right. Peggy.
Did you ever hear that song? I'm shy.
No, sing it for us. Sing it.
I think I hit a clinker on the first 2. Okay, I voted for 2. It is a terrible affliction to be shy.
All right. All the votes are in, so let's ask that great question, and I love this part of the program. Will the real Philip G. Zimbardo please stand up? Okay, let's find out who the imposters are. Number 2, what is your name and what do you do?
My name is Joe Galata, and I'm a stockbroker.
Number 3, what is your name and what do you do?
My name is Nicola Zongi, and I'm proprietor of Restaurant Zongi in Glen Cove, Long Island.
Let me ask you, Doctor, where do you conduct your shyness studies?
Primarily at Stanford University, but the research has taken us all over the world.
Which people are the most shy and which the least?
The least are Israelis and American Jews, and also people in mainland China. The highest are in the Oriental cultures, other Oriental cultures, Taiwan, Japan.
You got 3 Italiano names up there. Me makes 4. How do we stand?
We tend not to be very shy in our behavior, but sometimes there's a little hidden place down there where we get shy with strangers.
Really?
Especially when they're not Sicilian.
Well, thank you very much, Doctor, and our 2 imposters for playing our game. Thank you very much. I don't care what Dr. Zimbardo says. I'm too shy to say goodbye.
In addition to the cash awards, our first team of challengers will receive Sarah Coventry, the exclusive fashion jewelry you can buy from the Quest. Sarah Coventry, the jewelry with know-how. And our second team will receive Turtle Wax, world's largest selling liquid car wax. Cleans, polishes, protects in one easy operation. Turtle Wax with a hard shell finish. Calder speaking for To Tell the Truth, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
There's more To Tell the Truth next, as Gary Moore takes over the search for the imposters. Stay with us on Game Show Network.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is David Swerdlow.
Number 2.
My name is David Swerdlow.
And number 3.
My name is David Swerdlow.
Only one of these people is the real David Swerdlow and has sworn to tell the truth. Now let's meet our panel. Author, columnist, and critic Rex Reed. Psychotherapist and writer for Glamour magazine, Stephanie Cook. The host of TV's The Match Game, Gene Rayburn. And star of musical comedy, films, and stage, Sally Ann Howes. That's our panel. And here's the host of To Tell the Truth, Robin Ward.
Thank you very much and welcome. And panel, are you ready to play the game? You're looking
Yes, let's
marvelous.
have a go at it.
Would you follow along, please, as I read this affidavit? I, David Swerdlow, am co-organizer and spokesman for a new college enterprise. Listen carefully. Upon request and for a modest fee, a pajama-clad male student accompanied by escorting chaperones will drop by a female student's room, read her a bedtime story, give her a stuffed hippopotamus and a brotherly kiss on the cheek, and then tuck her in. There is, of course, no hanky-panky. It's strictly a business proposition. As a matter of fact, we have special rates for mass tuck-ins. Modesty aside, I must admit that I am one of the most widely sought-after tuckers in. My organization of men with a bedside manner is called, appropriately enough, Pillow Talk. Signed, David Swerdlow. The old tuck him in and give him a hippopotamus routine, eh? I wish I'd thought of that years ago. Okay, panel, these three gentlemen all claim to be tucker-in David Swerdlow. And let's start the questioning with Stephanie Cook.
Number 2, which college did this start at?
Arizona State University.
Huh, the West, I thought so. Why hippopotamus, number 1?
Well, they're very cute and cuddly, you know.
They're cute and cuddly. Cuter or cuddlier than what?
Well, teddy bears are pretty old.
Pretty
Hippopotamus is more in time, you know.
Number 3, where did you get your idea from?
We got our idea from another university.
Which university, number 2?
Catholic University. It's very
Number
Catholic.
2? Did you get your idea from Catholic
No, we
University?
thought it up ourselves.
You thought it up yourselves. Okay.
That is up, Stephanie. We go to Gene Rayburn.
Yes. Number 2, what does this cost?
99 cents.
Per visit?
Yes.
And number 3, why do you put the pajamas on? I mean, why don't you go there in a 3-piece suit?
Well, two of us go with...
2?
Yeah, no, total of 3.
Now, wait a minute. How many people are in the room at one time?
Two people at one time.
2
but
males?
You gotta have escorts.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's why there's no hanky-panky, because if you went there alone, there might be a yes, of course. Number 1, which college did you say you did it at?
University of Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Gene. And we go to the lovely Sally Ann Howes.
Oh, number 2, if you are really it, what are you doing tonight? Tell me, what kind of story do you read, number 2?
Children's stories.
Children's stories. Number 3, how long do you give this person for 99 cents?
As long as it takes.
Number 1, how many can you fit in a night?
I'm very ambitious, so sometimes 30 a night.
30 a night? And how long, number 1, do you give them?
Well, stories vary, but we usually read them a story. And
I see. Could you tell me an author, number 1, of the stories that you read?
Charles Schultz.
Thank you. And we go to Rex Reed.
Number 2, do you keep one foot on the floor at all times in this enterprise?
No.
Are there rules, beyond which you do not go? What's the bottom line here is what I'm trying to figure out, number 2.
Well, we try to keep it a class operation, and if any rumors get started, that could seriously hurt our business.
Number 3, what's the most money you made last year from this?
The most, we charged 99 cents a tuck.
Yeah, but how much did you make?
Oh, we made about $150.
Oh, that's, well... Number 1, what happened? Did you get locked into a Doris Day movie as a kid or something? You call it Pillow Talk. It's
Pillow Talk. Well, we thought that name was as appropriate as any other name.
And if it fails, you can always open a discotheque.
That bell tells us time is up, panel. Now it's time, of course, to vote for number 1, for number 2, or for number 3. Whoever, in your opinion, is the real David Swerdlow. We will pay $100 for each incorrect vote, and 4 incorrect votes will give our team of challengers $500. Are the ballots all marked, panel? Then, Stephanie, for whom did you vote?
I voted for number 3, and part of the reason I did that, I mean, number 2 looks real cuddly, but number 3 looks very businesslike, and it seems to me anybody who gets involved in something like this would have to keep it pretty businesslike if he's going to keep it above board, and I like his business suit. So I voted for number 3.
Gene, who got your vote?
Well, I wanted to vote for number 2 because he's half undressed. But I figured that would be a little ploy. I must say they were very well, they all did very well. It's very difficult. I went for the same reasoning that Stephanie did. Number 3 with the business suit, I figure they try and throw us off, so I went for him.
And Sally Ann, who did you vote for?
Well, I voted for number 2, mainly because I did think he did look cuddly, 1. And 2, I think he looks strong enough to tuck in a very good bed.
Well. And Rex, who got your vote?
Well, I think this business obviously requires stamina, so I voted for number 1 because anybody who tucks in 30 girls a night has obviously got some clout.
Okay, the votes are all in. Now the moment of truth has arrived. Will the real organizer of the tuck-in service, tucker-in extraordinaire, David Swerdlow, will you please stand up? All right, let's find out who our imposters are. Number 1, you got 1 vote. Would you tell us who you are and what you do, please?
My name is Cray Van Sickle. I live in Vermont, and I work on a farm.
And number 2, you got 1 vote. Would you tell us who you are and what you do?
My name is John Hunter, and I'm a financial assistant at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine.
All right, there were 2 incorrect votes at $100 each, giving our team of challengers $200. Thank you for playing To Tell the Truth. And
Good hunting, and we'll see 2 of you on one-on-one in just a moment. And we'll be right back after these words of wisdom.
we have returned, panel, and let's meet our next team of challengers.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Ralph Keyes.
Number 2.
My name is Ralph Keyes.
And number 3.
My name is Ralph Keyes.
Once again, panel, would you follow along, please, as I read this affidavit?
Sure.
I, Ralph Keyes, tell tales and short stories. I've researched the effects of our size on our lives and found that although height is largely a matter of perception, big is considered better. Tall people earn more money and command more respect and power. They make good politicians and stockbrokers. Smalls, on the other hand, are more durable, have better balance, and some find them more agile lovers. They excel as artists, astronauts, and saints. By the way, public figures and celebrities often fib about their height. My book on this subject, The Height of Your Life, tells all about the looked up to, the looked down upon, and those who see eye to eye. Signed, Ralph Keyes. Now, panel, these 3 gentlemen all claim to be the author of The Height of Your Life, Ralph Keyes, and let's start the questioning with Sally Ann House.
Oh, there we are. Number 1, could you possibly give me an average height of the astronauts then?
The average height of the astronauts was 5'7".
5'7".
Right.
I see. Did you measure them all, or were you given this information?
No. I was given this information.
You were given this information. Number 3, who published your book?
Little Brown Company.
Little Brown Company. Number 2, could you tell me who did you dedicate this book to?
To my mother.
To your mother. Was she a short mother?
She was a very short mother in body only.
I see. Number 3, could you tell me what do you consider small then?
Small, the average height of a male is 5'9". The average height of a female is 5'3.2".
Thank you, Sally Ann. We go to Rex Reed.
Yes, number 3, can you explain the Napoleon complex?
Yes, the Napoleon complex was a situation where everyone thought Napoleon was small, where in actuality he was 5 feet 7 inches tall, which in those days was not actually small at all.
Number 2, do you know who Martha Foley is?
No.
Number 3, do you know who Roger Donald is?
No.
Number 1, do you know?
Thank you, Rex, for this incisive question.
These are all little inside things.
And we go to Stephanie Cook.
Number 1, where did you get interested in this? All right. Number 3, how did you get interested in this?
The same reason. A couple of years ago, I wrote a book called The Disadvantages of Looking Young. And I was told at that time that I was missing the point, and it wasn't the youthful look one had, but being height.
Number 2, what is your background? What makes you able to write this? Is it just statistical? Did you just pick up this information and tally it, or was there a psychological ground you came from?
Well, my background begins with being 5'7.62", which is 1.38 below the male average.
Thank you, Stephanie. And we move along to a man who never fibs about his height, Gene Rayburn.
Right. Number 2, how long did it take you to discover that bigger was better?
I discovered it when I was 4.
How did you do that, number 2?
Well, it says my 5'2" friend says the bigger they are, the harder they smack you in the face.
Number 3, how did you research the part about short people being more agile lovers?
Well, empirical background gave me that information. And also the studies...
Hey, you know what does that mean? Now, wait a minute. Tell the people what empirical background means.
A number of the younger ladies that I used to go out with back in my heyday had told me that I was... Anyway, number of universities...
I got the point. Thank you, number 3. You've answered the question. Number 1, how tall is Paul Williams?
5 foot. 5 foot. Well, that's it. And now it's time to vote, panel, for number 1, for number 2, or for number 3. Sally Ann Howes, for whom did you vote?
Well, I'm afraid I was extremely obvious, but I voted for number 1. First of all, he knew about the astronauts, and as I met several of them, that they are around that height. And 2, I feel he felt the need to do a book on height, and so there we are, number 1.
Just tell him he's short.
Nothing personal. I was trying to find the right way to say it.
That was perfect. And Rex, who'd you vote for?
Well, I didn't really want to vote for any of them, frankly, because Roger Donald is the editor of Little Brown, and none of them knew who he was. But anyway, I liked the way number 3 conducted himself, large or tall, so I voted for number 3.
Thank you, Rex. And Stephanie, who did you vote for?
Well, I immediately ruled out number 2 because I thought he was too tall, and I didn't think that somebody would write a book about height if he did not feel himself to be short. But I liked number 3's answer also about the youth, because I think that's very important, psychologically looking young.
And Gene, who got you?
Well, it's quite obvious I had to vote for the one with the most powerful libido. And I don't even know what that means.
Okay.
I'll tell you later.
The votes are all in. And now it's time to find out which of these people is the real Ralph Keyes. Will the real Ralph Keyes please stand up?
He is standing.
We are standing.
They were very good.
Okay, that once in an occasion thing has happened. You have completely stumped our panel and won yourself $500. Ralph, did you remember that song that Randy Newman had out, Short People? Did you take great offense at that song like so many other people did?
Well, I thought it was a song that could only have been written by a very average-sized songwriter.
You did take offense.
No, I thought it was quite funny, and it had a catchy tune.
Thank you, Ralph. And let's find out who our imposters are. Number 1, you got 1 vote. Would you tell us who you are and what you do, please?
I'm William Apfel, and I'm a lawyer with the law firm of Conboy, Hewitt, O'Brien, and Borden in Manhattan, specializing in the law of the entertainment industry.
And number 3, you really pulled it off. Would you tell us who you are and what you do when you're not pretending to be short?
My name is Neil Mason, and I work in the city here, New York. And I'm in direct mail advertising. That's about it.
Okay, well... You have done it today. You have got 4 incorrect votes, giving you $500 to spend in any way you see fit. And thanks for playing our game, and we'll see 2 of you on one-on-one right after these. And we, of course, will return in just a few moments. It's time to play one-on-one panel, and here are 4 people that you have met before. Now, panel, you remember Cray and John, who pretended to be the college tucker-in, and William and Neil, who pretended to be the author of The Height of Life. Now, you've met these people before, but there is one fact about one of them that we have deliberately withheld from you until this very moment. One of these people is the world's Frisbee champion. Now, it's up to you to find out which one, and here's how you will go about it. You will each have 20 seconds to question the person sitting directly opposite you. At the end of that time, you'll be asked to cast your vote right there and then as to whether that person is, in fact, the world's Frisbee champion. Once again, we pay $100 for each incorrect vote, and 4 incorrect votes will give our team of challengers another $500. Now, Sally Ann, are you ready to question Cray one-on-one?
Yes.
Then start now.
Cray, could you give me a few terms that you would have for the arm twists and things like that?
Backhand, sidearm, wrist flip.
Yes, and how far does a Frisbee go? What is the limit?
444 feet is the outdoor world record.
I see. And what is height?
They don't measure height.
They don't.
Time is up, Sally Ann. Is Cray the world's Frisbee champion? Yes or no?
No.
No for Cray.
No.
Gene, are you ready to question John one-on-one?
Yes, I am, Robin. Where was the championship held?
At the Rose Bowl in Pasadena.
And where do you live?
I live in Arizona.
And what championship was held in Arizona?
Well, they have 8 regions that you qualify for the national championships. Ours was a Southwest region.
And why did you win?
They have a lot of different events.
Gene, is John the world's Frisbee champion? Yes or no?
Nope.
Another no.
Nope.
Okay, Stephanie, are you ready to question William one-on-one?
Yes.
Then
Yes.
start now.
Okay, William. What do you have to do to be champ? Are there different events?
Yes, there are different events.
How many?
There is 8.
And do you have to win all the events, or is it a point system?
Point system.
Are there male and female champions?
Yes, there are.
Separate?
Yes.
They don't play each other?
Not on the Frisbee.
Oh, not in Frisbee?
No.
All right.
Stephanie, is William the world's Frisbee champion? Yes or no?
I don't think so, but mostly because he's a lawyer. Somehow I can't see a lawyer flipping
So
a
that's
Frisbee.
a no. Well, panel, so far there are no yes votes, yet I assure you that one of these people is, in fact, the world's Frisbee champion.
We're
Now,
about to do it again.
Rex, you are about to question Neil one-on-one. Now, at the end of your 20 seconds, you may cast your vote for Neil or for any of the other challengers. Are you ready to question Neil one-on-one?
Yes, I am.
Then start now.
Neil, how far have you thrown a Frisbee?
Close to 500 feet.
500 feet. Have you ever heard of a left-handed Frisbee thrower?
Sure.
Are you left-handed or
No, I'm
right-handed?
right-handed.
Right-handed. What determines the championship in your mind?
There's 3 different categories. One is freestyle, one...
Rex, is Neil the world's Frisbee champion? Yes or no?
Oh, dear.
Think hard.
I don't think so, no.
Then who do you cast your vote for?
I think Cray is the Frisbee
So we have a yes for Cray. And now it's time to tell the truth. Will the real world's champion Frisbee player please stand up? Cray is our Frisbee champion. And Cray, are there any lucrative kind of perks you can get in Frisbee champion?
There's some prize money.
So you see a long future ahead for you in Frisbee.
I'm going to pursue it for now because it's so much fun.
Well, good for you. Well, it's been a pleasure having you with us on To Tell the Truth one-on-one. You have won, I believe...
No money.
You've won no money. That's why there's no...
Well, let's take up a collection.
All right, out of my own pocket. I'll give you $10. There will be a hot lunch for you in the commissary upstairs, though. Thank you for playing one-on-one, and it's been a pleasure, and we'll see you again, I hope. Throw us a Frisbee sometime. See you later. And we will return right after these words from our sponsor. We have come to the end of another show, panel. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for your...
Will you come back
I
next week?
hope to. Maybe not next week, but soon. And I hope you come back and join us real soon on To Tell the Truth. Thank you, everybody, and so long.
Today's imposters will receive from Washington Forge service for 12 in stainless steel flatware. Brookmere Classic elegance blended with modern simplicity. Features a delicately beaded border on mirror bright stainless steel by Washington Forge. And Laughing Cow cheese wedges, a mild, smooth, spreadable cheese snack for any occasion. Regular or reduced calorie brought to you by Laughing Cow cheese. And Toys R Us, the world's biggest toy store, presents you with a gift certificate to be used at any Toys R Us store throughout the country. Also a Fabergé collection featuring organic shampoo and conditioner, both with pure wheat germ and honey. For fresh smelling hair with Super Shine and Super Body Organics by Fabergé. This is Alan Coulter speaking for To Tell the Truth. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.